Yes, fully pivot.
Yes, that was. Yeah, you brought it.
Will anybody join? No. Morning, Jim. Gotta tap my own screen. I should have found something better for Marxism. With Donald Trump tweeting out in the middle of the night something about communism and everybody on TikTok freaking the fuck out over communism. I guess that'll be the topic, which will be nice. I like talking about that shit. It's in Discord. Said something about commies. I figured out where the caps lock button is. Shut them off. What's up, Grim? Palm. I gotta start doing this on a regular basis again, don't I? A little hard when I don't go live for so long. See if I can share my own damn. I really move the share button. Seriously. What's up, Sammy? All right, somebody's got to come talk to me at some point, right? Burgers. All y'all. Where's the tweet? Hi, Donald Trump says the communists are finally making their move. I've been waiting and preparing for this for a long time. It's easy to be a communist. All you have to do is say, I'll give you everything. But that means you're taking it away from others that have earned it over thousands of years. That ideology has not worked once. The game is on. Enjoy watching. President Donald J. Trump. That was his truth. I should just put that in the background. How does it not fit? Really? Sorry. Just trying to get this sized up. Maybe. Possibly. Close enough. We got nobody. Maybe I shouldn't even be live. You guys, this is why I don't do this. That's why I'm going to quit. I'm just going to quit TikTok altogether. This is dumb. Well, this tweet or truth or whatever the fuck it is obviously not something he wrote. This is probably the most coherent thing he's written in a long time. So I assume this is from a staff member. They even used the right punctuation and grammar and shit. So I would say it's not Donald Trump at all. But somebody in his administration decided that the target is communism. That's an AI truth. Are you sure about that? I mean, it could be. Do I really have to look it up now? According to... Well, maybe not. I haven't looked it up. I don't even have True Social. Does anybody else? Oh, I see. You're thinking Donald Trump's using AI now? Really? No way. I thought you meant like somebody made it up. Does anybody actually have True Social? Anybody actually scroll through that barren wasteland ever? Did he really post this, Lily? Hell no. No on True Social. Yeah, I have an account there, but I've never logged into it, so I don't even know. I set it up, and then who wants to look at that shit, right? Good morning, Doc. Nobody wants to talk to me. How long do I do this before I just shut down? I'm no good at this monologuing thing. Well, I have to watch my phone. I'm doing it on my phone, so I can't play. I can't put it on screen. But I did that for a reason. People were not liking the video game. I've heard complaints that it was distracting. Also, it puts me in a different algorithm, which makes it harder to get viewers in. So, I don't know. It's there. Okay, cool. Thank you, Lily, for looking that up. I'm going to be playing Crimson Desert for a while, by the way. Really? Gorilla. So you know you're on the panel.
What's up?
Can I get your age and who you voted for?
25, and Harris.
Oh, you did vote. That's good. How do you feel about Donald Trump's truth?
I mean, you could probably just like get AI to generate a bunch of like, crazy sounding things, and then throw a dart, and then like assign each of those generated texts a number, and put those numbers around like a dartboard. Throw a dart at the dartboard, and like you know anything on there is going to sound like something Trump said. I was curious, where do you stand, like, ideologically?
I call myself pragmatic Marxist. So I call myself. I will argue for more socialism. I'm good with communism too, eventually, over time. But I want to do it over time. So I think we can change the system from within the system.
Yeah, well, and I think, given how much like decades of Red Scare propaganda, generations of Americans have been subjected to, it's we're lucky if we get a single socialist rule or law.
We have a lot of socialist laws, not laws, but economic policies.
Yeah, it's like I'm over exaggerating to try to, say how hard it is to move in that direction. I don't think it's a good thing, but
I mean, it's not easy, but I don't think it's that hard either. FDR did a whole bunch of shit. We ended up with public works projects. We end up with publicly run companies. We end up with Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid and SNAP and benefits for the poor and the elderly. I think these are all things that are social programs to make sure that the poor are taken care of, make sure people's basic needs are met. They haven't fulfilled their goal. We need to add more to the social safety net, but at least we have them implemented. So,
no, that's true. It's better that we have them than not.
Well, now we've got Mount Donnie, and now we got there were 16 different primaries that were won by the more progressive candidate in New York.
Yep.
I think is fighting back from the ground up and telling people that we want to take care of the people on the bottom because people on the top are assholes and they're stealing your money.
Yeah, and I think that's a good thing. I'm really happy about that. Damn, I didn't know that. I've been by your panels for a while now, and there were some pictures you'd have that would lead me to believe that you are more Marxist, communist, socialist friendly, and then some that I was like, oh, maybe he's not. But I'm glad I asked.
I will argue for Marxism every time. I used to do a Socialist Saturday. You have to listen. I mean, you just have to listen to stuff I say. But that's not necessarily always a good thing either, because I play devil's advocate a lot, and I will argue with the liberals as much as I'll argue with conservatives. So,
that's fair. I think. I'll
I'll argue with communists too. So I have communists that come on here that are way more left than I am. They're called tankies, I guess. They want a revolution. They want to overthrow the government now, and I'm not that far left, but I'm a lot farther left than the Democratic Party.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I get that. I I don't know. I feel like there are a lot of people who align themselves with communism who are who like I think they're not very practical, and I feel like they spend a lot of their time engaging in like intellectual navel gazing. And like don't get me wrong, like it is important to be able to work out the intellectual underpinnings of your beliefs and be more clear and make sure to have a little more nuance. But I feel like with a lot of them, they spend way more time, kind of getting into like really like nitty gritty detailed debates and very little actually building any amount of like class consciousness.
Um,
I don't know.
well,
What's your experience?
I can be a debate perv too. I love to debate. I love to argue. I love to have discussions about politics. My experience, what in politics?
No, like with like other online communists
Oh,
or
well,
Marxists.
people that actually call themselves communists are generally pretty cringy. Generally, they want to put people on the wall and overthrow the government and start the system fresh and start with an authoritarian government. And I don't like any of that shit. So generally, I will argue with them as much as I will anybody else.
Sure.
There are a couple people that come on the panel that I've had pretty knockdown dragouts with about this particular subject. Especially, well, see, I'm also vote blue no matter who. So we live in this system that's two parties. It's the way the system's set up by the Constitution. Unless we change the Constitution or we have some sort of a workaround, this is the way the system's going to be. So we have to work within the system. They want to overthrow the system. And I'm just not ready to do that. I'm not willing to kill a lot of people to get there.
Yeah, no, I get that. like, um, well, okay. Actually, let me try to think of better questions since you're also somebody who's a Marxist and tries to be really like pragmatic. Um, for the next year, I think obviously trying to push the midterm vote is one of the things that's in our best interests to try to do. Are there any other things that you think would be useful and helpful to work towards the your political goal?
I'm, well, obviously working with your local community, local county party would be a good idea, but generally I'm lazy anymore. I did a lot of political activism when I was younger. Not so young anymore. Not so old yet either, but
Yeah.
I'd rather just argue about it and let all the people all the kids out there that are prepped and ready to go want to change the system, let them go out and do the actual work on the streets. So I don't know. Obviously, mutual aid programs are great. Obviously, doing boycotts are great. Obviously, setting up protests are great. Obviously, taking part in protests are great. Speaking out, but I think all of these things are pretty important. I think even these social media spaces are important. Hassan being the biggest streamer now who calls himself a communist, Um, so what he says is pretty important to quite a few people. He's got a pretty large voice. So does Destiny. So do a few other people. So I guess we all play a role.
Yeah. Okay. I also am a Hassan enjoyer.
I hate
Who are
Hassan, by the way.
Huh?
I hate Hassan, by the way.
Oh, how come?
I was probably trained to be that way, but when I didn't start getting into social media until like 2020 or something, so I listened to a lot of Destiny. Actually, I listened to a lot of different things to start out with, and then landed on Destiny because I liked the way he debated. So I listened to a lot of Destiny, and he obviously doesn't like Hassan. So as it turns out, I listened to a few Hassan streams too, and I don't think he's very bright. I think he's not the brightest bulb, and I don't think he deserves the fame he got. So, not the biggest fan. Also, not a huge fan of Dean and Parker, but
No, that's fine. Like,
they're just robots spouting the same talking points every day, asking for pennies.
I think I'm not like I haven't spent a lot of time listening to Destiny. I know of him. I've heard, obviously because of some of the relationships he has with other streamers, some, unfavorable things, but I also know he's got a lot of fans. And from when I've listened to him, he is really good at arguing. He is quite good at kind of developing a worldview that's coherent and defending it. I also am under the impression that he's spent a decent amount of time actually being like kind of politically active.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know that.
He's actually done a lot of organizing. They've done
Yeah.
a lot of door knocking campaigns throughout the country, and worked on a lot of different things like that. So I think a lot of those guys are probably pretty politically involved too. But Destiny is maybe the best word is cantankerous. You either like him or hate him. There's generally not a whole lot of people in between on that particular subject. So, but I think it's pretty hard to deny the fact that he is the best debater on social media. He can take on anybody, anywhere, anytime about any subject and probably come out with a win, like the vast majority of the times, which makes him somebody good to listen to because he's got good talking. He's got good talking points. He's got good ways of dealing with conversations.
Yeah, I believe that 100%.
See, Hassan won't debate anybody, so he just gets on and he spews a bunch of stuff and plays some video games and talks to, and became famous doing that, and went and bought himself a Porsche, and now I don't know. I don't even know what he does. What does he do now? Have you watched him recently?
He's been going around. He's been doing a lot more interviews with like candidates. It seems like he's trying to kind of like promote people who are running for positions.
That's good.
He spends a lot of time, streaming. I don't watch him on Twitch. I watch him on YouTube.
Yeah.
And he just goes through, covers the news of the day. He was it indicted?
Yeah, for going to Cuba, right?
Yep, yep. Um, and I know he like talked about that a couple of times, but I don't know if anything's gonna. I don't know how that's gonna pan out. But yeah, that's kind of my what's it called? The extent of my what's the name of the relationship you have with like an online person that doesn't know you exist?
Parasocial.
Yeah, that's the extent of my parasocial relationship with Hassan lately.
I don't think. Well, I guess there are parasocial people, but I don't know. Some of these communities are pretty close or tight. I have a Discord, and I don't know. I have a few hundred people in there right now, and we kind of know each other. We talk about vacations and family and stuff like that. So I probably talk to people in the Discord more than I talk to people in my real life. So I don't know if you call that parasocial or not, but you can be friends. You can keep in contact with friends online.
I don't think that's. I see. I would consider, and I'd be interested to look up an actual definition, but I'm under the impression that a relationship is parasocial if there's like it's online, and I don't know if that's essential, but that it's like very one-sided. Like
Yes, if you think you're friends but they don't know who you are, that's what I would consider parasocial.
Yeah, so I don't know that I'd consider your Discord community, parasocial kind of thing. Okay. Maybe some of your viewers might have a parasocial relationship with you, but I don't know. I'm not sure what your typical viewer count is, how many folks you got.
Well, it's varied over time. I've only been doing this for like a year and a half or something like that. And I started small, got big, was doing 200 and 300 person streams, and then dropped back down again. But TikTok's really slow right now, so I don't know. Dr. Galt here is a libertarian that hangs around with a lot of us.
What up, Mojo? This is an actually really interesting conversation.
You're a liar.
No, I'm serious. I kind of like this. I mean, it's not really like it's outside the framework of like politics, in my opinion. But like talking about like online relationships, I think is a very interesting topic. I often think that people can be friends online even if they don't ever meet in person. Would you agree?
Sure.
Definitely.
Okay. So you agree? Because a lot of people will say, they'll make claims like I don't come online to like make quote unquote make friends or have relationships, but yet they engage in behavior that would be the same behavior if like we went to like a coffee shop.
Well, and I think the online world is like it's a really interesting space, and I think I think that there are communities, there are a lot of like things that we would traditionally consider as like social behavior and stuff that I think just are social behaviors, right? However, I think they're a little different than what we have offline. And I don't think that necessarily invalidates it as like, relationships, communities, friendships. I think it's different, but I don't think it's like not social in it. Like, I think like an online friend is a different kind of friend than an online friend or offline friend. But I don't think it's not a real thing. I think plenty of us have like friends we've made online and online communities.
Well, I think JB in the chat says, I go to work for a paycheck, not to make friends. Like, I think that's just the intent. Like, you can make the intent, I come online to, I don't know, build a platform and make money. But
Yeah.
that could be your intent. But if you're engaging in activity that is, quote unquote, like a relationship and friendship, I would make the argument, even though your intent is X, you're still engaging in Y.
Yeah, I agree. And I think some people, I agree with what you said. They intend to they don't intend to like make friends or join communities when they come online, and some of them don't, but some people do.
So, question for you. If you develop a relationship with somebody, at what point does it become like real versus like imaginary? Like, what's the thin line there?
See, that's hard for me to say because I think a really good, serious answer is going to require a little bit of like a little bit of groundwork on describing what like a relationship is, at least enough so as to say be able to distinguish between like a real and an imagined one.
So let me, I guess, and so it
can
doesn't seem like I'm attacking anybody because
I don't. Yeah.
So I'm going to ask my question.
Really quick?
Yeah, I want to get to the actual root cause, and this isn't an attack on anybody. So I'm going to use an example that doesn't feel attacking. So if two people, we'll say two women, engaged in like, let's say they were into women and they were engaging with other women online in the same way they're engaging with their spouse, would you consider that cheating? Like emotionally?
I would need to know about the relationship and agreement that woman has with her spouse.
Well, let's say they say you can't engage with other women like you engage with me.
And they engage with other women like they engage with them?
Yeah, like they break that sort of mutual, like, because I agree with you. Like, if my wife, and I'm a female too, we'll just say I'm a female in this scenario. If we agree that like we can have emotional connections with people as long as it doesn't go beyond physical, and we, under our definition of our relationship, is not going to consider that quote unquote like a betrayal or whatever. Like, if we make those rules, then fine. But let's say the rules are like you ought not engage with like other women online. And if you do and it's emotional, then I would consider that like betrayal and cheating. Do you think that's like a realistic position given the fact that like most people take the position that like online relationships aren't quote unquote real? I mean, I disagree with that, but I'm curious to your take.
No, like so long as if I'm following those conditions are met, there has been an explicit, and not that the explicit constitutes the like whether or not it actually counts or not. It's just like it makes the line less blurry. As long as those conditions are all met, you have with your partner had conversations where you say, yeah, I am not comfortable with you having like really like an emotional, super intimate emotional connection with somebody else. And you say, I acknowledge that, I understand, you get it, you agree, I'm not going to do that, I promise you, baby, I love you. And then you go and do that.
Are you worried? I don't even know if you're married or not, but are you worried that you might be cheating on your wife? Is that what you're doing right now?
No, not
at all. I'm just trying to like create like the best sort of argument that I can to say like that counts as cheating. because it's because here, like, as the like sort of conversation, and I know I'm sure you remember, but like as the conversation started, it was like, well, some people wouldn't count that, and so I'm trying to kind of set the groundwork to say, like, yeah, no, this counts.
Yeah.
So
So it's the
I
same
think
thing.
it's
Like, we
interesting.
can
I
shift
think
it to,
it's
like,
interesting. I think it's interesting that you turn it into personal relationships like that, because we were simply talking about people being friends, acquaintances online, possibly getting together to do political action and stuff like that. That's what we were talking about, and somehow you turn it into this. I think that's kind of interesting. I think
I
maybe
agree.
maybe you should see a therapist about that, Galt.
well, I was going to turn it into actually something else too. I was going to piggyback. Like, so if somebody were to engage in this activity and then convince you to do something, like, I don't know, give them money for something, and then they lied to you, you would still make the statement that your friend betrayed you, even though it's online. Like, I think I would.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
Especially if there's money involved.
Yeah.
Well, and really quick, another thing that I want to kind of add here is that, like, when I think of like an imagined relationship offline, where my mind immediately goes are like somebody who has like a crush on somebody else, and they like never really like talk to them, and they like imagine like a whole relationship with them, and maybe they even interact with them a couple of times, and they go off and imagine this whole like romantic idealized kind of version of their relationship, but they never really have, you know, an actual real sort of romantic relationship. And that's like, that's the closest I can think of to an offline relationship that I would consider as like a fake relationship, right?
So do you think the government, so here, this is where I was leading, and this is the important part of the conversation. Do you think the government should establish rules for us that define these things, these relationships, if it's consenting adults? Should it be regulated by the government?
Kind of do that with marriage.
What do you mean the government should be involved in online relationships? What does that even mean?
Well, I mean, they're involved in relationships today that aren't online, right? Like how they function and how they operate. Should they also be involved in online relationships?
They're not necessarily involved in relationships. They're involved with. There might be regulations or rules surrounding things like hospital visits and stuff like that. But you can get married without even telling the government. You can do it religiously. You can do it in your backyard. You can just make vows to each other. You don't have to. The government doesn't have to be or isn't forced to be involved in any of that process.
Well, I think that's your opinion, and while I agree with you, Mojo, there's people that have the opposite opinion that feel like even if people aren't married, and let's just say two men are together, there's people who believe the government should prevent that or create some sort of laws from having that be facilitated, right, based on some sort of moral claim. And all I'm saying is, like, if those people believe that those relationships should be regulated in like normal everyday life, like, do we believe that there should be regulations online as well then? I would say no, but I'm just curious your guys' opinion.
I'd also say no, but I think it's an interesting question, and it's making me think, like, well, why would I say that? I guess the first question that I've got for you, I don't think you're like actually advocating for it, but like, what would be the utility of having the government do that?
Yeah, that's a great question. So from a legal perspective, if I'm married and I'm engaging in this sort of behavior online and my wife wants to get divorced, in some circumstances, we use like evidence in the divorce case to allocate resources to one party or the other, and sometimes even the case of like the child. So like if there's no regulation as it relates to online spaces and what those relationships are, theoretically, like you can just claim something like, oh yeah, well it's just online and like it's different. Like a lawyer could make the case that it's not an in-person relationship or there's no in-person engagement and it's just sort of like dialogue on a, like, I don't know, server of some sort. And theoretically it's not the same, right? So if that is the case, does the law need to delineate between an online relationship versus an in-person relationship? So when these sort of legal matters go in front of a court, we have a clear idea of like what the right and wrong answer is.
There's not a single state in the union right now that doesn't have a no-fault divorce policy.
No, but there's people who want it, is what I'm saying.
Sure, people do want it. I mean, a lot of Christians, that would be a Christian ideal, right? To try and, I don't know, tie people down into relationships that aren't working for them or whatever, because God said that you have to do that. Some people might want it, but it's moved the other direction because it used to be that most states had that, or all states had that at some point or another, but now there's not a single state that does.
Right. This is not really a descriptive claim of like what's going on. It's more of like historical and then what ought to happen. Like, should we, do you believe we should even do either of this stuff? Like, that these relationships should be regulated.
I was a pretty firm believer for the majority of my life that marriage is a ridiculous notion altogether. But
I think it's freedom of speech, but sure, I think you and I maybe agree on that.
Really quick, going back to I don't think in an ordinary divorce, like kind of divorce, they're like the relationship, the legally defined relationship between the two spouses, like that's something that's, established, recognized by the government. But if they like cheated on somebody, it's not like they have to like prove and define. That's
no fault. That's the no fault thing that I was talking about. No state requires you to prove that somebody did something wrong to you in order to get a divorce. And it's not taken into consideration when it comes to separating finances and stuff.
Yeah, it's not something that like there isn't a reason to have like a government defined like role for like the person that one of the spouses cheated with. So since that's not, I'm going to say that's not needed in normal life, therefore it's not needed in online life.
So how do you protect the woman then in these scenarios? Like if the man is engaging in this behavior outside of the marriage and then they go through like a divorce process.
Why don't you want to protect the man?
Well, you could protect the man too. Well, in this case, I was using two women, so that's why.
Damn.
Yeah.
Woke Mojo.
Woke Mojo. No, I just thought it was interesting that he said women. We live in a world today where women get to work and have their own bank accounts, and quite often women make more money than their spouses do. So it's not abnormal anymore to see something like that happen. So that's why I say, what about the men?
Well, Mojo's I was using two women as my example, so I didn't like make it personal with anybody in the chat, hopefully, or anybody here. I didn't want it to be a personal attack. I wanted it to be an actual philosophical engagement. But I would say that the example was two women, Mojo. That's why I said protect the woman in the scenario.
You assumed my gender.
Well, I declared their gender.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, I guess Mojo doesn't care. He cares more about the men than the women in the situation when there is no men. But anyway, Mojo, that was funny.
Well, I don't know. Are you okay with gay marriage?
Yeah, I don't. I think it's disgusting, but I think it's the like politically or like legally we shouldn't prevent it. But I think it's like gross.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you could think something's gross without like taking the position that it should be illegal. I don't think it's immoral either. I don't really care. It's two consenting adults. But
You can just say that it's not something you would prefer instead of saying it's gross.
why? I think two dudes sword fighting is gross. Like, I can't have that opinion.
I was more taken aback because I guess like I would expect that I wouldn't expect somebody who's libertarian to be like revolted by like gay sex.
Why? Just a preference. Like, I don't like vanilla ice.
No, yeah. I had to think about it, and like that seems to like that checks out. And honestly, like most people who are like revolted, like you know, and they won't even like say that, you know. Like I'm just trying to think about like a lot of the like kind of Christian folks that are very homophobic that I have in mind, and I'm like, well, when are like they're never gonna say that they're like revolted or disgusted by it necessarily. They'll just be like, well, it's unnatural. I was just taken aback, that's all.
Yeah, like Brokeback Mountain. You know, I don't really want to watch it. I think it's gross, but like I'll watch Wild Things. Like I think that's pretty hot. But like, do I think the government should make laws that? Huh?
You're a typical male.
Yeah.
Because Brokeback Mountain was actually a really good movie, but.
Well, yeah, but you want to protect men, Mojo, so I get it. And listen, I don't think
I
the
want to
government
protect
should.
everybody. I want equality for everybody.
Me too.
I mean, you don't give. No, you don't. You don't care about fucking equal rights. You don't care about equal anything. You care about no government and letting the person with the most guns win.
Actually, I've never really taken the position of an ANCAP. I could debate from the position, and I'll debate Rothbard, but actually,
but minarchist is the same thing. I mean, you want to get rid of as much government as you possibly can.
no, I want laissez-faire where the government doesn't intervene in the market. That's completely different. I still want them to protect individual rights, but I don't want to get into a rights debate with you, Mojo. We'll bore the crowd.
I don't know. This seems pretty boring as well, but
What? Brokeback Mountain is boring to you?
I don't know. Parasocial relationships or marriages or the legality of them. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the government shouldn't make laws that, like, you can't make a movie Brokeback Mountain. Now, I'd be fine with a law that says, like, you can't, like, show weird stuff. And when I say weird, like, I don't think you should be able to bring this is the way I sort of make the claim. Like, I would say you shouldn't bring a child to a strip club just like you shouldn't bring them to Chippendales. Like, there should be no difference just because of, like, the people that are providing the content. The content is the problem, not the people providing it.
So you want government to control how you parent your children?
If you want to take your child and bring them in front of nudity of other adults, yes, I would like the government to intervene in that.
Wow, that's not very libertarian of you.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm not even taking a libertarian position.
Obviously not. That's why I said it's not very libertarian.
Okay, so libertarians want adults to bring their children in front of other nude adults? Like, what the fuck?
Libertarians want people to be able to live their own lives. They want less government interference in all aspects of life, including how you raise your kids.
Okay, well, it's fine. You can make that claim, but I don't know where they want that to. Like, here, I'll give you an example, Mojo. Like, I'd be totally fine with a trans person reading Cat in the Hat to a bunch of kids. I don't have an issue with that. But I would have a problem with them reading some sort of smut to children, regardless of whoever they are, right? Like, that would bother me. That would be wrong. Would you not agree?
Can you define smut? Because the Supreme Court couldn't.
Well, define smut? Sure. We'll just use 50 Shades of Grey. I don't think you or a tranny should read 50 Shades of Grey to, like, a 6-year-old.
Okay, you can't. I don't know if you can say that word, but I'm going to
that's not
politely not to say that word ever again on my panel.
What word? 50 Shades. I didn't know what I said. What did I say wrong?
The T word.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I won't say it on your panel again.
Yeah, I'll
respect the rules. That's fine.
I don't know. Generally referred to people as trans people now. The other word is pejorative, I guess, is probably the best way to put it.
That's fair. I can respect that.
Either way, drag. Okay, it's funny that you mix these things up too, because Drag Queen Story Hour, the people that dress up in opposite sex clothing and then read stories to kids aren't even necessarily gay, much less trans. So
yeah, like the Rocky Horror Picture
Show. It's a ridiculous statement.
Yeah.
I don't know about the Rocky Horror Picture Show, but I don't know. I went and saw that when I was younger. Is that okay?
I don't remember the content involved in it, so I'm not quite sure. I'd have to watch it.
It's funny that you use the term smut, and the Supreme Court couldn't define smut, but they know it when they'll see it. But now all of a sudden you want to define what your moral values are surrounding sexuality and define that for everybody else in the country. I think that's a little strange, and I think that's very unlibertarian-like.
What, protecting children from like sexual content? I don't think that's very...
No, telling parents how they can raise their kids and how they should raise their kids and what is right and wrong for kids to see and know and hear and listen to.
Well, I didn't say the parent-son relationship and the content they provide each other, but like, do you think it would be appropriate for a parent to, I don't know, show their 5-year-old corn and watch it with them? Like, do you think that's appropriate?
I think that what somebody else wants to do with their own kids, as long as that kid is not harmed, like physically, is probably up to them. They can raise their kids any way they want. If they want to raise their kids as little white supremacists, go right ahead. That's your prerogative.
Well, what if they wanted to train them to like unalive people? Do you think that's appropriate?
No, I would say no.
Okay, so you're not an absolutist.
But then you are harming other people. You are training them to harm other people, not to treat people equally. I think they're different scenarios.
Yeah, and I think showing a child content that they're not ready for, like from a maturity standpoint, is also the same sort of thing.
Wait. Okay, so now this leads to an interesting question.
Sure.
You said train your kids to kill other people. I would argue that all serial killers start on animals. So then training your kid to hunt might be a way to lead them into becoming a serial killer, right?
No.
No.
Why would that train them? So training somebody to like sustain their life for food is training them to like murder people?
Sure. It's desensitizing you to death and blood and guts and watching the life leave some creature's eyes and make it another group. And yeah, it's desensitizing a child.
So should we not train? Yeah. No, I think it's an act of sustaining your life and flourishing. So I would argue that that's not the case.
You could do that by showing them what mushrooms they can eat and what mushrooms they can't eat.
So now you want to give the kid schmugs.
I said mushrooms.
Hold up, Dr. Galt. What?
That was a joke.
I'm actually okay with that too. I think drugs should be illegal. So
do you think you should be able to give your child 4-year-old schmugs?
I think that it's none of my business what you do raising your kids.
Okay. So if, like, I don't know, your neighbor was like giving their child like Schmeroin at 3 years old, like you'd just be like, hey, that's none of my business.
I don't think it is.
Really?
What adult is giving a 3-year-old heroin?
I don't know. I think
Do you want a surveillance state? Do you want cameras in every home to make sure that doesn't happen? Is that what you're asking to do? Golf?
No, that's not.
I mean, you were like the least libertarian person I've ever met right now. It's crazy.
Wait a second. When did I make a claim?
I think something that's not doing service to the conversation is the fact that it's ambiguous as to whether or not you're approving of it as something the government should intervene with versus something that you are in approval of or against, like morally and in general. Right.
Yeah, I agree. I just think this is me and Mojo's relationship is what we do.
Yeah, I kind of figured.
You come on. You're an asshole. You use all kinds of innuendo. You try and take digs at me whenever you can without anybody else knowing that you're doing it. But I get it. I see it. And
what dig am I trying to take at you, Mojo?
I'm seeing the anti-Mojo digs, Dr. Galt, and I think it's treasonous.
And Dr. Galt, I mean, he doesn't know how much I like him, right? I told him I listen to him when I'm taking a shower. I listen to his live when I'm taking a shower.
What dig did I take at you, Mojo?
Yeah, I don't know. Changing the subject when you first came on the panel. Changing the subject when you first came on the panel.
You could have told me to stay on topic. That's fine. It's your panel.
I could have. I had no reason to.
Okay.
I wanted to see where you're going with it. And
I think we went to a pretty good conversation, no?
Yeah, but that's only because I'm good at what I do.
What? What did you do that made you so good?
Hold up, are you saying that he's not good at what he does?
I'm saying he just thinks that children should be able to get schmeroin from his parents. If that's him defining something that's good.
I've never said such a thing, as a matter of fact.
That's slander.
What do you mean? You just said it's okay.
I never said it was okay. I said it's none of my business.
Well, protecting individuals in society as an individual yourself is not something you would engage in?
Hold up. Define heroin.
Wait, heroin?
Yeah, that's right.
Funny.
You're going to...
define it?
If you're going to do a bad faith debate, Dr. Galt, I can bad faith worse.
What's bad faith about my question?
Define heroin.
I'm not going to do that.
Okay, define 3-year-olds.
What?
What?
Yeah, that's right. I fucking owned you in the marketplace of ideas.
What the fuck?
I'm not going to lie. That's pretty funny. I'm not going to engage, but that was funny.
Honestly, that's like 90% of TikTok debates. That was great.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Thanks for making me laugh.
Define owning someone.
That's a good question.
Can you give evidence of your definition?
That actually is a good question. That is a good thing to discuss. How do you own somebody? Because I think if you steal labor from them, you own them.
True.
You steal labor from them, you own them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
True.
So does the government own me?
The government doesn't own you.
Okay. So
the place you work for owns you.
Okay, but the place that I work from doesn't take something from me.
They do.
What do?
They take your labor for profit.
Okay. So let's say I agree with them that I can do that. How is the government not also taking my labor?
That means you're just a cuck for capital.
That's not really a response.
Because you signed a contract with the government.
Okay, and if you sign a contract with me agreeing to the wage, how is that me owning you?
If I sign a contract, then yeah, I'm, and I don't get the job unless I sign the contract. Sure.
Okay,
and
what contract?
Society. That's a contract between two individuals, and when you're talking about government, you're talking about society as a whole.
Got it. So it's a contract that I sign, but I don't really sign it theoretically. With most employers, you actually sign a contract and agree on terms. But with government, I'm born
really?
into society. Yeah, why?
Not unless you're 1099, and even then, most of the time you don't.
Don't what?
Sign a contract with a company you work for. Most states are at-will states. You can come and go as you please. You're not in contractual obligation with a work.
Well, there's an agreement on like a wage, no?
I'd like to know.
They tell you what they'll give you, and you decide whether you'll accept it or not. You decide how much you need to actually put a roof over your head and put food in your stomach, and that's where you're at.
Hold up, Dr. Galt. I'd like to know, like, to what extent do you actually think that the contracts that we sign on every day actually constitute like consent and agreements.
What do you mean, like with an employer?
Like with an employer, but in general, because there are so many cases where like you have to sign off on the terms of service of some company to like use their thing, and they add like so much random like legal jargon that like I don't know, like people rubber stamp it, sure, but like should that really count as an informed decision on their part?
So you're just saying, like, if people are ignorant, then contracts should be like null?
No, I'm saying you have two parties, and one of them gets to like hire a million lawyers to design a contract that is as favorable as possible to them, and you do not have a choice really to negotiate any of the terms of the contract. You don't really have time. Nobody, like you probably need like a JD in order to like really take the time to interpret and understand the full implications of what you're signing on. Like
you just need to be rich. You just need to be rich and have a fucking lawyer on.
Yeah, it just, to me, it's like a farce of consent.
Well, when you buy a house, we could just talk about the most common transaction we have in society, which is purchasing a home. And I do believe that when you purchase a home, you hire an attorney to review the contract for you to ensure that the terms are legitimate. You could do it on your own, I guess, but most people, I think all, like hire an attorney, and I don't think it's like beyond a point that it's unaffordable.
Not every state requires attorneys.
Why do you have to require it?
Because some states require attorneys. You have a real estate agent and you have a real estate attorney.
Okay. So
Indiana does not have that. You just have a real estate agent. We don't have real estate attorneys.
You could hire one though, right?
I don't know a single person in my life that's ever hired a real estate attorney in a state that did not require them.
Okay, well, why wouldn't you do that then?
Because that's what you have a real estate agent for.
Okay, so you're entrusting the real estate agent who you're paying to ensure your contract is legitimate?
Correct.
Okay.
Well,
What's the problem?
Hold up. I want to step back from that. Like, I want to know how the apparatus as I've described, in which ordinary people who do not have the money or the legal background to necessarily, for one, understand most of the contract they sign, or two, hire, be in a position to afford to hire anybody who could do so on their behalf. And finally, three, they are just never in a position to negotiate any of the terms that they agree to. I want to know how that legal apparatus counts as consent to you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what is the force that's making me come to the table to agree to these sort of contracts?
It's just a part of your everyday functioning.
So you're just saying, like, being in the state of nature forces me to engage in this said voluntary exchange that requires a contract?
I think that's a better description of, like, it's something that you voluntarily do.
Okay. And do people understand the contract that they sign with government when they pay taxes?
First of all, that's not a contract. Second of all,
it is.
Mojo said it is.
It is a contract. It's a W-4.
Whether or not it is, I'm asking you about this very particular sort of situation.
Yeah, and I'm engaging with it. I'm asking you a follow-up question of okay, are you also considering the social contract that we sign with the government to agree to all of the laws that we have to abide by? Do you hold the same standard to your, is that also involved in your question? Because I think you're making an ANCAP argument here. Because you're saying if people aren't smart enough to understand the law, therefore they shouldn't have to abide by it. in some sort of fashion, then all you're saying is that all the laws that we have existing, if somebody breaks it, like how would they ever understand all of those laws? Therefore,
I
did they
think you're
consent to it?
starting to put a lot more into my mouth than what I intend. I am simply trying to ask you if you think that counts. Yeah, does it count as consent?
No, I'm putting stuff in your mouth.
No, I would say you can't claim ignorance. If ignorance is your issue, it's still consent. If you're just a dummy,
it's not just ignorance. It's having the ability to like act on anything and negotiate and have a say in what the terms are.
All right, hold on. Go ahead. Well, go ahead and finish. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know the tax code, so I'm consenting to something that I have to pay and maybe even go to jail for. But like, I don't understand tax code, and yet I consent to it in society, and I have to pay it. And if I don't, I go to jail. But I don't understand all the rules. So am I consenting to this because I'm like a dummy and I just don't know it? And I can go to jail for it, by the way.
You generally.
Well, that would be coercion, not consent.
Coercion. Dad,
Implied
can I get your
consent.
age? Wait, hold on. Dad, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
I'm 30.
Well, yeah, you're making my argument. There's actual coercion
Wait.
involved.
Stop. Galt. Stop. Who'd you vote for?
I voted for the Greens.
The Greens?
That's a Game of Thrones reference.
Yeah.
Mojo's not
Jill and them.
Who did you vote for? Jill Stein?
Yeah.
Oh, not the Greens on like Game of Thrones?
No, I'm not a nerd. Well, I am, but not that kind.
I have a feeling you're not going to stick around too long. Carl, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, you know me. 24, Minnesota.
Who'd you vote for?
DT, not proud of it.
Huh?
The Donald Trump. I'm not proud of it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I talked to a lot of people. I don't remember who you are. Apologize.
You said you're not memorable.
You remember him if you turned his camera on.
I did want to say, Dr. Galt, you're saying it. You're consenting to something that you don't know about under the threat of jail, but that's not consenting. That's coercion, and you don't have full consent. Especially like in a society that's denominated laws. And it's society that's denominated laws that you never voted on, that you've never participated in a debate on, and that exist for like however long, like what 50 years now, we'll say. How could you possibly consent to that? I don't understand that.
Again, it's implied consent. Well,
no, applied consent is like
that implied. Wait, stop! You guys are all fucking using these goddamn terms wrong. Implied consent, not applied consent, and it's coercion, not coercion.
Okay, sorry, I have an accent. I'm sorry to say the word wrong, but I wasn't saying. But I mean, again, it doesn't matter because the point is that you are being coerced into the lifestyle. You were under the threat. The lifestyle under the threat of jail. And like, I don't understand how you could how that would even equate to what Gorilla was saying. Is I guess my point.
I was testing his consistency. I think you're just confused.
But your was
what do you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You can
was his consistency when you weren't.
Curious. Is there anything like necessarily wrong with coercion?
I don't.
There's no coercion going on.
What do you? Isn't this a moral conversation? We're talking about like this isn't right because it's coercive. Like it really won't make sense.
I didn't say anything about right or wrong. I was talking about his consistency in his example.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well, if you
what was wrong with the consistency in my example that I was?
Because again, like you're not consenting, you're being coerced.
I agree with you. What are you talking about?
But that's what I'm saying. Your example didn't make any sense.
I agree. That's why I brought it up.
But it didn't have anything to do with what he said.
It does, because he's talking about people consenting with contracts, and Mojo said there's a social contract, and when we pay taxes,
I didn't say anything about a social contract, you dipshit.
Yeah, and you also mentioned the contract you signed for taxes, did you not?
I did. I said nothing about a social contract. I said nothing about a social contract. I never
Fine.
said
Your
the word
tax
social
contract. Okay, your tax contract.
That's why I felt the need to stop Dr. Galt from changing the topic of the conversation slightly.
How is it changing the topic?
You were changing the topic slightly. I was asking
talking
you a
about
question,
contracts?
and you were changing it so as to try to test my consistency, and whether or before even trying to assert anything, I was trying to ask you a particular question about contracts that we sign in general, and you were slightly trying to change the topic.
No, I'm not, because I was making sure. I was clarifying.
I know what you were trying to do, and I didn't appreciate it.
Well, that's fine. You can not appreciate it, but I was asking if social contracts were part of your question. Is that the case?
I was trying to ask you a question about whether or not that counts as consent, and it sounds like you don't really
hold
want
on.
to
I have a
that
question for you now,
conversation.
Gorilla. Do you know what he means by a social contract?
I do.
Like a common understanding, like an understanding between two people that's not codified or written down or signed.
Like an example would be, I think it was Hobbes that talked about how in the state of nature, everybody's trying to unalive everybody else and it sucks. And they're like, oh, it's in our best interest to have a social contract so that there's an agreement where we're not just unaliving each other and stealing each other's shit because that sucks. And
the state of nature is cold, brutish, and short, so we need a Leviathan to create a society that will tell us what to do.
Yeah, not necessarily the best description I think I could give of a social contract, but an example that hopefully illustrates that I know what a social contract is.
Is that part of your question? When you define contracts?
There's no question. What's the question?
He asked me if I think contracts that people are not familiar or educated enough to sign, if it's the sort of, are they actually agreeing to it, or are they being coerced into doing it?
Of course they're being coerced into do it. That's predatory shit.
Wait, that's not true. You signed a TOS when you joined TikTok. Just because you chose not to read the whole thing doesn't mean you're being coerced.
Right, but I had the ability to read it. So I'm saying it's
you have the ability to read all law. You could read the whole entire fucking law section of the library in the United States and understand it, or possibly not. But either way, you have the ability to read it, know what it is.
Yeah, but statistically, people don't know how to read.
I thought the question.
It doesn't matter. It's still not coercion.
Wait. If they're not fully informed beings, how are they not being coerced?
That's their own choice to not be fully informed.
That's not true.
It is true.
I don't think people choose to not be informed. I think
they do. On a regular basis, they do.
Again, this is my problem. Reality happens.
Yes, you do have a problem.
People negotiate their life choices into specific primacies, and you're going to say that because somebody is uninformed on laws, it's a personal choice, when in reality their interaction
with laws... It is a
personal
choice.
When in reality their interaction with laws is at a minimal, and their highest priorities are generally work and their family.
That's their priorities. That's a fucking choice. A priority is not choice by definition. Priority is a choice. Hey, dipshit, shut up.
No, that's just not a choice.
Dipshit, shut up.
People don't make choices. People are given options.
Shut up.
Do you not know how to talk to somebody?
You don't know how to talk to somebody. You can't allow somebody to finish a goddamn statement. You are talking over everybody, and you're kind of obnoxious. That being said,
I'm obnoxious?
Simply by using the term...
You got a name obnoxious?
Yeah, you're being obnoxious.
What?
Just wait.
No, I think it's ridiculous.
I mean, for Mojo to mute you, that's pretty crazy.
You're acting like a top.
Dude, Mojo doesn't mute anybody, so the fact that he's muting you...
Are you done throwing a fit? No. Just let me know when you're done with your temper tantrum, kid.
I'm having the temper... Me? Me.
Me. Dude,
Me.
stop. This is ridiculous.
By the way, let's
All right.
let Mojo continue finishing defending my position.
The only point I want to make is that when you say you have a preference for something, you are talking about a choice. You are making a choice. You do have a choice.
I never said preferences.
You have a preference. You did say preferences.
I said priorities.
You said preference.
I said priorities.
And priority is the same fucking thing.
But no, it's not.
Scenario. In this scenario, it is the same thing.
It's not.
Choice. It's a choice.
This
Mojo,
is moronic intellectualism, and I can't believe I stayed this long for this retarded conversation.
Then go the fuck away, you
Whoa.
You fucking moron. After all that shit, he just fucking runs away? What the fuck?
Mojo, that's a bad take, though, bro.
How? How is it a bad take?
I think you gotta inform people. You gotta let them know.
They are informed. You have all the writing in front of you. You can go look it up and read it all you want.
Dude, if Arabic is in front of me, I can't read that. I don't understand that. That's not fair.
It's not Arabic. And besides, you can learn how to read Arabic if you want as well. Whatever Arabic is, I don't know. That's not obviously a language, I don't think, is it?
Okay, Mojo, I want to talk about this prompt you have here.
It's definitely a language.
Wait, Mojo's defending my position. Can you let the person who asked you the question engage? Because I think this is pretty awesome.
Well, I love Mojo.
Mojo's making an argument for capitalism. Let him keep going.
Well, actually, no. The argument that Mojo would make is that it's inherently having a job is inherently coercive, because if you don't work it, then you're going to die. That's the socialist argument.
No, we're talking about the contract that you sign with your employer, Cringy.
Okay, wait. Is Mojo saying that's not or isn't coercive?
He's saying it's not coercive.
No, I said you don't sign a contract with your employer.
What?
They just don't exist.
There's no agreement?
What are you talking about? Excuse me?
You don't make an agreement with your employer?
If you're an independent contractor, you do.
Sure. If you contractually sign something, sure, you're signing a contract with a company. The vast majority of people work for wages and they don't sign contracts.
I thought the whole conversation was about signing contracts.
Right, and you do you make an agreement, right? And a contract could be either verbal or written.
You don't make it. The agreement is that you can come and go as you please, and they can fire you and keep you as they please.
Yeah, that's
right to work states. These are all right to work states. They're all at will states. We're all basically that now.
So
Mojo, I want to shift convo, bro. I feel like you're a communist.
I am a communist.
Yeah, he is a communist.
The fuck?
What the fuck, man? Why do you do that?
Why do I do that?
Because why the only thing communist.
It's the only thing that makes sense in a world where, in the state of nature, life is cold, brutish, and short.
What'd you say?
No. No, that makes no sense.
Hold up. Here's my argument. Premise 1. Communism is when government does stuff. Premise 2. Per John Galt, government bad. QED, plebs.
Okay.
I disagree with that argument, but okay.
When did I ever say government does stuff?
Seriously,
communism,
you're not actually.
Communism is a government that is controlled by the people as a whole. I would
Are you drunk?
Something. No, I don't drink. Thank you very much.
Then what are you saying? When has that happened? You're saying in a communist government is controlled by the people. Give me an example.
It has never gotten to that point.
So maybe that should tell you something.
Well, natives and indigenous people lived in a similar communal way for hundreds of thousands of years. So it's existed. It's just that colonialism has come in, and now that's the prominent way of life. But indigenous people have been living like this.
Oh my God, you Marxists are so annoying to debate.
I'm not. Hey, he asked for something. I'm giving an example of it existing. Like, I mean, you can get annoyed with it, or you can attack the actual.
Yeah, that's not
premise.
what Marx was. That's not even what Marx was depositing. That there are these societies existed predating sort of scientific historical analysis. Like, we're just redefining Marx now to fit a narrative.
You don't define Marx. Marx is a person. You don't define him. What is that argument?
Defining Marxism. You're redefining Marxism.
Marxism is simply following Marx.
Okay,
Marx is actually pretty vague, honestly. When it talks about communal societies, he's pretty vague, and he did derive inspiration for communist ideology by observing natives in North America. So I'm not coming out of my ass with this. Like, this is directly from Marx himself.
Engels did that more than Marx, first of all, and what Marx was
doing. No. It doesn't matter who did it more than who. This is what Marx said himself.
Okay, what can you give me, like, where you're referring to so I can go read it and come back to you?
You're a big boy. You can Google it yourself right now. I don't want to go into it.
I did Google it.
It's 8 o'clock in the morning.
I'm sorry. Is your point, though, saying, like, Marx got inspiration from the Native Americans?
Yeah, my point is, you said what societies have done something similar to this. It's never existed. And I would argue that it has existed. Indigenous people have been living that way for hundreds of thousands of years prior to colonialism arriving at their shores.
No, Marx wasn't drawing inspiration. He was taking Hegelian theory, he was taking the dialect, and he was changing it from idealism to materialism. And he was looking at it historically, saying, this is how societies change over time due to material conditions. He was not proclaiming that the Native Americans were at one point communist. Like, that was never his claim.
I never made that claim either. No, I didn't. I said he drew inspiration from communism. I mean, he drew inspiration for the communist theory from natives. That's what I said.
No, he didn't.
Those are
okay. We'll disagree.
Those are
like the fuck. It doesn't do anything for me, bro.
Those aren't even mutually.
What is Hegelian theory, by the way? $5 if you can tell me what Hegelian theory is.
Yeah, so you're just looking at history through, like, the lens of there being, like, an antithesis and a synthesis. And there's another one in there. I don't remember off the top of my head, but you're just looking at the study of history and how it's going to evolve. Hegel used idealism. Marx used materialism. And what Marx was saying is, as material conditions change, societies change over time and they evolve, which is why Marx didn't really reject capitalism. He actually felt it was necessary to get to the first stage of socialism.
Wrong. No, he said capitalism was necessary in order to step away from feudalism. Hegelian theory is also understanding
that is the truth.
Yes, it is the truth. It's understanding that
not the truth.
Contradictions arise within a society that force change.
Yeah, that's materialism. Yeah, like the contradiction.
Wait, you're saying the only way to evolve from, like, a feudalist society to beyond that, I think capitalism is the only way.
At that point in history, it was. And that is how it evolved from feudalism to a capitalist society. Could there have been another way? I'm sure there could have been, but capitalism was the good transition point to make resources more equitable.
Capitalism is just not being a slave to the state. Socialism is
capitalism is not that at all. Right? Where do you get the definition? It's ridiculous.
Why?
Well, the thing is, we're in late stage capitalism. We're not in normal capitalism.
Wait, can we just agree, though, that capitalism is like laissez-faire, where the state is not involved in the market?
Nope.
No.
Somewhat, yeah.
Okay.
No, that's not what Adam Smith envisioned. Adam Smith envisioned a market that was regulated.
No, he didn't. What the fuck are you
saying? Have you read Wealth of Nations? Yes, he did.
Yeah, I have.
He said it would need to happen in order to not have monopolies and late-stage capitalism.
He never used the word late-stage capitalism, and he never... What are you talking about?
When did he use late-stage capitalism? For you, Dr. Galt, is, do we have a capitalistic system?
No, it's a mixed economy. Everybody acknowledges that. Duh.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Has real capitalism ever been tried?
Has it been tried? What if you're saying, is there markets in which there are certain markets in which the government doesn't intervene in? Yes. No,
but like for the whole economy.
No. Yeah, I imagine like what you're asking, right?
Well, that's a no true Scotsman fallacy. You're just saying the whole economy.
Well, today's example, back in the 80s, right? My father paid himself through school, right? $500 a semester, right? And now it's different. Right, he went to Madison. It's a good school. So to his point, it's late stage capitalism. That's actually
Whose
a really
point?
good example of that.
Whose point?
To real work. Like,
What do you-
did capitalism ever exist in American society? Yes, that's a great example of that, right?
Well-
but that's different than where we are now. We're in late stage capitalism.
How could you be in late stage capitalism if capitalism never existed? It's kind of like a contradiction in your statement.
I'm sorry, maybe you've misheard me. Capitalism
No, I
did
didn't.
exist
When?
in the 80s.
How?
Example: my father came from nothing, was able to pay himself through school.
That's not
Working
capitalism.
a single
That's
job.
not
No,
capitalism.
that is.
Oh my God.
That's not capitalism, bro. Like, I get what you're saying, but that's
Okay.
not capitalism. It's just
How
not.
hard-
I'm like, I don't
No,
want to do this
going-
because Gorilla just made fun of it, but define capitalism.
How hard did he work?
Who cares?
Very right. He started his own company, and that's the risk. So capitalism really is risk.
That's really cool.
Define definition.
See, I knew it.
A definition is a description of a word that would allow
Does it.
Define
and
description,
enable
bro.
Hey, Gorilla, I wasn't here when you came up. Who did you vote for?
Harris.
Yeah, he's got a chair profile picture. He's a friend.
Wait.
No, I
Like
figured
this
that.
idea of late stage capitalism. Are you guys not with that or with that? You guys are older than me. You guys should know this.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
I'm only 25.
He's not 44. And first of all, late stage capitalism.
Excuse me?
Messi's old. She's lying.
I'm 79.
Wow.
I almost dropped golf, but then I
Messi's
knew
a-
he wouldn't come
Messi's
back
a
because he's a
mod.
little bitch.
Messi's a mod in here too, just so you know.
Can somebody explain to me what late stage capitalism is?
Yeah, you
That would
can't
be-
win.
Capitalism
If you
in
don't
its
have money.
late stage.
Okay, you're just being circular.
It's pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah,
I think.
exactly. Like, what the fuck?
Okay, so does that just mean the
How
government
is
has
that
completely
circular?
intervened in the market to consume the market?
Monopolies everywhere. Monopoly for you, monopoly for me, monopoly for the guy down the street. That's it.
Okay, can you give me one monopoly that formed under a free market scenario?
TikTok
without
did not
government?
like it that I called Dr. God a little bitch, so I'll be back on my backup.
Wait, is a free market a market
yeah.
free of like government coercion? Is that a free market or some shit? Like,
Yeah, I would
like-
say when we assign something, like if something happens, like for example, if you have a consolidation of an industry and the consolidation is caused by government intervention, then that wouldn't be a free market principle. It's not really that.
Yeah.
Crasher was giving away monopolies,
Just me.
and I liked that, and I'd also like to tell everybody, if you look under your seats right now, ladies, gentlemen, and them buddies, everybody has a monopoly underneath their seat.
Okay, this is dumb. I think late stage capitalism means that capitalism without regulation will tend to consolidate wealth into a small group of people. And once that wealth is consolidated, then capitalism doesn't work anymore.
Cool.
Correct.
So can you tell me the industries that are consolidating now? Or have they been further deregulated or more regulated?
Media
Whether it's-
Nestle.
Deregulated.
Wait,
Look at
whether
the
it's-
airline industry. Look at the bank
whether it's
industry.
government or not, I don't think is relevant.
It is.
You say free market, but then we had a free market and we saw rivers burning. So obviously we need regulation.
Okay, but you're saying we need something, but then you're calling it capitalism. That's sort of a contradiction.
No, my definition of capitalism is simply the mixture of one person's capital with the theft of somebody else's labor. That's to
Okay.
create a profit. That's it. That's all capitalism is.
Sure. Well, B Crash used Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola actually has insane military contracts that provide them consumers that other people in the industry don't have. So I would say they have a government advantage just there.
Yeah,
They've also
no,
got.
Oh, they had to earn that contract. Stop just acting like they didn't also consider other software vendors. That's a silly conversation.
Well, it's not because it's
Software.
government intervention in a market.
Wait, Coke
Government
makes
can be a
software?
client.
Okay,
Yeah,
but then it's
she's
not
right.
capitalism. That's
No,
fine.
it is. It is. That's
It
late stage
is.
capitalism when it starts to merge with the government because you have accumulated so much capital, you're able to buy your way into the government. This is fun.
Although I
Okay,
wouldn't
yes.
consider Coca-Cola, but I mean, there are other competitors out there, but they tend to buy any of the smaller ones.
So wait, capitalism is when the
Their
government
umbrella.
intervenes in the market? That's what capitalism is now?
No, no,
listen.
it's the reverse. Capitalism, late stage specifically, is when you have accumulated enough capital to be able to buy your way into the government. It's reverse, and it will always happen that way.
Okay, so you buy your way into the government and then use the government to intervene in the market to stop other people from participating in the market?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, look at
fine.
Elon Musk. We go to Elon Musk
okay.
with Tesla. We can't have
Oh.
BYD
Or
over
with
here, which is
SpaceX.
a Chinese-made vehicle that costs about $10,000 base model for an electric car, which all Americans can afford and need. But because Elon Musk has Tesla and he's bought his way into the government, he is able to push contracts that require BYD, that BYD is not allowed to be here, or they can be, but you'd have to pay 100% in tariffs or something ridiculous.
Okay.
But yeah, that's how you buy your way into the market.
Okay, so you buy your way into the market and then you purchase the government and you use the government to intervene in the market. That's capitalism?
That's
Late
late
stage.
stage capitalism.
Okay, so late stage capitalism. So somebody gaining a monopoly in the market by using government, and then once they ingest the market and they have a monopoly and they're now functioning with government, how is that different than socialism?
Because
Well, it's not.
socialism is
Dr.
not
Galt, this should actually-
privatization.
Galt, this would
Socialism
actually
is-
debunk.
is-
Actually, this would actually debunk your ideology, because if it were true, or
How would it
not
debunk
true-
my ideology?
Okay, yeah, I would, because if it's true that
Mhm.
capitalism necessarily leads to late stage capitalism, then therefore capitalism would necessarily lead to socialism, which you don't like. So therefore, your ideology would be bad. I mean, by your own metric.
Did Marx predict this?
Did Marx
It's
predict this?
ridiculous. No, socialism
No.
is not, it's the reverse. Socialism is make it private goods public, right? So that
Okay.
socialism is the reverse of that. Socialism sees what Elon Musk is doing, and it would not allow for that through governmental intervention, and then would turn around and make Tesla a public commodity because we need electric cars on the street. That's socialism.
Okay,
Hey,
but
hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Mojo, Messi's in requests.
Okay, so this is actually I'll use a Marxist argument against you. Actually, when Rosa Luxemburg talked about why reforming
Dr. Galt. Mojo, reset your gift goal. Everybody like and share the live. Gift the host. Gift the panelist if you see fit. We're in late stage capitalism, so I know money's tight, so don't feel obligated. But please like and share. Thanks.
Do the heart me.
Okay,
Oh, and the
so
heart me.
this sort of
and
propaganda.
reset your gift goal.
This sort of propaganda is actually debunked by a Marxist herself, Rosa Luxemburg, and she actually talked about how the Lassallean Bernstein position of reform would lead to what you. Why?
No, don't. Hey, no. You gotta let him finish.
I want to hear it.
Yeah, so even a Marxist said that if you don't have a revolution in the sense of like seizing the means of production, and if you try to do it through reform, this is what would happen. So this is the critique of orthodox Marxists on reformists. So when you're blaming capitalism, why don't we blame the reformists who are trying to change capitalism?
I'm not a reformist, and the reason they argue that position is because reform keeps revolution from happening, right? So if people are hungry on the streets and then we expand Social Security or we expand Medicare, we expand SNAP benefits, but we don't expand it enough for them to like have any real meaningful change, it prevents the, proletariat from rising up. That's what she meant by that.
Correct.
So it prevents revolution from happening. I'm not a reformist.
But so
I don't know if you're talking about
know.
Mojo is a reformist. Mojo is a reformist, and
So
that's
if you
his
would-
line of thinking.
So we're under the reformist economy, which is mixed, which is not capitalism. Thank you.
Yeah.
No, they're completely
Huh?
different. Reformism is a verb. Capitalism is a way of governance in an economy. They're different.
No, it's not.
Ideologies, dude. What the fuck?
Capitalism is not a government. What are you talking about? It's an economic theory. It's not a
Yes, an
government.
economic theory that shapes the way government is run. Yes, just like communism is an economic theory
How
that shapes the way
government is
government
run.
is run.
Okay, and is our
Yes.
government interfering in the market, or are they staying out of it?
They're interfering in the market. This isn't a
Interfering.
Got it.
capitalist
Cool.
society.
Thank you.
Currently,
So-
in its stage, it's late stage capitalism, which is different than just saying it's flat out capitalism.
Wait, so if the government is interfering in the market consistently, and they're interfering more today than they ever have, and capitalism is the government not interfering in the market, and the reformists are the ones that are interfering in the market, how is it capitalism?
Reformism is, I don't know where you're trying to connect the dots for reformism. It's not making any sense. I do think you should read theory a little bit more. You seem
That's not
pretty
an
well
answer.
read on it, but you're not understanding what reformism is. But when it
Okay,
comes
what
to
is it then?
capitalism, and
What
let
is
me
it?
answer, let
What
me
is it?
answer your original question. And
But
then
you
we
told me
can
I don't
go
know what
from
it
there.
is, so tell me what
Let
you're,
me
what you
answer
think
your
it is.
original
trying.
question. Let me answer your original question. Again, the capitalists have bought into the market and are able to manipulate it as they see fit. They've bought into the governmental system and are able to manipulate it as they see fit. So the reason that the government intervenes in things like BYD versus Tesla is because Elon Musk has made it so. He has bought into the government so that he can keep his competitor out of America.
Okay,
How is
so
this a
can you
hard concept to understand?
can you explain to me what a reformist is then?
A reformist has explained it already. Somebody who reforms current, rather than a revolutionary, right? A revolutionary, I'm not a revolutionary either, right? Because I don't read enough theory. I don't think I'm capable of that. But a revolutionary is someone who says, no, we cannot reform the system. We must tear it down. Where a reformist says, you know what? We need to go through these incremental steps to make life better for everybody. So
Okay, and are we
Mojo is a
going through?
reformist, and I would identify more with a revolutionary.
Okay,
Like there's a
so
difference.
would you make the argument today we are closer to reforming the system into socialism than we were 100 years ago?
Yes.
I'll let somebody else answer that because I've been talking a lot.
Okay, so you're dodging. That's fine.
I
What
can
comes
answer, but
after
Well,
I've been
late?
it's
talking
a
a lot.
panel.
There's other people on the panel, and she's been wanting to
I'm
add
riding with her
stuff.
No,
too.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm riding with her. She's red, man. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
you're just having a hard time comprehending, Galt. That's not any of our faults. What comes after late stage capitalism?
What comes after it? Slavery.
You,
No one knows what comes after it, but
Yeah, slavery. The state owns you. Congratulations.
that's not. The state owns you how? Can you be specific?
Yeah, if the state owns every industry, like if the state consumes every industry, then you're no longer left with any options. Go into the DMV and you'll figure it out. Or how about ICE? You guys all
That's a
whine about
silly
ICE.
argument. Go in the DMV and you'll figure it out.
How
I
is
mean,
it a
that's an
silly
argument that
argument?
maybe worked 25 years ago, but come on.
Okay, ICE. Is that more good for? Is that good enough for you? ICE is an example.
ICE is an example of.
Yes, the government owns the monopoly of force. Therefore, right? You guys talk about it all the time. You're all anti-ICE, right? So they technically own you through force.
Somebody will always have a monopoly on force, and that person will always control everybody else, or that group, or that organization, or that whatever you want to call it.
No, not under the capitalist framework. They wouldn't.
Yes,
That's not
somebody
true.
will still have the monopoly on force. Somebody will have more guns,
How?
more weapons, more power than somebody else. That will
Having
always
more
happen.
doesn't mean you have a monopoly.
That is a monopoly.
Okay, then
What's the
everything's
definition of monopoly, Dr. Galt?
What's my definition?
What is the definition?
Yeah, I think it would be owning like 90% or more of the market.
Well, and you know damn well that's not the definition.
Then what is it, Mojo?
It's a controlling interest in the market where you can actually change the way the market works based on your actions.
same shit, different language. You don't need to have a monopoly to control the market.
You can have 45% of the marketplace, but if the rest of the 55% is split up between 100 different companies, then you still have control of that marketplace.
Yeah, like Walmart.
No,
Okay,
no.
so you're
Pricing power demand changes that. You can look at Micron right now. Look at the current memory space. That's a great example of that. They have pricing power, which controls it.
Just said.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Memory space?
I'm saying, like, it's not. If you control the supply, right, you control the price. So
Mojo, if you nationalize everything, aren't you just creating monopolies?
I wouldn't want to nationalize everything.
You said before you wanted to nationalize.
Co-ops.
well, I mean, nationalizing things is not a bad thing. We already do that, right? Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, all these companies.
I would like to nationalize basic needs. That's what I would like to nationalize. The rest of the shit can be done through co-ops.
So you're giving
Nationalizing is the opposite of a monopoly because the entirety of the nation owns that, whatever that may be, like a resource like water or electricity. They own it with their tax dollars.
Oil should have been nationalized from the very, very beginning.
So don't we own it
And
today then?
Well, in North Dakota, if you're a citizen or if you're a state resident, I guess, you get an oil fund. Like, you get money.
So do I own the DMV today?
Why are you
Sort of.
obsessed with the DMP?
Because it's
You
just an
do kinda,
example.
sort
You want
of.
me to use a different one? I can use. Do I own the police
It
station?
doesn't generate any
Sort of.
profit.
Fire department.
Yeah.
So what? I'm asking you if I
Well,
own the police
Police.
station.
Yeah, you
Police-
pay into it.
So I own it.
Well, you own some of it.
Can I go in there and do what I want?
No.
You can influence it.
Well, that's not
Very
ownership.
no, that's a very infantile ideology or a very infantile view of ownership. Ownership does not necessarily mean you get to do whatever you want to it.
Well,
Like, it's
I think
just very
ownership.
infantile to think that.
Well, I think ownership would mean that you have full control. No.
Yeah, no, and what you're saying is true. Like, there are
You
people
don't
that
have
own
full
the police
control.
stations in certain cities, and they have full control.
Hold on. Like, I feel like I give zero brain cell takes because I think it's funny. I think you're doing it unironically. Okay, Dr. John Galt, you say if you have full ownership, the implication is you have full control. What if you co-own with 3 people? Who
Well,
has
there
full
would
control?
have to be one owner.
He doesn't believe in co-ownership, so he doesn't believe
I
in
don't believe in
co-ownership.
co-ownership.
Hold up, that's
Just
not the
wild.
case. Then what do you think?
wild.
What do you think happens in the stock market?
What do you mean? What happens in the stock market?
Who owns the company? For
Nobody.
a company.
Nobody owns it.
Oh, really?
Well, you own
Then-
shares. You own
Then what
a
are the
part.
shareholders?
Yeah, they just have invested interest. Like, here, I'll give you an example. If you and I have an apple, right, and I decide to pick it up and eat it and take it from you, do you own it?
Hold up.
Who paid for the apple tree?
So in your in this Disneyland
Whose land is the apple tree on?
in this Disneyland conception of ownership you have, who owns companies in your libertarian world?
The owner would just be the person who has possession of it. The owner. What do you mean?
That would be very small then, right?
Okay.
You can't just have one owner if you're
Why?
raising capital, right? Well, what are you going to
Why?
give in exchange for that capital?
Well, then you just don't have ownership. There would be conflict, right? So if people, if like I said, this is the Apple example, right? If you and I said we have co-ownership of the Apple, and I decided to use an apple in a different way, and you said no, there would be a conflict, and we'd have to work that out. Like, we'd have to figure out who the owner of the apple is because there's a conflict.
Right. There needs to be someone in charge.
Right.
No,
there
there
needs to be
doesn't.
ownership.
I reject this puritanical view of ownership. This is the problem with
make
America,
an
is that you have
argument
to own the whole ideology that you have to freaking own something in totality is just absolutely ridiculous. There
Okay,
is no
that's
way
not
that
an argument.
companies, I mean, even in your own libertarian company, they would need outside investment, and that outside investment would demand partial ownership. That's just how it works in a capitalist,
100% how it works.
capitalist.
It just
system.
sounds to me like Dr. Galt, it sounds like you don't like non-libertarian forms of government and like non-pure capitalist forms of government because like what? There's one like state entity that has a monopoly on it. What's so much better of a system where like one person owns a company? How's that less totalitarian?
Are you? Oh, so you're saying like if we have a system in which somebody has a monopoly? Yeah, I would say the only way that person can keep that monopoly is by providing the best product and the best service. Absent of those things, then they would lose market share without government protection.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
So what you're doing is you're just automatically saying we should grant the monopoly to these people, right?
No,
because
I'm
they.
asking,
Can I finish? Can I finish?
Yeah,
Well,
you can
no,
finish, you can
not
finish.
not if you finishing is going to involve you going down like a completely different rabbit hole.
It's not. It's not a different rabbit
I
hole.
need like if I'm going to invest my time listening to
Just talk to me
30
then.
seconds. Well, no.
Why can't I finish my statement?
I want to know.
You can
I
finish
want to
your
know that
statement.
what you're saying actually has to do with what I was saying. It sounds
does.
like in your system you're advocating for like a
Do
very
you want to give him a chance to
authoritarian.
respond then?
No, he doesn't, because
Well,
he's
it
getting
sounds like
he's getting
it sounds like you have
destroyed.
a very authoritarian idea of like
Just
how
give him a
governments
chance to
run.
respond.
Yeah, let me
What's
dude,
what's so
what's the
great about
difference?
that?
What's the
so
difference?
Great? What's so great about that?
What's the difference? Let me ask you a question.
See, you're running away from my question.
Okay, this is my opinion, okay? Or this is actually, I would say it's a fact. Whether somebody has ownership of a monopoly in a private market or has ownership of a monopoly in the state, they're the same person, in my opinion. So by you rejecting a monopoly in the private system but accepting it in the state system, and an individual that you may be able to vote out of that ownership, there's still somebody else who's going to be voted into it. So there's no difference, in my opinion.
Definitionally, there is an absolute difference. A monopoly that is owned by a person,
Yeah, it can't be
there is no
private.
such thing as a monopoly owned by the state. There is just no such thing. That doesn't exist because you pay taxpayer dollars. You're the one funding it, and everybody around
give
you
you an
is funding
example.
it equally. So no,
What?
that's not definitionally. You're just wrong. This is a
So
ridiculous.
if we're all
argument.
funding a corporation by giving it money and they're giving us value back, how is that any different?
Hold up. What's
like a state
what is
funded
No, why don't I
oligarchy?
answer the question?
hold up?
Is it-
I need you to restate
that's
what
Russia.
you think the difference between like the system that's ideal to you versus like any other system, because you just said like they're basically the same. It's like one person in charge of anything, no matter what, right?
No, because I'm not
what's the
proclaiming that
difference?
in my system one person has to have the monopoly. I'm saying they can, right? But in order to keep the monopoly, they would have to provide the best service and the best product, right? And if they don't, absent of government, right, giving them an advantage in the market, other people would just be competing with them. In your system in government, you're just saying instead of competition, it's voting, where the majority decides what's best for the majority.
Yeah,
And
whereas
no
right
one can
now,
Well, nobody can compete.
what we have is a very small group of people who are intent in making their pockets fatter rather than helping the American people, and they're the ones making the decisions for us.
Using government. So how does that change if government owns it?
Because then, if they're
Exactly.
concentrating the wealth in the few, whereas with versus government that is intent on not even making a profit but just providing a service, those are two very different
Okay.
ideologies and modes.
Okay,
of
there's
delivery.
unions in government, and we would all acknowledge today that there's still a power dynamic. There's still class involved. So when we talk about like a government agency or job within it, most people would acknowledge like there's usually cliques and people who form the majority who usually control the invested interest in those resources and how they're distributed, even as it comes down to the jobs and pay. Like you'll know, hey, you need to know somebody to get into that government job. Like there's a reason for those things.
That's completely different. You're talking about, it's really, you're like making a spider web, but none of these little legs like actually connect.
Okay,
So
that's not
what you're talking about is nepotism. Like, what does that have to do with anything that
How is
we're
that
talking
nepotism?
about? You're talking about someone getting a job because they knew somebody. That's nepotism.
Right.
That has nothing to do with privatization versus making a public commodity. Like this is nepotism. Like what?
Yeah, I'm just telling you that what you're talking about, as far as people have a controlling interest in how resources are distributed, right? You don't get rid of the power dynamic. And I gave you one example. I can give you many more if you'd like.
Yeah, the power dynamic is driven by a profit motive in the private industry, right? Elon Musk is not allowing for BYD to come into America because he wants to make a profit by selling his
Okay,
stuff.
I'm not disagreeing.
When you have a
with that.
public model, there is no profit incentive because there is no profit.
But there's still
It's providing
wealth,
a
is there not?
service.
Is there still not wealth?
Okay, I don't know if the guy at the DMV is like balling out off of his DMV job. What are you talking about?
No, but there's still wealth, meaning the higher up you move within the government rankings, you acquire more resources, you get more resources, and you have the ability to distribute different resources, no?
No.
No.
What?
There's no profit. There's no
There's
profit
no
motive.
profit motive.
Okay, but there's
Well,
a
I think
wealth
that's
motive.
crazy.
There's a
Like-
wealth
Well,
motive.
there isn't.
Well, there is.
You get paid more because
There
your ideology provide, or your field of study, for instance, like you're getting paid more. Like for instance, let's use healthcare, right? If you start
Let's
off
use
as a nurse
SpaceX.
in healthcare, then and you're in a public system, like we have, Medicare, Medicaid, or you're in a public hospital, you get paid amount. But then you move to doctor and you decide, okay, I want to make a lot more money. You're getting paid more, not because you get to make more profit, but because you went to school for longer, you studied for longer, you have more debts to pay off.
Okay,
So
who determines what you get?
Honestly, it depends. Right now, we're in a capitalist system.
No, in your system. No, in your system.
It's the risk. It's all about the risk.
No, in her
That's why a doctor gets paid more than a nurse.
For education, so the debt wouldn't be there. So the incentive for resources wouldn't be there because they're already being met. In your world, that doesn't compute.
Who decides who gets to go to Harvard? Because
there can be ways
scarce.
They do it in Europe. They do it in Europe already by choosing. You have to pass an exam and have a certain level of intelligence. I'm not pivoting. It's already.
You are.
No, I'm not.
Is so the colleges nationalizing?
Would depend on the requirements.
Yeah,
we're trying.
But in Europe, they still have a profit motive for college. So you're running.
Yeah, there would be no profit motive for college. That's the whole point. Right now, there is.
Right, that's what I'm asking you. Under a non-profit motive, who decides who gets the resources?
Oh my gosh.
From each according to their needs. You've heard this before, Dr. Bolt. From each according to their needs, right? So if you need it, that's usually how it goes, right?
Okay,
so someone who...
There are nationalized placement tests at that point in education that's highly regulated. This isn't complicated. This is how Europe is currently doing it and succeeding.
They have a profit motive, and they're actually not succeeding. Their healthcare system has complete inequalities. So stop.
Which ones? Germany, Finland,
everyone,
Italy.
UK.
You're wrong. You're wrong. Okay. Oh, now you just go to the weakest one, the UK, that has been underfunded because
UK is not even a part of the EU. Right? The UK is something
so bad faith.
No, I mean you're
understand what you're saying.
That argument that they're failing because we don't have evidence of that, except you point to the UK, and I didn't mention them. I could also mention Switzerland, which is doing great.
You said Europe.
Okay, so then you went to the UK, and then I'm bringing it to Finland, Germany, Switzerland, Italy.
Okay, I'll go study those. Usually people use the UK.
Never use the UK.
I mean, even this argument though with Europe, like the top 10 most innovative companies, large companies in the world are all based in America. Like none of them are here.
And they still have a profit motive there.
Yeah, you know what those companies get? They get what you call government subsidies. So they didn't innovate and just create these things on their own. They had the government come in and say, you know what? We think you have a good idea that can benefit the people. So we're going to take the American tax dollars. We're going to fund your little idea, right? And then they turn around and they say the company doesn't thank the Americans by giving it to them at a discount. They thank the Americans by marking it up by 200, 300% profit motive. So that's an example of
it's not allowed in Europe.
So
it's just not allowed. And by the way, Switzerland has a lot of drug companies as well.
All right. You guys gotta show.
You're a B crash. Like, I don't think anyone deserves that, right? Like, no American is entitled to that just because you're American, right? Like, you have to take the risk, and then you get compensated for it. I think it's pretty fair.
If you're talking about resources of capital, that's not what we're talking about at this point. You keep going to a profit margin, and our model doesn't include that.
I'm thinking about real life examples, SpaceX, right? That's a great example of how they took advantage. Yes, government contracts, right? But they also are very innovative, right?
Oh my God,
SpaceX
we
is a
paid
great
them
company.
to be innovative. The innovations used to come at NASA. This isn't complicated.
Is the government paying an organization to do something? Is that capitalism?
Hold up. I don't really buy.
But you didn't.
I don't really buy the idea that like there's like people who have a lot of capital and invest it are taking that big of a risk. Because I was recently playing poker and I saw this kind of situation arise where somebody who had tons of chips, they didn't, not only did they not have to like take any risks at all, but they were able to like force other people's hands and like slowly drain any of the like money that other people had. Whereas people who had very little, like, they actually had to take risks. So I don't know, like this idea.
Wait, hold on. The person that has a lot is taking a risk every time they put money in the pot, as much as the person that has a little, because the odds are going to be the odds, no matter how much money you have in front of you.
No, the person who has more is more able to bully others.
They're able to withstand the losses more than the person that doesn't have more money.
Yeah, I'd say that's a bigger risk.
But risk isn't just money. Risk is also time, and time is a resource, and time is scarce.
Well, I don't know where the hell that came from, but whatever.
I don't either.
What's confusing about that?
What does that have to do with anything we're talking about? I was actually arguing in your favor there by saying that even if you have more money, that doesn't mean that you have a better chance of winning at a poker game.
It's a poker game.
It's
a poker game.
It enables you to have more control.
Yeah, he brought it up. You don't have to repeat it 3 times. He brought it up. I responded to him.
Yeah, I don't buy this idea that people who have capital to invest are taking like that much of a risk.
Well, I don't think they're taking a risk either, but it's not because of a fucking poker example. It's because
it was illustrated.
Yeah, wait, stop.
Stop.
It's because we have corporations. We have corporations which allow limited liability for personal assets. That's the only reason they're not necessarily taking a risk.
Well, that and the risk is, if we really boil down the risk, it's okay. They come in, they start this company, the company fails. What do they do for capital? What do they do to survive in this world? Okay, you just get another job like everybody else. Like, welcome to the real world. You don't get to cry because you took a stupid risk.
I think that's crazy. I think that's crazy to say. Like, you definitely do, and like that's a big deal. You know? It's not just like starting a company from nothing.
Look,
can I get some clarification?
Hold up. I don't exactly like. I don't know that I'm in the best position right now to fully flesh out why I think this, but I don't think that people who have more capital, I don't think that they actually take more risk as they invest in a lot of the things that they do. Certainly not the same sort of risk that people who do not have a lot of capital have to take. I don't know. I think that if you're less wealthy,
that's logical.
But I don't know.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
I just don't buy this idea that like wealthy people take huge risks.
You take a huge risk at the beginning, you take the big sprint, and then you win.
Again,
right? And then you play safe.
You don't take any risk at all. You start a corporation, and the corporation takes all the risk. You don't take risk yourself.
I think you have to go bankrupt then. Like, this is not... What are you talking about?
Your corporation goes bankrupt, you don't.
If you're the owner...
You lose your income, right? And you'd lose your wealth.
Sure,
No.
You just start another LLC and you do the same thing all over again. I don't know what you're looking for.
Okay, but if I owned a factory right now that's worth $1 trillion and it was generating, I don't know, let's say $1 million a year for me, and I'm spending $1 million a year on my lifestyle, right? Whatever it is, and my company goes under and it fails, I would lose the fact that I have wealth, and I'd also lose the fact that I'm rich, because I think to me being rich is the amount of income you have being generated. Wealth is just what you own.
If you have all your assets tied up in stocks in that $1 trillion company, you're a fucking idiot.
There's also a like social aspect to wealth that I think doesn't get spoken about enough. Like literally, it's a class. You know, it's a class.
Yeah, are you in it or you're not in it?
Wealth to
Simple as
me
that.
is just having a resource that has a higher value because it has a different marginal utility, like a Bugatti versus a, I don't know, GMC Arcadia, right? Who's the wealthier person?
Probably the guy driving the Toyota.
No, I mean, in any society, the person with the nicer thing that has more value that other people desire would be considered the wealthier person. If I live in a mansion at a beachfront in a socialist country, and you live in a house in the middle of nowhere, people would desire to live where I live more. Therefore, I'd have more wealth.
And what socialist
That's
country currently
materialistic.
existing
That's
does
bullshit.
that happen?
There's no beachfront property in Cuba? What?
I don't know how they do it in Cuba, but I would set it up differently.
Like if I have a house and it's on the beach and it's the same size as your house, no matter what, even if money doesn't exist, I still have more wealth than you because I have an object that more people would desire.
Well, that's why I wouldn't. That's why I wouldn't put homes on a beachfront.
Right.
Social society.
Okay, what if I have a home in Florida and you have one in the middle of, I don't know, North Dakota?
So you're going to need air conditioning and I'm going to need more heat.
Okay, but more people would desire to live in my home than yours, right? That means I have.
But you have to,
Wait,
Dr. Galt, you have to own your home.
Shut up. Jesus Christ. Would you guys stop yelling over each other? One person at a time.
Yeah, I would just say wealth is something that you have that other people want. They'd be willing to give up something for what you have, right? Through exchange of value.
Nah.
Oh, just nah?
Well, I think you make an assumption that certain things are better than others, and I think that's a perception for your issue. I've lived in Florida. There's no stinking way you could pay me enough salary to ever live there again, no matter what they offered me.
Yeah, that's just your individual. That's just your individual preference, and that's fine. But if you're going to say that value,
the value that I would derive,
value is value is subjective, right? So if more people desire something, it has a higher value.
No, oh boy.
To
those that value.
I mean, exactly. Supply and demand.
Value. God damn it. The value in Vail is going to be more expensive than the value anywhere in Florida. And that's Colorado, in the middle of the goddamn country, in the middle of the fucking goddamn mountains. So, yeah, you're right.
Dude. Why do you think I have a place there?
God, shut up. Yeah, so yeah, John, value is subjective. It's going to be subjective. So I don't know what you're talking about as far as beachfront property goes. Although I would suggest that beachfront property would be something reserved for like businesses and shit, co-ops.
Yeah, my whole point is that even if you have ownership over all industries, resources in themselves have different varying values, and how those resources now get distributed would be theoretically done under a monopoly of people that we vote in, instead of millions of individuals with the opportunity to be able to own different resources and allocate them. That's the difference in the systems.
Yeah, how's that working for us now, though? How's that working for us now? Because I need a resource where I need a fucking car. I need a car to go to work. I don't live in a walkable city. Hold on, let me finish. I don't live in a walkable city. I don't live in a place where things are cheap. I live in a very expensive state. And I need a resource to be able to afford that BYD car. So you're telling me Elon Musk knows better than I know about my own finances? A trillionaire?
No. Well, you're actually saying that because if Elon Musk is the one controlling the state and the resources distributing, if that's who the people voted in, then that's who we'd have to deal with.
No one voted him in. He accumulated enough capital to buy government. Nobody voted him in.
I'm saying in your system, if Elon Musk was the truth maker or the distributor of resources that people agreed upon, right? Whether he acquired it through the government helping him get there.
No, you're living in a hypothetical. I'm living in the real world.
You have to let him finish.
So whether he uses the government to become that person or he is the government, it's no different to me. It's the same thing.
It's not, because again, the issue isn't necessarily that he bought the government. The issue is that he accumulated enough capital to be able to do so. So I don't want to live in your hypothetical world, Dr. Galt, where I voted Elon Musk in. I want to work in the real world where Elon Musk voted himself in with his dollar. Stop doing hypotheticals when we have a perfectly good example right here.
But what capital is under a democracy is just popularity, right? People voting for you because you're suggesting.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think that's crazy, dude. Like, half of America can't afford a $500 expense.
But you're not engaging in my argument. Like, under a democracy where you're voting in people to distribute resources, all you're doing is you're creating a system in which the value is your vote, and the majority can vote in somebody like Elon Musk and distribute resources to the majority of people to remain popular, and then subjugate a minority. And whether he does that through co-opting the government through resources or the resources are voting, to me, it's no different.
Okay, so the reason I'm not engaging in your argument is because you want to engage in a hypothetical that is not probable and did not happen. The opposite happened. He used his money to be able to buy his way into government. So yes, there is a difference between me voting for someone and saying, hey, I would like you to represent me. I like your ideology. You know, for me, I'm not a big fan of anybody in, popular in government, but I would say Bernie and AOC, Rashida Tlaib, those people would probably most closely align based off of who's actually in government with my ideology. So I would vote for them in that system, and they would Mamdani, exactly. And they would take my ideology and execute it because they want me to vote for them. Right? Elon Musk doesn't care. He has already bought it all. He's got capital. It does. So that's a voting system is much more different than making a whole bunch of money and then buying the government.
But you're voting me in to be a distributor of resources, and what I could do to theoretically buy votes to remain in power is give certain people more things that are of value than others, and remain in power by doing that. It's the same concept. It's no different.
No, it's not the same concept, because if we use the Mamdani example, which is a great example that she brought up, he would execute my ideology much more closely than Elon Musk. It's not the same.
What if I disagree? What if you're a vegan and I'm a meat eater, and let's say Mamdani doesn't believe in vegans and he believes that resources should be distributed? You need to engage in
But you're, again, not dealing in reality. You're dealing in your perfect world of that doesn't exist. It just simply doesn't, and has never existed and will not exist. Not here.
Mojo, if we voted you in under socialism, would you want to distribute resources so that it's only vegan?
The system is not set up that way, where one person has this control.
I'm not asking if it's set up that way. I'm saying, Mojo, if we voted you in as the person
I don't know. I've never thought about it.
Well, it's just not possible.
Why is it not? If I distribute resources,
also never just one person. That's the point. Not even the president gets to. There is no executive or the thought of an executive body that is just one person. That's only in your corporate world, where one person would own everything, and that just has never existed.
Okay, so in your world, who owns it?
Power.
In your world, who owns it then?
The people. How many times we got to say this, bro? How are you not getting this? This is like poli-sci 101.
So the people own it. So if I want something, I just go take it.
No, again, how do you not understand the way your own government works? Come on, why are you doing such bad faith? This is weird.
What do you mean my own government? We're talking about your system. We're talking about your system.
You're making up like some weird hypotheticals that you're trying to connect that have no real connection. We can do actual like real, Mamdani wants universal daycare, right? He wants that for New Yorkans. Sorry. He wants that for New Yorkans. So let's use that rather than using like veganism, which is something that's like so out there, no one can relate to that.
Fine. What if everybody in New York City wants daycare for their children and there's not enough people to do the daycare? Who decides which families get the daycare?
That's not how that would work. What Mamdani would do is he would probably send out. America does this all the time. We need a labor market. So we put out our feelers, and we tell everybody in America, like, listen, we did it with nursing. We need nurses. Come be a nurse now, right? And so we would do that with daycare workers. We need daycare workers. We're going to provide you with good benefits and a decent pay that will meet cost of living. That's how you do it. It's that simple. You use your feelers to get more people.
And let's say you don't have enough people to do it. Who gets excluded?
Well, most likely what would happen if we didn't have enough people, we would ask people from other countries to come and fill that gap.
And let's say that's not happening.
That doesn't happen.
There will be people
Somehow, even in the scarcity of COVID, there were nurses willing to come. People came out of retirement to do it and were older. I mean, we've had examples of this already in history, recent history, where a need was met and continues to be met because that model continues to exist. And why? Because it benefits the nurses. So they get to choose which contracts they want to do or where their resources are allocated. They make those decisions themselves.
Yeah, but you're operating under the capitalist structure.
That's not a capitalist. Where there was a need, it matched up where there was an ability to have their needs met.
Who owns the hospital? Does the government own it?
No one owns the hospital. Right now, under this model, the government does not own the model.
Okay, so you're answering the question operating under a private ownership model. I'm asking you to deal with the problem when there's not a private ownership model and you're not doing it.
We do have state-run hospitals. You know that, right?
Duh, yeah.
They don't operate don't duh me. They don't operate under a profit model. There are no shareholders in that model to accumulate wealth. There is a budget. The budget is meant from the people's resources. Then that hospital is available to those people when they are in need.
And what happens when the resources aren't enough?
You mean the
That's
resources?
not happening.
Oh gosh.
Then you ask for more.
Just saying it's
Ask
not
for
happening.
more.
Okay, and what?
Hold up. Can I say something really quick?
That was a joke.
I feel like Dr. Galt has to make like a million assumptions to create like a very specific hypothetical situation. And I'm going to put forth what I call the Galt hypothesis, is that you could do the same thing to him and like make a super.
Go ahead, I'll deal with it. I'll answer the question. Go ahead and do it.
No, I'm happy to just engage right now with his hypotheticals, only because, I mean, I'd like to stop at some point and go back to discussing politics and not theory, because we have real issues that are being addressed right now with politicians who
that's fine. You can run from your worldview.
Want to problem solve right now.
Run from your worldview. That's fine.
I'm not running from my personal worldview, dude. You don't know anything about my personal worldview because you've never asked me.
I am asking you, and you can't deal with the questions.
Let's switch. What? And
we've all dealt with your questions. We've all dealt with them. Every single one. I've answered every single one.
Okay. Under China, when they didn't have enough resources, did they not put a policy in that you can have children?
More children. Correct, they did, and they were completely brutal. And now they've been able to bring over 300 million people, larger than our entire country, out of poverty into the middle class, who are then able to use those dollars and enrich both themselves with personal property, which is allowed in China, and the government itself.
Okay, you're using concepts of capitalism, private property, and things like that to make your argument. So again,
she said personal property. She said personal property, which is much different than private property.
Right.
Not under a communist framework. No, it's not.
Yes, it is actually.
Yes, it is.
Marx clearly defines what personal. Listen, Marx clearly defines what personal property is. It doesn't accumulate capital. It's that simple. Again, this is why I say read theory before you attack what you don't know.
Sure, I'll give you theory. Stalin did not acknowledge Marx's framework. So if you want to talk about Marx,
Stalin wasn't a communist.
Okay, you're just saying you don't care. You said you go read theory, and then I gave you theory, and I gave you it in practice, and you said I don't care. Okay.
No, you didn't give me theory in practice. It wasn't in practice. I reject that it was in practice. It was not.
So Stalin
did what he had to do in the moment. Stalin did what he had to do in the moment. Praxis is him, raising the literacy rate, distributing personal property in the way that people would have homes and land and things like that, accumulating it within the state so they can build infrastructure like, train systems and things. So, because one person didn't do it exactly in the orthodox manner of Marxism does not mean that they're not a communist or that they are a communist. It just means we analyze what their current conditions were at that time.
Correct. And what I'm saying is, under this framework, when contradictions or issues arise, like in this example, you have to deal with them, and there's a decision maker on how these things get dealt with. So again, back to the Mondani example, if there is not enough resources for daycare, is the state deciding who gets daycare and who doesn't? Is that how it works? And how do they make that decision?
And each according to his needs, right? So if somebody needs it, then they would have access to it. We do that now with Section 8 housing. Do they need housing? They're going to get housing. I'm sorry, if someone makes $400,000 a year versus somebody who makes $20,000 a year, yeah, they get the house.
Okay, but
That's
nobody
just
would make
equitable.
400,000. Why would they make 400,000?
Why? What?
Believe.
People in China, mixed economies, just would rather deal with the real world.
Now you're defaulting to a mixed economy and smuggling in capitalism. This is not a fair debate.
Okay, so you're asking about a communist society? You're asking about a communist society, Dr. Galt? In a communist society,
how do you deal with that?
In a communist society, everyone would have access to those resources because there would be enough access to have to those resources. It's that simple.
And when there's not, and if there's not enough, how do you deal with it?
There is never this. You're living in an illusion of scarcity. There is no scarcity in the world anymore. We fixed that problem. So no, I reject that people will not have resources to be able to do this.
Okay. Time is still a scarce resource. So again, if you need labor to watch other people's children and there's not enough time to do it, that's still a scarce resource. No?
In a communist society, you would just simply say, we need people who enjoy, with their daily living to watch children. Some people do really enjoy watching kids.
Okay, and you're talking about time, which is a scarce resource. If people don't want to do it and there's a need for it, how do you get people to do it?
That's not within a communist model, so I don't engage with that. Sorry.
What? What?
Ridiculous thing to say is a resource.
Hold on.
Can I ask a question? May I ask a question? Dr. Galt, how do libertarians handle scarcity for the poor?
Yeah,
they don't.
How do we?
They unalive.
Then you just answered.
If you're going to ask,
you're right.
If you're going to ask him
Paul,
a question, you got to let him answer.
You're right. Of course, you're right. Yeah, Dr. Galt, tell me how libertarians handle the poor, the disenfranchised, and the disabled.
Yeah, we would handle them in the same way that we do under capitalism today, right? So if there's a demand in the market, then individuals would provide products through sale to those individuals to meet the demand.
That's interesting. They have no money, so what products are they offering for free, Dr. Galt?
Why do they have no money?
Because they're poor.
Well, then they have money, right?
They're poor. They have no money. They have to pay rent and they have to pay child care because they don't make, they don't make enough money. They don't have any leftover money for health care for little Susie and little Joey. Little Joey gets sick. They don't have money. So how do they get health care in libertarian world?
If you don't have enough money for resources, then you can't purchase them. Would you suggest?
Yeah. So what happens?
Well, what wouldn't happen is you wouldn't steal from your neighbor and give it to them. So those
you just let them unalive.
No, what would happen? What would happen?
Yeah, exactly. So if people don't,
you're just assuming everybody in this society is fucking useless and stupid, and that's your problem.
Well, that's fine. We can even assume that.
Not you, doctor. I'm saying communists. That's how communists think.
Well, that's fine. I'll deal with the problem.
I really want the answer.
Yeah, I'll deal with the problem.
What is the answer?
Yeah, I'm telling you the answer. I'm dealing with your problem. If somebody, like, let's say the kid who works 20 hours a week at Tops, lives in his mom's basement and doesn't have enough resources to survive.
Nope.
I'm dealing with your
problem. You have to let him finish.
So if somebody doesn't want to be a productive member of society and they don't want to earn enough to survive, then yes, they would die.
So let's just I want to clarify this. Let's hone in on this for a second. So if you're a child and you were born with special needs and your family can't afford your doctors, I guess in Dr. Galt's world, all those children are just unalived. Is that correct? Is that what I'm hearing from you?
If society around them didn't provide them charity or resources through voluntary exchange, then yeah, that's what would happen.
So in what world is libertarianism better than communism?
You literally don't have a good answer.
I can explain that because in my world, there would be voluntary exchange and charity, not theft. So are you just saying that you're just saying that theft is good, that people should on a whim steal from other people, give resources to other hold on, let me finish. That people should have the right to steal from other people and give it to other people based on their preferences. And what I'm saying is that it can happen without theft, right?
So you're talking about right to die.
You're just justifying theft.
Oh
no,
my
you're just
God.
justifying theft.
You're literally justifying the unalivement of people who cannot afford to get health care. You just said
this is what socialists do. This is their argument. This is their argument.
Paula came up here and
it's so disingenuous and ignorant.
Hold on. So in libertarian world, and Dr. Galton, I've already spoke about this before.
You need to stop too and let her finish. You guys, this is fucking stupid.
Dr. Galton, I spoke about this before. This is why he hates me. Because when you point out the obvious...
I hate you because you're a dirty cunt. Yeah.
Wow.
Christ, did you just hear what that person said? Wow.
What did you just say?
Gross.
By the way, it's pretty clean, but... And that's the problem. I'm sorry, that is the problem with libertarianism, because it's basically social Darwinism. That's all.
Man, honestly, I've been talking to him for an hour, and your arguments were much better than mine. That was awesome.
It's okay, B. I'll talk to you offline. I'll give you some time.
I mean, I view libertarianism as defending the individuality, right? Your personal autonomy.
I think libertarianism is just like a toddler's political ideology. Like, everything that they complain about, like, the government doing in non-libertarian settings is going to happen in their world, just with like wealthy people and companies and corporations.
Well, that's what we have.
Yeah, that's literally not what that means, but okay.
Yeah.
Like, what are you even talking about, dude? Do you have any idea, and do you understand the ideological spectrum when it comes to politics and
you guys know that
ideology?
both of you are talking at the same time, so I heard nothing either of you said.
Yes, we do. We both talk at the same time.
Your name is LibTears. Your argument
yes, ma'am.
is invalid.
I need you guys to stop. What the fuck is wrong with you? Are you children? Seriously.
There's a lot of things
Gorilla.
with me, but I don't know how much time you have, so let me know when you got like an empty panel and I'll let you know.
What?
Yeah, you're a communist.
Self-deprecating humor. Come on. Ebola.
B, are you a communist?
I'm a Marxist.
150%.
Does that matter?
Why?
Why not? Because I like people. Human beings deserve to exist and deserve to have their basic needs met. That's why.
That's not That's not what communism is.
That is exactly what Marxism. That is exactly what Marxism. That is exactly what Marxism is. And you are going to stop interrupting me specifically.
All right, ma'am.
You think you eat with that? Every time you go on a panel and you hear like a male voice, you're like, ma'am, and you think you eat with that shit, don't you?
I do. Tastes good.
It's pretty pathetic. Pretty childish.
Communists have no foundational argument at all.
You haven't made an argument here. What are you talking about? You haven't said a goddamn thing.
Collectivism leads to death.
You still haven't said anything.
Period.
That's not true.
I just said something, genius. What are you, deaf?
How does collectivism lead to death? Explain that to me.
When you own the means of production in totality, as a society, as a people, not having a hierarchy, you eventually start eating each other.
No,
literally.
I'm
yes,
sorry.
Because resources become scarce.
Stop. Resources are not scarce. We provide.
How are they not, dude?
Okay. Why do people do that?
Why
do you do that? I start answering the goddamn question, and then you ask the question again. I start answering the question, and then you start talking again. Why the fuck would you do that? What the fuck is the point of that? I don't get it.
He doesn't care what you
Shut up! Shut up!
Okay.
Fuck. Resources are not scarce. We grow enough food in this country to feed the country 10 times over. We grow enough food on this planet to feed the country, to feed the planet more than 10 times over. The only reason that people starve on this planet, in this world, is because of capitalism. Because if there's not a profit in it, we throw it away instead. Capitalism was what kills people, not socialism, not collectivism.
Okay, so when one person begins to starve, what happens?
You institute socialism to make sure starvation doesn't occur.
When one person begins to starve because it's
gave you an
inherently
answer.
part of the human genome, what
It is
happens?
not part of the human genome to starve.
It literally is, dude.
It literally is not. As a matter of fact, we were born to thrive, not to fucking starve.
May I please jump
Well,
in?
and to Mojo's point, there's more people on the planet that are unalive from obesity that are unalive from starvation. So,
May I please jump in here?
No.
So
Mojo's right. There's
Hold up,
plenty,
you say-
plenty of shit to go around.
Yeah, Mojo's right. Libtiers, though, you say collectivism leads to people dying. Guess what? Individualism does too.
What,
Yes, it
what do you
does.
consider
That's
individualism?
Do you remember the conversation she was having with Dr. Galt about
I didn't hear the whole thing.
Okay, well, the situation was a person who is maybe disabled and poor is going to struggle to have their needs met. And she said, well, how do you deal with that if a person is starting to starve? And he was like, well, some people just need to work harder to get a job. If they don't really want to survive, they just, they're not working hard enough. Therefore,
It wasn't his fucking answer at all. You didn't even listen one bit.
I was making it a little shorter because it was a whole rabbit hole. My point is,
Your summary happened to be the fucking inverse in some ways.
Individualism leads
exactly
to
how that
people
happened. But it did.
unaliving.
Hey, Steve. Basically, what I said was, in libertarianism, if you cannot afford health care, if you cannot afford to eat, and there's nobody around you to give it to you for free, you die. That's what I said. And you know what? That's what libertarian is.
Sure, if there's nobody around to give it to you for free, you die in every scenario, in every situation,
Not true.
under every system on the
That's not
earth,
true.
period.
That's not
Can
true.
can we provide a collective system where you don't die?
Well, someone's still giving it to you for free. So again,
Yes,
if there's no one to give it to you for free, you still die.
Okay, but
Steve,
we can create
Steve,
it. We
what
can
these
create a
people-
What's that
socialist system.
system?
We can create a socialist system where somebody is giving it to you for free, though.
We have that
We already do that.
We can
We already
create.
have that.
We can also create
That's
a system
socialism.
where people
Yeah.
that have the means to do that are willing to do that. We see this over and over and over again. It already happens.
I'm sorry, you
So-
can't guarantee charity.
Yep.
So
We have a mixed economy. We already have
So
that.
Steve's argument relies on a thought-terminating cliche, and libtiers here, you're not even addressing the fact that individualism leads to people dying. So what's your argument?
And how? My argument is we can't. Apparently, we don't learn from history. What did the native tribes do to one another when they were on the land? What did they do?
That doesn't.
They
Traded,
They schmurdered
they
each other.
danced,
You're
they just
They
literally-
schmurdered each other
This is
over
exactly-
land.
This is exactly
They
what I'm
Humans
saying.
are inherently tribal.
Stop. One person at a time. Jesus fucking Christ.
No matter how
Humans
traded.
are inherently.
libtiers,
Really? Then three people.
I'm
start
answering your
talking.
fucking question.
you're running.
Can you fucking let me answer your question or what? You're gonna just keep fucking talking.
Well,
No,
I
you
didn't
asked the
address my
question.
Just stop
You asked the
talking.
question.
Gorilla
Stop.
asked
Just
me a
let him
question.
fucking answer. Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus. All right. In the past, like I just said, native tribes would schmurder one another over lands, right? They wanted their own rights, their own property, whatever you want to consider
No.
property back in the day. Can I fucking finish, please?
You asked a question. You said right.
Bro,
You asked a
I
question.
swear to God,
Oh,
I
calm
swear,
down.
people, this is why collectivism won't work. You don't
Stop. And you're not going to
Okay.
say that on my panel again either. Do not say shut the fuck up on my panel. I'm the only person.
All right, sorry. All right. So again, tribes back in the day were very tribal. Okay, they schmurdered each other over land. They wanted their own property, their own area to do whatever they wanted to do, just like we do now. Basically the same exact thing. Okay. Back in the day, you had, communism, for instance, has, there's a reliance on force and authoritarianism. So if you don't essentially all think the same way, then it won't work. Literally. So you're suppressing individual rights, individual free speech, individual thinking. There's no free thought. There's no critical thought. Everybody has to move in the same linear pattern, collectively.
Yeah, that's not what I asked.
Can I finish? Thank you.
Are you gonna?
How long are you gonna go?
Can I finish?
Are you gonna
Thank
answer
you.
my
Thank you.
question?
Can I finish? Can I finish,
asked
sir?
you,
Thank you.
Doesn't individualism lead to the same thing?
Bro, I can't. I can't, dude. I was almost done.
I'm listening, bro.
I don't. All right.
Go. Fuck. Stop crying about it. Go.
Because people fucking break my concentration. I'm trying to think
Shut
here.
the fuck up and go. Shoot.
All right, I'm done.
You're right. No, it's my fault. That was my fault.
You can go.
You could drop me.
You guys can go.
I didn't mean to say that.
That's fine. No, you're rude. Thanks.
Oh, I don't care that I'm rude. You're just up here crying, and it's really annoying. You're crying about talking and then not talking. It's just like, go. Go. If you want to finish,
me of Debo.
I'm done. You guys can speak now. B. You're really intelligent. You can go.
This is so weird. Okay, wait.
He's a child. He's a child. You gotta be early 20s, right?
No, I'm 38.
Oh my
You're
gosh.
38. There's no way you act like this at 38 years old. No fucking way.
I'm acting totally fine. I don't get it.
No, you're acting like a child.
Yeah.
I think we're all children at heart, aren't we?
No, we're not. Just you.
That sucks for you guys.
Just you.
At 30, you're not really 38. You can't
There's no
think.
way.
I mean, your reasoning skills, your rise to, you haven't learned how to control your own temper or your vocabulary. I'm so confused.
My vocabulary. So what do you mean? Like, are you restricting my speech? Like, are you trying to thought?
No, I'm just saying the way that you express yourself is quite limited, and that typically comes with being a younger person. That's
limited. Thank you for dictating my ability to
enough about
vocalize myself. Thank you.
All right.
I appreciate that. You're smart.
Yeah, I just wanted to reject the notion that natives believed in owning property for the majority of it. The reason why they were so able to be exploited by the colonists was because they didn't understand the contracts that they were signing, because they didn't understand ownership the way that the colonists did. So there's a famous quote by, I forget who the chief is, but you don't own the land just like you don't own the sky. So they didn't understand that concept. They had no desire to own anything.
So why would they murder each other?
There's tribal conflicts.
If they fought, generally it was over hunting grounds. Not that they owned the land, but they owned the ability to hunt on those grounds.
It's the same thing, though.
Shut up! What the fuck? How the fuck did this turn into a bunch of children? Specifically, at specific times of year, they would hunt in specific areas, and if somebody encroached on that hunting space, then they could fight over that. They're not fighting over the land; they're fighting over the ability to hunt at that particular point in time.
That is the land.
That is not the land.
Well, they would also do the opposite too. Right? So if a tribe had excess in like bison, for instance, and the neighboring tribe was starving and they were having a squamish, they would often, it's a gift economy, so they would go to that tribe and provide the excess to them if that tribe needed. So it wasn't just this tribalism, wild west, they were just out here unaliving each other, brutal savages, as you guys would call them. No, they lived in relative peace.
That's entirely wrong.
Based on Mojo's assessment here, I should be able to go over to my neighbors and unalive him, because I'm not actually fighting for his land. I'm just fighting for the right to plant corn on it.
When did he say that? He never
didn't say plant corn.
That's exactly what it said.
No, I didn't.
He couldn't delineate the difference between ownership of the land and the right to hunt.
I didn't say plant corn.
Yeah, hunting it and planting corn on it's the same fucking thing.
No, it's not the same thing.
What? How is it different?
Because you're taking something that is on top of the land rather than putting something in the land.
It's the same. It's on top of the land.
It's not the same thing.
Fucking thing. It is exactly the same.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
The whole point is,
if you weren't hunting, you could go on the land.
The deer would be like a fucking toothbrush in a house. The house would be the house. The house would be the land that the toothbrush is on. The toothbrush is in the house. What is wrong with you?
Like, again, if you can't like differentiate that, then you're just lost.
No,
It's done.
no, you're lost. I'm sorry that you think fucking planting corn is the same thing as hunting a fucking buffalo.
It is exactly.
Actually is.
It's not.
It's using it's using the resources of the land in the exact same way.
No, it's not.
It absolutely is. Using the nutrients in the soil is exactly the same thing. It's hunting the animals that use the nutrients in the soil.
What's the difference? What's the difference between an agrarian society and a nomadic society?
I know the difference.
You tell us, Mojo. We're all stupid and dumb.
One doesn't own the land. The other one does own the land. One doesn't use the land to provide food. The other one does use the land to provide food. They're completely and totally different. They are completely and totally different ways of living.
Totally different.
Why is that though?
Why is what?
Because nomadic societies. Hold on. Let me. I'm sorry. I just want to interrupt here. Nomadic societies. Why can they do that?
Why can they do what?
Why can they? Because what did you just say? Between
nomadic
the difference between nomadic and agrarian.
They move. Nomadic societies, they move. They don't have a permanent settlement, right? So
that's all you had to do.
To Steve's point,
say that.
Steve is wrong, right? It's not the same thing.
You don't have to ask a stupid question that can't be answered.
It's not a stupid question. You have to point that out when you make the argument. That's all.
Well, if you want to be smart, don't say stupid things.
It's literally
stop. What the fuck is wrong with you people?
No matter how you look at it, you're feeding yourself off the nitrogen value in the soil. Whether
Paula, ask your question, please.
How did Native American tribes handle people who were, I don't know, old or disabled?
A lot of times they leave them behind. I mean, that's the way it. Well, no, they wouldn't leave them behind. The older and disabled would choose to stay behind.
Paula, I actually would like to answer those.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the research that I found that many tribes, nomadic,
they took care of them.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they did. They did take care of them as a community, and there wasn't really capitalism or libertarianism within those cultures.
Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on the society. The Inuits did not do that. The Inuits, the elderly would stay behind and just.
Well, yeah, and the Vikings used to put their elderly in a raft and say bon voyage. But overall, Native Americans worked as a collective. They worked together.
Inuits.
Yeah, and there was no government and nobody forcing them to do anything. It was individualism.
They had elders, Steve. What are you talking about?
Fucking
the elders were treated
that
way.
Yeah, that's not a government with a fucking
Constitution?
that has a monopoly on force. Just because they're the leader, that doesn't mean anything.
Does the Constitution
the elders
prove
were considered like an internal hierarchy.
Messy, now you're just repeating yourself 6 times to.
I know.
For what we were saying.
Well, to me, it's very confusing. Like, Steve, this is just U.S. history. It's not even debatable.
Yeah, you guys are just confused about said history.
You can't learn from it. That's the problem. They just want to keep saying, like, oh, collectivism's great. It never was great. It never will be great. There are reasons why we moved away from that.
I don't think anyone's saying that.
Why do we... You don't speak for anybody else. Why do we form societies?
Why do we form societies? I don't know. Because we have a beneficial relation culturally together as one, but also have individualistic abilities in different forms of communication.
That sounds like collectivism to me.
No, it's literally not. Because a society has different structures where you have individualism, you have some collectivism, you have socialism, you have all different ideologies in our society. So they all work and benefit one another. When you have one specific ideology, there is no benefit at all. It doesn't work.
So if we create a system that is a mixed market economy, much like the one we have right now, we just make it a lot more socialistic and a lot less capitalistic. Is that okay with you?
What I would say, yes, but you have to. I think that we live under a really bad crony capitalistic state. So I would agree with that. If we could actually have a better form of capitalism, better regulated capitalism, then yes, I would agree with that.
So Mojo,
wouldn't need as much. What's that?
Well, to just go off Mojo's original question, what would you change?
I would get rid of lobbying. I would get rid of the money that flows through politics because it pushes. It essentially gives corporations more rights because of lobbying, because they're the ones that make all the decisions ultimately because they have the money.
I'm going to disagree with everything you just said, but what I'm going to say is if you want to make it better, you provide basic needs to human beings. So you provide food, shelter, clothing, security, education, healthcare. These are all things that need to be provided by the society as a whole. And then once everybody has their basic needs met, they can seek out their own telos. They can look for self-actualization.
We already have that, Mojo.
They can do fucking nothing. That's what they can do.
We already have that, Mojo.
We don't.
We definitely,
yes,
we definitely don't have that.
No,
we don't.
No, we don't.
How can anybody even say that?
I'm saying it right now. If you look at the data.
Because
the data
how can I say that? There's a lot of Americans on the streets, man.
Tens of thousands of Americans die every single year from lack of health care. There are less than half the population gets a college education. We have 800,000 homeless people in this country. A fifth of our population is food insecure. We do not have that today.
How many homeless people are homeless because they choose to be? Let's be honest.
It doesn't matter.
It's a fucking serious. Why are people laughing? It's a serious question.
Do you think the children should be homeless?
I'm just going to say it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If they choose
Why doesn't it matter? There is nuance to the argument.
Because if they choose to be homeless, then there's some sort of mental instability, which is covered by free health care.
And they definitely get free health care, don't they?
Or they're not welcome at the multitude of shelters and homes that are all over the country because they refuse to quit doing rugs.
That's not true.
Right. I think that is the point. Is you can't help someone who doesn't want help.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to say.
Doesn't want and can't get help is very different. Their mental capacity doesn't allow for them to even realize that they need help. Addiction is a disease that is in the DSM-5.
Yeah,
and I'll give $5 to anyone on the panel who knows what the DSM-5 is, and they can answer that in 2 seconds. No, okay, y'all lost $5.
It's like the diagnosis.
I don't think anyone cares about your $5.
Well, I care. Let's not be rude, but
I was being the rude one. I'm not even gonna lie. That was me being spicy. I was being rude. I'm sorry to the panel.
There was a study in the Bay Area about they studied homeless people, whatever, like the
which Bay Area? Which Bay Area?
Turned down in San Francisco.
Okay, thank you.
And in this study that 50 to 60% of the people that they didn't want help was due because like they basically forced them to separate from their families and pets and like hygiene concerns. There was a bunch of different reasons for it, but 50 to 60% of the people turned down help for that very reason. So there are reasons why people don't want help. So that maybe that needs to be addressed.
Family and pets, dude. If you're going to tell a homeless person who's had this dog with them on the street for years, who's protected them in the encampments, that they can't bring their best friend, their family into the encampment, of course they're going to turn it down.
Yeah, but there are reasons why they don't allow pets in them.
I agree.
I understand your point. Yeah. I understand your point because I would feel the same way, but...
All right, Ra, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
My age is 38, and what was the other question?
Who you voted for?
Oh, y'all gonna hate me on this panel.
Oh, baby, Trump! Say it!
No, I did not vote, and I hear that that's worse, so... Okay. Yeah, because they do that. They say that vote for the lesser evil, and I put in the comments before I got it let up here. It's a shadow government that no one talks about, and I didn't know if I was putting my vote into the shadow government and the tomfoolery going on with this bureaucracy or whatever you want to call it, or was it really going towards somewhere? So, I'm sorry. What?
I like the way you think.
So you're
I'm just being real.
So you're a conspiracy theorist.
I
Are
wouldn't
we
say a
all?
conspiracy theorist.
We're
I have been studying certain things for over, well, I'm 38 now, so that'd be like over 13 years. And now it's like all the things that I thought I was learning, well, all the things that I was learning when I was younger and being called, saying that I didn't know what I was talking about and I was looking at things in a wrong perspective, things like that. And then now you got a bunch of TikTokers and Facebookers or social media people, talking about the same things that I was looking up and freaking out about, developed higher anxiety about because it's like, oh my God, we're like totally fucking screwed. And
okay. So you're a conspiracy theorist. Gotcha.
I wouldn't, you can label me that if you would like, but I don't label myself that.
That's a compliment.
I don't know. I say conspiracy realist. I don't like.
Yeah, Mojo.
I don't like.
Obviously, you insinuated that being a bad thing. Like, why do you say that?
It is absolutely a bad thing.
Yeah, you can't.
Why do you say that?
Because there's nothing that you can prove. You're just making a bunch of speculative claims, and you get no solutions out of speculative claims without evidence.
Well, I'm going to be honest.
He says it as it's a bad thing because he's a Marxist that wants everyone to trust.
I just explained why I said it was a bad thing. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Hey, we never went to the moon. How about that?
Yeah, the explanation wasn't good enough.
I'm sorry that you're too stupid to understand it.
I mean, of course it's a bad thing when you want everyone to trust the government and do everything the government says so you can have ultimate control.
I want people to trust the subject matter experts. I want people to understand that when you start your car, it doesn't blow up every day because somebody knew what the fuck they were doing when they built it. That's what I want you to understand.
I mean, that has nothing to do with the government, but okay.
It does. It has everything to do with subject matter experts.
Yeah, subject matter experts in private industry that built said car.
And
it has to do with regulations.
Engineers that engineered it.
Wait, no, it has to do with regulations from government. Because government studies these kinds of things.
Government sucks, dude.
Fact.
That's
well, I think government is these types of things.
Steve,
I indirectly work with government.
If you sign a contract with let's say you bought a tractor from John Deere, and they make it clear that you're not able to repair it without their consent, and you buy it knowing the terms of services. Do you have to comply with that going forward in our capitalist society?
Yeah, to get the warranty, you do. That's planned.
Under what guise? Like, under the guise that they're not going to continue to support you if you don't hold up your end of the bargain?
If
yes.
you don't continue, yeah.
Under the guise that you don't get to have what you paid for.
Did you enter the contract freely?
If you don't hold that up, then yes.
I'm sorry, Steve, if you enter the contract freely, knowing that existed, or even not knowing, right? Because in our country, all you have to do is be able to read a little bit to be able to, there's other reasons why a contract can be unenforceable, but given everything else, if you can have some basic, ability to read, and you read the terms of service, and this is the terms of service, and then you're going to turn around and yell and bitch and scream about the right to repair, how do you reconcile those two things?
First of all, those two things aren't even related at all.
They are related.
You don't understand
the right to repair. You don't want the government to intervene except for when it's for you, right?
Well, first of all, I don't give a rat's ass that the government intervened or not, to be completely honest. And second of all, you obviously don't understand what the Right to Repair Act was even about. And it wasn't even about people that owned the equipment. It was about people that were mechanics that didn't work for Deere, first and foremost.
So you wanted the government to step in. That's my point. You wanted the government to step in.
I just told you I didn't care.
Then why are you yelling?
Because you don't obviously understand.
I do understand. We talked about it the other day. You and I did.
Understanding doesn't really matter because in this case, the result is what actually matters. I don't care about understanding. What was the result of what happened and what was passed?
They talk about, here's what you guys say. Government's evil.
Nothing was passed. It was a fucking Supreme Court.
Wait a second.
Steve.
You talk about government is bad and government's evil, and yet you want the government to step in and give you subsidies. You want the government to give you a court and let you be able to.
You're just making shit up.
Can you stop?
Beat the straw man.
Steve, I'm just gonna fucking boot you too. Steve, stop fucking interrupting. I don't understand what is wrong with people.
Well, Paul is just a big fan of kicking the straw man in the balls.
Are you going to crash out like Galt did? Is that what you're going to do right now? Thank you for not doing that.
They should make a song like Crash Out, like TikTok Crash Out, and just like go crazy. It could be like a theme song.
Well, I can it's not always a crash out. Sometimes because I would say I would use the word tone deaf, because when I get passionate about what I'm saying or talking about, I can elevate, my voice can get elevated without me noticing, and then it'll take someone like, "Ooh, will you calm down?" or something like that for me to even notice that I'm louder, or I'll get like heart palpitations or something. Like I'm like tone deaf sometimes. So it's like sometimes when people are passionate about what they're saying, they're not really trying to crash out. They're respectable people. They're respectful people. It's just they got to like me, for example. Sometimes I got to get brought back to reality. Like, okay, no one else is screaming or getting loud. Calm down a little bit. It's not really about crashing out. It's just passion. Or
Well, you can have passion, but don't.
Well, that's what
Still
I'm saying.
be responsible.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Well, it's also this thing, like we can talk over one another and sometimes we don't catch it, and then it gets really
Spiral.
It gets so convoluted. Like I'll talk and I'll be loud and I can't hear what other people are saying. They might be loud and they can't hear what other people are saying. So it just drowns the noise out, kind of.
Yeah.
I think the point is something I've had to learn from my time on TikTok is when somebody says something that you find just repugnant and you can't stand to hear it and you interject, you actually undermine the whole panel.
It's not even the fact that it's repugnant. It's the fact that you're saying that I feel this way. You're saying that I believe this when I didn't even fucking say that. So you're just kicking the straw man in the balls, trying to make my argument for me when I didn't even make that argument.
But my argument
It's
to
a
you
useless
is,
fucking conversation.
no, it's not
Completely
useless.
and totally.
My contention is that you're okay with the government doing the things
Now you're
okay
telling
with.
me what I'm
still
okay with,
talking,
what I
Steve.
am and
I'm
aren't
still
okay with.
talking.
You're doing the same fucking thing
Jesus
again.
Christ. Really, Steve?
See, I'm still learning to come on people's panels and just explain what I think I know, and then take in what everybody else is saying and their perspective and thoughts. No one's ever going to always 100% agree on every single thing. Like, it's not going to happen. Everybody has a mind for themselves, or we should. Not everyone has cognitive dissonance, which we all should, so that plays a major part.
We should have cognitive dissonance.
We should have. Hold on, did I say that backwards? Okay, I might have said that backwards.
I think that makes sense though, because you kind of need a little bit of that to have a debate, because that's kind of how you free flow ideas in a weird indirect way.
No, cognitive dissonance is that you only look for information that agrees with you.
Well, let's do no. Oh no, I don't mean that. No. Okay, maybe I used the wrong term. Let's critical thinking. I should just say critical thinking is lacking in a lot of people, and that is a huge problem. It's kind of scary because people like to
thinking.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I just think critical thinking is the scapegoat for the conspiracy theorists.
No, you need to critical think. If you're in a situation to where you have to get yourself, like one time I was in Baton Rouge, we were I'm from Detroit, Michigan, leaving here, traveling in the car, road trip, all the way to Texas, get stuck in Baton Rouge. Never, I'm from Detroit. It's more snow than water around here. So, long story short, stuck on this freaking overpass for 2 days because it just started flooding everywhere. It took critical thinking to get through that. Okay? I'm not going to go into detail and long-winded about it, but it did take critical thinking. When you get into any situation that you're unfamiliar with, you won't be able to open up a book and crack it open and figure things out, you're going to have to use critical thinking. And that comes from what you've been taught and also your own personality and how you think. Okay. So if you're sitting up listening and like more of a follower and you're like trying to like follow like the lead of someone, if you're not good at making your own decisions, you're going to walk off a cliff behind someone. So critical thinking is extremely important.
And
How
so,
could it
Mojo,
not be? How could it not? How could that be a conspiracy theorist scapegoat? That's crazy to me. Respectfully, it's crazy to me.
exactly. If you critically think about these things, Mojo, I don't understand.
Walking off of a cliff. Thank you for just reiterating. I don't understand. If you walk off a cliff, I don't know, Darwin. I don't know what the fuck to tell you. That has nothing to do
What
with
about
critical thinking.
like JFK, that whole thing? Like, what do you critically think about that situation?
I don't care. I don't care. I don't know why anybody does care.
What if you had a rope attached to you that was attached to the ground securely? You would need critical thinking to think like, will this rope get me to where I need to be? Will it allow me to hang off this cliff? Right?
That's just thinking. Are you Wile E. Coyote?
That is
You would think that's just thinking, but a lot of people can't do this for themselves. That's why it's a lot of followers and people that follow everybody else's lead, and then they cry and they be like, "Oh my God, why am I falling off this cliff?" It's because you were led and you didn't think for yourself, and now you're falling, and you're looking to figure out how to catch yourself, or how did you even how did I get here? Sweetie, you got here because you weren't thinking.
I don't need the hypotheticals. Can you just tell me why you didn't vote? What is it that did you vote for your local election?
I said it earlier. It's a shadow government. I put it in the comments, and then I got let up. So I strongly see it's a shadow government.
Who's the shadow government?
That's the thing. It's a shadow. I don't know.
Then how can you say it exists if you don't know?
Because I see the things that are going on. Let me answer. I see the things that are going on, and it ain't just modern times. It's been going on for centuries. Black Wall Street. Let me ask this question so I can get this for everybody to understand how and why the government is being blamed when it comes to me. I can't speak for everybody. Black Wall Street and all these other prominent communities centuries ago, long time ago, they were attacked, bombed, and destroyed. But everybody wants to blame, it was the white people. It was not. It was the government. Because for an example, if I wanted to grape B and I asked Mojo to hold her down, who's going to jail? We're both going to jail. You can't do that. You can't hold someone down or let some bullshit happen.
What is the government?
The government is supposed to be a system set up for the people, by the people.
Okay, so what is it though? Because you seem to think it's not that.
Do you want the etymology? What type of version of the?
You seem to think it's not the people.
It ain't no more. It's not. That's why I had a problem with voting.
Then what is it?
It's this bureaucracy. It's
what is the bureaucracy? What is the bureaucracy?
I would just say it's the middle. It's the gray areas of the complications of the loopholes. So it's
it's this undefined mist. I mean, what is it? It's not people.
Oh, it's definitely got to be people, but it's
what people?
Okay, for an example, you have the police and then you have dirty cops. They all work in the same line of business. So you kind of have to weed them out. I'm not in the White House, so I can't weed them out. I'm not in the Pentagon. I'm not in these places. But everything that these places are doing is affecting me. And I feel it. And I see it. And I'm very sensitive to it.
Let me ask you another question. Have you ever seen a pig that can fly?
On TV. Not in real life, not with my own two eyes.
Okay, so do you believe that it exists?
I do not believe it exists because...
Okay, but so you've never seen the shadow government, but you do believe it exists, but you've never
I've
seen a
felt the
flying pig.
repercussions. That's why it's called shadow government. I'm not saying it's J.D. Vance or Donald Trump or Kamala or Biden. I'm not using names for a reason. It's a blanket umbrella statement, shadow government. Just like the mafia.
This is a problem.
Oh, well,
this
who's
is a
all
problem.
in the mafia?
This is a problem.
Some people you know who's in the mafia, and some people you don't know who's in the mafia.
This is the problem. You're just making shit up with no
I'm
fucking
not.
solution.
I'm trying to
you're
give
making.
you
Wait,
examples, but you got a lot of questions.
Stop.
Okay.
You're making shit up. You
Oh,
don't
wow.
you can't define what the shit is that you're making up, and then you can't give us a way to.
So you
solve
never
the
heard
things.
of the term
Then
shadow
you can't,
government?
and then you can't solve the things.
Well, don't get upset.
That you're defining.
No.
Well, I can.
I didn't come up with the
I give you
word,
names.
or no, I didn't come up with the phrase shadow government.
Do you know what a shadow government is by
umbrella.
definition? I can tell you what a shadow government is.
Well,
by
help me out. I told you. I even told you. See, I'm not coming here to teach. Okay, I'm not egotistical or I'm not
It's a deep state, Mojo.
teaching
people that have
and
been there
educating
for
people is
50
not
years.
one of my credentials.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
So I'm not here to do that. I'm here
Okay,
to
stop.
discuss.
Just, God damn it, stop. I don't need this whole explanation.
Okay, so stop coming at please. Stop
wait,
coming
I'm coming
at
at
me
you
like
because
I'm trying
to.
I'm not here to educate. I don't know.
You are supposed to have the fucking answers. What? Critical thinking?
But
Isn't that
I don't
what you
have
said?
them all.
Isn't that what you said? Critical thinking? Why don't you try some of that right now?
But I've been trying to critically. But the thing is, when it comes to the government, and it be because we were taught one thing in school. Okay, through the three branches of government, we were taught how it's supposed to go.
I don't need all this shit.
Okay, I don't know what you need. I'm explaining myself because you made it seem like I was a certain way or am a certain way. No. I don't. I'm not that. I'm not that.
Let me explain to you. A shadow government is a term that exists for a party that's not in power to run side-by-side comparison to what they would have done if they were in power. So if the Republicans are in power in the House of Representatives, for example, and they had the Speaker of the House, and they had the whip, and they had people that were on committees and shit like that. What the Democrats would do then is create a Speaker of the House from their side with the whip and with the committees and the chairs of the committees and stuff, and they look at what the Republicans are doing, and then they look at what they would do instead, and then they try and find some common ground in between those two things by acting like they are the government and what they would have done if they were actually in control. That's generally what a shadow government is.
So that exists. It exists. So what are we going to do about it?
There's nothing to do about it. That's a good practice.
It's a good practice because do you know? Okay, do you know what a republic is?
Yes,
because this is a republic. This isn't a
republic. You just asked me a question. A republic simply means that we're not a monarchy. That's it.
No. What is the definition of the republic, and what is the definition of being a Republican? First, what is the definition of a republic?
I just said. It means that we're not a monarchy.
You can't tell me what it doesn't mean. I'm asking you what it means. I can
tell you that it's every other form of government besides a monarchy.
Oh my God. Okay,
wait, I can prove this.
Say you don't know.
Prove this to you.
Me too. I got two devices here that
hold on. Let me prove it to you. Let me prove it to you. England is not a republic. Why is England not a republic?
Live there, sir. I don't know.
Because they have a monarchy.
I know why this is a republic. I know why this is. I heard him. You just gave you the answer. He just said, yeah, because it's not because it's. But the monarchy doesn't run it because they have a not a president, but what is that called? The
prime minister.
Prime minister. Thank you. So the monarchy is there, but they're not supposed to be tied into the government. But that's the cricket shit. They are though.
That's the only difference. Wait,
do you know that Queen Elizabeth?
Would you stop?
I apologize for getting loud.
Stop! You keep.
Okay, I said I apologize.
You keep going into these long fucking diatribes when
I know you're not talking.
Wait,
I know it's your honor, but you
stop. You keep going into these long diatribes when simple answers suffice.
Okay.
You asked what a republic was. I explained what a republic was.
You didn't. You told me what it was.
Would you stop? I said it's every other government besides a monarchy. That's what it is. And then I provided evidence to show you why that is the case.
But okay, can I ask you
What
a question?
more do you want? Yes.
So, is it true or false that the monarchy, the palace, the castle, whatever you want to call it, the royals, which they're not even real royals, but anyways, they do not get into politics. But yet, well, no, I'm gonna just leave it at that. And then I have
different
wait.
forms.
I'm sorry. Wait, real quick. Let Mojo. Can Mojo finish? Like real quick. Just let me and him finish really quick, and then I'm open. So is it true or false that they're a monarchy, air quotes, and then but they have nothing to do with the actual government, how it moves, or how it's supposed to operate, and everything.
They do. They have certain.
They're
roles
not
in
supposed to.
They
Though.
do. Wait,
but
would
they're
you
not
stop?
supposed to.
Would you stop? You asked me a fucking question. They do. They have certain roles in governments that is given to them by the state. They have been lessened over the years, but they still exist. Now, that being said, they still have a monarchy. Their parliamentary system is elected by the populace. Just like we elect our representatives, they elect their representatives. So the systems work essentially the exact same, except the one difference that they have is that they have a monarchy and we have a president.
Mojo, there's plenty of
Why
other
would they have a
differences.
prime minister? Why do they have a prime minister? And then understand it's prime minister. Okay, it's a reason why it's called that, and it's a reason why it's called president.
Because they have a parliamentary democracy and we have a representative democracy.
But it's who? But that's why I brought up the shadow government, because who's really representing us? No freaking body. They're representing themselves.
No, wait a second. Let's talk about the UK. The head of state is the monarchy, but
monarch.
It's the monarchy.
But the prime minister.
It's an institution.
Yeah, it's our head of states in most democracies are combined in either prime minister or president. But some countries that are also democracies have a head of state that is supposed to be above politics in order to basically represent the country. And in a monarchy, it's the king or queen. In a constitutional republic, it is our president. In a parliamentary system, it is their prime minister. It's not that complicated. It's just a combined role.
Yeah, I want us to have a monarchy so I can call Trump king.
What? Okay, okay. Wait a minute. Wait. Whoa.
I will. That's never happening.
You just took everything I was thinking out of my head. Wait a minute.
King Trump sounds good. I'm just being a dick. I gotta go.
I know.
You guys have a nice day.
Such a frustrating conversation.
I want to actually, Mojo. What is this?
You're a
constitutional republic. You're saying if you're not a monarch, then you're democracy.
No, you can have democracy.
No.
Who the hell?
Tell me, Mojo. Just tell me what you think.
But you can have a presidential. You can have a presidential system. You can have an authoritarian system. You can have a dictatorship. You can have all sorts of other forms of government. A republic simply means that it's any other form of government besides a monarchy.
Honestly, can I be like frank here with the topic at hand and what we're talking about?
Yeah, of course.
And even when it comes to my mom, and I will put my mom in this, I'm not, about to be weird about it. I'm gonna be real about it. My mom, I don't know if it's because she's white or if it's because she was born a certain era. But she can't seem to understand that the same thing she cries and it feels weird about with government, she's not understanding the same thing, like the shadow government and it's a falsified. It's like it's been infiltrated and taken over quietly, and everyone's wondering why we're never happy with any president. When I was a kid, it was Clinton. That's the first president I could remember when I was a child.
You got to play to win. So,
what is it?
Sorry to interrupt you.
Would you stop?
Yeah, I'll let you finish, Rob. I'm sorry.
It's okay. All I'm saying is pretty much that I don't see why it's hard for a lot of people to understand and see it or feel it or be inquisitive about it, but we're getting shitted on, like, by all of them. It doesn't matter who they are. They work for the same people. They get paid by the same person. They're all the same.
Would you stop? Would you stop interrupting? Jesus fucking Christ.
Mojo, I thought that was conversational.
It's not.
It's just scary.
Fucking
I'm gonna just
annoying.
land real quick. Yeah, I'm gonna just land real quick so everybody can go. It's just it's scary to me because no one seems to see that it's not a white and black people thing. It's not a this and that. It's them against all of us. All of us. And no, and I really don't want to go into an anxiety attack or anything, but I'm just going to say, like, it's really weird because people are really falling for it. And that's why I said critical thinking is huge. And I have to land with that because my anxiety is starting to kick my ass.
Well, I'll give you some reassurance. Like, my generation, we talk about this, we see this. A lot of my frustration that I talk to my people about comes from why didn't the people above us fix this, right? So it's going to change for sure.
Every generation.
What's your generation? Well, like, how old are you?
I'm 24.
Oh, nice. That's a nice age. Okay, I knew you was in your 20s. You sound like you were in the 20s. Nice. That's good. Those are good times, good years.
Well, to your point, like, you're going to ask me, like, every generation says that, right? What's the unique thing about my generation that no generation has?
Well, no,
Access
not
to the internet.
I was talking about your age, actually, not like, I'm talking about your age of what you can do and, you know, what you're learning.
No,
like, it's a good age, not like time. Like I don't know what your generation is on. I think your generation is on the tip of F all the bull crap. We don't care no more. We're going to step up and we're going to make everything right. But, you know, you got some people, I would say, like, people that are like-minded, like the rest of these lovely folks. They are like more like, oh my God, these young ones are going to destroy the world. They're going to destroy the planet. They don't care. No, that's a good thing. We need a generation that don't give a damn, that's going to put their foot down, storm the Capitol without defecating on the damn tables and actually doing what you're supposed to do when you storm the Capitol, because it's actually in the Constitution. Us as a people are supposed to hold the government accountable of what they are or are not doing right when it comes to us. So were they wrong for storming the Capitol? No, because it's in the Constitutional.
Yes.
Wait a minute. I might be, but look, because like I said, we're all not going to agree on every single thing, how everyone feels wholeheartedly, 100% with everything. So let me finish. So I feel like that was a setup anyways. It wasn't even real. So, because my thing is, if anyone would look, because anything, why would you run in there and throw paper really quick? Why would you go, not y'all, but whoever did it? Why would y'all go in there, defecate on desk, and throw papers around? You're supposed to extract the people that are in there and put them on the street and give them a trial in front of the people with no violence. That's how it's supposed. Look it up. That's how it's supposed to go. Why else would they have all those pew-pews and ready to go and infiltrate that office building, and poop on a desk?
Can you stop?
Are you
I like
kidding
that.
me?
I like that, honestly. I thought that was cool.
No, that's the stupidest shit, because you're not changing anything by pooping on a desk. You're showing how stupid you are.
No, the reason was stupid, right? Like, the reason was dumb.
The fact, whatever the reason was, the fact of the matter is they didn't carry it out like it's supposed to be carried out.
Justifying political violence because you're voting to go your way.
How is that? What did I say? Violent? What did I say? Go do violent?
That a mob can go and grab people. That's not the way we operate.
I said extract. Yes, they do. Government. First of all, police do it all the time when they feel the need to go get. I don't. That's what I'm saying. But we're the people. They need a warrant because look, they work for us. We don't
Yes, they
work
owe
for them.
us.
They work
Yes,
for
they owe
us.
us.
We
Why are
don't
you
need
Yes.
a. We don't need a
screaming?
warrant.
Stop repeating
They need
yourself
a
just to
warrant
keep
because they
talking.
the ones
Holy
that work
fuck.
for our ass. That's what the fuck
Wait,
y'all
chill.
missing here.
Chill out. Chill out. What the fuck?
Wow, Mojo.
God
Y'all are
damn.
missing so freaking much. It's crazy. For real. I love y'all, but damn, what's going
Well,
on?
Wait, why do you love
don't
us? You
stress
just
out
met
about
us.
it. Like, I understand where you're coming from,
People
but don't
freak
stress
out
out
when I
about it.
say I love you
You
because
can't
at the
change
end of the
anything.
day, people can hate you for no reason. I can love you for no reason. So don't get all freaked out because I said I love y'all.
No, it just
Period.
is like, it feels, this whole thing has felt like a fever dream. You're moving from like one topic to the other relatively quickly. I don't care that you're in passion. That's not like an issue for me. That might be an issue for Mojo because, you know, he told you to stop. It's the moving to other topics just too quickly. No one can catch up. So I think it's better if we just try to attack it one topic at a time.
I
Right,
apologize
let's
for
go through
that.
the shadow government. Like, those are names I can give you. Like Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer. These people that have been in
Carl,
office
they're
for
not
40 years,
shadow
man.
government. They've been voted in by their constituents, Carl.
They've been voted in and maybe, but
Duckco.
at the end of the day, they're not. They're operating. They're liars. They're operating in such a way to where they got a mask on. It's like they're showing you one way and lying to you and telling you this, and then they're working for the other side. Like
What other
literally, they got.
side?
Oh my God, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Yo,
Well,
what other side?
again,
The bad side. Let's just say
if
that. The bad side,
Would
not
you
the good
stop
side.
Stop
yelling?
Rob,
Would you stop
yelling.
fucking yelling?
yeah, Rob, it comes across better doing normal conversation, but like this idea of like the deep state, right, is a very real thing. These politicians that have been in office for 50 years is not a good thing, right? Right? I hope you agree.
Exactly. I agree with you.
Then
Right. So,
vote
but
them out.
when people say
Go ahead.
the shadow government, like that is who they're directly referring to. The
This is
people.
silly.
It's not silly. It's
It
really not
is.
silly.
This is
It is
really
silly.
Why do you
stupid.
think it's
It's
silly?
not silly.
Let me
It's
try to
not.
understand your
Stop.
perspective.
Stop. It is not silly. It is fucking stupid.
Okay. Well,
Well,
Mojo,
let me
we just have
tell
proof
me.
of this in the New York primaries where two incumbents were voted out in the primary because their constituents did not agree with who they took money for or their policies that they supported. And hence, it worked as it should. We had a nonviolent removal from office. This is the way the system works.
I
You
think
can
that
call long-serving people deep state, but that undermines the people that actually voted for them.
I think that what you guys are hearing is probably the pulse of America right now. And I think that the Democrats are failing to realize that. And that is the issue, right? Kamala Harris did not have the turnout, the voter turnout that she was supposed to have. And at the end of the day, I think that people are missing that this is how the average American feels about both Democrats and Republicans, that they don't serve our needs. We're online, right?
Yet,
Mojo's very educated. He's looking into policy and he knows that that's not true. But the average American is not like that. So you're just hearing what most people think.
This is not what most people think. It's not.
That was like very, very well said.
Most people are not conspiracy theorists like this. Most people don't think that there's a shadow government. Most people understand that the government exists and has always existed in this country as a specific thing, and they're okay with it. 65 to 70% of the people generally, well, somewhere between 60 and 70% generally vote. The rest
How many
of the
support
30%.
Congress? 17% of Americans support Congress.
Yeah,
That's
but now
record low numbers.
ask for their individual congressmen now. Because everybody supports their own congressman, or the vast majority support their own congressman, but they just don't support Congress as a whole. They don't like the idea that Congress doesn't get shit done. But our system is designed to not get shit done. It's designed to work slowly.
Interesting.
Partially part of my point, but yes, I agree with that. That the last thing Mojo said, yeah. And that's, but
I mean, checks and balances, but
I
But
mean, I
no, at the
disagree
end of the
with.
day,
There's
it
a
was
reason
running
why Trump got
smoothly. Sorry, go ahead.
elected the first time because of his ideology of draining the swamp.
No,
He said
got
he was
elected.
different.
No, he got elected the first time because of the Electoral College.
Okay, so he got on the
Everyone gets
ticket because of what? Like,
everyone
what do we
gets
always
elected
hear
by the
Republicans
electoral
say?
college. See, I wasn't even going to bring them up, but since you did, that's everybody. That's not just Trump. They don't pick. We don't pick. It's not. Okay, y'all can live in this delusion all y'all want. I'll just sit back and listen. Can you drop me? Because if I drop, they're gonna put me probably in a different what's it call it? And I want to stay here and listen.
Well, it's okay.
I'm
You gotta
clearly
Not
remember,
going to
I'm
put
gonna
you
keep getting
anywhere.
loud.
it is okay. And I think what Rob was trying to say is we don't really have an impact,
Me too.
and
But
I
you
think
do.
that's true.
That
No, it's not.
I'd like to discuss that with you guys. Like, it's the Electoral College that really decides it. So I
you're
always get
talking
confused
about
by that.
one role in government. That's it.
Yeah,
Wait,
the
But
most
that's
powerful role.
it's not even a role in government. It's not even a role in government. It's a role in one particular election cycle. That's it. And the only reason that it serves a role is to consolidate votes with states instead of people. And that's just for the presidential election. The rest of them are all popular votes.
Yeah, I mean,
and
that's again,
locally.
that system's weird.
But again, so many of us are affected by local needs and local requirements. They're not necessarily decided by president. Your education system is your local school board and state. Your ability to impact your city council. There are ways, if you choose to, you can interact with the government and get results you want.
Shit, you can run for office yourself.
Exactly.
I'm very involved with my local stuff, and I think all these things are very important.
People don't have time for this. Like, people are living and starved. Like, we're on the internet, we're chronically online, and we think that people have this, like, I disagree with most of what Gold says, but he is right about time being a commodity and or a resource. And people don't have time to look into shit like that. They need to be able to have real digestible policies in front of them that impact them on a level that is meaningful. And the Dems just aren't delivering on that.
That's just a
Don't you think
communication
that's like
issue
kind of
here.
all part of the plan?
No.
I do. Personally, I do.
Wait, whose plan is it?
It's the wealthy class.
The wealthy
Yeah,
class
I
has
mean,
a plan.
I've seen clips of Steve Bannon and Susie talk about how their strategy is just to dump news, right? So people just forget about things, right? Like she said.
Steve Bannon and Susie Wiles are not even the wealthy class. I don't. What the fuck?
Well,
I
I think Susie Wiles is like secretary or something. No, yeah.
Sure, but she's a millionaire. She's not a fucking billionaire. Neither
Right.
is Steve Bannon, by the way.
Right. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they're dumping news. So people can't keep up with it.
You guys think that there's some secret cabal, but there is no cabal. There is no conspiracy theory. There's no way that you can get this many people together and hide something. When you say that somebody is out there controlling, it can't be somebody. It has to be a whole shit ton of people. And there's no way that we can't find out about it if it's a whole shit ton of people. You guys, this is such a ridiculous argument.
I don't
How
think
naive
that.
are
I don't
you,
think
man?
it's purposeful. I don't think it's I would like to clarify my
think
stance.
the E
I
Island
don't
was the one
think
thing?
that it's purposeful. I don't think it's purposeful. I think that the Dems don't realize that they serve as controlled opposition. And they think that they do serve as controlled opposition.
The Dems have controlled government more often than Republicans.
And yet, exactly, and yet we have not
in the
gotten
House and the Senate and the White House. For the vast majority of my lifetime, the Dems have controlled all of them.
exactly.
More often than
And yet Americans' material conditions have gotten worse over the years.
I disagree.
You disagree.
I do.
So Americans not being able to afford a $500 surprise medical bill. To you, that is them moving forward. It's not always going to be that way. And it has not always been that way.
It has always been that way.
Then
I
something's
mean,
gotta
it's
change.
definitely
And that means that the Dems aren't going to bring about that change.
That's capitalism. That's what happens with capitalism. We have to have a very large, poor workforce in order for capitalism to survive. This has nothing to do with our government. It has everything to do with the economics we choose.
It does have to do with our government if our government chooses to uphold capitalism.
What? We choose it. We fucking choose it by starting businesses, by voting people in that believe in capitalism instead of voting people in that believe in socialism. We choose to do it by accepting the fact that AM radio calls us red diaper doper babies. We accept it. It's not government. There's no person or thing or object that is government. Government is us.
I think that's naive. To be honest, bro.
That's hilarious that you're calling me naive.
Not you, just that one specific belief.
I don't remember being in my mother's egg sack and voting for Reagan to deregulate everything. I don't remember that.
The vast majority of the country voted for Reagan. He won like 49 out of 50 states.
And I mean, this is where I think it's weird that you disagree with this ideology that something needs to change in terms of the way our governmental system is run. Completely.
I don't think completely. I don't disagree that we can change a lot of things, and we probably should change a lot of things. But
well, you can't do anything anymore.
Not completely. I don't want a communist system. I don't want a system where we have a vanguard party where some fucking dictator is going to take control in order to make sure that all the resources are allocated equally, except for to his friends and family and shit like that, the oligarchs, because that's the way communism has turned out in the past. This is something we have to do this way, otherwise it's going to turn into the same thing that Russia is.
Russia didn't turn out. Russia under Stalin was not like that. Stalin lived pretty much the way his people lived, and so did Fidel Castro. Fidel Castro infamously never had any real riches. There was distribution of equality amongst the people based off of the Vanguard Party. Now, I don't really agree with the Vanguard Party either, but there are ways to do this.
You can't be justifying Stalin.
Yeah, you can't be.
If we live in America, where America has done what America has done, and we are all Americans, I can absolutely justify Stalin, 100%.
No, you don't justify either.
Absolutely, I can. America has done much more heinous acts than Stalin could have ever hoped to do. Stalin, by the way, is the reason we're all not speaking German. Just to let you know.
Yeah, like 90 million.
Stalin's the reason that World War II was won. Just to let you guys know, he helped. He was actually. Do people forget that he was actually our number one ally during Yahtzee Germany?
I don't. I just watched a documentary on it the other day.
Yeah, no. So that's very interesting to bring up too. You're right. Yeah, but they just threw bodies at it. I don't know. It grosses me out.
Do you know why we dislike Stalin now?
War.
The reason we dislike Stalin now and we feel the way we feel about Stalin now and we don't view him as this benevolent revolutionary is because he promoted the ideology of capitalism and of communism, and he lived up to that. So we've all been propagandized now to hate him.
He murdered millions
but in reality,
of people unnecessarily.
If you cared about that, then you'd be against our government. If you cared about that, then you would be against this governmental system as it currently stands. So again, in America, if I was in any other country, not American, then I could say that Stalin was bad from a moralistic standpoint. But I am in America, in which we have done the same exact thing.
Have we not unalived millions of people?
Did he murder his own people though? Did we murder our own people?
Yeah, we do, Mojo. Every single day.
No, we
every single day.
No, we don't.
Mojo,
just
what happened in
normalized
Minneapolis? What happened in Minneapolis like a couple months ago?
You're talking about 2 people out of 350 fucking million.
What was your question you asked me?
We do not.
It was do Americans get unalived? Yeah, bro. I'm answering your question.
I didn't
Not
ask
by the
if Americans
tens of millions.
I didn't ask if Americans get unalived. I asked if our government is killing our people like Stalin was killing his people.
Yes, Black Wall Street. No. Someone up here brought up Black Wall Street earlier when we sent all our people to the war zone in Vietnam to go die in a fucking swamp.
Again, that's not our people. That's not murder. That's not murder. That's not our people. We were fighting a war against another country. You can agree with that war or not agree with that war. That's not the same thing as what Stalin did.
I would say that it's
worse. He killed his own people.
You normalized it.
It's
People in
not
Russia
worse.
understood that was
He
wrong.
killed his own fucking people.
I mean, what he
Yeah,
did to Ukraine
that's pretty bad.
is considered a G-side. And you're supporting the man that did that? That's crazy.
I'm not
to me,
supporting anything. I'm realizing that I live within an American system. I'm talking to a whole bunch of Americans on this panel now who are saying, oh my God, he unalived his own people. He unalived all these people, but yet support our own American governmental system that does the same exact thing. I'm actually calling out the hypocrisy. That's what I'm doing. I'm not supporting anybody.
It's not hypocrisy when there's a difference between killing other people and killing your own people. There's a
So
big
it's
difference
okay to
between
kill
those
other
two things.
people, but it's not like,
I don't think,
what is
I
this?
didn't say, did I say it was okay? Did I say it was okay? I said there's a difference.
I will. I'll defend that.
Yeah. So this is why, again, like people, I think that moral consistency is needed. I don't think me as an American is better than somebody across the world in Yemen or Iraq or
Well,
Afghanistan.
then you need a one world government because
I
as of
agree.
right now, that doesn't work that way.
I agree.
One world government. Yes.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But at the end of the day, again, the hypocrisy needs to not be lost on supporting this
It's
current
not hypocrisy.
governmental.
You keep calling it hypocrisy. It's not fucking hypocrisy. No,
It isn't.
to not support a government that kills its own people and support a government that starts wars is not hypocrisy because they're entirely different situations.
The government unalives its own people every single day here in America, denying. But you hold on, let me finish, V. I haven't even got my point out.
You're repeating
Denying.
yourself.
I'm not. I'm coming up with a new point. Actually, you would know that if you let me finish. Denying people access to health care is state violence that you have normalized and internalized and said that that is okay with you. Denying people access to housing, that is state violence that you have normalized and internalized and said it is okay. That is unaliving your own people, whether you know it or not.
I have a very different viewpoint on that. So, I don't think that everyone deserves like free housing. I don't think everyone deserves like free healthcare, right? Like you have to be a contributing member of society. You have to be involved, I think, in order to earn that right.
You're absolutely right, but it's not free.
Right, it's not free. Taxpayers have to pay for it. So
yeah, you pay for insurance right now. Why wouldn't you just switch who you pay the insurance to so that everyone can have access to it rather than just you? You know what I mean?
Not my problem. Well, yeah, that's the answer.
And Bernie Sanders did the calculation on it, and he consulted with multiple economists who are professionals in their field, who are experts in their field, smarter than me, and they all said, yes, Bernie Sanders' model, if he executes it exactly the way he said he would be cheaper than what you pay in your insurance. And by the way, insurance is you already paying for other people. You do know that, right? When you pay premiums monthly, or when you pay your monthly costs, or you pay out of pocket for like your pharmaceuticals, you are subsidizing somebody else who has cancer when you are healthy. That is how insurance works. So you are already, without you even knowing it, because you immediately have these like gut punch reactionary ideology towards socialism, you are already paying for other people just by having insurance. That's what car insurance is. That's what health insurance is. That what home insurance is.
Right.
You still have to pay your home insurance, even if your home doesn't burn down. Yeah, that's exactly what Bernie Sanders said. He said, let's switch the model, and you would pay into it.
Yeah, and then he got fucking primaried 2016 and then lost, and it was done.
Yeah, but you're not, that's a whole different subject. You're not engaging with the, you already do this. So you being against it really doesn't make any sense.
Well,
because again, you're going to normalize the state violence. You
can't do that, B. You got to stop doing that. You got to stop taking a long fucking pause and then starting again as soon as somebody else starts talking.
I'm not like Galt, dude. I can't talk that fast.
Okay, but you can't. But you're taking a long pause, and then he starts talking, and then you immediately start going after he starts talking.
Define the term long.
Are you fucking?
Let's go back to that first point you brought up.
You know exactly what you just did.
Define long.
Well, to some men, it's 3 inches. To some women, it's 12 inches. I don't fucking know.
I'm sorry. You got to admit, though, I've learned the lay of the land. I've been a lot better. I never interrupt anybody anymore. Like,
Are you kidding? You've gotten better, but you're delusional right now, my friend.
Thank you, Fee. I can always count on you to call me out.
And I will. There are times I'll agree with you, and in this one, I do not. I will never be able to justify Stalin. Again, he did great by basically using his people as meat grinder. That's how Stalingrad was won. They were not allowed to take a step back. They would have been unalived by their own government. So yes, they had no choice. Stalin said, you may not retreat or give up 1 foot of ground.
People loved him. He industrialized.
They didn't love him.
They did,
feared
absolutely.
him.
Absolutely, they loved him. And
Well,
let me explain why. He
they won
industrialized
World
Russia.
War II. It doesn't matter. They won the
this is-
war. That's the most important thing.
That is the most
Like you said
important thing for
earlier.
Americans. And he also created this, if, the capitalists want to join in on this, he did create this space race with America, and he competed with America, which gave Americans hundreds and thousands of jobs based off of that space race alone. And industrialized Russia faster than any country had ever industrialized before. He raised 80 to 90% of people out of abject poverty, a poverty no American will ever understand. He increased the literacy rate from like 7% to 95%. They did love him, and they had a reason to love him. He gave his people access to healthcare and medicine. He did great industrial feats. What you are hearing about Stalin has been shaped by your American government when they started to do this Red Scare propaganda.
Stop
It is.
No,
Nobody
that's
wants
not
to hear
true.
it, but it is. It's
That's
absolutely
not
true, Fee.
Ask Ukrainians how they felt. Ask the people who lived under that kind of autocracy that was brutal in a very short time span. You talk about the United States unaliving people, and yet, I'm sorry, the people in true need do get health care, and they do get housing. It's the ones that fall in between, the working poor that you're talking about. But I have a sister that lives, quote unquote, within the system, and her health care needs have always been met.
I don't, no offense, Fee, but this is nothing but anecdotal. I don't care what you say. I look at the numbers as someone in healthcare and see that people who have access.
So how many
That is
people
very
were
important
unalived?
because you're doing America.
You gotta let her
Stalin,
finish too.
under Stalin, how many people were unalived within those 40 years?
It's hard to say because they count when we do this American propaganda, they count the deaths in World War II as being under Stalin because technically it is under Stalin, but he didn't create those deaths, right? 20 million got unalived by Yahtzees. So this is what I mean by American. Let me finish, Fee. This is what I mean by American propaganda. This is how they twist things to make it like, oh, Stalin unalived 20 million people from the time frame of under Stalin's reign. It was unalived Russians from 1930 to 1945, when that requires so much more analysis, which is they're counting the Yahtzees killing them as deaths. So 20 million unalived Russians in that time were so that you were speaking English and not fucking German.
Okay, I'd like to interject.
All right, before you do, B-Dub, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Yeah, sure. Mid-40s, Trump. And I would like to interject.
Oh, wait, never mind. It was just you. I thought I brought somebody else up. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So my interjection would be that people actually do have health care. And I had a really good point, but I didn't want to, throwing me off. Go ahead. Continue with the conversation, but I have a very good point that I'd love to throw out there. Yeah, I just lost my thought, so it happens all the time.
I'll continue. B Crash, to you, I definitely see where you're coming from. In that regard, there are respectable qualities about these important historical figures. So I definitely see where you're coming from.
Okay, I caught my thought back. So you have people that are abusing the system, who collect EBT, so on and so forth, and we see that. Now, how are we supposed to react to that, knowing that they are just going to the store buying some Cheetos and shit like that, and they get their health care and they get their this and that. There's a lot of fraud that's going on. We have to face the facts. So what's your thoughts on that?
My thing is regulate the Cheeto market then. If Cheeto's causing cancer, Cheeto's making them fat, then
No,
regulate the Cheeto market.
no,
But
no,
no,
that's
you
not
don't
the
want to
point.
do that. You want to take away the one thing that people have.
No, but hold on. That wasn't the point. It was people allowed to get food based on a certain EBT amount that they get, and they're choosing to buy crap instead of buying vegetables, steak, whatever.
You sound very authoritarian and dictatorial.
I know I do. I know
what
that.
people
From
can
your
purchase
viewpoint, from your
with their
viewpoint, I
money.
would sound that way. I get it. That's not their money.
Right,
It's what's been allocated to them to use for
That's
food.
not their
And
money.
you want to?
No.
Why are you talking over me? And you want to dictate what it is that they purchase with it? It's
Yes, I
very
do.
fucking dictatorish to me.
I don't give a shit what you think about that, because here's the thing, and I'll tell you why. If I earn money and I want to go buy a Starbucks coffee in the pre-made fashion, why am I paying $4.39 for that? It's because EBT people are wasting their fucking money, because it is a waste.
What the fuck are you talking
We weren't even
about?
talking about this. Didn't you come up
What
here
do you
and talk
mean?
about
What
Saul?
am I talking about?
Yeah, he wanted to stop. He did want
Let's
to
talk through it
change-
then.
Wait, just shut up. The fuck. He did want to talk about something that had to do with helping poor people and making sure that they ate or whatever. But do you think you should have control over what the military spends as well?
The military is a different subject.
Wait, no, but it's not. It's government spending. No, it's not different. It's government It's government spending that you are paying taxes for. It's the same thing.
Right. I agree with you. You're partially correct. And the reason why I disagree with you and say you're partially correct is because I am not privy to the intelligence levels that our government has in terms of military spending. I am very privy to the fact. Hold on, wait.
You're not. You're not privy to what people buy with their fucking EBT.
Yeah, I am, because it affects
you're not.
I'm trying to tell you why. If I pay $4.39 for a Starbucks, I'm very privy to that information. Why am I paying that much? Supply and demand. EBT people are buying stuff that they shouldn't be buying. How do I know that? Because I shouldn't be buying it either. It's called, well, you can call it an addiction. Those
Get
things
rid of it. What do you want us to do, bro? Like, get rid of it then. Do you know that red dye 40 in many studies has shown to prove to cause ADHD?
No.
Get fucking rid of it. Regulate the market.
Nope.
I mean, what do you want?
No. See, you're
B-Dub,
taking.
I want to take a different approach with you. I'm a conservative guy myself.
Go for
what
it.
are you trying to advocate for? Like, I understand your point, right? You want to not have people spend your hard-earned money on shit. I get that, but this is
no. I'm
this is our
paying
community.
It. Yeah, somebody just whispered it. I'm paying a higher price for it because somebody else is doing the same shit that I'm doing. Yeah,
No.
I
You're
am.
not. No,
No, you're not.
Stop.
Gosh, it's proven that I am.
Stop. You can't buy Starbucks with goddamn EBT.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't, because it's,
really?
it's prepared,
Since when?
Because it's prepared food, and you cannot buy prepared food with EBT.
Sir, you're kidding yourself. Can you buy a Pepsi with EBT?
It's not prepared food. It's prepackaged food.
B-Dub, I think you got to change your mindset.
A Starbucks mocha is not the same thing as Pepsi.
Why are you getting mad at him for it? It's the government.
What are you
It's what the
talking
government
about?
regulated. It's what the government regulated.
Sir, you're.
That you can buy in a fucking soda bottle or in a glass
This
bottle.
is
in the soda
correct.
section?
Yes, now you understand. I was talking about the ones you could buy in a soda bottle. Basically, you're buying in a glass container.
Yeah, they're not $4. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, they are. They're $4.39. Sir, I just walked down to the fucking gas station and bought 2 of them earlier.
Oh, they're not $40.39 where I live.
Well, you guess again then. I mean, just because it's not where you live doesn't mean that I'm not telling the truth.
Well, you're not telling the truth.
Yeah, I am.
They're not that much all over the country.
I am telling the
Well,
truth.
They're not that much all over the country.
Like, come on, be critical.
You're
critical
fucking
thinking.
weird.
What are you arguing?
What the?
Did you use your EBT card when you purchased them?
No, I didn't. However, I have seen various areas where somebody's shown that Walmart is actually having to decrease the price of their fucking candies because supply and demand dictates that those have to leave the shelf. And people on EBT can't buy them anymore. Guess what's going to happen? Well, you don't have a demand anymore. So
why are you crying for Walmart, bro? Who gives a shit about Walmart? You're never going to be a Walmart CEO or a
You're
Walmart
trying
exec.
to
Why are you
shift
crying
into a
about
fucking.
Walmart? Like,
you're trying to
so
shift into your meat
weird.
point. Okay, that's all you're doing, and I
No,
find
it's
this
just
all the time
weird.
on TikTok. No, it's not weird. I'm making
Well,
a
'cause,
point.
like, I get, like,
I'm making.
B. Both you guys fucking shut the fuck
B.
up. One fucking person at a time. God damn it! Stop talking over each other. How many fucking times do I have to say this today?
I don't care. You sound like you're gay, to be honest.
I don't care.
Happy Pride Month, by the way. Happy Pride Month, everyone.
Yeah, fuck Pride Month.
Fuck you.
Yeah, W for Mojo sounding gay. I like that.
Is there something wrong with being gay?
Oh yeah.
What?
You
Yeah,
can't
be crazy,
reproduce.
Huh?
You can't
What'd you
reproduce.
say? What'd you say? I can't understand you, man.
No, I know.
You sound drunk off your ass.
Oh, really? So do you support Palestine, sir?
Yes, I do.
What the fuck does that have to do with anything we're
Yeah,
talking about?
chicken for KFC.
Oh, I wish I missed KFC.
I'm so lost.
Yeah, I know. I know you're lost. I already know that. Thank you for pointing that out. That's obvious.
B, I absolutely lied. The vast majority of this populace is too fucking stupid to vote.
So, are you gay? I'm curious. Did I nail it with the accent? Where'd you get the accent?
Wait a second.
Where did you get the accent from? Where'd you get the accent?
Dude, you do understand that if what you're doing is promoting bigotry by having a problem with him being
I don't
gay,
give a fuck. No, it's not. Actually,
that just makes you like Hamas.
No, sir, it doesn't make me like Hamas.
It
You
does.
love
It
Hamas.
makes you like Hamas.
Oh, okay.
I'm a true
doesn't.
anti-Hamas person, right?
No,
I am
it
very
doesn't.
anti-Palestine. Why? Because they espouse the same bigotry that you do. It should be the liberal position, and you.
No, they actually don't. Can I explain why? Or do you just want to run with your point?
I'm just saying, don't.
Can I explain? Can I ask you a question? Can I explain why?
Sure.
Oh, okay. So, those people want to throw people that are of the homogenous situation off buildings.
Homogenous? Homogenous? What the fuck?
What does homogenous mean? Was that too big of a word fucking for you, or what? All you guys do is talk over each other. You don't ever want to have actual conversation. You only want to talk over people so they forget their fucking point.
Write it down.
Why?
Okay,
for you? You're not worth it.
You were saying they want to throw them off buildings. You don't want to throw them off buildings. You're better.
No, I didn't. I didn't.
Don't like
no.
them.
Whoa, repeat that, please.
I'm asking. Was that going to be your point, that they want to throw them off buildings? You don't want to throw them off buildings. You just think it's unnatural. There's a difference, and there is a difference. By the way.
Yeah, there is. Yes, that's correct.
Sure.
You steel man me. Good job.
It's a
Good job. High five, buddy.
Argument. I don't think it makes you. You still got to work on your shit because you're on the spectrum closer to him than you should be.
Who's him?
Yeah,
the Hamas guy.
No, I'm not at all. I'm
for on the spectrum. You're closer to him than you are to me, right?
Sir, I am for you living life, making mistakes, correcting mistakes. They are not. So let's get that clear.
By the way, the way to win these arguments in this modern day world.
I don't give a fuck what you think the way of making arguments and winning arguments is, my friend. I don't care.
You should, because I'm sort of on your side, but I'm better at being on your side.
I don't care, sir. You realize that if I have a differing opinion than you and you're calling me a bigot, just because you disagree with my opinion, that makes you a fucking bigot. So it's a bigot calling someone a bigot.
What's the definition of a bigot?
Go ahead.
I'm asking.
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let him fill in the blanks.
Are you married?
You're the one who actually brought up the word bigot, so you can define it.
I didn't.
I know you didn't, but what is this, like a 6v1? So whoever brought up the word bigot, go ahead and define it because you brought it up.
Sure, it's hatred against a group.
That's so funny, bro.
Hatred? Who said it was hatred? I just claim it as a fact that those people are wrong. Has nothing to do with hatred.
ruin it. You ruin it for the rest of the Trump supporters, man. Just put a
You do?
bad
Oh, I
taste
do?
in
Oh,
people's mouth.
And by the way, just to be clear, the proper argument that we can make today about gender and about the misplacement of the T with the LGB is that LGB is a truly unchangeable trait of which we cannot tell someone that they're wrong, but we can make the objective statement that someone is a man or is a woman. If you continue with your sort of just, fucking full-on spectrum bigotry.
I have no idea what you're saying. You're incoherent right now.
I know.
You know who else thinks that, Zach? That whole thing of we can definitely define it as man and women.
Now because you're losing? It's
Can you stop interrupting, dude? No one is even talking to you right now. Calm down. Dude, stop interrupting. Shush. I don't know if you don't know the
exactly
the
what you do.
etiquette of online TikTok. I'm not doing it, by the way. I'm not.
Give a shit about.
Dude, B-Dub, you need to
All
chill.
right, hold on. All right.
No, Zach, that's based though.
Wait, shut up. Stop slurring. And Mr. Slur your own fucking words.
I'm out.
I need you to good. Go away. Thank you. God, he's so obnoxious.
He was exhausting.
Yeah.
Again, bad. I feel was not representing the conservative movement well. Makes me sad.
And by the way, every clear-thinking liberal that joins this new coalition of populist politics, you push one of those idiots out.
What?
That's how coalitions work. Powerful.
Yeah, I'm not a part of. I mean
that, and not
my own
people
opinion.
like you who have slightly differing opinions, but are also a modern human being like Donald Trump. We can get somewhere.
Modern slightly differing. That's not slightly differing. Me and him have oppositional worldviews. That is completely
incorrect.
Hey, real quick. Have y'all heard about Donald Trump's affair he's having with a 34-year-old? She's called the the printer girl or something, because she just prints everything, emails and tweets and shit for him all day long, and they've been leaving notes with each other.
Good job, Donald
disgusting. Oh god, he's so ugly. I couldn't even imagine touching him.
Do you know what's really funny? I listened to a 2-hour conversation between E. Jean Carroll and another woman who was sort of involved in that whole thing, and she went to her cabin somewhere in the whatever, and there was a period of time where they were talking about this thing that happened on a plane, and they were going back and forth about how incredibly handsome Donald Trump was, and how he was.
I don't care. He's objectively the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. Shut up right now that you're trying to make the argument that Donald Trump is attractive. Please stop.
I mean, he's not attractive to me, but
he obviously is. You're bringing it up.
What I'm saying is that you missed that for decades. He was
the B and the LGB. So.
An open friend of all the communities that you care about.
I don't care. That does not make him attractive to me. He's objectively, physically disgusting. I don't care. That has nothing to do with him being attractive to me. He is objectively, physically disgusting.
Oh, again, he's an 80-year-old dude. Of course he's disgusting. He
was ugly looking when he was younger, too.
Yeah, even in his prime, he was ugly, bro. He was never a good looker.
That's just not true, though. He was sort of the picture of
100%
hotness.
Because of his money.
You know who was hot when they were younger? Joe Biden was thirst trap hot.
Sure.
That's an attractive man. Donald Trump isn't even on the spectrum of that level of attractiveness.
I mean, you don't have to think so. I'm just saying that it was commonly felt that way.
It's a good thing that you don't force her to think so.
No, of course it was.
It was not common.
Force anyone to think anything.
Wait, it was not common at all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, of course it was.
You're saying it's common that he was a whore?
No, just stop.
Just
he was a ladies'
just
man.
stop. Just shut up. Oh, shut up. Rich people are ladies. Rich men are ladies' men because of money and no other reason other than that. Just
Someone had a point in the comments that Stalin was hotter.
Oh, he was
Stalin
gorgeous.
is also like, again, it's hard to become the leader of a
talking
place.
about this. You guys suck. I hate all of you.
Castro was very attractive too. Like Che was very
Castro.
attractive.
Dude, you love the commies, man.
Castro.
Well, no, I mean like objectively speaking.
Stalin was decent.
How the fuck does that
Please stop. Don't make me comment on this.
Mojo's better. Mojo's better though.
How the fuck does that come out of the panel when we start talking about how good looking Donald Trump is? What the fuck is wrong with this world?
Dude, I actually can't believe you're a communist.
I just want you to know, one moment, that I was not part of that conversation. Proudly not part of that conversation. We can move on to a different
Sure.
subject.
I think you guys you're just missing the most fun potential political coalition of all time. Like if anyone was going to throw fucking ravers in the White House, it was going to be Donald Trump.
It would be Hunter Biden. It would be Hunter Biden.
I mean, Hunter Biden, sure, but Hunter Biden wasn't president. I'm talking Donald Trump.
Yeah, but
is
so we
the
should
most
elect Hunter
badass
Biden
person
as
we've ever had
elect
as
Hunter.
president.
Yes, we should elect Hunter Biden as president. We should absolutely do that so we can throw badass ragers in the White House.
Yeah, but we don't
for Hunter
need
Biden.
to.
I really would.
Hunter Biden has actually done nothing in his life, whereas Donald Trump.
Neither has Donald Trump. What the
How
fuck? How's it going,
crazy
guys?
of a statement is it to say?
Biden is a man of the people.
Hunter Biden did a whole shitload of stuff in his life. He started a lobbying
But he's a man of the
company.
people.
Shut up. He started a lobbying company. He worked as the vice president of a top Fortune 500 banking institution. He worked as foreign agents for oil companies. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He's done a lot of shit in his life. He worked under the Bush administration in government.
His dad.
I just want to say, I want to piggyback off of that because Hunter Biden is a man of the people. Listen, he is wealthy and he had access to all the different type of rugs, and he chose the working man's rug. Like he chose crack. That is a man of the people if I've ever seen one, and I would vote for him.
Yes, honestly, that is a thing, funny. And I respect that, dude. I respect that.
Exactly. Yeah,
You're
I
not Candace.
That's some
And I
bullshit.
respect that.
Yeah, I think you guys, you don't. That's it. You miss what it actually means when rich people do poor people drugs. It's not a good thing.
What the fuck?
No, I don't think I care.
Sure. Thank you, HR. Thank you.
Oh boy,
this is a crazy conversation.
this is
Biden
crazy.
2028. Hell yeah, Biden 2028.
So how's it going,
I think that's
everyone?
actually a fucking great take. I think that's a great take.
I think you're.
How's it going?
That's a great take. I think you're a child. Auntie, can I get your age and who you voted for?
Yeah, I'm 21 years old. I voted for Trump.
Okay. 20. How much?
I'm 21 years old.
Are you serious?
Yeah. I voted for Trump.
Shalom.
They're just fucking.
Why do you know about that?
How much? Mojo, are you by your computer?
Fuck. You say, why are you speaking Hebrew with me?
I'm gonna.
Do you not have the Israeli flag as your profile picture?
Oh yeah, no, that was just a picture of the meeting, but the Israeli flag was in the background. But yeah, host, sorry, what were you asking me? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get carried away. I get overstimulated.
Zach, I have not. Wait, that's a good idea, or that's a good thing actually. Wait, I had it up yesterday. Hold on, let me find it.
Well, what's wrong? Wait, what's wrong with me being 21, guys?
Because you sound old.
You're just a little bitch.
You sound old as fuck.
Oh, that's crazy.
Oh wow.
I sound old?
Yes, you sound very old.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know. I don't know if it's good or not. Hey, Zach, I need to ask you a question.
Sure.
Have you read the UN report? Oh, actually, it's not a UN report. It's a report that was done by the Independent International Commission of Inquiry on the Occupied Palestinian Territory.
It is titled "The Essence of Childhood Has Been Destroyed: Israel's deliberate targeting of Palestinian children in the occupied Palestinian territory since October 7th of 2023." Have you read that yet?
No, I haven't.
I want to address a specific thing in it because to me, it absolutely proves intent because they actually were able to follow specific units in specific areas where the death toll for children went up only in the presence of these specific units, which indicates a directive, not something generalized, not the collateral of war, a directive, intent. Read through that commission and tell me you don't see it. These are real. This is real. This is actually like interviews from doctors on the ground, interviews of Israelis themselves. This is more evidence than we had for the Holodomor, the Holocaust, Rwanda, and Burundi. There is no fucking doubt that the IDF was targeting children in order to stop the continuation of the Palestinian people.
Okay, so can I just give you my basic, the basic response to that is very simple. There are two groups of people. There are two groups of people involved. One group is a functioning democracy that has a very active leftist quadrant, right? That's constantly checking on these things, that hates the Netanyahu government, that is like constantly checking from within. And the other group is a literal terrorist organization that straps bombs to children and women as a method of war. And so the question has to be, if it only benefits Palestine for young children to die in this war, to be unalived in this war, why would you, it doesn't benefit Israel
benefit
at
Palestine?
all.
How does that benefit Palestine? That is the slow degradation and non-continuation of their entire population. That doesn't benefit the Palestinians. That is not a benefit.
What I'm saying, one second. I'm saying,
and what you're saying is absolute nonsense because most of the leftists, most of the people who were pushing against Benjamin Netanyahu like that have left Israel because they have dual citizenships in Europe and the U.S. and all the other places. Not to mention. There is no benefit, regardless of how horrible. I don't think Hamas is a good thing. They're a resistance group to an occupied army. And again, the army isn't operating under democratic leadership. It is a military group. We are not saying that the people of Israel, the ones who just live in Israel, are the ones doing it. We're talking about the military doing that for their own means and gains. And it's obvious. It is obvious to anyone who isn't propagandized by Zionism. There has been a clear strategic media use to propagandize Americans, to propagandize Christians into believing this narrative that you are proposing without actually looking at the other side. It's not that we haven't looked through the eyes of the Israelis. I deconstructed that myself. It's that you're not looking through the eyes of the Palestinians. They are committing a genocide.
Okay,
and you will eventually realize that. You will eventually realize that, Zach.
I'm 100% sure that if I read this report, there will be no smoking gun of this was, other than some tragic incidents, which obviously happened in the war. I'm not saying that any child has ever been unalived in this war. What I am saying.
Do you not listen to what the smoking gun was?
One second. Hey, I let you talk for a long time. What I'm saying is very simple. The Palestinians, their entire business model, or Hamas, their entire business model is create emotional outrage in the world sphere.
Yeah, it's Hamas.
Money.
It's Hamas
who has all the reach,
who has all of the access to media, who has all of the ability to reach all these people. Then why haven't they reached us until now? They only reached us until now because they had phones and we were able to live stream what was happening to them. They don't have the reach, Zach. The Israeli government has the reach. There are people with dual citizenship in our Congress. You were trying to tell me that you were trying to tell me you were trying to literally frame to me that somehow there's a business strategy that Hamas has access to that fucking Israel doesn't. You are a fucking joke.
Hold on. I'm asking you very simply. 1 second. I just want you to answer the question. How does Hamas make money? How do they fund their operation?
From Iran. And Bibi
that's it.
Netanyahu.
They just get it. That's all they do. They just get a check from Benjamin Netanyahu. That's how they run Gaza.
Well,
in Iran,
the thing,
yes.
The thing is, they don't.
Yes.
The thing is, they don't really.
That's it. Hold on 1 second. You just think their only source of funding?
No, it's not their only.
Source.
It is one source of
All right,
it.
so what are the other sources?
Because guess what that does, Zach? Guess what that does, Zach? When Benjamin Netanyahu cuts them a check, it gives them a chance, right, to say what is to give a narrative that way. They are fueling
control the flames.
They are literally controlled opposition to Israel. And you know what? The only people that have been trying to save the Palestinians, who have been trying to help them, have been the Gulf states and Iran. The Gulf states are just as culpable in this as Iran is. And that is because they are an occupied resistance force that is being murdered and genocided by the IDF.
Okay. And I just don't even understand how you say something that crazy with your whole chest.
Yeah, because I have fucking evidence, Zach. Go read that commission. When
Ma'am,
you have
ma'am,
specific
have you ever been
units,
to the Middle East, ma'am?
when,
I just
yeah,
really
I
have to ask.
I have.
So tell
In
me
fact,
about it.
I was detained by the IDF because I had a Tanzanian passport, which at the time was listed as a terrorist harboring country. I was put in a jail cell, kicked the shit out of myself, but like somebody beat the shit out of me,
Wow,
and
that
I
is
didn't
such
have
a lie.
access to a phone
You are
for
just
72 fucking
lying.
hours.
Shut up.
I am not lying. I am not
You are
fucking lying. I don't give a
100%
fuck I don't give a fuck if you believe me or not, Zach. I have the fucking scars to prove it.
No, you don't. You are lying. You are a liar.
I am not lying. I'm
You are
not
a
fucking
liar
lying.
and don't understand. Hold on 1 second. I want
Dude,
you to
I don't
hear
care
because
if you call me a liar. You're a genocide apologist. You think I give a shit what you say about my character?
All right, hold on.
The thing is,
wait, we've heard
different
this story
approach.
before. You need to stop, Carl, whatever the fuck your name is. Just stop. We've heard this story before. It's not something that's just for your benefit, Zach. So she's not lying.
I understand that she may have lied before just because she's said the same lie over.
There's no
and
reason.
You know how that works,
There's no
right? It doesn't
reason.
make it the
There's
truth.
there's no reason. There's no reason to lie about this.
Of course there is. There's a million
No,
reasons
there
to lie.
isn't. Before that incident, Zach, I was an Israeli stan because the Israeli government was the first to respond to the 1998 bombing of the U.S. Embassy, an embassy I was in at the time of its bombing. And they're the ones who saved me. They're the ones who pulled me out of the rubble for a long, long time. And there was a big Israeli presence in Kenya from the Mossad at the time. We had friends who were from there. And I deconstructed that entire narrative. I know that I don't see it through an incomplete lens because I've seen both fucking sides.
You haven't, Zach. She's got more experience on this than you do. You just went and kissed the wall. And
well, Zach, why do you believe
I've been to the West Bank many times. I've been to the West Bank many times. I've been to Ramallah. I've been to Bethlehem. You know, like this idea that you guys think that you understand.
Yeah, you just did some tourism.
Concept.
You just did some tourism. She actually lived in the area.
No, actually, first off, I was on a tech leadership trip. We met.
Yeah,
with
you
the
did
president.
some tourism. Like I said, you did some tourism.
But hold on, I've been there countless times in my life. My sister lived there.
That's awesome. I've been to Cancun many times.
Yeah,
and I know
Zach,
everything
you're
about
Jewish.
Cancun.
You're Jewish. You are going to be treated differently. I am not. I look brown. I look Muslim. I don't look like you. And I, at the time, was carrying a passport that was considered a terrorist harboring nation. It's the same reason why my green card took longer. It's the same reason why I had to live 1 whole year extra in Colorado.
You okay?
Hello?
Phone call. I assume.
Hello?
I assume she got a phone call.
Oh, okay.
Well, yeah, Zach, I just want to say it's very unique to hear from your perspective. Like, I think anyone with common sense could look at this and have a conclusion that this isn't good, man.
The thing is, Carl, you have to take a nuanced take. According to Zach, we do have to be nuanced. Like, unaliving children is like freedom and democracy, and Israel's like democratic, so we have to support everything that it does. It's you got to be nuanced. Like
first off,
democracy.
you both live in a democratic country that has unalived countless children throughout the years.
Me?
Just countless.
Me?
Countless kids all over the world.
For sure, yeah.
So just to be clear, so let's start with that first.
Let's
and
start
we've
with
done
that,
it, by the
then.
way, we've done it for the worst reasons. For the literal work, we've done it for imperialism, we've done it for corporate takeover, we've done it for greed, we've done it for hegemony.
You think that
Never
Israel
have
is
we
killing,
done it for
You
defense.
think that Israel is killing children for a good reason?
I think that any child that has been unalived in this conflict, as tragic as it is, there's only one group of people that have
So
responsibility
you think that Israel is killing
and that is
children for
their
a good reason?
government,
So
He's
you
saying
think
yes.
So you think
He's saying
so you
yes.
think that so you think that killing children for a good reason is acceptable?
He's
I
saying
don't
yes.
think
He
anyone
just told
is
you
targeting
yes.
children.
as
One
it
second.
is.
I
He
100%
just said
do
yes.
not believe, do not agree with the assertion that they are targeting children. I do believe that children, as in all wars, have been harmed in this war. And again, their responsibility, the responsibility for their death.
You got to read the report. You got to read the report. The report does talk about single gunshot wounds to the fucking head of children.
Yes,
Single
you're right. Hold on.
gunshot
So one
wounds.
second. Hold on. Mojo, here's what I'm asking. Do you have any evidence that a single gunshot wound to the head by a Hamas member would not have been an acceptable loss for Hamas, who straps bombs to children anyway?
Are you one of those people too that's saying that?
How?
Hamas
One second.
dropping
Is that
bombs?
so
Wait,
far-fetched?
No.
Because
Are you
your
one
other
of those?
option
Are
is
you
that
one
some
of those? Are you
18-year-old
one of
kid
those?
who could be liberal as
You
fuck
asked me a
is
question.
literally
you dumb
sniping
shit.
kids
You
for
dumb
fun.
shit motherfucker. You asked.
And
me a
they'd go to
question.
jail for
You
that,
asked
by
me
the
a
way.
question. You fucking idiot. You asked me a question.
Sure.
Are you one of those? And I'm going to ask you a question in return. Are you one of those people that think that Hamas is strapping fucking bombs to toddlers?
I mean, why would that have to be the thing? Did I say toddlers? I didn't say toddlers. Did you say toddlers?
I just
Did someone say
asked you
toddlers?
and
I
you
didn't say
said
toddlers.
yes.
You said young kids. You said
Unalived,
kids.
Zach.
Children. So just to be clear, okay, well, so first off, if a toddler dies because a building goes down, right?
It was a
war where
headshot.
they're dropping bombs.
Nope,
No.
headshot.
Okay, well, again, if a toddler had a headshot, then I'm telling you the way that happened was Hamas.
That's so.
It's everyone.
crazy.
It's everyone but. It's everyone but
crazy.
us. It's everyone.
So you're
but
telling
us.
me, one second, you're telling me that
Wait,
starving
Zach, you haven't read
families,
the
starving
report.
families with the belief that martyring
It
their
doesn't-
children
he
is a
doesn't-
good thing, you
he
don't
doesn't
think
need
they
to-
would
he
potentially
doesn't-
offer up
he doesn't-
another
he
mouth to
doesn't-
feed
God
to
damn it, you
martyr
were so
themselves for the
fucking
cause?
obnoxious. You were so fucking obnoxious. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about any of the facts because he's going to justify every single thing that Israel does, even if it has to do with killing children. He just doesn't.
I'm asking why, one second, you're so
Wait,
ready to
hold
believe
on,
Israel
Zach.
killed children,
Hey, wait,
but you
Zach,
haven't take 2
Zach,
seconds and ask,
Zach,
would
can I-
Hamas kill children?
Just talk over
Yes,
me.
they
That's
would.
fine. That's
Yes,
fine.
they
Just
would, Zach.
continue.
It doesn't make it justified though.
God damn it, Zach.
But again, you haven't proved that
Stop,
they've done it.
shut
You
up,
just have
just
the
shut
assertion that
up.
they've done it.
Just they have done it. The fucking reports have proven it over and over and over again.
No, they just have evidence of deaths. That's all they have.
No, they just have evidence. Period.
It's
And
hard
you
to
have no
believe
evidence.
that someone would
Hey,
intentionally
can you
unalive
guys
a
tap the
toddler for
screen,
clout,
share the live
but
out, do
that
the
is
little heart
Hamas.
me at the top?
Yes, I can. Y'all,
Help,
let's
help
get,
with the
let's
gift
get.
goals. Help with the panel, gift the panel as well. Everybody but Zach because he's a disgusting human being.
Let's get Mojo. Let's get
Hold on,
Mojo
I
to
just wanna-
100.
just-
Wait,
have you thought
let's
about
get
the fact
Mojo
that what
to
if you're
100.
wrong?
Hey, Zach, just take it down a notch. Can we get Mojo to about 150 shares really quick? Thank you so much. Maybe we can get the panel full. Thank you.
Zach, you're a revisionist.
We can have conversations like adults, man. Like we don't need to
Zach.
insult each other.
Sure about that.
Zach, you're a revisionist.
How am I revisionist?
You're revising what actually happened. That's what revisionism is.
No, I'm giving you an alternate view, which is the real view. You just haven't considered it, which is scary.
The alternate view.
Thank you.
What is the alternate view that We should
the
go
ultimate
unalive
view is
children
that the
because of freedom
murderers
and
potentially
democracy.
murdered the
What
kids
can I
because
say
that's
about
how
the
they make
revision?
money.
You guys are revisionists.
So in order to protect the children, we have to go and unalive the children.
No,
What a good logic.
But why
we're
do we
not
care about the same
unaliving
people
children.
I don't
Again, you
understand.
keep going back to that statement.
Why is that my
as if it's
problem?
true? It's not true.
User, I don't know why you
Every
keep
time you
crying in
say
the
it,
comments.
children
it
my
doesn't.
problem.
It doesn't mean it.
Nobody asked you to care. Nobody asked you to care.
Okay, we're gonna do this. First of all, user, can I get your age and who you voted for, please?
Me?
User.
No, the guy at the bottom right, the crybaby.
Shut up.
Unmute your mic.
Shut up. User, can I get your age and who you voted for? You're gonna.
Yeah, 48 off Hitler.
Ew. Also have a micro penis. I didn't know that. Sorry.
Leon, can I get your age and who you voted for?
I'm 16, and I didn't get to vote yet.
God damn.
School's out for summer.
Democracy is when you unalive children.
Imagine if you're wrong, by the way. Imagine 1 second. I just want you to do it for a second. Imagine that this is actually Hamas unaliving kids intentionally to get you to be angry at Israel.
You
and
haven't
you
read the report, Zach.
I'm just
So
1
you're
second. I'm asking
coming
you,
from
can you
a place
imagine how
of
stupid
argument.
you'd feel if you found out that's what had
Don't
happened?
engage with that. Don't engage with that hypothetical because that's not what's happening. What is happening is Israel is doing it. So do not engage with that hypothetical.
You should engage with that hypothetical.
True resistance strategy. True resistance strategy is getting your own people to hate you. Zach is a genius. He figured it all out, guys.
Again, this is a group of people who believe that martyring yourself, i.e., unaliving yourself for the cause, is a good thing. You don't think there are families with
What's the
starving children
cause?
who are like,
What's the cause?
hey, if I give
What's the
you this
cause?
baby to put a bullet in, wouldn't that
What's the
help our
cause?
cause?
Wait, stop.
What's the cause?
Wait, stop.
Cause is unaliving
Stop.
Israel.
Stop asking the same question over and over again. Please stop doing that.
So wait. So the religion says you have to go and unalive Israel and get unalive doing that. That's it specifically says that.
They literally pay families who do that. It's a line item in their budget.
You didn't answer my question. I'm asking you, does the religion say you have
It's
to
not
go
about
get
the
yourself
religion.
unalive? So
They
you
use
said martyr.
religion.
Where are you getting martyr then?
They're a cult. You don't know that Hamas is a cult that has had complete control over an area for 18 years now?
Who's the cult centered around?
Centered around the hatred of Israel.
Centered around
it was Yasser Arafat who created the cult, and now it has sort of been Yahya Sinwar for the last long bit. Like it's
So wait,
it's a cult.
Yasser created the H group.
He created the Palestinians.
He created the Palestinians.
He had a lot of kids. He had a lot of kids, didn't he?
I mean, guys, they are. I hate to break it to you. I mean, like, they are a people now, but they were a people that got made up in 1964.
They were always a people. They were Jewish,
they were
Muslim, and Christian. They always were people. There were always people living on that land. You don't need to interrupt me, Zach. You haven't read, you haven't seen the methodology they used or the evidence that they presented. You're going after instead of just tempering this and saying, let me go and look at it. You are already saying it can't possibly be true.
Yeah, look. The thing is, you don't even need to counter him. Just ask him questions and let him talk. Just ask him questions and let him talk. He will do the propaganda.
Do you live in Israel?
I think that's a horrible idea.
No, I
Zach's talking far too much.
I live in New York. I was born in Washington, D.C. I'm a son of the American Revolution. My family's been here since before we were a country. My father worked for 2 presidents.
What does that have to do
I've traveled
with
to
you not
27
reading the
countries in the
report,
world,
though,
and
Zach?
I know more about the way the world works than you do.
Zach.
Oh my God!
Do you think you can
No way,
alt on me,
2
man?
presidents? No way, 2 presidents! Oh my God! Please give me a signature,
funny.
Zach.
I mean, that was a long time ago. He was in the White House.
So,
at 27.
is your allegiance to Israel or America?
Obviously, America.
No. It's
Okay,
Israel.
that's good.
Wait. I went through. No, it's not good. I went through this with him one night. As a matter of fact, I asked him about all the good things about the United States. He had nothing good to say about the United States. I asked him all the good things about fucking Israel, and he just went on this long fucking list of great things about Israel. I'm sorry, he is not an American.
They are a better country these days. We are a better force of cultural, and economic power on the world. And I'm incredibly proud to be an American.
You're not.
But hey, listen, they're a better democracy.
Zach, what do you think about
more
that?
things for
Can I
their
ask
people.
a question?
They have a better system, right?
You had nothing good to say about the United
Hold on.
States.
If I say that
Nothing good
Sweden
at
has
all.
a better system or Singapore has a better
You
system,
had nothing
does
good
that
to
make
say
me not
about the
American?
United States. You didn't have a single good thing to say about the United States.
There's a lot of good things to say about America. That's a
You
ridiculous
didn't have
thing.
a
I've lived in
single one.
America.
You didn't
Hold on.
have a single
I could
one
live
at
in
the
Israel.
time. You didn't
You
have a
understand that,
single
right?
one. You didn't have a single one at the time.
Brad, I
You had
could
no
convert
fucking-
to
you
Judaism
had
and live in Israel as well.
What the fuck is
No,
wrong?
well, I am Jewish, and I could just move to Israel if I wanted to, and I have never chosen to, and I never will choose to, because I love America. I'm deeply American. I am obsessed. I read de Tocqueville in fucking, ninth grade.
boy.
I know why America is so great.
Zach, how do you
Good
prove
boy.
you're Jewish in order to move to Israel?
You know what? I've never had to do it, so I actually don't know. But they're very thorough. I mean, like, if you've ever had to go through an IDF checkpoint to get on El Al or something like that,
Yeah,
they are
the IDF
surprisingly
very
thorough people.
They're
Well,
very
God, it's
thorough.
so
A little
crazy.
bit too thorough.
So crazy
A
that a
little bit
group
too.
of people who were mass murdered in Europe and then mass murdered in the Middle East, kicked out of a ton of countries and forced to go into their
People don't care anymore.
indigenous homeland. Those people are a little on edge about all these people who openly say they want to unalive them.
Are you talking about
What a
the
crazy
Arabs?
thing.
Are you talking about the
Yeah,
Arabs?
I'm talking about the
That's
Arabs
what happened
and
to
you
them.
guys. I'm talking about the Arabs and the
Can I ask
Europeans, and
can I
now the
ask a
Americans.
question? Can I ask a question real quick?
I don't hate
Arabs
you,
were kicked
Zach.
out of Europe.
Wait, stop. Stop fucking talking at the same goddamn time.
I was just kind of wondering what Zach felt, how he felt about the U.S. the collapse of Israel's favorability ratings or whatever approval ratings in the United States has completely collapsed since this thing with Gaza has happened. How does that make you feel?
I mean, it makes me feel like lots of people made lots of mistakes along the way, and we got beat by an enemy that you guys are too racist to respect.
I mean,
for
there's
as evil as they
60%
are.
of adults now hold an unfavorable view of Israel. Why do you think that we do?
Because you have been taken by Qatari propaganda and Iranian propaganda and
I
Russian
think that
propaganda and
60%
Chinese
of Americans
propaganda.
were you think 60% of Americans were bamboozled? Is that what you think?
First off, I don't think the number is that high, but if it is, then absolutely.
3 of those 4 nations you mentioned all support Israel, by the way.
Yeah, for real.
Those 3 of those 4 nations you just mentioned support the USA and Israel.
So I said Qatar, Iran,
For Israel.
Russia, and China.
Iran
Which
doesn't.
ones of those support Israel?
Russia and China support Israel. Russia literally said, Putin literally said that he
poor
doesn't want
child.
aggression. Let me give you an education on.
Well, let me just tell
geopolitical
you
analysis.
what happens when America
Hold on,
does
Zach.
that.
Zach,
Anti
let
finish,
me- Zach, let me finish. Let me finish.
You just
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Let him. Yes, let him finish.
Yeah. So Russia actually, Putin himself literally said that he didn't want any aggression with Israel, and they've had very good relations since Putin took power. You want to know why? Because 20% of Israel's population speaks Russian. A lot of them are actually Slavic, and Putin's a hardline, like fucking Russian nationalist. Like anywhere with anyone that even speaks Russian, he wants all of that. He wants all of that to do with it. China also, I mean, literally look at my profile picture. They're Israel's second top trader. Yes, they support Israel. They recognized Israel in 1993. Iran is the only country that you mentioned that is actively an actual geopolitical rival to the United States and Israel. Qatar, on the other hand, is an ally. Where do you think the U.S. gets all of its oil from? Its Arab Gulf allies.
Damn. That was great.
Just because they are, one second, just because they are our quote unquote allies doesn't mean they are our allies. You do understand how politics, right? Geopolitics works. You think that everybody that says that they're allies with someone?
That's not an argument, by the way.
Well, it is, because again, if you look at the world the way it actually is and not just the way people tell you it is, then you actually start to understand
that first off, if China and Russia are cozying up to Israel, it's because they recognize that a rift with America is coming, and Israel is like a gem that anyone in major power would be happy to have in their tool chest.
He's not an American. Absolutely not an
How is that How is that not an American? Just like I could say that Singapore's awesome and Japan's awesome and
Well, you said
Korea's
it earlier.
awesome.
You said we, but I get it, right? And I want to reiterate this point. I don't hate you. I don't hate any individual Jew, but the leadership, right, is something that, like, you, as an individual smart guy, critical thinking guy, right? Like, anyone, I think if you look at the leadership of this, man, how can you support it?
Of Netanyahu?
Yeah.
They're going
And
to
even
study
beyond that.
Netanyahu and the way he has been the most successful wartime leader in probably modern history. This last thing that just happened, military schools around the world will forever study what just happened when they fought a 7-front war and pretty much cleaned up across the board.
Who pays for
Wait,
all
but you
that,
just said
man?
they weren't allies. Wait. You just said they weren't allies. You just said they weren't allies. Why were they getting attacked if they're not allies with the USA? Why were they getting attacked by Iran?
Hold on, they are an ally. Israel and America are very close allies. But
The
they're
Gulf
very
countries.
close allies because we share essentially the two halves of the world Jewish population. We have half, they
The
have
Gulf
half.
countries.
There's a smattering throughout the rest of the world.
The Gulf
But for the
countries.
most part,
The Gulf countries.
what about the Gulf countries? The Gulf countries are our friends because they want to live in a modern world. Their leaders would much rather be rich than, like Islamic, fascists. They're just into fucking girls and going to Paris. Like, they don't want to fuck each other.
Yeah. Of course, the Saudis famously.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
don't
like,
think-
they,
you don't
they
think-
just would
you
rather
don't
be
think Saudi
rich
Arabia-
than fight Israel right now, which has been a losing proposition for now 80 years.
You don't think Saudi Arabia are quote unquote Islamic fascists? You don't think Saudi Arabia
They are,
the
and we
regime
would be
backed
better
by
off.
the US?
We should get rid of the IRGC, and we should work with the Persians. Like, they're a much better group of people.
What the fuck does that have to do with Saudi Arabia? What the fuck does that have to
Because
do with
we are
Saudi
forced.
Arabia?
We live in a bipolar world, and in the Middle East, that bipolarity looks like, in order to be against Iran, we have to be with the Saudis, and I would say that was the wrong choice.
No,
said
that's not the
IRGC.
claim. The claim was that.
The IRGC
Hold on.
are
No,
the
let him
worst.
pivot. No. Don't let him pivot away from this. The claim was that the Gulf countries want a modern world. They want to move away from being Islamist and into a new modern world that Israel has set forth. So what about the Saudis want to do that? Because the Saudis make fucking Iran look like human rights capital of the world.
First off, that's not true. Actually, the Saudis make
That's absolutely true. Absolutely true. 100%.
Iran is far more barbaric than the Saudis.
So
Not at all. Not even close.
Did you know that woman couldn't even drive in Saudi Arabia until 2017?
2017.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But hold on one second. First off, it's just two different groups. The reason the Persians who speak Farsi, they're not Arabic, they're not Arabs. They are literally their own civilization. They go back a long time. They are a fantastic people, as evident by the amount of them that have been wildly successful, having left Iran to live in America. And like, they are our natural allies. Unfortunately, they are being controlled by an Islamo-fascist regime.
So you love them, but you will boom them. Okay, that makes sense.
Hey, real quick, can I jump in here?
He's also, hold on one second. He's also just forgetting how many of the 9/11 folks were Saudis. So
it's all that's the same religion as the Salafi religion. It's the far right version of Sunni Islam. If you don't know, they're the far right version of them.
we have far right Christianity. Anytime you have extremism like that matters. So I think this argument pulls us away from Israel and what that report said.
Exactly, and that is the function.
And Zach's unwillingness to question that heinous acts were perpetrated by the IDF and documented by more than one news organization, and that this report is damning.
Yeah,
Do you
I
know
read
what
the
the
entire
U?
report.
Do you know?
I thought
Do
it
you
was
know
only
what the
50
UN?
pages, and I read it last night. It was 100 pages. Within that 100 pages, what I read was absolutely the most sadistic bullshit I've ever fucking read in my life. I read
That
that they
was
sniped
well described.
they sniped a freaking infant while they were breastfeeding on their mother's breast. You have
Mm-hmm.
to be a sick freak to do shit like
Mm-hmm.
that.
And the evidence to that was someone
The
said it.
evidence to that was the UN eat my dick. That was the evidence to that shit.
Got it. Okay, so let's talk about the UN. Do you know what the UNHCR is?
Don't care. Don't care.
Okay. Well, you
Don't care.
probably should know
The
what
UN
that
doesn't
is.
really do anything.
Whoa,
Hold on. Do you
guys.
not know what the UNHCR is?
The report didn't come from them.
Okay. So just to be clear, that is
It came
the that
from.
is
It
the
didn't come from that.
that is the refugee agency of the UN. They represent all the countries in the world, all of the refugees. Their rule is that you get one generation to get help from them, and then once you're moved into a new area, you lose status as a refugee. They handle the entire world's refugees, right?
Well, we did.
And then there's
Americans did.
and then there's an
On your behalf.
equal-sized agency that just deals with Palestinian refugees. Whole world gets one agency, and just the Palestinians get their whole equal-sized agency, run entirely by Palestinians. Okay, does that sound like a body that is
Okay, let's talk about Doctors Without
handling
Borders then. Let's talk about Doctors Without
Well,
Borders.
let's talk about all these
No,
international orgs that are in with
Talk
each
about
other.
Doctors Without Borders that came out and had a multiple who worked in Palestine, and I've worked with these doctors before that went to Palestine when Israel was actually letting people in, and have come out and said, nurses as well, who are a part of the Doctors Without Borders, have come out and said, who are from America, who are from all over the world, Cuba, Russia, all over the world, who have come out and said that they have seen executioner style pew pew holes in children, meaning 2 to the chest, 1 to the head. Let's talk about that.
And
is
your
wrong with you?
evidence that that's not Hamas? Do you have any,
My
any
evidence
evidence at all
they
that
said
that's not Hamas
no,
that did that?
no. There's doctors who have seen it.
They've seen
What
it
are you
happen?
talking about? Yes,
They've
that have
seen it
happen. First
No,
responders that have
incorrect.
seen it happen. No, that's not
No,
incorrect.
incorrect.
Doctors
No.
Without Borders isn't only doctors. It's also first responders that go over there. So people like our
Well, the
EMT
thing
and
is,
EMS
Respond,
workers,
I think is the word that you're looking
our
for is
radiologists,
respond.
like
I think the
I
word that
wouldn't
you're
put it
looking for
past
is
you,
respond.
not you. I wouldn't put it past the IDF.
Of course
So
you
this is the
wouldn't,
whole thing.
except for the
Absolutely
fact that the
not.
reason you wouldn't is literally the propaganda from the people who are doing it.
What about the Great
I
March of
really-
Return? What about the Great March of Return in which they were doing disabling shots onto children? They were taking out
Again,
kneecaps and hitting them in the perfect spot in the spinal cord to disable them. They were making them have, they were doing shots so much so that they would get amputees. Like Gaza has the highest rate of amputees for children out of anywhere else in the entire world. These are purposeful things.
Okay,
Why are they
so when I
saying you're
tell
a
you,
Schmedophile?
when I tell you that the way, one second, when I tell you that the way Hamas makes its money is moral outrage.
I don't care about Hamas.
And
It's about the
anything that
IDF doing
generates-
it.
one
Don't
second.
care.
Anything
Don't care the IDF did
generates
it.
moral
Don't care about
outrage
Hamas. Don't care about
benefits
Hamas.
them.
Stop. B.
It doesn't
Well, he's
benefit Israel to
literally
have
trying
moral
to
outrage.
sit around and say that he's trying to shift the blame away from what the IDF has done to children, that the entire world,
No,
Doctors
allegedly
Without
done.
Border is a non-biased organization that recruits
No,
doctors
no
from around the
organization
world.
that is
And you're
international.
saying, and you're
Wait,
saying
Zach-
that it's
wait,
Hamas
stop,
doing
stop,
it. That's redundant.
Stop. This is Zach. I don't know if you've ever met Zach before, but Zach is an Israeli simp. He's un-American in every way you can possibly imagine a person can be un-American. He doesn't care about anything but Israel, and he will defend it to his dying breath. So no matter what evidence you give him, doesn't matter. He's still going to defend it. He's going to say alleged. He's going to say that didn't happen. He's going to call you a liar. It doesn't fucking matter. So whatever you say to him at this point, it's not going to change his.
Save your energy, boo.
So if you're gonna do it, you're gonna have to do it to try and convince the people that are listening, and not Zach, because you're never convincing Zach.
Zach-
He's too fucking stupid.
Did you hear what Zach said though? He said the IDF, it wouldn't benefit them to pew pew children, but apparently we're supposed to believe that Hamas unaliving children would benefit them. So you
It
see the double
literally-
standard. Like
your hate-
he's
one
always he's always me good, you bad. That's how Zio simps are.
Hold on,
Me
but
good,
tell
you
me
bad.
how it benefits. One second.
I can tell you all the objective ways it benefits Hamas. It's how they raise money. It's how they gain political support. It's how they demonize their enemy, right? 3 major things. How does it benefit Israel?
Here's the thing is no independent organization has come out and said that it's Hamas doing this. They've all come out and said the IDF do this. All of them. So it doesn't matter about the Hamas thing.
It's almost like just 80 years ago, the entire of Europe got together and watched as they
Don't interrupt me. Be quiet.
exterminated the Jews.
Be quiet. I wasn't finished talking. I don't give a shit about 80 years ago at this point. I really don't care. Neither do the American people anymore. You're losing the sympathy. But anyways, like I was saying, everybody came out and has said that it was IDF. No one has actually ever made the claim that it was Hamas paralyzing these children. So I don't know why we're living in a hypothetical that didn't happen. I want to be in the real world where we actually have cold hard evidence that this happened and it was at the hands of IDF.
You don't have cold hard evidence.
They have bullet casing. I mean, they have bullets within the children, right? They have it's undeniable at this point. Multiple witnesses,
You're right.
thousands at this point.
Just to be clear, if they were accusing your brother of having done it, would you think there's enough evidence?
Don't care. That's not what happened. I don't want to engage in this hypothetical. I want to engage in the real world and what happened.
If you really had to be like, oh, this is my brother who's going to go to jail if they, charge him with murder.
I'm not going to engage in that hypothetical. I'm going to engage in the facts that actually happened. And that's what everyone's saying is happening. So I believe it. Yeah. I don't have anything to believe. There's no counter evidence whatsoever. So
I know.
I'm not going to engage in that hypothetical.
The same thing.
Zach, so the whole world is... You said you were mentioning Europe, so the whole world is lying except you. Everyone's a liar except
no,
Israel.
There's plenty of people who recognize the truth of this. You just should maybe start listening to them. They're much smarter people.
No, there's no actual evidence. There's no UN reports coming out saying that Hamas is doing this to children. So exactly, it is the IDF, it is Israel at the end.
The UN is the most corrupt group it's the most corrupt group on the planet. And
of course
Zach, Zach, what should I go for? Like, what news should I go read that's going to advocate for this? I see videos.
If you want someone good on Israel, listen to Douglas Murray. Just listen to Douglas Murray. He's gay. He's British. He's a long time
listened to him.
He's going to tell you. He's going to tell you the best source is Epstein.com.
For real, he's gay. He must be right. He's gay. That's so homophobic.
I'm just saying that
what the fuck? What a dumbass.
It's homophobic to say he's gay, so he's right.
You're tokenizing somebody right now, dude. Do you know what a token is?
My brother is gay.
You're tokenizing your brother right now, bro. You're tokenizing your brother.
I'm not tokenizing anyone. I just actually have real life with it is my people.
It's like when I say I got a black friend. Trust me, bro. I could say the N-word. That's what you're doing right now.
I thought he was American.
No.
Wait a minute. Your people? Who's your people?
I tend to think that the gay community is sort of my people.
Oh, so in this instance, you weren't referring to yourself as a Zionist.
I mean, again, if you'd ever been to
Israel,
you know
referring to yourself as gay. Now you're gay.
So gay.
Now you're a gay Israeli. Is that what's going on here?
Israel is like the most fun place for gays in the world. Much less.
Yeah, just ignore the far right party in power and how they say that a gay should be unalived. Just ignore that.
No, nobody says that.
Just Ben Gvir says
nobody
that
with any. Again,
don't hate the people.
How
hate the leadership.
Ben Gvir's in the government.
Israel
He's far right. When has the far right ever been pro gay? Can you name one instance?
In Israel, they're whatever. There's even Judaism's sort of okay with gayness. It's not
my question. Okay, I win.
Sort of.
Thank you.
Sort of.
I mean,
it's in the Torah. Like, come on, dude. Don't give me that shit. Don't give me that shit.
Oh, we're better than Christians on gay people, for sure.
What does Leviticus say about gay people? I don't know what you guys call it in your language, but what does Leviticus, Deuteronomy,
I'm not getting into a theological argument. Anybody who there's no population on earth that has everyone who likes gay people. That's just not a thing. So we're not going to talk about Israel as if they're... What Israel is special about is they have the highest per capita group of vegans in the world. They just banned cosmetic testing.
This is the best
one of the first in the world to do it.
I love this guy, bro. I love this guy. Zach, I'm going to hit you a follow. Listen, I'm going to do an anti-Zionist live. I need you to come up and just talk. Just let the people listen to you, bro. That's the best way to make everyone anti-Zionist. Just let you talk.
Mm-hmm. Guys, the truth is, if you are anti-Zionist, it just means you're stupid.
Okay.
Good
That was intellectual.
Yeshiva will come for you, bro.
Yeah, that was an
Mojo's live.
intellectual statement.
I thought I would dumb it down for you so that you could understand the binary truth of it.
Again, you speaking about a report you haven't read with a methodology you haven't read, and you're just going, no.
Mm-hmm.
Just wait. We'll pull the Iron Dome out of there. We'll pull everything out of there, then. You want to play that game, then? It's already,
Who
the
invented
sentiment's
the
already
Iron Dome,
shifting.
dude? Who invented the Iron Dome that we are now using?
The
American
100%
taxpayer
full stop.
pays for it. We pay for it.
That's so cute. You think
And we
their
invented
entire
it.
military budget is $3 billion?
Yeah, ours is 1.5 trillion, right? So you have to understand these things, right? And the sentiment is shifting. And like the energy you're providing here,
the Qataris are good at
is not-
propaganda, and you guys are stupid.
You lost
Well,
every
I
point, by the way.
talk to a lot of Jewish people, man. And again, if you're smart, I think you can look at this.
There are
and
stupid Jews. I hate to break it to you. There are stupid Jews. I know you think we're just one big monolith of smart people, but it's not totally true.
I mean,
No, I
that's
just
what you
think
were
you're-
implying by
I
the
think
whole
you're a
thing you
fucking
were saying
idiot.
earlier. Yeah, that's what you were implying earlier when you were saying your
No
people
name
and the
calling.
Europe thing.
Please don't name call.
But so wait, Zach, you didn't answer my question. You moved from
Yeshiva will judge
moved
you, bro. Yeshiva will judge you.
You moved
deal
from
with that.
you moved from talking about.
I went to Yeshiva.
You moved from talking about gay people in Israel to vegans somehow. Could you tell me
I'm saying they're a wildly progressive liberal group of people.
Yeah, no, they're
most
not
part.
liberal.
And if you
They're
would just
far
stop
right.
trying to murder them, they would only do liberal shit, and they would only elect liberal leaders.
They're far right.
But you
not
keep trying to
liberal.
murder them, and so they keep electing people like Netanyahu. who make
Calm
them feel
down.
safe.
Stop panicking. Stop panicking. They're far right. The current government in charge is far right. And like I said, yes, Ben Gvir, the guy who's a part of the coalition deal following the election in 2022, they signed a coalition deal in which they were now going to refuse service to LGBTQ plus customers and not allow LGBTQ plus population to open up businesses in Israel. That is the 2022 coalition deal as a part of the far right government currently in power. So you're wrong.
Well,
So
I
next,
mean,
what's the
listen,
next point?
In Israel, the group of people that are wildly unsupportive of the government, despite them just trying to keep them safe, are probably the group that also, is as gay as any group of gay people that we have in this country. And I think you'd find that just
Who cares
like
that they're
far-right
gay? Shitler was a J. Who cares that they're gay? Shitler was a J. That has no relevance to the context of this conversation whatsoever. You're just tokenizing. You're just tokenizing. You are just
Hitler was a
tokenizing.
J?
You are just tokenizing.
Who's tokenizing? 1 second. You just said Hitler
you.
was a J?
You. He was, yes, he had J lineage. This is a well-known fact. So again, you tokenizing gay people has nothing to do with this conversation. No one cares that they're gay. If somebody is schmurd or something, it's like the thing with oh, well, as long as a girl is president, I don't give a shit if a girl's president if she's over here unaliving Libyans. I don't give a fuck that Hillary Clinton girl bossed. She overthrew fucking Libya.
Zach. So listen, Zach. You mentioned that a lot of the population, they don't support Netanyahu, except that the fact that he has been the longest serving prime minister, and also this coalition was quote unquote voted in by the people. Correct? You mentioned that it was a democratic, it had more democracy than the United States, which would imply that the population supports and Israel supports that government, their policies, their stated policies, and allowed them to take power. So that seems like the majority of the population. If this coalition was able to form, then the majority of the population supports the ideas currently in charge. So either Israel's not a democracy.
Did the majority of Americans? 1 second. Did the majority of Americans support Donald Trump?
Yeah, they voted him in.
So the majority of Americans, you think?
Yeah, they voted him in. He was already in power once, and then he got into power a second time. I would say yes. There's more Americans that support him than don't. Just like how Netanyahu has been the longest-serving prime minister of Israel, he kept getting in, quote-unquote, voted in time and time again. So either Israel is not a democracy, or the people support these far-right values.
Do you support Donald Trump?
No.
Okay,
Shifting the conversation again.
No, but I'm just...
annoying.
Did anybody else on this panel support Donald Trump?
I'm not American
anymore.
So you just told me that the majority of Americans do, but on this panel, Like everyone speaking doesn't support Donald Trump.
Wow,
Really,
it's like this
five
panel makes up
people.
the entire world. Wow.
No,
That's
but it's
so
like your
intuitive,
ability to
Zach.
deny
Wow.
that Israel has a healthy population of super liberal people who hate Netanyahu and are constantly protesting on the streets because they don't like how he's handling things. Like, you guys just don't understand what a democracy is. Now, on the Palestinian
You don't
side, they're
understand
still
liberal.
executing. 1 second. They're still unaliving people in the streets, bullets to the back of their head. That's how they deal with political issues.
They hate
in
Netanyahu, but
Gaza.
he keeps taking power
No,
for
I'm
over
just
30
wondering, which
years.
side do you believe?
For 30 years, Netanyahu has taken power for 30 years. That's like a Soviet Union leader type of fucking. Even Saddam Hussein wasn't even in power for 30 years. I think he was in like 20 years or something.
First off, there was a period of time where he wasn't in power. He was in
Yeah, a
power,
short
then he went out of
period.
power, then he came back to power. It's like, it is a democracy, actually. It's crazy that
he
what you're
keeps coming
talking
back.
about
They
is
love
the actual working status of a working democracy. Now, again, I wonder just why you don't care at all. How does Hamas do their leadership?
Again,
I was
Zach,
talking
you're
about Hamas, we're
proving
talking about
Mojo's
Israel.
How do they
point.
do justice?
You're choosing Mojo's. You really are. I mean, the way that you simp and cannot be American in your evaluation of Israel just shows.
Hold on. How does America
Your
deal with our
bias.
justice?
You're
Do we have perfect
incredibly.
justice?
Oh, for
I think
God's
that's
sake.
fair though to say. I think what Zach's
Zach-
saying right there is fair. Hamas
Zach-
does
Zach-
do that. That's not good. I don't like
I
that.
don't care about Hamas. They're living under like a complete squalor and horrible conditions
No,
in
but you
which
guys
the
don't
majority of the
care. You
population has
don't
been
care
living.
about anything.
He's doing what
Zach,
aboutism. The
Why do you
conversation
think they're
isn't
living in
about
squalor? Because
Hamas.
their
It's about
people, their
Israel.
government
It's
is
the
the type of
conversation
government.
isn't about Hamas. It's about Israel right now. So please stick to the conversation and
Is it
stop
so
trying
hard
to
to believe
sidebar.
that the reason that on one side of a fence people are making a per capita income of 58,000 highest in the Middle East, and on the other
Don't
side
care.
squalor, is it
Don't
could be
care.
that one government is a thriving parliamentary democracy and the
Yeah,
other
one government
is
has
a
their boot
literal
on the neck
mafia
of
that
another
unalives
government.
people in the back of the
No,
head
no,
in the
this is
main
how
public
it's going.
square?
This is how it's going. One
Why is
government
it that
has
you
their
think that
boot.
one, which would throw gay
One
people off a
government
roof,
has their
like
boot
why is it that
on the
you
neck of the other government. That's what's
hold on,
happening.
but
Yeah,
isn't
that's
that
Iran.
a crazy thought?
That's
So
not
you're
Israel.
telling me that the group that is all about freedom and democracy has their boot on the neck of the
I
people that
reject
shoot
that. They're
their
not all
political
about freedom and
opponents in the
They're not
democracy.
public
all
square?
about that.
They're not all
No
about
way.
that. That's where you're getting wrong. You kept saying that Israel is liberal. Sorry, liberal, comes from lib, and part of that is having liberty and freedom. And I'm sorry that the Israeli people do not believe in that. As long as they have their boot on the neck of the Palestinian people, they are by definition not liberal. They cannot have that
Can you
definition.
define, one
Sorry.
second, can you
Zach-
define for me, when you say the Palestinian people, can you define that for me?
Zach, this is.
Yeah, the
No,
Palestinian
I
people,
want
the
you guys to
people,
do this because we keep blowing over this term. Can
Yeah.
you
Zach, this
define
is.
what a
the
Palestinian?
people that were there before you,
People that before who's we?
before the state of Israel was created.
So anyone that was there before 1948,
Yes,
those are Palestinians.
that's yeah.
Okay. So if they arrived in 1947, they're a Palestinian. They deserve. They're the people that deserve to kick the Jews. The people that
Did
literally
they?
have been there for
Oh,
3,500 years. You think the people
oh
that
my
got there in
God.
1947 who speak Arabic,
Palestinian would be both a nationality and an ethnic group. But if we're going to be hyper specific about the ethnic group, they are the direct descendants of the Canaanites, according to DNA tests and results. You can also call them Levantine Philistines. That is
Got
another
it.
term for their ethnic group.
Great. So which Canaanite, is it the Edomites or the Ammonites? What about the Hittites? Which Canaanite tribe are you talking about?
Yeah,
Let's go back.
I can pull up. What?
Just want to go back to that first point, right?
No,
The
because if they're
Palestinians.
Hittites,
You asked me
they're
who
in
are these
Lebanon,
people.
and if they're Ammonites, they're in Jordan. So why would they get the right to live in Israel?
The Israeli state only got the right to exist because of
one
America.
Canaanite tribe.
Okay,
called the
so they're
Israelites who spoke
The Israeli
Hebrew
state
and
did not
practiced
exist
Judaism.
before this,
I
my
wonder
friend.
where were
they
they?
are descending from multiple tribes. It says ancient Canaanites who lived in the Levant, specifically the Philistine region. It says Canaanite, they had encompassed multiple diverse indigenous communities such as the Jebusites, Amorites, and Perizzites. and many others. So that's what the Philistine Canaanites, Levantine Canaanites are referring to.
Right. I really want to talk to Zach about
But I think you missed
this
the
issue.
point, which is that there's a bunch of Canaanite tribes that don't come from Israel.
All of them are Palestinians.
They come from the Levant, which includes Syria and Lebanon and Israel, a little bit of Turkey, a little bit of Egypt, Jordan.
So Israel didn't exist,
Wait, now you're pivoting because you just asked me what's a Palestinian. I answered your question. I told you that they descended from Canaanites. You asked me which Canaanites. I told you multiple indigenous tribes. That's literally what it says. It says multiple indigenous communities of the ancient Canaanite tribes according to genetic studies. So now you're pivoting and you lost that point. Would you concede that point?
Does that mean that, one second, does that mean that all of the Palestinians in Lebanon are also Palestinians? Does that mean half of Lebanon should be Palestine?
Are they ethnically Palestinian? Yes or no?
I mean, the way you just described it, yes. Most of Lebanon is. Well, I mean, not most by means, because a very small group of those people are actually Canaanite descended. But of the people that are, they live all over the Middle East. Are they all Palestinian? Just because
you're asking an entirely different question. You asked me what is a Palestinian. What is that? And I told you it is an ethnic group and a nationality. I answered your question. There are an ethnic group that are heavily descended from the ancient Canaanites, specifically in that region of the Levant, specifically in that region, the Philistines, right? And they come from multiple indigenous tribes. I listed off each one of them, and now you're saying that the ones in the Lebanese people, which are an entirely different ethnicity, despite them having similarities, they're still a different ethnicity. Like you wouldn't say like
ethnicity.
They are. You wouldn't say, like, for example, you wouldn't say like Mizrahi Jews are the same ethnicity as Ashkenazi Jews, would you?
I mean, of course we would.
It doesn't matter
when it comes to Judaism.
You would.
Yes,
Wait. You would. They're the same ethnicity. I mean, they have the same phenotype.
You're getting so semantic over this.
It's a tradition. It's a tradition. It could come from you could have 10 generations of only Ashkenazi parents, and your father could be Sephardi because he marries your mother, and you would be Sephardi. You'd go to a Sephardi shul.
So it's a different ethnicity.
It's a practice. It's a different practice style. It's a tribal.
It's a different ethnicity. It's like they're like just
not
like how
a different ethnicity. I'm sorry. I know that you guys again are racist,
just like how there's
reductive bigots. But like,
so now you're insulting me. But just like how there's like, for example, there's Ethiopian Jews. Are the Ethiopian Jews the same ethnicity as the Ashkenazi Jews?
Well, they're the same Jewish ethnicity, meaning they're from the same tribe. They're the same tribal designation. You understand that we're a tribe, right? We're a tribe.
I love this guy. They're the same tribe. Yes, they're the same tribe. One is from a completely different country across the entire planet. Yes, they're the same tribe.
Ethiopia is very close and was, for a long time had a huge Jewish population. Same with Yemen. Just because these places don't have Jewish populations anymore. Do you know that Yemen was at one time majority Jewish?
To Europe? Wait, it's close to Europe?
No, I didn't say it was close to Europe. I said it's close to.
Yeah, where do you think Ashkenazis come from? Yeah, where do you think Ashkenazis?
Okay, I'm gonna give you a.
Netanyahu's name is literally Polish.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a fun little brain teaser. Right? So let's imagine. I don't know what color you are, but let's imagine you're jet black, and you meet a lovely white woman. And you guys have kids, and then your kid grows up, and you know that they're sort of mixed, but they meet a lovely white person, they have a baby. How many of that happening do you go from jet black to white? Like
what
3 generations?
What the actual fuck are you talking about?
3 generations? We're like 50 generations in that
land.
We're 50 generations in that land. If you can't conceive of the fact that our tribe, because we are badasses, went around the world and created our own little lineages that look all sorts of different, but all do the same practice rituals that we've been doing for thousands of years. That our ancestors have taught from parent to parent to parent. I know that you guys are wildly jealous to have not been part of that awesome tradition, but you should just chill because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Bro, nobody's jealous. For real.
You are literally trying to debate science. You're not even debating me. You're trying to debate science. You are literally trying to debate science.
People are white. You think that because Jews are white, they must not be from the Middle East.
No, I specifically said Ashkenazis.
Ashkenazis are the group of Jews who ended up in Eastern Europe
that are European.
A very strong tradition structure.
Yes, exactly. They're European. Exactly, they're European. So thank you.
Hold on, but
they've been in Europe. They've been in Europe for thousands of years. You said it earlier in this conversation yourself. You said that they were kicked out of Europe, so they were there thousands of years ago in Europe. So therefore, Ashkenazis are European. Just like how Ethiopian Jews, you wouldn't find Ethiopian Jews in Europe. Most likely, you're not going to find any.
So if a
Ethiopian
Native
Jews.
American tribe, let's say a Cherokee person, left their
Why do you keep going to other examples?
Because we are another indigenous tribe. So I just want you to be able to picture it.
Just answer my question.
If that person left and they moved to, let's say, Europe,
it's
and they lived in Europe, but they kept their same traditions. They spoke their language. They kept their same traditions. They donned the same, ceremonial headdresses on occasion. And generations went by and they had lived in Europe for generations. Would you have the gall to tell them that they're not Cherokee?
That's not what happened, so don't engage with that hypothetical.
Of course that's what happened. That's exactly what
Zach,
happened.
you keep pivoting. You're not answering my question.
Yeah, you're such a revisionist.
A revisionist? Like, revisionist of what? What am I revising?
Everything. Literally, you're trying to debate science right now. You're not even debating me. You're trying to debate literal science right now, bro.
What is the science that you're bringing up?
You're saying that Ashkenazi Jews are the same ethnicity as Ethiopian Jews, which is literally scientifically impossible and not true.
Literally not even true.
I speak for science.
One second. How do you think it happened that a tribe from Israel went on to have black people and white people in the same tribe? How did that happen? Can you use that big old brain of yours?
I'm sorry.
How did a tribe from Israel end up thousands of years later having black groups and white groups and Spanish groups and Asian groups and Indian groups?
Colonialism. That's called colonialism, when you have all these ethnicities that are not actually matching with the geographic region there. Just like how, you had the Native Americans in the USA, right? The land of the USA now, and all of a sudden it's majority white.
But tell me, what do Americans do that keeps with the traditions of the Native Americans?
Oh my God, why are you pivoting?
Well, because
what does this have to do with colonialism? Are you trying to say the colonialism is justified if they keep their culture or something?
I'm saying it's not multicultural. If my family moves into 10 different areas and one of my brothers ends up marrying a black girl, and so we have I have a mixed race nephew, are you telling me that's colonialism?
You first said that a bunch of white, black, Asian, Indian people ended up in Israel somehow, when thousands of years ago you said that they weren't there. Did they fucking spawn in? What is this, Minecraft creative mode? They fucking spawned in out of thin air? How the fuck did they end up in Israel, Zach? Please tell me.
I asked you for that fucking very thing.
All right, before we go shut up, stop. Before we go further, can I get your age and who you voted for, Notorious?
43, and I didn't vote.
Okay, are you American?
I'm indigenous to the Americas, yes.
Are you an American?
No, I'm an indigenous person to what is now called the Americans.
Are you a citizen of this country? I don't know why this is
I'm a citizen of this country, which is an illegal country, but beyond that, since you guys don't understand what indigenous means. But okay, beyond that, I'm listening to the conversation here.
Just stop. It was a pretty simple. It was a pretty simple question. Jesse,
I'm not an American.
Wait, stop.
That's a colonial term.
You are an American. Jesse,
no, that's a colonial term.
Jesse, can I get your age and who you voted?
So how are you going to tell me who I am?
Well, she doesn't have a point.
She doesn't have a point. Jesse, can I get your age?
Stop.
Everybody shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Native American.
You guys stop fucking talking. God damn it. I'm just trying to introduce people.
America includes Canada, Mexico, South America. That's America.
Just stop.
Includes all
I'm
of
trying
that.
to fucking introduce people. Stop. Jesse, are you there? If you're not here, I'm just going to boot you.
I'm here. I was waiting for everybody to. Sorry.
Okay.
35. I voted for Harris.
Okay, thank you. And Leon, last time you came up, you said you were 16. I assume you're not 16.
Okay, fine. I'm 18. You happy now?
No, I'm not. I don't think you're 18 either. How old are you?
I am 18. Like, I just have a deep voice, goddammit.
All right. All right.
Conflating cultures with race and then using race as a biological concept when it's not is all problematic. It's all eugenics. It's all white supremacy. When we're talking about lineage and people laying claim to their indigeneity or to the lands that they're from, you do get a lot of white people that will have come into tribes and have been consistently marrying Europeans and bringing their culture into it, and then effectively doing what they wanted to do was called kill the Indian, save the man. Erase the entire culture, erase the entire language, and then claim it as their own. So having a random 8 times great grandmother that was Native American to here doesn't make you Native American. That's not how that works, because it's a continuity of culture is what makes you those tribes. If you don't have that culture and you've lost it completely and you're not doing anything to reconnect back to it, then you can't claim those identities. So that's number one. Number two, mixed race is not a real thing. It's not a biological concept. It's a social construct. That's not how DNA works. You don't continuously get lighter and lighter if you have children with people who are lighter and lighter. DNA is random. It's not how it works, and there's multiple genetics involved in skin color. So maybe, sorry, I'm walking my dogs right now. So maybe stop using white supremacy talking points. Stop using eugenics as a way to justify colonialism. And then, if all of you guys are leftists and want other things outside of capitalism, maybe get permission from indigenous people first, instead of, recolonizing our land. Okay? How about that?
Oh, can I ask a question? I have a question.
Go Army
Thank you for your introduction. That was beautiful. I also live in a country with Native Americans. I would ask you a question. What's your personal feelings or thoughts on I know you've heard of this, the FBAs.
The FBA is a PSYOP.
It's a PSYOP?
Yeah, it's a PSYOP. It's a PSYOP.
Well, they make a bold claim against the Native Americans. They say they are the Native Americans.
Again, it's a PSYOP. It's all revisionist shit. So there's DNA that proves it. We have thousands of years of oral history, cultures, and all of that to prove that we've always been here. And if you want to sit there and play stupid ass white supremacy games and try to claim an entire people who is not from here is from here because that's what your claim is, and play into a PSYOP that's used to separate and divide people of color, then by all means, you can do that. I won't tolerate it. So, no.
I didn't know. I'm just asking a question what you felt as a Native, because they claim they're Native. I have another question for you.
Again,
what do you feel about Native Americans that came from, is this another PSYOP? What did you say the Native Americans, they say that came from, or they say all Native Americans came from Asia in the ice bridge from when, when they walked down and then they walked over
terms. Hold on. Considering that these are modern terms, when we're talking about over 100,000 years ago when people started migrating out of what we now call Africa, none of those hunter-gatherers were called Asians, Africans, or Native Americans. They're all hunter-gatherer groups. By the time people migrated over here to the Americas, that was over 70,000 years ago. Again, terms like Siberia and Asia didn't exist. That's not what those people called themselves. We don't know what those people call themselves. So then to make the claim that we are the descendants of Asians or Siberians or any of those things would be weird. The fact that our culture started here, our languages started here, that we started cultivating the land once we migrated here and have been here for over 30,000 years should mean that we are these people here.
Well, what point do we
Doesn't
say?
matter where they migrated.
Well, you did the same thing. You did the same thing as the natives. Who's right?
Can I ask you a question?
How come you're correct and I'm not?
You did not do the same thing as Native people because people
We
were
did the same thing. We made
here
laws.
when
We made
Europeans
traditions.
showed up.
I am loving
There
what
were
this
no
woman is saying.
people
Can I
here when
ask
we
a question?
got here.
Okay, so
But
There
how
were
come
no
you were
people
allowed to come
here
here?
when indigenous people showed up. Because there was no people here. You idiot. We were already here when Europeans, when your people
There's definitely people here. That's the problem. That's the whole problem.
We were the
But
first
you guys
ones
want to
here.
take over tribes. You want to conquer land amongst tribes, and
Take
then when it's
over
like
what?
somebody else
Where do
comes
we
in the
take
mix,
over
it's
tribes to
hey,
conquer
this is our
anything?
land.
Hey, Garb,
Is
you're a
this, wait, what
revisionist.
kind of live is
Okay,
this?
you guys,
Is this a MAGA live?
all of you guys have to stop. We're not talking over each other. This is not a MAGA live. I usually have balanced panels. There are some conservatives and some liberals on the panel.
Not
But
a
you're
fucking
gonna,
liberal.
I just said there are some
Well, liberals
conservatives
and
and some
MAGA are the
liberals.
same,
What's wrong?
so.
I know they are.
Oh, well then you're an idiot.
I'm an idiot, bro. They both have the same
No, I'm sorry. She's an
ideology.
idiot. I was talking to her.
What? That
No,
MAGAs and
no.
liberals are the same? They are
But you
absolutely
guys
the
are, you
same.
both are
Yes, you're an
They are
capitalists.
idiot.
You both doesn't.
pro-capitalist.
They're both
They are
pro-capitalist. What are you
pro-capitalist, so they
talking
are the
about?
right. They are not the left. Liberals
Would
are
you
not the
ask if
left.
this is a MAGA live?
The
Because
thing
there's a
is,
shit ton of white supremacy talking points being pushed here.
yeah,
And a lot of whitewashed versions of history
Well, why don't you
and
just
a lot
counter
of
them?
anti-indigenous rhetoric happening. That's
Well,
why.
you could just counter the points and say,
I
show different.
agree. Hold on one
she
second.
is
Go ahead,
countering
your time.
you.
Guys,
I have countered the
countering you.
points, and you
She
guys
is
have
countering
other
you.
people
You're just
talking
being,
anti-indigenous
a
rhetoric.
revisionist.
No, I'm not.
I am about to drop the whole fucking.
You guys
I am
are being
about to.
revisionists.
I am about to
The
drop.
whole
Not a
bunch.
fucking revisionist.
I said he is, not you. Sorry.
I'm about to drop the whole panel. You guys can't do that one person at a time. Please stop freaking the fuck out.
Okay, can I get my
Please,
speech
Mr. Mojo, no. Please, Mr. Mojo, no.
Was that you, B?
Can
Yeah, please, Mr. Mojo, don't do that.
So, Notorious, wouldn't you agree then, by the way, that the Jewish people are indigenous to Israel?
Oh, there's a reason why I came up here, and it's because you don't believe that either. Because your land back
course I
argument.
believe that.
No, cool. So you're land back. What state do you live in?
You know what? Here's the thing.
Yeah, there's the
First
code.
off, they've
Are
been
you
given
land
land
back
back.
or not, Zach?
It's settled.
Answer the question.
It's settled, and it's not a violent thing. If the Native Americans right now were unaliving people in shopping malls every single day because they felt like they should have all of it back, we'd be having a very different conversation.
Doing a bad job.
Because that would be a hard one.
Zach,
I don't know how I would feel about
hold on. Everybody chill out. Zach, it's a really easy
Zach is
question.
super
It's a, are
revisionist.
you a land back, yes or no? Because that's Notorious's point. So, Zach, are you land back for indigenous people, yes or no?
I am land back. I feel like we have given land back is the point.
Do you feel like, or you know? Because
Oh,
now
they
that's why it's getting to the point where, like, even no matter what type of decorum people are demanding, you're not actually answering the question. You feel like we've given land back? Where? Where's the land?
Just a second. Do they have land? Do they have land? Do
Look
Native
at this,
Americans have
Zach.
land?
So this is a pivot.
Oh, they really
To say
don't.
they have land at all is not the same as getting their land back. If I go to your front door and I take over your living room, and then I say, "That's cool, Zach. Here's a pair of shoes," you're obviously not getting the same compensation for the thing that I took. And so the issue that is really central to any thought that you're having is that not only is your indigenous point wrong, okay, your other point about being land back is also wrong. So you're not really land back. You think they already have enough land.
Bro, Zach, he always responds with an
I didn't say I
example.
think they have enough land.
He
Zach,
always
shut up, you
responds.
liberal.
You guys, but listen, if we're gonna, can we just do it can we just do it in a way that makes Zach look silly? Because just calling him a liberal and moving on doesn't really help anybody.
Okay.
He always responds. Just know this, Jesse. He always responds in the same way, bro. He always responds in the same way.
Okay,
He has like a loop, like one or two things. Either
Hold on,
he
do you understand
pivots
they
to
don't
an
just have
example-
land, right? You
He either
understand they
pivots to
don't
an
just have
example,
land.
or
They have
he just
autonomy.
says
They
what
have
about
sovereignty. One second, they don't
Or he
just
uses
have
identity
land.
politics.
They have sovereignty. They have something so.
Did y'all know that when you talk at the same time, you can't actually hear each other? It's a thing.
Yeah.
And the words touch each other, and it goes against your privacy.
Yeah, we don't do touching here. That's weird.
Okay, I'd like that Go Army said that now. Earlier, when that indigenous person was speaking, Go Army had no problem talking over her. So this is one of the silly things. But that's besides the point. The point is,
I
none
think
of the
she talked
conservatives,
enough.
and now your words are touching mine, Go Army. Go back on mute. Good boy. So here's the issue. Here's the issue. None of the people that are going to be pro-Zionist here
dropping people. What's happening? Mojo, are you being
That was
grumpy?
me. Yeah,
What did I walk
fuck?
into?
Yeah, I'm being grumpy. Fucking people, man.
Why?
Because everybody's fucking obnoxious.
Crazy.
Right now.
He was
you
rude.
guys can't have a fucking conversation to save your fucking lives. What the hell is wrong with you?
Oh Lord, you made Mojo mad.
I'm trying. Can I ask?
That's revisionism.
Can I ask a question? For Messi. Messi, since Trump sent out this tweet, does that have any correlation to you changing your name from the Kami Dami Mommy? Okay.
Wait, who are you talking to?
Hey, Go Army, she may not have
Messi.
changed a name. This
Yeah.
Messi has multiple accounts, so this may just be a different account.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
You're a revisionist, Go Army.
I'm a what?
Please stop saying that. Please stop saying that.
What is he saying?
Please stop.
I said.
Please stop saying that over and over again. Please.
Yeah, I've heard it enough.
You've said it
It's
like
annoying.
20 fucking times now. Stop it.
Okay.
What that means, to be honest with you. Like, yeah, I don't know.
You're revising history. You're giving a different history than the history
Oh,
that actually exists.
Yeah, that's what revisionism means.
I just wanted to come up to do a quick commercial, Mojo. I have to run to a doctor's appointment here in a little bit. But you kicked everybody off the panel. That's not cool.
Yeah. You gotta bring back
Anyways.
people, honestly.
Everybody's pissing me off. What the hell? I'm trying to make tacos here. What the fuck?
Oh, it's
A good
lunchtime.
panel. Those people were rude.
Okay, y'all keep. I would say the following: like, speak your mind, but try to be kind. It's a little rhyme. I came up for it, especially for those who have trouble with, like, waiting until other people finish their point. So speak your mind, but be kind. It's that easy. You can do it. I believe in all of you. It's gonna be fantastic. With that said, will y'all please tappity tap tap tap, tapping is clapping, and share out the live, and do the repost. And even if you don't really want to share the live to all your friends, because we all share lives among each other like it's a STD. If you just use the arrow button and click on the copy link, it will still help Mojo get out on the algorithm and the FYPs. So
okay.
That's a thing.
Like an STD, huh?
Seriously, I get more messages with lies being shared than anything else. It is kind of crazy sometimes. But that's it. Y'all fight among each others, but again, keep it civil. I gotta run. I'll see y'all later. Bye.
See you later.
Bye.
White Goodman, I think you missed the point, bro.
Anti-imperial. Let me ask you a question. Two sides of history. So when I was in the army, I was in a unit that fought with Custer.
Yeah. I don't care.
Outfit.
Fuck up.
And they have a history on their wall. Okay, but I'm sure the Native American tribes have a history that's completely different. So who would you say is correct?
Anyways, someone go.
I've been so good this whole live, and I got dropped. I'm shaking my head over here. Like, what the heck? Just because I called you Mr. Mojo, I like that name. I think it's apt.
No, you treated me like a fucking plantation owner or something.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. I was trying to do it based off of that guy who's always calls you Mr. Mojo. I apologize if it came off like that. Oh, now I get it. Okay, yeah, I can see how that could. Now I get it. That could sound like that. No, I was saying like Mr. Mojo, like that guy who always comes up and calls you that. I think it's funny and kind of cute, actually.
All right. All right. I get it. It just sounded super bad at the time, and I was trying to make goddamn tacos. Shit. So I apologize.
B, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
I hear a lot of children in the background. Are you like a teacher, or are you, is those your children or something? You don't have to get like personal, but on
No,
that.
I don't care. Y'all aren't gonna find me. I got 4 kids.
4 kids. Okay. Interesting. Well, that's awesome. You know, I'm a big lover of children, families, and stuff. Let me ask you a question.
Weird.
What's your? Yeah, I know it sounds weird. What's your greatest accomplishment in life?
Being a mother, man, for sure.
Interesting. Okay.
Probably
Just
the only
wondering. That's
thing that
it.
I
Just
did right.
wondering.
In my life, it's probably the only thing I did right.
Interesting. That's interesting. No, that's awesome. Wow. Okay. Just wondering. There's not many women who come on the panel that have a lot of children per se. Like I have 4 kids myself, 4 girls. So, and I know how you stand politically. So I wanted to ask you. That. It's interesting.
Yeah.
That's it? That's all you're going to do with
Only
that?
kids.
Really?
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to debate it on, but that's like the whole thing with Go Army and women staying home. If that's their biggest accomplishment, the best thing they can do in life, I feel like the government should pay these women to stay home and have babies and grow this population. I think that's a great idea.
That's actually a really base take, and I 100% agree. I think where we will disagree is I don't think the government should force it. But I 100% agree with you. That should absolutely be an option to stay home and take care of your kids.
You think, well, I think the government has no choice. Like, we've come to a point where it's like, yeah, it should be like funded locally and then et cetera. But the government's got to step in at this point because it's like, in 100 years, America will just look completely different. So, you know. But that's crazy. You agree? Okay. They call me very sexist for that take. Very anti-women for that take.
I think where they call you sexist and anti-women is if you think that's a woman's only function. Because I support women's desire to do that. Like if a woman, wants to be a trad wife, like I don't have a problem with trad wife influencers whatsoever. I think it's pretty base. Show me how to make some sourdough fucking bread, right? The issue that I have is if that is what your value base is for women, is them staying home when they could do more than that. Just like a man can do more than just being a workhorse.
True. I know there's anomalies. I know sometimes there are situations, but I'm just saying like primary, like the main thing in America or tradition, culture should go back to, but women should go off to college, get an education, and then find like a man that's going to take, like a true love. I'm talking a good man that's going to take care of them, love them, all the things, support them so they can be happy with kids and stuff like that. I don't know.
You say go back, but when have women ever done that? You're romanticizing a period in history that never really existed.
Both of them are like that.
Yeah, but if we're talking about like black and brown women and other demographics in America other than just white T women, and even white T women worked for the majority of all of history, you're kind of negating the fact that women for the majority of all of history have worked. The 50s was a very unique anomaly in American history in that the economy afforded for middle-class white women to stay home, but that was the only demographic that could stay home. If you were a poor white woman, you couldn't, and if you were black or brown of any status, you couldn't. You had to work.
I kind of disagree with that. I know you have to work. Well, I would say, speaking on black and brown, the farther you go back, the more conservative they are.
I mean, it depends if you only define conservatism based off of an economic model or a social model or a blend of both. If you're basing it off of social model, then maybe they are conservative. It has a lot to do with Christianity and things essentially penetrating our everyday living. But if you're talking about an economic model, no, they have not always been conservative. That's just wrong.
No, I disagree. But yeah, that's based. That's a base take. I don't know. They tell me I'm wrong for that. I'm not saying women can't do anything. I'm just saying it's the most fulfilling life. if it's all things equal. I'm not saying like, things happen, you got to do stuff, but I just think that's a good life, and we should be pushing that in America.
I mean, I don't think that makes up a life that is fulfilling for everyone. I'm not going to speak on what's fulfilling for everyone, but I know, having lived in this traditionalist lifestyle before, that it's very difficult on my partner to have to sustain me and 2 children. And so that put a lot of stress on him. And so that's when I decided to go back to work, because I wanted to take that stress off of him. And he took the stress off of me having to sit and watch, at the time, 2 screaming kids or 1 screaming kid. That was like essentially making me go insane, because all I had to do was talk to a toddler all day. And so he took that stress off of me. I took that stress off of him. This is what it is to live in a community. So what someone deems as difficult or life fulfilling is very subjective.
But there's a but. I get it. You got to go back to work. I feel like men should step up, maybe find a side business, a side hustle to come up with that extra money. That way, yeah, I mean, that's how it goes. If you're going to grow your family, you have to have more money. You have to make more money. So I don't agree with you saying, hey, honey, we need more money, so I'm just going to take off the stress and I'm going to go to work. Yeah, we got more income coming in, but now the children have a whole different relationship with the mother, because now she's outside of the house for 8 hours a day or whatever all week, versus at home with the routines of just like staying home. And, taking them to practices, taking them to school, all the advantages,
Well, women were never meant to do this alone, Go Army. And I think if we would have listened to different ideologies and different different tribes have ways of being able to figure this out. Women were never meant to be the all or nothing, right? We were meant to have community. We were meant to live with our immediate family and our extended family in tribes in which a woman could have help every which way from Tuesday, and same thing with a man. And so in my ideology, I don't think that only women, because, many feminists will say women are the only one who suffer when they have to stay at home. No, I think the man also suffers. That is putting an extreme amount of pressure on a man to have to perform and make enough money so his kids don't starve. So I think everybody suffers in this sort of
man.
Yeah, I mean, it's called being a man based off of what standard, though? You're romanticizing a version of history that never existed. For a very long time, humans were communal creatures. So if you didn't have something and your man got sick, the guy next to you who lived in the hut next to you or lived in the building next to you came and helped you out as well. We don't live like that anymore. We put all the pressure on the man and we put all the pressure on the woman. We've completely individualized community.
The church does. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, I'm in a men's veteran Bible group that has like signal chats, for instance. So if something happens, one of them's father passes away, we all get the alert and we help each other. That's community to us. That's something the church, there's other things with the church, just the church in general is another one. Your family being close. You don't have to live in tribes and huts like that. Like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not doing that. I love my parents, but, they live around the street. So it's close and it's close enough, if you know what I'm saying. So, but we're still very close. Like, we go over for dinner Sundays, things like that. So, I mean, I don't know. You can,
I see what you're saying, and it's why I don't, completely say that churches have to be, eliminated. Even though I'm an atheist, I do realize they provide a sense of community that other people don't have access to anymore. But
I remember what you said. You said it should be like people. Listen, this is why I say I'm a nationalist, because I love nationalism, because I say in a perfect nationalistic country where we're all like, we all love America, rah, 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 we love America. Well, your pride goes above everything else. So like, if your neighbor gets sick, oh man, that's another American. That's our brother right there. We got to walk over there and bring him meals every night. We got to make sure he gets his dog out, blah, blah, blah. We got to do all this stuff. And people don't do that no more. Once upon a time we did. And, I think in an ultra national country like that, people would just like help the old lady cross the road, stop the people steal, things like that. Like,
Diana, can I get your age and who you voted for, please? Are you there? And do you know you're on the panel? I'll take that. That is a no.
What's up, Mojo? How's it going?
All right. I know who you are. Some fucking crazy ass liberal.
I love, dude. I'm gonna start calling myself that now. A crazy ass liberal. I'm gonna tell my twin brother. I'm gonna say, because he's like a Christian conservative. I'm gonna tell him I'm a crazy ass liberal. But no, dude, Mojo, do you know Joel Webbon? Or like the kind of like they're like Reformed Baptists. They're like Reformed and want to basically a Reformed theocracy.
No, I don't know.
The name?
Yeah, Go Army. Do you know Joel Webbon or like Apologia Studios and what's that guy's name? Like it's Reformed Baptists and Reformed theology. There's that pastor Doug Wilson. He's part of it. You familiar with that at all?
Oh, no, I've heard that name. It sounds familiar.
Doug Wilson. Yeah,
No,
they
I
want
haven't heard
a
that.
Christian.
What's up with it? What's it about?
They're Christian nationalists. Yeah, they're Christian nationalists. They want to conquer the regime and like they want to overthrow the regime and make it Christian nationalist. Basically, they want to infiltrate and it's Pete Hegseth's pastor. Doug Wilson is Pete Hegseth's pastor.
Oh, I have to check that out now. Interesting.
Yeah, it might be up your alley. From what I've heard you.
I'm actually very for a couple days now. I've been debating. I really want a Jerusalem cross tattoo, but I don't know.
So you're a fan of Hegseth, huh? You want one of those Jerusalem cross tattoos like Hegseth?
No. I mean, he has one, for instance, but no, not because he does.
Do you have some criticism towards Hegseth?
Fuck Pete Hegseth.
No, I can't think of any. I mean, I'm not too studying them every day, but no.
Someone said that's an iron cross. Does Hegseth really have the iron cross? I doubt it. I think his is a Jerusalem one.
Well, that's what a lot of liberals tend to do when they see Christian tattoos. They try to associate them with the Germany era stuff, but that's always.
There's a difference. It's like a error. Yeah, Hegseth has the Jerusalem cross as like a crusader. I mean, it's not much different when it comes to wanting to be like Christian crusaders conquering.
It has nothing to do with the Crusaders. It's a Jerusalem cross. It represents the cross, and then it represents the four Gospels, and it also represents the cross, and it also represents the four wounds Jesus sustained, or whatever.
Yeah, I know about the
that's
Jerusalem
another one.
cross.
So I know what you're talking about. And the Crusades, it's not like a bad
yeah.
thing. The Crusades wasn't like an evil thing, like people made it out to be. That was a lie in history.
Yeah, what I was saying was that the kind of person nowadays that has that tattoo is gonna, like you're saying, like an understanding of the Crusades and everything. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's Christian nationalist type of thinking. Yeah.
Christian nationalism is a CIA project.
Wouldn't surprise me. Especially when it comes to the missions in South America and everything, just try to spread our form of Christianity from America, like evangelical.
Go Army. No one cares about what your religion is. You could worship Darth Vader and no one would give a fuck. No one would even.
Well, it seems like he does.
God struck him down.
Yeah, it's like. First of all. Listen, last week was Compassion Week, and what you do is there's a bunch of children around the globe that come from less fortunate areas, very poor, blah, blah, blah. So what people in America and churches do, I know a bunch in Texas, a bunch in Florida, the Compassion is a program, you can Google it. They'll get with the villages, get with the kids, and then they'll connect them with the churches. And then the church, everybody will sponsor a kid every year. And you can sponsor 3 kids, and it's X amount of dollars a month or whatever. And then you see what you give them and stuff. And they you get to talk to them directly. And it's in hopes hey, we're giving you all this stuff because, Jesus tells us to reach out to the poor people and not, we don't say that, but you know what I'm saying? I'm kind of newer to it, but you reach out and you help these people. So, and these kids grow up like see things like some of them move to America and become doctors over this and stuff like that. So, you can say it's like, we're trying to do crazy stuff, but man, it's like you're a poor kid in some village and you get like a PlayStation 5, bro. You're like, so for some dude in America that says Jesus loves you and both of us, like, enjoy, man, you're going to be like, who's this dude from America? I love this. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah, Army, trust me, I completely understand where you're coming from. And I'm not somebody that paints, like when it comes to Christian missionaries and all of, whether it's through the CIA or whether it's just, private church organizations. I'm Christian, so I don't paint it with a broad brush and say it's all negative when it comes to what we do in the third world or in the global south.
I don't know what the fuck happened to my panel, but whatever. Do they have
up to the left? Like everybody just cleared out.
Yeah. Do they have Bibles like attached to the PlayStations?
No, but you definitely gotta let them know about Jesus. Like, that's what's doing all this. Like, why else would I be 5 years ago picking my nose and staring out the window? Now, like, here I am today sponsoring kids like across the globe and less poor areas, and I'm giving them stuff. So yeah, of course I'm gonna let you know Jesus like loves us and what he did for us.
Would it be a good thing if I would it be a good thing if I bought a bunch of PlayStation 5s, shipped them out all over the world, and attached Das Kapital to them? How about the communist attached to the PlayStation 5? If I attach the Communist Manifesto, is that okay?
I guess, but good luck with that. It kind of is ironic you're sending a Communist Manifesto with a PlayStation 5, though. Yeah, that's the first thing I think.
It's all about equality. It's all about everybody getting equal access to everything, including PlayStations.
Yeah, Mojo, I definitely agree that communism. Well, let me say, I don't know if this is what you weren't really getting at this, but the idea that Marxism and communism comes out of the Christian culture of equality and like what Jesus says about treating the less of us or like the least of us.
No, religion is the opiate of the masses.
Right,
no, this has nothing to do with Christianity. I'm just asking him that if it's okay if I proselytize like that too.
Right, yeah. Well, I think that it's similar. Like, it's just political rather than religious. Like you said, religion is opium of the masses. It needs to be political. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, because Go Army wouldn't know what to do with his fucking life if he wasn't a Christian. That holy book is the only reason that he has any fucking direction at all.
That is the case for
everybody in life. That's everybody in life.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I have direction without some fake religion, some fake words from some fake people about some fake person.
You're a mythicist?
Well, how do you know it's fake?
How do I know it's fake?
Yeah.
Because the evidence hasn't been provided to me that it's real.
Wait, Mojo, are you a mythicist where you deny that there is an actual Jesus of Nazareth?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have we proven it? Have we proven it?
Whoa.
Historical records, bones, anything? I don't think we've proven it.
Well, there won't be bones if he... Oh, yeah, I mean, like, if there was a historical man, we could find his bones. If the resurrection is just a myth, we could find his bones. But there has been a lot of, like, archaeology in the area. I mean, they found Joseph of Arimathea's tomb, which they say is where Jesus would have been buried.
Okay. So, in other words, we have no idea. This could be somebody that was just made up.
Well, there is, of course, we should have a certain level of skepticism, and I think that when it comes to if you're going to decide to be Christian, like of course, it is faith. You are saying, I'm putting my faith in this like religious tradition, but that doesn't mean we can't have a philosophical understanding of like all of the moral values of it.
We can do the moral values without attaching them to some person that never existed.
Well, yeah, you say he never existed. I think that there is a good bit of historicity to the Gospels, and it's a different form of history, because of course there's a lot of theological language and narrative in it, so, to where it's not like a modern historical telling. But
yeah, like the Ark and like fucking the Great Flood and like turning water into wine and like whatever, all the bullshit in the fucking Bible.
oh well, like when it comes to Noah's Ark and the flood, I actually hold to like a local flood theory, and because like I say that
You have to do that. You have to do that. You have to do that because if you take it at face value, it makes no sense.
Well,
Dr. Kent Hovind, Strive.
Oh boy, yeah, I got into that when I was a teenager, but I'm not a creationist anymore.
He's also a big dinosaur dude. What does he say about the flood? He says the waters were above, and then he released the waters and it
from the
flooded.
firmament. Yeah, I don't hold that at all. Are you a younger creationist?
No.
Okay.
He's just from Florida, right? Like he's from Florida. I'm from Florida, but
Yeah,
he's
so
kind
you're
of
familiar with him.
I don't. The dinosaurs. I still believe dinosaurs are kind of fake, but
He thinks
he's all about.
yeah, he thinks that Go Army thinks that Jesus was an American, and he thinks that the Ark was from America, right? Because it was made from some fucking bullshit trees.
Oh, the Garden of Eve. Oh, yeah, that's right, Mojo.
Wait, you're Mormon? Wait, Go Army, you're Mormon?
No. The Ark was from Florida because it was made of gopher wood, and the only place you could find gopher wood is in Florida.
He also believes that there are some fucking ruins that were settled by white people before Native Americans ever got here.
Wait. That's all like Mormon theology, right? Army, are you a Latter-day Saint?
No. That's not.
Are you a denomination?
No.
You're like, okay.
My church is very big. If I told you it, you'd know it probably. It's very big in the South. It's like
Okay, yeah. So you're like you go to a certain mega church that's like not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not Elevation, is it?
It's 1122, 1122.
I think I have heard of that. I'm not that familiar with it, or I have never been to one of them, but yeah, I think I've heard of that. Well, I'm Christian, but I'm definitely not like I reject like the evangelical conservative strain of American Christianity.
Yeah. You just made my why would you do that? That's in your blood.
Well, it's partly in my blood, but I'm gonna purge my blood of it. I am because if I go back far enough, my heritage is Anglican. That's why I'm going to be Episcopalian. I'm not this anti-intellectual, dumbed down Baptist. I was raised Southern Baptist.
You're gonna stop eating meat and only eat fish?
Yeah, you have to hold to during the holy days.
No, Episcopalian, isn't that the people that?
That's pescatarian, dude. That's
yeah, sorry.
Have you heard of the Episcopal Church or like Anglicans? You're messing with me. I was about to say Mojo.
I'm totally messing with you. I was a pescatarian. Well, I was a pescatarian. I probably would be right now if I eat fish. If I ever decide to eat fish again, I don't know. I just haven't had fish for a long time. So as of right now, I'm a vegetarian. But yeah, I had people say, "What is that thing you call yourself? Episcopalian?" No, pescatarian.
that people would flip it on you. They thought you were saying Episcopalian. That's funny.
They did.
That's funny. I get being pescatarian because there's the idea that it is pretty evident that fish don't have the level of sentience that a pig or a cow would. Right? That's the reason to be pescatarian.
Yeah. Well,
do you believe in the resurrection, Strive?
Yes, I do. I from
you hesitated, makes me believe in your heart you don't.
No, I was thinking of the right way to answer it. I affirm the Apostles' Creed and the Nicene Creed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I affirm that he was buried, or he was crucified, buried. You know.
What's your thoughts on the Shroud of Turin?
I think that it was a medieval age.
It's a piece of cloth that was pissed on at some point or another.
It's like I think it's a forgery. I don't think it actually comes from Jesus, the time of Jesus, and from it was his.
Did you say that?
Because there's evidence that it popped up in the medieval ages. Because there are certain relics that do come from the times of Jesus, and the Shroud of Turin doesn't emerge until medieval times, like I think 1200s.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the evidence is pretty crazy, though, right? Like
Well,
it's like divine.
there's something. Well, I don't know. I've seen how they've done research, and they
Well,
say
for
we can
starters, it's
replicate
AB
it
blood. It's AB bloodline, right? That's just a start.
What does AB blood prove?
AB blood is the rarest, the most holiest, the rarest bloodline in all of Earth, like in the world.
Well, I don't know about that. I know so just because it's rare, I mean,
Bro, just Google it right now. But look it up.
Dude, I've looked into it a bit, but I think it's just a conspiracy rabbit hole. I don't focus too much on that because what does the Shroud of Turin truly mean? Even if there was some kind of
looking at the face of Jesus, bro. A straight imprint that only can be done by like they put out like all these nuclear explosions. The only way they can imprint something like that on there, even if it was a fake, there's no way they can fake it like that. And
someone just commented, "Wow, I'm holy, dude." AB blood is not that rare. Like it's a common blood type. It might be not as common as just like A or. Yeah.
You're
thinking of RH negative? People have theories about RH negative blood, but that's all kinds of like I've dipped my toes into that and kind of been led astray by certain conspiracies like that. I focus on the pragmatic, like I take a pragmatic approach of how I should live my life according to the philosophy and like the religious tradition that I'm in, rather than pointing to something like, oh, the Shroud of Turin, this proves Jesus. Like that's not what I would point someone to.
That's just one thing.
Well, let me ask you this, Army.
The only proof you need is the gospel, bro.
Okay, so like, yeah, I was gonna say, so if an atheist or an agnostic came up to you and they were saying like, what's your evidence or why I should be a Christian, you would point to the Gospels.
God, it would be
point
so
to the
nice
gospel, but they'd blow it off. I mean, I can show you things
so
like.
Nice if somebody would save me right now from this fucking
Yeah, I get Mojo. I'll stop going down this path. I know you don't like religion on your life. You want to keep it.
No,
philosophy.
Honestly, I just don't like religion. It has nothing to do with the life. I know that a lot of people like talking about religion. If you guys want to continue talking, you go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it.
It's a waste of time. Yeah,
I understand where you're coming from. So yeah, Army, like, so you would point to the Gospels and say, like, this is the good news. This is the story of God sending His Son. He died for our sins. You know, like the John 3:16. That's what you would point towards.
I'd point to the gospel and the story of Jesus Christ, how He's the Son of Man Son of God. And you're right. We were born with a disease from Adam and Eve. It's called sin. And the only way for us to, and everybody experiences this. You may look around and say, well, I feel lonely. Or, you get $1 million and you still feel like it wasn't enough. You buy that shiny thing you've been waiting for, you get it, and you're like, dang, I'm already bored. The only thing that can fulfill us, the reason why we do that is because it's called sin. Adam and Eve, they got us diseased going back. So Jesus Christ came down to us to forgive that sin instead of just saying, hey, your sin's forgiven. It would mean nothing. So He sent His Son down and then also went through a crazy unaliving to relate with us so that our souls, once our bodies decay and pass away, that our soul can continue on to eternity. And that's the way. And I would say the gospel right there, read it for yourself.
Right.
And when you say, well, it's just a book written by man, is what they always say, I would say, well, it was written by 40 authors across, however many thousand years. And it's has more like things being fulfilled than ever before in life, like in any other book, any other thing, right? So.
Yeah. Well, what do you say to somebody that says, you know what, I'm convinced that the Gospels reveal the divine revelation that Jesus of Nazareth is the Son of God, and they affirm all of that, and then how would you get them to, because I said that I'm against evangelical American Christianity, how would you convince someone of your version of Christianity?
Well, I would say I'm basing this off strictly the scripture and the gospel. Not traditions, not all these different things, strictly the gospel. And that's the word of Jesus Christ Himself. So, two of them are eyewitnesses. One of them was the best friends of one. And then one of them was like within 15, 20 years of what happened. And then Paul, of course, we all know Paul. So there's no other book in history that's just like has different things that match over thousands of years and all these different men across all these different continents. There's nothing ever like it. It's divine.
Speaking of matching, Go Army, I'll give you $1 trillion if you can tell me what Christ's last words were.
Christ's last words, it is finished.
Okay, so that's according to Luke. So now why don't you tell me, because that's so Matthew and Mark and John both have a different view on what Christ's last words were.
Exactly. That's what's so good about it, Becca.
So what were Christ's actual last words? What gives you the right to say that Luke was right over everyone
question.
else?
Interesting question. Let me answer that for you. So this is a question that comes up oftentimes. Well, this is what's beautiful about the Gospels. If you read the 4 Gospels, you can see the difference of personalities. Matthew, a tax collector, writes a certain way. John, he writes a certain way, etc. So you definitely, you can definitely see their point of views. I believe the one you're talking about is very, I've been in the book of Matthew for like a year, but it's very, it's just like you're so crazy how long ago matches modern day. Like you have 3 friends around. One's always going to be the one with the hot ego who thinks he knows everything and he's pompous. One's going to be the one who's kind of timid, and one's going to be just a straight wants to go by the book and document it. And Jesus goes throughout these different ones and throughout the Gospels, and you can tell he says different conversations with each of them because he knows how they are, and that's what's the beauty of it.
That doesn't answer my question. What were Christ's last words, and what gives you the authority to say that it was what Luke says versus what John said? No, that's not answering the question. You went off on how it doesn't match, and that's beautiful and all that stuff. But
if you went to my best friend and asked him what happened yesterday while we were playing at the basketball court, and then you went to me and asked me what happened at the basketball, you'll get the same story, but you're going to get it 2 different viewpoints, 2 different personalities, 2 different stories.
Right. The thing is, it's not the same story, though. That's in that analogy, it's not the same story because the narrators in the story are saying they all heard something different. So that's not the same story.
Wait, Army, I got a question for Army. Because I know, does John say what the last words were of his ascension, after he had ascended and before he ascended to heaven?
I have to go get my Bible out.
That could be what the difference is. Or do they say 2 different things he said at the crucifixion? Because it is finished is what he said, his last words at the crucifixion, but then there would have been the last words he said after he was resurrected before he ascended to heaven.
I say that one more time, slow down.
Yeah, I was saying there would be the last words of Christ at the crucifixion. He says, "It is finished." And then there would also be post-resurrection, right before he ascended to heaven, he would have had last words.
Yeah. I didn't even get into all that. I just was speaking strictly on the first part she asked me. Yeah, you can go on what was his last words when he resurrected, what he said to the when the angels came down and moved the stone.
No. I want to stay on the last words he said before he quote unquote ascended to heaven. What were his last words? Who's right? Is it Matthew and Mark? Is it Luke? Or is it?
It is finished. It is finished.
Okay, so you are within the John ideology that what John said was right. So Luke, Mark, and Matthew are full of shit.
I believe John, I can't remember this now. See, you're getting deep without my Bible handy and without getting my notes and stuff like that. One of them is a very good down the page, but perfect, writes it how it goes. One of them very he makes him sound. I believe it's Matt. I don't think it's not Luke. Luke is not one of the disciples. He makes him sound like it's very like y'all would say it's Go Army, oh, my stuff don't stink. And so there's different ways to say it. So I don't know. I'd have to go and compare all the different endings.
Wait, I just pulled it up and checked it. Yeah, and it says when I look it up, it says how each 4 gospels has a different theological perspective. And so one of the gospels says that Jesus says, my God, why have you forsaken me? That's the last thing he said. And then one is, Father, I commend to you my spirit. And then John is the one that says, it is finished. So those are the differences.
Yeah, that's not about perspective. That's completely different sentences.
Do you see how beauty the book? Do you see how the beauty in what
No,
we
I
see
saw a
Christians
huge
as? These three men came together, their point of views to say, here's what happened. We can't explain why he said these, or some of the things that the meanings of them. They will argue them until we pass away, until we meet Jesus. But that's the beauty of having to decide. Like that's the beauty of it.
There's no beauty in
It's
being
not like
contradictory and then claiming
not
that you are the
contradictory.
true
That's it.
brute
You're
book
right.
that
It's not
needs to be. It's an
so
absolute
funny.
contradiction.
It's all beautiful, whether it's wrong or right, or it doesn't really matter. It's all beautiful, right?
Well, to me, it's beautiful because it's so perfect meshes. It's so perfectly
Except
blends.
it's not perfect. They just prove to you that it's not perfect, and now you're saying that it's beautiful because it's not perfect.
Yeah, no, you didn't just prove nothing to me. You just said something to me.
I didn't say anything to you.
So, no, I mean, he basically agreed with me saying it's 4 different viewpoints. Like, in the ending, like, you could argue, but all of those are the same thing in a different way.
Yeah, but Army, listen, the point that B is making is that, like, she's arguing the view that the Gospels are contradictory, and so say there was eyewitness reports of the crucifixion, and someone was close enough to hear the words he's speaking. Why would there be different historical accounts of what his last words were? But see, that's why I think the strongest argument is that they weren't trying to give a literal historical account like we would nowadays. The kind of history they had back then was mythological, theological. That's what I argue.
No, it's not necessarily them not like having a historical account. This is they are completely all saying something different. So you can't trust them. So when people come up to me and tell me, like, trust me, you have to trust this book, it tells nothing but truths. I'm showing you right here that this is just one example. By the way, there are hundreds of examples. But
Yeah,
this
I understand your
is just one
perspective.
example.
Mojo, I'm going to at least try to
since
lessen
you-
your misery a little
Strive.
bit, and I'm going to head out.
Strive.
I'll see you later, Mitchell. Well, I'm about to play basketball,
take it
but
easy.
if you wanted to say something real quick, go ahead.
Well, no, it's
Matthew
not
and Mark
specifically about
actually
this.
wrote the same
Army.
thing.
Stop talking.
Army.
Stop.
Army.
Yeah, I was trying to tell
So
Mojo bye.
there is breaking news. Apparently, there were 2 earthquakes just about an hour or so ago in Venezuela, which leveled most of Caracas. The United
That
States
was a day ago, dude.
Congress.
That wasn't 2 hours ago.
Well, this is more recent. United States Congress is lifting sanctions and funneling $150 million in aid to Caracas to help find survivors. So this is more geopolitical. Congress is removing sanctions on Venezuela. Maybe y'all can shift to politics. But there you go. That's the only reason I came up.
Are you going nuts? Is it driving you nuts?
Yes, because they're fucking wild when it comes to religion.
Yeah, I understand. I'll see you, Mojo.
All right, have a fun game.
What's wrong about sending aid to Venezuela? I don't get it.
Bye.
Nothing wrong, ya tú sabes. Nothing wrong. Is based.
Oh, okay.
I wonder what extent they're lifting the sanctions, though.
I do know Mojo won a separate side bet. Apparently, Trump says Iran violated ceasefire with the drone attacks on the Strait.
Oh, I didn't make a side bet on that.
You didn't? Maybe that's Grumble then. I'll have to find him.
Hey, are you guys making this guy accountable? This Mandami guy. At least he's fucking up in a lot of things. Are you guys actually talking about that?
You're funny.
I'm not from New York. I don't give a shit.
I mean, he represents what you guys want, right?
I would say, yeah. Actually, out of everybody that's ran so far, he's probably the closest to.
Right. So how does that not concern you?
Why don't we get specific? We have to go for issue for
Well,
issue.
the guy
talk
actually-
about one that you think is bad.
Right. So there's one that makes me like fucking wonder and say, bro, is this guy actually, does he actually like this country, love this country?
That's not an issue. That's not a policy.
Well,
What
it
the
is
policy?
because honestly, he's nominated to represent this country, not only New York. I mean, New York
What's
is
the
America.
policy? What is
So
the
it's not a
policy?
policy, it's what he said. He actually
What did he say?
He actually
You're not being
praised
specific.
Relax, ma'am. Jesus.
I'm sorry. I'm
Relax.
just like dancing around what you're trying to say.
I'm not
It's kind of
well,
exhausting. It's my fault. It's not your
What do you
fault. It's a me
mean?
issue. It's a me issue.
It's a you
I
issue?
can see. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay, yeah. I mean, it could get medicated, can it?
Yeah,
So-
but It never works. Like I tried that.
Yeah. All right. So yeah, the guy praised a so-called reporter in Iran that happened to be part of Hamas, and he actually praised him.
That's awesome. I like
Yeah,
that.
that's based. That's based.
No, it's not. They actually found out this guy was part of Hamas. They didn't even have a number registered
I
to
like
Hamas.
that a lot.
So, okay, so let's talk about that. You like a terrorist group?
Hamas is the government of Palestine, and they are
Hamas is the government of Palestine. Okay, is Hamas a terrorist group?
Hamas is a government. Government.
No, I'm asking you. It's a yes or no.
No. I just said government.
No, you're answering it with an answer with a question.
Government can't be a terrorist group.
No, hold on. What do you think? Do you think they are or not?
I think that a government cannot be a terrorist group.
No. I'm asking you directly. Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group?
I just told you a government can't be a terrorist.
No, I'm not talking about if a government. I want you to say Hamas is not a terrorist group.
Hamas is a government, and it cannot be a terrorist group.
Can you just say Hamas is not a terrorist group?
I can tell you that Hamas is a government.
You guys run away all the time.
I'll say it.
This
How about
is
this?
your
Me and
problem.
Mojo here. Yatu Savas.
You're
You can
doing
argue
it
with
like
me.
now.
Yatu Savas. I will take it.
This is crazy.
Mojo has,
it's evidence.
Hold on. Yatu Savas.
Mojo, it's
has his
evidence.
opinion. I think that they are opinion. I think that they are.
No, you're the one who's based saying Hamas is not.
Hold on.
Don't do that, Ella.
Okay.
Yeah, Ella, control your
It's
puppet.
not my name, but go ahead. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I fucked it up. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
control
going
that
to control
puppet.
you. I'm going to control you in a sec.
Yeah, go ahead. We're going to terrorize me?
Yatu Savas.
I'll
You can
behave,
go
I
ahead.
promise.
Yatu Savas. For this
No,
conversation. Please don't interrupt me. Yatu Savas.
I know
Please
what a
don't
terrorist-
interrupt me. We can have a conversation, a back and forth, but I was talking and I would like to have a good conversation with you.
I can't. You actually said Hamas is not a terrorist group.
Okay, but I need you for this conversation. I will let
I
you
can't
set.
have a conversation.
Yatu Savas. I will let you set the definition of terrorism. Go ahead and
No.
educate me on what it is.
It doesn't work how you say. It works how the question became and how I actually questioned it. Do you think Hamas is a terrorist group? You said it depends on what you think what terrorism is.
I said no. I actually set an
Okay,
actual
right.
precedent.
So
I
then you said it depends what you think terrorism is. And now I ask you, what do you think terrorism is for you?
It's not really about me. I think you would agree.
Oh,
Yatu
it's not
Savas.
about me. Hold on, but you actually said it
you're so
depends
annoying.
about the terrorists.
Yatu Savas, let me get a
Wow,
thought out.
you guys
let me get
are
a thought
getting
out.
fucking,
You're
like-
getting really triggered right now and you're talking over me.
'Cause
If I could
it's
get
no
a thought out, you
credibility,
would actually
dude.
probably find that we might agree on a lot. So we can have a real
Makes
conversation.
sense. Makes sense.
I don't think it's fair in this conversation for me to set up the definition because I don't run the world.
Hold
I
on,
think
you
what we should
questioned
do is we should look at established definition by professionals. It could be the
Okay,
UN if you want. It could be even the United
Okay.
States government. What do you want? You
all
want to
right,
use the US
okay,
government's
all right.
definition? We could do that.
This is not a United States government question. Stay on topic.
Okay.
Stay on topic. Talk about Hamas and tell me why you think Hamas is not a terrorist group, since you know what terrorism is based on your definition.
I'll
Mojo,
use
may
the
I?
dictionary definition.
No, I don't. Okay, so based on your definition of terrorism, why is Hamas not a terrorist group? Let's see if you could answer that.
Okay, so again, we should probably say that I would say terrorism is defined as terrorism is the
No,
deliberate
tell me
use.
why Hamas is not a terrorist group. I didn't ask you what's terrorism.
She is telling you. She is telling you
No,
why.
I didn't ask what terrorism was.
I'm sorry. You have to know what terrorism is, otherwise
No,
she can't tell
you guys are dodging my question.
You're gonna shut up. You have to know what terrorism is. You have to know what terrorism is, so she can tell you why it's not.
Yeah,
you're getting cooked in your own life, and you're muting me because you are.
Sabas, I'm going to tell you up front, just moderating, let them finish answering the question you asked. If you continue to talk over somebody, no, it's not how you want them to answer it. If they are speaking,
They're dodging my question.
If they are speaking, they are giving you an answer. All I am saying is stop talking over people. That includes me, that includes the host, that includes everybody else. Fucking stop. Wait for them to finish speaking.
So the definition is by Alex P. Schmidt, and it uses 250 different definitions of terrorism to make one. The definition is terrorism is the deliberate use of threat or violence against civilians or non-combatants to instill fear and coerce a government, population, or organization into pursuing a political, ideological, or religious objective. I think that's a pretty fair definition of it.
May I for a second?
All right, so let me talk now.
Hold on.
Perfect. You defined what terrorism was.
Wow.
Can you shut your please? Let me talk to her.
Excuse me?
So yeah, you need to learn how to shut up, lady.
I can't. You guys, I am so sorry, and I'm sorry for coming off of mute. But like, I did not like the way he was. I actually didn't like the way he was speaking to any of you, but specifically you, B. Listen, if you're still here, my guy, they're democratically elected government body. Whether they acted in any sort of terroristic way or not is debatable. But just like Mojo told you, I know that wasn't good enough for you. They were democratically elected, just like our federal government, which is just as evil, if not worse. So be so sure. People like that are, I can't even. I mean, oh, this is crazy. Why is it crazy? Because you have no self-control. You have zero self-control, and you have even less knowledge. I gotcha. Huh.
Between you and Paula, I'm not going to have any conservatives left. You guys.
I'm sorry.
They
Honestly,
don't know.
though,
Not you. Not you.
I'm not sorry, though.
They don't like you. They don't like you. They don't
That's
like
fine.
Paula.
Do you know how many times I get called a cunt in a day? At least 12.
I know. I heard that this morning. Well,
Isn't that amazing?
Paula got that this morning. I'm like, what?
I love it so much. I love it so much. Actually, Coach called me a cunt today, so I really like that.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was great. I had him on my panel. Well, we did kind of. I let him think that he was going to be real comfortable and he was going to be able to say whatever he wanted, and that didn't happen. So yeah, I mean, I deserved it though. I did deserve it, and he did give it to me. Well, I mean, I earned it.
It's unnecessary.
No, it is unnecessary, but I don't know. Like, listen, even if you had any good points, Yatu, here's the thing. If you don't have self-control, just like I didn't have self-control when I came up here, nobody cares what you have to say. Like, you have zero credibility when you lead with ad homs and crying. Good luck, boy. Good luck to you. What else has been going on in Mojo Land today? How's it going this afternoon?
I don't know. This panel's been crazy all day. I'm probably going to take a break for a while because I have no conservatives left. I have no panel left. I have nothing left.
I mean, honestly, are you getting sick of talking to the same one? Should we have TikTok Tony come up here and we can just kind of like antagonize him to have a discussion with us? We have some opposing views. Tony, I promise I won't put on the tinfoil hat.
Well, I generally have plenty of opposing views, or I'll just argue to argue. I mean, either way.
Me too.
I
love
your
that.
opposition.
I love that so much. Me too. Just for the sake of it. I do like the red hat, Mojo. That is really a nice addition to things. I think it drives them in. I do.
This is where I came from. This is the beginning of Mojo Rising. It was the year in a cult hat. That was my very first image. And it got turned into this tiger thing and whatever from there.
I just like the offset of the actual hat and the tiger together. I also like when you choose violence. That's the other one that I really like.
I'm so bad at that. I need to stop doing that.
Mojo is simply the first non-Indian Bengali tiger. That's why we love him.
True story. Oh my goodness. How long have you been on? A long time today?
I don't know. Wait, I don't even know how to check that on my phone. How do you check that?
So, okay, swipe like to the left a little bit, and that screen that comes up with all the stats. You see that? It's in the top left corner, it should be.
6 hours and 7 minutes.
There you go. That's too long, right? To have 31K taps? What is wrong with you people?
Oh, yeah, I don't do commercials.
I'm just kidding. I know you don't.
I probably should. I need to do more commercials. But no, and 6 hours is nothing, in all honesty. Normally I would run 12
I do 2 or 3, but I do it 2 or 3 times a day, depending.
That's probably a better way to do it, honestly.
It is and it's not. The only thing that's really good about it is it's like really easy to just change the subject. You just restart and you have a different background. It makes it a lot easier.
Well, I saw that White was chirping down in the comments. I'm guessing that he has the opposing view, so you may continue with B if you would like.
Hey, White.
What? Terrorism?
What's up, friends?
Hey, White.
How are you this fine evening?
Is that the opposing view? Terrorism? White.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't really actually have an opposing view on that. I got invited up and
You're bored and you just want to hang out. You have no one to hang out with. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was having fun talking to the Salt Lickers in the chat, so I came up to, see if anybody wanted to talk.
What do you want to talk about? Sir, what would you like to talk about today? I can make that happen for you.
I am surprised that anybody would consider Hamas not a terrorist group. That's surprising.
Well, they're democratically elected.
The opposing view. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Well, I'm asking. I'm not here to oppose. I'm just really curious how
you came up here just for clarification purposes. You came up here with an opposing view, and you said, "I'm not here to oppose." So, are you here to agree, and we could just concede and end it now, or how do you want to go about this?
No, I said I'm not an opposing view. I don't like. I mean, I think Hamas is a terrorist group, but I have a kind of.
That's an opposing view. Then that is by definition an opposing view to what we were saying. See how that works?
Yeah, I've hardly ever heard someone say Hamas isn't a terrorist group. So I'm here to learn how it isn't. And you guys didn't let the guy. You guys didn't finish the guy's conversation. So I'm kind of just trying to finish what he was trying to get you all to explain to me.
You're caping for that guy.
Hamas is not a.
Sweetheart, that's so precious. Good luck with that. Okay, listen, you understand what democratically elected means, right? Do you get that? Do you understand what that means? Great. They were democratically elected. Whether they acted in a terroristic nature or not is debatable. But democratically elected governing body. Are we clear? Just like Donald Trump, democratically elected fascist dictator.
Yeah, I have a different viewpoint than Elle does on this, and probably Mojo as well. And I don't think anyone on this panel would like my viewpoint. But White, did you hear what my definition of was earlier?
Yeah. Yep.
Did you agree with? Agree with that definition?
Yeah, I believe it's kind of the standard definition. Yeah, it's. Yeah.
Well, I reject that definition. And the reason I reject that definition is because based off that definition alone, the United States government would fall as a teist group. So I think when we utilize terms like teism, they're almost feckless given that everybody in the world can fall under that definition.
I guess I'll just take up the top mantle of opposition then. So, Elle, I would widely agree with you, though Hamas itself is not internationally recognized as the governance of Palestine. That would be the PLO. So you cannot call Hamas an actual government if no other governance around the world even recognizes them.
So in reply, I didn't call them the government. All I said is that they were democratically elected. That's all I said. I didn't cite that they were actually government. I don't disagree with your point though, but if we're going to get into a semantical discussion, I didn't say that.
Yeah, it would be widely semantical. I mean, the actual definition of terrorism would be using violence or coercion in order to effect a political change, which that is exactly what Hamas does, and they are not issued or recognized as any form of governance. So they would actually broadly fit the definition of terrorism.
But again, an election did occur to which they did win, correct? I mean, I hear your points. Sure. Okay, so we got to acknowledge that. And then by that definition too, like if we're going to apply that, and again, I don't like to do any of the both sidesing or really any comparative, anything comparative at all, but I have to make a comparison here. By that same definition of terrorism, I mean, would we not say that our government falls under that, that the Israeli government falls under it? I mean, what government at this point doesn't carry out terroristic acts? Tell me.
Governments cannot be recognized as a terrorist organization.
Not by your definition. Not by your definition, Robot.
Right, and you mentioned that they did
Sure,
that they
but we have
carried out
other
terror.
rules and laws within our form of governance and around the world in the UN that say that governance specifically cannot be a terrorist because they
No,
have other rules that
but you're
cover
missing
those
what I
same
said,
things
Robot.
like
Hey,
war
Robot.
crimes.
Here's the thing: you're the one that said that Hamas acted in a terroristic nature, and so all I was saying is, by your very definition of terrorist nature, is it not follow suit that most governments at a time or two act terroristic in nature, especially by comparison the U.S. or the Israelis? That's the comparison I'm making. I understand we can't identify a country as a terrorist or a government as a terrorist, but we can say that the government acted in a terroristic way per what you said. You said it, not me.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, if you want to go down that same line, you're only taking up the mantle from the British when they called the American government terrorist, specifically with this administration.
Right? Where's the
But
lie? Uh-huh.
you would be agreeing with them that America itself would be a terrorist, which then, since the United States has an active war on terror, we can literally go to any country in the world and you are giving him carte blanche ability to invade any nation simply under the guise that they are terrorists.
They do that anyway. Called manufacturing consent. Hello, that's why we went to Iraq. That's why we went to Vietnam.
That's why we went to Venezuela. That's why we can go into Iran. And now you no longer have the War Powers Act because we are definitionally fighting terrorism in Iran.
Yeah, so I reject the notion of us being able to define. We are not a good, the United States is not a good entity to define what terrorism is. Because Hamas is not defined as terrorism in every country in the world.
Are you guys trying to say that it's okay for them to do what they do?
No, I'm saying that when we use terms, propaganda terms, because I will at this point, given the US's broad use of this term, when we use terms, propaganda terms like terrorism, it justifies us being able to do whatever we want to whoever we put that term upon. That's what I'm saying.
Us being the majority of the
find that a
countries
problem.
across the world that call them a terrorist group.
What? Say that again. Why? I couldn't hear you.
It's not just America labeling them a terrorist group.
Yeah, so there are many countries that
it's
don't.
It's not giving us. I mean, do you think? Okay, so maybe you're not supporting what Hamas does, but you're saying they shouldn't.
How did you get to that?
With?
How did you get to that deduction? Like from what we said, I'm trying to just follow the path and understand how you make that deduction. It just seems like a really far leap to make, right?
Yeah, overall, a lot of what I hear is defending Hamas and Iran and siding with them in general over our country. But what you forget
I want to
is
point
that
something out.
many countries believe exactly the same thing. And if you say things like Hamas is just a government doing government things that shouldn't be interfered with, I think that's fucking wild.
Okay, well, here, so, like, saying that, let's use the IRGC, for example. So, like, this is something that happens in real time now. Giving a shit about the Iranian people, caring about the well-being of the Iranian people, for some reason, when we say that we care about the innocent citizens, the automatic assumption is that we somehow are siding with the IRGC or co-signing anything the IRGC says or does. Like, saying one thing doesn't mean the other. So just by saying that Hamas is not, by definition, a terrorist organization doesn't mean that they don't do terrorist things, and it's not automatically supporting Hamas. It's like, just because we can call something what it is doesn't mean that we automatically support them. There are plenty of people that can see that Israel and the IDF are the epitome of evil and still have Zionistic views. So, I mean, like, two things can be true or no things can be true at once. I don't know. I just think, like, that's a really tall leap you made. I mean, we can point something out to be factual or not factual, and then we can also like it or not like it, independent of whether or not it's the thing. I don't know. I just think that you chose to make that deduction. I think you should open your mind to like having two things hold true at once.
Yeah, I do, but that would be like me telling you, open your mind to American imperialism. It's like it's.
How is that a fair comparison?
Open your mind, yeah. It's just
no, but like, what does American imperialism have to do with Hamas being either like, by definition, being terrorist organization or being an elected body? I'm not getting that.
You said two things can be true. You said they can.
Yeah, but what is one? What is this comparison? Just can you draw this like whatever the? How are they related? That's just like a really random thing to throw out there. I think. I just don't understand what correlation you're trying to make.
Okay.
Can you tell me what correlation you're trying to make, sir? You could just say no if you don't want to, or you can't. It's okay. I promise.
It just feels like.
I don't care what it feels like. I'm looking for facts. I don't care what it feels like. I want facts. Thank you.
Okay, well, the beginning of this topic started on something that's not a fact. It's not a fact that Hamas is a terrorist group, for example, right?
Right. They are not a terrorist group. You just said it.
Stop with the double standards. Stop with your emotions over everything.
No, I don't have emotions. I'm dead inside. Sir, I'm dead inside. I don't have emotions. I'm letting you know, like, you just by somehow got all the way around and agreed to exactly the point that we're making.
Is it a fact?
I appreciate that.
Is it a fact that they're not a terrorist group?
We just said they are not a terrorist group.
So to you, it's a fact that it is not a terrorist group, right?
Oh my God, you just said it.
You said you wanted facts, right? You wanted to speak in facts. Okay, you started this by saying something, and then you said you only speak in facts. So what you said that Hamas is not a terrorist group, you're saying that's a fact, right?
They're not a terrorist group.
You lost your own battle.
I didn't lose anything.
With your own fucking.
Oh, sugar!
You got beat with
I'm
your
sorry.
own comments.
I'm so sorry that you just could not realize you drove right over yourself and completely contradicted yourself. I'm really sorry, but next time you'll do better.
The whole conversation.
Next time you'll do better. No, sir.
You tried to tell me we should speak in facts only. Gosh. But the whole conversation started with, is Hamas a terrorist group? And that's not a fact that they are, correct? Look, I'm even agreeing with you. It's not a fact. You just made the point.
Well done. Good job. Good job.
No, what I'm telling you is it's not a fact, but you... Okay.
You guys help.
Yeah,
that was so easy. This was so easy. Thank you. It's the easiest thing I've had to do all afternoon. I really appreciate that.
Also, when people go to we should speak in facts only on TikTok, you're absolutely amateur because everybody on here has opinions and not everything is...
You emotional middleman. Do you need a nap and a blanket?
No, I'm not
I'm just kidding.
Stop that.
I'm not being emotional.
You are, but that's fine. You're entitled to be emotional. It's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, so we should let the men feel anything they want to feel.
W men.
Thank you, El.
But
saying things like
just let women. We should let women just go ahead and be emotional all the time, right?
We are, and we will, and we do. No problem.
I understand. Well then,
yes, she is speaking from her emotions.
W for men in the chat.
No, she says she's dead inside.
So, I am.
So which one is it? You're fucking crazy. You're a wild being right now.
You can literally two things can be true at the same time. Like
don't even know
have
yourself.
Emotions.
Right, two things can be true. Remember that? Remember we just said that?
I thought you said you're dead inside. Is that a fact that you're dead inside?
It feels like it right now. It feels like it right now. It feels like it right now.
You said it to reiterate that you have no emotion.
Stop. Can you let him fucking talk? Jesus Christ.
Oh, sure. Yes, I'll let him demean me. Absolutely fine. No problem.
What the hell? You're demeaning him.
Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm so sorry, White. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
No, I'm sorry for you. I actually feel bad right now. This feels like I'm bullying you or something.
No,
I don't
you're
want
not
to feel
at all.
this way.
Mojo wanted me to be quiet to let you finish. Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't understand. I don't understand what you're looking for here. What are you doing, Al?
I'm done. Nothing. I literally am done. He just had a little bit of a little tantrum. It's okay.
Yeah. And then
It's
you are
totally
attacking
okay.
him again.
I'm not. Nobody attacked him. What?
He just had a little tantrum? What the fuck?
White, what do you think of Men's Mental Health Month? Do you think that's like a liberal psyop, or like what do you think of that? From like a conservative.
I definitely think things like that can be leveraged by corporations to make money off of people. So feeding us pills, people they make a lot of money off of that. And as long as we keep telling men that they're sad and depressed, and that they should talk about their feelings and be emotional, then we can make money off of it.
Did we tell men that, or did men tell us that? Because I heard men say like they're super sad.
Talk about their emotions.
Well, they don't. They just unalive themselves.
Okay.
And that's what the stats show, right? So like I thought that, that men were the ones who essentially are telling us like we need this because we're really sad and nobody listens to us because they're unaliving themselves, which isn't funny. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and if you tell someone, hey, spend money on this pill so you don't feel like killing yourself, instead of promoting that. Sorry for the language.
Talk language. Yep.
Instead of promoting what really makes people happy and what really gets people out of depression is self-accomplishment, self-worth, and very simple things like exercise and going to work and helping people, donating to charity, contributing to society, paying taxes, being a good person, being faithful to your wife, constantly learning, don't do drugs. But we don't tell people that. We tell them a pill fixes everything.
Can I ask you a question in good faith? Is that okay? I don't want to be uncomfortable.
I've been in good faith this whole time. You haven't been?
No, I'm always in good faith. But this question's off subject, so I just want to make sure you know that I'm asking it in good faith. Like it just sounds like something's on your mind and bothering you for real. No sarcasm. Like, are you good? Because it just sounds like maybe, like, honestly, something along the lines of the subject, and maybe I'm misreading this, is bothering you. And it's okay if it is.
No, I don't like to brag, but I'm doing very well, and
That's good. Then I'm happy for you.
Yeah. There was something else. What's wrong with me? Oh, I do kind of have. Yeah, there is something wrong with me. I have a problem with messaging. I have a problem with telling people that they're a victim and people believing that someone's going to save them. That someone's not going to save you. That someone just wants to control you and make money off of you.
Do you mind giving an example? Because I don't.
Yeah, student loan forgiveness. It got a lot of people interested and it got a lot of votes, but it didn't actually happen. And it's a perfect example that you're a victim of the banks loaning you money, and you're a victim of the colleges who didn't give you a valuable degree. There's so many examples.
Okay, that's fair. But I appreciate you saying.
Yeah, when the reality is
I'm sorry that's on your mind. I'm glad you got to let it out though. For real.
Yeah, doesn't everybody have something on their mind? That's why you get on a panel.
Yeah.
Talk about it,
Yeah. But this coalition, like going back to Men's Health, did not start from people telling men that they were victims. Like women didn't start the coalition. Men started this coalition because they were saying that they don't feel like their emotions or their feelings are heard. So I don't know where that idea comes from. And it's not about pills either.
I'm not surprised. Men started the coalition. Men are very weak these days. Men are pussies. Men need to man up for real. Like they're cheating on their women. They're crying. They're lazy. They're doing drugs. They're drinking. They're giving up on school. They're letting their family determine their happiness. All kinds of other things. That's very weak of men. Men are very weak.
Why do you think? Oh, go ahead, Mojo.
Are you saying that, like, physical crying?
Oh yeah, I mean, physical, whatever. Yeah, they're just babies.
Because you're in here crying right now. You're
I'm crying for men because I feel sorry for them. Yeah.
So you're just whining about some stuff, and so when I say physical crying, I mean there's a difference between what you're doing and what you are accusing other men of doing. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, I'm a little bit of a crybaby sometimes, especially compared to my grandpa, who's a Navy SEAL. I'm a big baby compared to him.
Mojo, just a comment. I know you want me to be quiet and not come off mute, but I'm responsible for some of this, but not all of this now. Just acknowledge that, please, because I'm just bringing it out. And I'm glad that he's able to express himself. But again, I didn't bully him into this, okay?
That's all. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know what's going on right now.
What you bully me into, Elle?
No, he just thought that I was like grilling you or not being kind to you earlier. That's not what was happening. That's all I'm saying.
No, but you got upset that he was saying something bad to you, but you have been doing nothing but saying bad things to him the entire time.
I didn't get upset. I don't get upset. But
you
okay.
did.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Okay.
In general, you guys are going to say it's, pulling up by the bootstraps or whatever. But in general, I think most people's problems start at home, and a lot of them are self-inflicted. And I just can't stand it when everybody's out here voting and yelling for someone else to improve their life. Like, you can't.
It's not like yelling for anyone to save my life. It's developing community the way we've lived for hundreds of thousands of years. So I want, you probably romanticized the 50s, right? Like, women stayed home. You can borrow a cup of sugar from your neighbor whenever you wanted. You could watch their kids and they would watch your kids. Like, if you felt you broke your leg, someone across the street would come go buy you groceries. Like, I'm sure you romanticize that point in American history. I romanticize that point too. I'm just saying I want it for everybody.
Yeah, I think women were happier back then for sure. I think they had more purpose, and you're going to say, well, they have jobs now. That's purpose.
I romanticize the community part of it, not necessarily what women's roles were, because I said it earlier on this panel. Women have always worked. The 50s was a very unique time in history in which economically women in middle class and lower did not necessarily have to work. But that was unique, and that was only for a decade because women have always worked. So I don't care about that. I care about the community aspect. I want to be able to help my neighbor who's elderly, and I want them to not think that I'm trying to steal from them. Like, that's what I mean about romanticizing that period in history. And all periods prior to colonialism and industrialization included that.
Hey, listen, quick question, White, just as a quick side note. Do you like boobies? Maybe that'll make you feel better. I'll put some boobies in the chat. Maybe that'll help calm your mind a little. Look, there you go.
Of course just I like boobies.
There you go. Hopefully that kind of level sets and gets us thinking, feeling all good again. Thank you.
I want something B said though. You said that dang it. I wanted to respond. Give me a second.
Yeah, take your time.
Women and today women wanting to have a little more individualism, control over their life, a little more freedom, rights, whatever it all is. Part of the problem, a big part of the problem is men. Women have to select from trash men. Trash. These men are, like I said, weak. They're looking for excuses. They're blaming their family. They're blaming and not even any one side of the political spectrum. Men are they don't understand that you have to go out and be strong and contribute to society and bring home a foundation for a woman, and her feelings matter more than yours, because a woman needs to be a nurturing person. They're going to be a mother. It's a relationship a man can't ever have. It's a similar relationship, but a woman's relationship with her child, it's very important that we preserve what a woman is and preserve women's feelings. So when men get into these dating atmospheres and are focused on what's going to be beneficial to them and their feelings, and be picky about their women and be very superficial and shallow with women, then of course women are going to kind of let go of the past.
That's putting a lot of pressure on a man. So
well, fuck yeah, they should have. I mean,
you're talking about men who are being depressed, men who are quote unquote not manly anymore. They are a result of that sort of oppression, right? Because like I always say, in a patriarchal society, it's not just one victim. It's not just the woman. The man is also the victim. That type of pressure on somebody is why we have the quote unquote men that we have today, because they also don't want to live like that. They don't want that pressure of, if I lose my job, my entire family will starve. They don't want that. They want to have a woman who works. Many men are saying that. There are people who like trad wives, and that's fine. They can do the trad wife thing. But for the majority of it, what you'll see is people need help. We're not living in the same economy we were in the 50s.
We should want a woman that can be a great mother first and a career woman second.
Okay, and then if she cheats on you, because that's not including being a great wife, so then she can just cheat on you and be with whoever she wants.
Well, everybody could cheat on everybody. That's kind of a different subject. But yeah, like you shouldn't be with someone if you're going to cheat on them. So that's her making a mistake. That's you probably. I mean, a lot of times men, I think, cause the woman to cheat, being maybe controlling or not being respectful of a woman. I mean, you definitely got to bone them down, but not just that. You can't treat your wife like a lesser person.
Sorry.
A woman is a greater person.
A
woman,
you got to do what to women? What did
you got to satisfy them sexually. But I don't think that's the main reason women cheat. I think women cheat because,
That's just a crazy thing to say.
I think women.
No,
I think you got to
satisfy.
You got to satisfy. Yeah, you got to satisfy them emotionally, and you got to treat them with respect. And I honestly think you got to treat a woman like a queen, but not like That's not to say I believe in these entitled women or anything. I'm just saying a woman who is going to mother your children, you should be you should basically be her slave and not a cuck or anything. And that's the thing too, is like. It's very simple. Cheating doesn't happen when you guys have trust. I mean, it might happen, but like trust is everything. And instead of people out there dating, looking for trust, they're looking for so much more and so many other things. Like it's very simple. A man should be a man. We don't fucking live in Disneyland. Stop being a little bitch. And you got to show people trust, and you shouldn't fucking stick your dick in someone if you don't trust them.
What's a man?
What's
a man?
There it is.
I feel like the right is always asking, what is a man? What is a woman? I want to ask you, White, what is a man?
A man is someone who has a dick, produces sperm, blah, blah, blah. That's chromosomes, whatever. I mean, I'm just a science guy when it comes to that stuff.
That's science? Was that science just now? I want to do science. Was that science?
Isn't chromosomes science?
That's science.
I mean, is that as hard as we science, or do we science any harder than that?
Well, go ahead. Tell me what are you getting
No,
at?
I'm listening. I'm just listening. I was going to leave, but Robot told me I have to stay, so I want to learn science.
Yes.
Oh, you know what?
We're bound
Honestly,
to this panel.
I get what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
Why is she?
I think I know where you're going with this. Okay, I believe a woman can be a man in my sense, a strong foundation, a hard worker, a server, and not a selfish, emotional, a woman can be that. A woman can be the breadwinner. A woman could be the strength. That's easy. So in that case, it doesn't come down to chromosomes. It comes down to what they identify as.
Okay.
Like there's lesbian relationships where one is going to drive a truck and the other is at home cooking. So, you know what I mean? Like a woman could be, I guess what I'm saying is, a man is someone who protects a woman and allows a woman to have children. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I'm married.
Are you married?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How does your wife feel about all this?
I think she agrees, but we have disagreements. Like,
is she your property or your wife?
Are you asking me if she believes in the chromosome simplicity is science of man versus woman, or are you asking
Please don't make babies. Please don't.
No, come on, man.
Oh, I already have one. And
wait, stop.
I have babies.
Wait, stop. The whole thing you're just saying. I'm just talking about like the whole thing. You and Go Army both. I don't know why the fuck B is playing into this shit. Sure, you can be a trad wife if that's what you so choose, but to listen to a man tell you how you should be and just accept it seems fucking weird to me. I don't get it at all. You choose whatever, do whatever you want. If raising kids is what you've always wanted to do, go raise kids. Whether you have a man or not is irrelevant, I think, in the process. But I don't know. It just seems weird to justify this.
I think
But wait, I think White was told off his wife he could be whatever he wanted to be, and I think he just chooses to be a house husband. It's perfectly fine. It's 2026.
It's almost like
I'm not a
gender is
house
like
husband.
I just heard you,
A
White,
house
as
husband is a very weak man. That's a huge insult to a man. If a man is a house husband, I really think you're kind of going against. You're probably actually one of these men who's depressed as fuck. Like you're not accomplishing on your own. You're not out there.
Working for I would accept that. Could you tell me about your relationship with your father?
My father left. My father gave me a name and left. So that's my relationship.
I'm not
going to
take advice from a fatherless man about what a man is.
Oh, okay. Because that's the only way to conclude what a man is based on your father.
You obviously did not have one, and you are saying that what a man is would not be at home. He would be a weak man. He would just be, groveling at the feet of women. That is not what men is being about. Being a man is actually a provider and a protector, and there are different ways to provide. You do not have to go out and hunt for deer with a fucking stick and a sharpened edged rock to be a man. You can be a man by taking care of your kids in your own house.
Wait, now I'm curious. What does everybody else think the role of a man is, other than provider and protector? Or do you believe provider and protector is the role of a man?
probably just like peeing standing up. Like that's the only thing I can think of. Just peeing standing up.
Men
are part. They can be.
That's not even a requirement. That's not even a requirement. What the fuck?
Can I address Brobot?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, Brobot. Brobot, if you're saying that my dad wasn't a man, then I agree. He also put himself in a position where he couldn't be a man because he obviously put himself in a position in a marriage that he couldn't stay in. So, and as far as being a man, yeah, he wasn't a man. He didn't stick around and provide, and he didn't help my mom. And so, you're not going to hurt my feelings, but I think that's precisely, I think that's precisely part of how I can conclude what a man is. And you said a man should be a servant. That's right. There. Look what women do in the world. Women bear children. That is the ultimate responsibility. Not one thing a man can do can live up to that responsibility other than protect her from the world. And maybe it's not hunting or anything, but I don't know if you noticed, but the world isn't fucking Disneyland, dude. If you're trying to say that
never said it
men
was.
Don't go out and you did. You said, men don't go out and hunt
completely
anymore.
Misconstrued my
in a
point.
way, men do.
I simply asked about your relationship
with
your father. Why? I simply asked about your relationship with your father to get or glean where you're getting this information and your conclusion from. And it seems to be wholly faulty. You have described things like providing and protecting as simply earning money and, I don't know, fighting or like
well, if earning money is so easy, then why all the socialism? If earning money is so easy, why is everybody crying about the rich and crying about their life and the price of groceries? If it's so easy, you're the one saying life is so easy.
No, White, you're the one that has this entire conflict in your head. I didn't prescribe those points. This is your definition that you're fighting right now. I told you that there were different ways to provide and different ways to support and different ways to provide security. All those different things that we describe as a man, you only picked what you thought were the definitions for those words. And now you are fighting those definitions yourself. You have to come to grips with that conclusion. You can define these in different ways. Providing, if you take care of your kids in the home, like just being a house husband or whatever, the things you look down on, that is a form of provision. And your kids will thank you for it, actually, because you spend more time with them and you're around them more. And you can show them how to be a productive human, whether it's a girl or boy. I'm just using the word human. Right. But this is your fight within your own head, and you're just trying to prescribe it to everybody else around you. You need to come to grips with that.
No, I mean, paying child support is being a man.
When the automobile first started, go ahead. Sorry, finish.
Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by I'm prescribing my life to conclude what a man is. You don't have to fucking.
That's simply weird. You
don't have to
brought
have
up child support.
You don't have to have.
What are the numbers? you should know the numbers if you're going to bring up child support. Not everybody that pays child support is male. There are a lot of deadbeat women out there.
Okay, yeah. There's women that pay child support, and I believe a woman paying child support, however that has been determined, that is asking the woman to be a man. I mean, like figuratively, I guess, or whatever. Yeah, that's your duty. If you're gonna fucking come in somebody, then you got to man up and pay the child support. It's not. I still don't know where you were going with going. I never said you have to go out and hunt to be a man.
Yeah, I was
I
gonna
know
say
you did not, but I simply gave you that was your definition. This is what you're prescribing to everybody else here as to what you think a man is. And I gave you other forms of just being a house husband, and you do not consider that to be a man. That is what I am saying. You prescribed these particular definitions in your own head, and that is what you are currently arguing against.
Okay, well, tell me what the definition of a man is. What is a man?
I just gave you a couple. It was to provide and protect, and there are different ways to provide, and there are different ways to protect.
Okay.
It does not simply mean getting in a fist fight with everybody that's mean mugging you. Obviously, there are different ways you can protect your children.
Okay, so when you describe a man that is staying home and cooking and watching the children and not working, then I agree with you. Then yeah, he is doing a duty as a man. He's at least doing something. But what I picture is a fucking man who, and I also, this is common with women where they use their body to attract a man with money, and then they don't have to work because they don't want to. That's kind of what I pictured you describing as a man that doesn't want to work and just wants to rely on his woman, which is fucking disgusting because she's already bearing your children, and you can't fucking you can't be. That's what I pictured. So there's that.
I mean, it's just wild work to me. If I somehow got together with like Scarlett Johansson or any of those incredibly wealthy women of Hollywood that are absolutely gorgeous, do you think that I'm going to be out earning her? I don't earn $1 million a year, my guy.
I never said you have to out earn your wife. I never said that.
So what's the point in me working when I could just take care of the kids? She's already making millions of dollars a year.
If that's the agreement between you and your wife, then there's nothing wrong with that. If you're taking care of the kids, that's the most important job, dude. But it's typically the mom's job.
Well, you're talking about both sides.
It just says that. Who's made that precedent?
What the fuck?
You're speaking out of both sides of your mouth.
Parents.
You said men that stayed home.
Women are nurturing. Women have God-given tools to be mothers.
Based off of what?
Men do too.
God-given.
This guy. I can't with this guy.
Men do too. Wait, I have a question.
Go ahead.
You.
I mean, yeah.
I'd like you to Google everything that was invented by a woman. And then you see how many hundreds of things that were invented by women, and then look at their lives.
When did I ever take credit away from women?
Some were married and their husband stayed home and took care of the kids while the woman invented something that, changed our world. If it wasn't for black women, we wouldn't have gone to the moon. I mean, you really are pigeonholing people into what you think they should do. And that's just not a good thing to do. People need to be able to do what they want in life, and it's none of your damn business what they do.
Okay. I mean, when did I ever take any credit away from women and their inventions and their careers and their importance in capitalism? They're definitely important. Yeah, and
why I'm going to help you, and verbatim, and I quote, you said that women's primary responsibility is to have children.
That's my opinion. That's an opinion, and that's my opinion. Yeah,
right.
So I don't like. Yeah, I'm not denying that that's what I said. Yeah, I believe a woman's, and I think it's the most important job in the world. Look at our kids; they have horrible parents, and they're growing up to blame.
Why do you minimize it? Wait, hold on. Why do you minimize it when if it's the most important job, but you say no, a man could never do it, it has to be a woman. Just like Robot pointed out, it's the providing, right? Like when a woman is doing labor, I don't know if you realize this, but domestic labor is actual labor. So when a woman's staying at home and, taking care of the kids, that's domestic labor. So if a man switches places with a woman and decides, you know what, I want to do the domestic labor, he's still providing for his children. So you obviously deem W-2 or 1099 wage labor as superior to what a woman does, which is unpaid labor. Because you would be fine with a man doing it anyway, because he would be providing for his kids. He's providing daycare for his children. He's providing, someone cooking meals. He's providing house cleaning services for his family. Like he's providing. It's just not what you deem as acceptable provision.
No, I didn't say a man can't be a stay-at-home father, and I did not say that that's not a valuable job. That's a very huge responsibility, and if men do it, then great. But what I'm telling you is women are equipped to better raise children. That's what I'm saying. It's better that women do the rape. I'm saying that right now, and history has said
based off of what? No, again, history does not say that. Again, history has said that the only time in American history that middle class or lower class women have not worked was for a decade in the 50s. That's it.
Okay, let me ask you. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, all things being equal.
All things being equal. I get time out.
Oh yeah, we'll get to TikTok.
Thank you. Never mind. How's your work?
Let me just ask. Let me get with B. Okay, B. All things equal, in a divorce, who should get the kids, a man or a woman? All things equal.
All things equal, it should be split 50-50. And that's what the courts would agree
Okay, so what if you can't split 50-50, okay, in this scenario?
It's really specific to everyone's individual, like if
right,
the woman, like if they want to leave, no, you can't.
That's all
you
I'm
have
saying.
to be super
I believe
specific.
I believe the kids should go to the woman. All things equal.
What if she
can't
wants to move
50-50.
to fucking China all of a sudden, and the kids are 16 years old, and she wants to uproot their entire life
I
from their
think
live
that's her
city
right. It's her.
to China?
It's her kids.
Well,
Yeah,
court
you just have to
disagrees with
consider
you.
all the facts and circumstances. If the
No,
mom's
court
doing
disagrees
drugs
with you.
and the dad's not, then definitely don't give the kids to the mom. That's simple. I'm just saying, all things equal. Okay,
I
wherever
recently
the
watched
mom
some-
takes the kid is equal to wherever the dad takes the kid. But in a situation where the mom birthed that child out of her body, you don't
I think
think
at
the
that
woman
age, it'll
is
depend on where the kid
entitled to
wants
that
to go.
kid?
I think at that age, the kid should choose who he wants to.
Oh my God, you guys are just creating different scenarios. Like, okay, yeah, that's a good point. The kid, you would let the kid choose, even though at the same time the kids are not developed enough to make the smart enough decision. That's what you would do.
No, but that also has to come with court intervening. Like this, that just doesn't happen just because a kid says XYZ. Like that, the court would intervene if there's like somebody who is ill-equipped to be a parent.
It's actually interesting.
Yeah,
I actually watched the.
That's why I said all things being equal. Okay, all facts and circumstances. If it came down to should the mom get the kids or should the dad get the kids,
I think it's
statistically,
50-50.
this is
That
how
was
history
asked
has
and
gone.
answered.
The
Yeah, but
woman
that's
gets
been-
the kids.
Yes, but that's been asked and answered. Like, there's two women on the panel telling you right now.
Nobody
that should
answered
be-
the woman except me. Nobody said the
Steve-
woman should get the
Steve
kids
said-
except me.
Yes, but we told you our opinion.
I actually didn't even hear B answer. I thought she bounced around the question.
It said 50-50.
Yeah, I
and
think
Ibanya said something about.
I think you should cut the kids in half.
That's a good idea.
Okay,
All right, TikTok.
Solomon, calm down.
Go ahead, TikTok. The guy's over there having a fucking aneurysm. Go ahead and ask your question, dude.
I'm not having aneurysm. I think something happened in your life where you've been man. What's the word? You've been man bashing for the past 30 fucking minutes. Something happened in your life where you just hate that men wasn't in your. I don't think a man was in your life. That's why you're man bashing. Okay, and you want to be.
I had a
nurtured
great
by a woman.
stepdad. I had a great stepdad. Yeah, I have a great everyone
and
else.
that's why
you know,
you have issues. Your dad, your blood father wasn't there for you, and that's why you fucking man bashing.
Yeah, maybe I'm not afraid to admit I might have some issues, but this is what my life has. This is my opinion based on my life, and yes, I do look out there and I see a lot of pussy ass men. I'm sorry, dude.
Okay,
All right,
so
but,
your father wasn't there, right?
I mean, he wasn't living with us, but
might be a little
Right.
personal for TikTok, but that does sound.
You missed that. I'm asking you. You missed that. You wish you had a more fulfilling life with your blood father. Is that what you?
no,
I'm hearing?
I actually believe the divorce and my dad leaving was the best thing that could have happened to the family. I actually ended up with an amazing stepdad, and my mom and my dad have a very civilized relationship. They're still friends, even though they didn't belong together. That's fine. I could admit that. And yeah, it kind of makes you have some oh yeah, I talk to him all the time. It makes you have a little bit of issues, sure, but who doesn't have issues? I'm not saying that my issues determine my opinion. It's my life overall that has determined my opinion that men are out there being trash to women. They're not taking their education seriously. They're being shallow. They're actually part of the reason women are straying and not comfortable at home. And they're part of the reason women want to make their own life because they it's hard for them to find the right man, I think.
I would say, Goodman, like women have been able to find their own life. So I think that's what's special right now about society. What hasn't changed though is the fact that women are, and we can bring the statistics, are not only close to being statistically breadwinners of their household, but they're also the main caregivers of their children. So basically what I like to think of all the time is like Ginger did everything Fred did, except she did it backwards and in heels. You know, like women have to do so much. So we're looking at society and we're looking at situations. Do we really want to take on all of that when we could do a lot more ourselves? Like when we can find partners, we're being more selective.
I think we fail to recognize the costs. I think parenting has been absolute garbage, and I think partly is because women are more career oriented, and I think they're more career oriented because of what men have been changing into. So I think
I think it's because women don't want to be put into a box. Like people don't like being put into boxes.
Right. And who puts them into a box? A man does. That's what I'm saying. Men are responsible.
Yeah, they are, but it's for the different reason. It's for a completely different reason that you're understanding. Men are where they are right now because they used to have this distorted version of what masculinity is. And then they came into the real world and they said, holy shit, this is really fucking hard. An entire family who I'm supposed to pop out 4 or 5 kids based off this romanticized version, 1950s history. And then I'm supposed to pop out 4 or 5 kids and they all depend on me. I have to have my job. I cannot lose it at all or all of my kids will fucking starve. So they looked at that model of society and they said, I can't do that. I don't want to do that. So much like women, I think what we forget is that men are also coming in to a different part of lived society along with women, but just on a different path because they don't want to do that. It's a lot of pressure. It's depressing.
Well, I mean, I'm sorry to men that they don't want to be faithful and go to work and fund the family while the woman stays home and parents the children. And who fucking a woman gave birth to your kid and you're not going to go to work to show her appreciation. And and when you do go to work, you're going to fucking claim you're all sad and depressed. Like, dude, you have control over your life. It's not the fucking pills and the politicians that are going to save your life.
Listen, we could even go into, that.
And if we correct that, then a woman wouldn't have to work a fucking very stressful career with long hours to raise her kids.
No, but if we go into that, that's a separate conversation, I think, at least in my opinion, of being like modern day parenting. So the dad goes to work, the dad has a job, maybe a decent job. The woman goes to work, has a decent job, maybe a decent job. They're 50-50 in that. Let's even put that out there. But a large percentage of the household duties are still completed by women. And that goes
the man should fucking wash the dishes at a minimum.
That even goes to setting up doctor's appointments for children, making sure that they have their annual checkups, their XYZ, make sure that they're enrolled in the proper school, make sure that they have events and like activities to go to after school, driving them around for a lot of the time. Like those responsibilities, I hear it all the fucking time. Like how one-sided it can be. And one of the One of the main things that I had heard that kind of like blew my mind, my friend called me and she was like, I'm so fucking pissed right now. I'm so mad. I asked my husband to do the laundry and he washed his stuff. He picked out of the pile of laundry that they had, which was a huge one, and picked out his stuff and washed his stuff only.
Yeah,
he's
she's
not
gonna
nothing
cheat
wrong with
on
that.
him, and then he's gonna go be depressed and take a pill. Yeah,
That's the appropriate
like you guys are
response?
just you
Rather
guys are
than his
just.
changed behavior, rather than encouraging him to change his behavior.
That's what I'm saying. Men need to change their behavior. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, I agree with you.
If you're fucking even if it's some chick you fucked on a Friday night and you got her pregnant, you owe her a lot more than your money, dude.
I agree with you. So I think this is a great point. I just was hearing a little bit of rhetoric that you think that women should maybe spend more focus on home life than they should on their own careers.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunate that women are out trying to get a career and trying to make money. And I think it's unfortunate that they're told to believe that that's something to be proud of, and you're just being a modern woman, and you're so
Welcome
strong.
to capitalism.
I think the reality is women would be happier if they were at home being motherly and
Do you think
focusing
women
on
are
parenting. And
do you think women are stupid?
No, what did I say that?
Because they've been
Did I
told
say
to do these. Yeah, you said they've been told that they are these things or they should do these things. They've been told.
Yeah.
Somebody told them what to do and they're just abiding by it. Because
I think they've been
to make their own decisions.
I think they've been convinced by capitalism. Yeah, Ibanez. I think it's a negative side effect of capitalism. I think they've been convinced that in order to have self-worth, you got to go out and make a big salary. I think that's sad that they've been convinced of that. Yeah. And I'm not saying they're dumb. Like we've all been we're all a little, like manipulated, I guess, by corporations or our own parents or politics. I think it's kind of set. Like of course, capitalism wants you to go out there and get a salary and become a cog in the machine, and they want you to do that. So of course they're going to say you should be proud to go out and get a career. Yeah, that's like a win on capitalism. This is one of my things about capitalism too. It's like, dude, you guys can't change it. So what do you need to do? You need to better participate in it. You need to learn to use it to your advantage. And it's not doing drugs. It's not fucking people outside of marriage. It's not dropping out of school.
Goodman, you got to stay on topic,
Like
my
capitalism.
friend.
Yes, capitalism will take advantage of you if you let it. And if you let it convince you that a woman should go out and get a salary, then that's on you.
This is giving my ADHD.
That was good.
I mean, do you guys...
Goodman, what if I want a salary? What if I want one?
Yeah, if you want a salary and you don't want kids, then that's a completely different story. I support that. Yeah, go get a salary. Yeah, it's way better than...
What if I want both? Because men can have both. What if I want both?
No, a man can't birth a child. That's the very I'm trying to tell you guys this is like the foundation. A woman, do you know what a woman goes? I mean, you got to know what a woman goes through to be pregnant. Dude. That's the most important job in the world.
Bro, I did it 3 times. Don't explain it to me, please.
And let's
okay. Well, it seems like you guys need it explained.
Let's say the child is 5 years old. Why can't a woman want a child and want to be a mother and also want to earn a salary?
If she's being selfish and sacrificing the life of the child, then she shouldn't.
How is that sacrificing the life of the child? Why shouldn't the father sacrifice his career if he wants a child too?
He can. I already said he can, but I'm saying the woman's better equipped to do it. She's got motherly instincts. They got things that men don't have.
Okay, so it's a nurturing.
Have instincts as well.
Yes, they do.
I get it. Nurturing aspect.
Yeah, like anecdotal. Okay, you guys can throw anecdote after anecdote after anecdote.
Nurturing, right? Okay, I got it. Men can't be nurturing. Can't be the educators. Can't be the fucking caregivers. Can't be the protector. I mean, there's so many things that a man can do.
I said they can.
Okay, what you're saying?
They can. They're just not better equipped to do it. Women are better equipped.
I think y'all are missing
I think it's true.
I think y'all are missing the whole point. he has the shopkeepers argument. It's basically like a corporate view, though it is a temporary medical condition of pregnancy. Women still need like X amount of time afterwards. And in Europe, that is usually up to like 2 or 3 years of taking care of this child before like a man or the husband or somebody else can take over, because there's breastfeeding and all that other stuff. And the shopkeeper's argument, he's specifically elucidating that there's no way to keep your job or your career, your position being out of work for 2 or 3 years.
No, I reject this notion. First of all, I would completely reject the notion that women have motherly instincts, but fathers do not have any such instincts.
I didn't say they don't.
I know, but you use that as an example of why men should be, or why women should be taking care of children over men.
Women are better equipped to. A man can, but a woman is better equipped.
Goodman, please let her finish.
You guys are just throwing different words out there that I said.
Goodman, I know you're the only opposition. So guys, like, yes, I don't think anyone is, but let's just be extra gentle and not jumping on anyone. That would be appreciated. No one is. I'm just for the record, but just making sure Goodman knows that this is going to be a fair panel. He knows where he's at. So B, please finish. Goodman, you've been allowed to talk a lot.
Yeah, but yes, you said better equipped, but men, once they become fathers, biologically become better equipped. Their testosterone decreases. Their oxytocin, which is essential for nurturing, as you claim women are better at, increases exponentially. Their prolactin increases. Their brain chemistry changes. Their dopamine increases. So they do have these equipments that women have to take care of children as well.
Okay, let me respond. Okay, so I believe you can't say two things. You can't say that that the world is a challenge and at the same time say that a man is not better equipped to deal with those challenges, because men are like, why is there all these claims of sexism if men are favored in capitalism and men are favored in society for working, then they are naturally and generally, I mean, just statistically more likely to be better equipped to go out and participate in capitalism. Women are better equipped to stay home with the children. And if a woman doesn't stay home with her children, instead sends her kid to daycare, which is perfectly fine. I'm just saying, like, then that child's going to lose a lot of important parenting from the mother, and in a way, you start sacrificing the well-being of the child for the mother's selfish need for money or whatever. And so what ends up happening is we have
the mother's selfish
people getting
need
out
for
of
money.
Right. That's capitalism. We can't afford to stay home.
Again, all of this
I agree. If I'm a capitalist, I'm going to tell all the women to go out and get a job and send your kid to daycare. Yeah. If I'm a capitalist, I would totally say that. Yeah.
No, not at all. You're trying to make an argument
because it increases. It would increase the labor supply, which would decrease the wages I have to pay, because now I have a larger pool of laborers, men and women now. And as a capitalist, I can profit way more when I have a much larger pool of labor to choose from. So of course, I'm going to tell women to go out and work instead of stay home and do the most important job in the world and parent.
Well, specifically, you are arguing on the capitalist side because that is exactly what the shopkeepers do today. They do not give maternity leave. They do not give any of those kind of leaves. So you have your workers all the time. You're arguing on the capitalist side. Socialism actually fixes every one of those questions that you had, because when the basic needs are provided, you no longer have to have that role as a man to go out and earn. You no longer have to have that role as a woman to stay at home. They can both just do what comes natural to them. They can do what actually completes them and what they like. But the kids are also taken care of because there's no longer a struggle or stress for housing and food.
A lot of other countries also have paternity leave, just saying.
Yes, they do. Maternity leave, and for both parents as well.
It's paternity leave. The company that I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
A lot of the companies that I'm familiar with have paternity leave, because when you are in a bigger business and you can sustain, you understand that that's important, and that's important to keep good talent.
Brobot, I said the capitalist goal is to increase the labor force, so encourage women to get out and work. My position is not the capitalist position. My position is women should stay home. Like women are better equipped to parent. So I'm not going to encourage them to get into the labor pool. I'm discouraging them from getting into the labor pool. This is a difficult world, and I don't see why you would subject yourself to this evil capitalism that you guys always claim.
You're trying to
love of
your own
Jesus,
point.
Lord. Ivana, please
He
go
was
ahead.
talking to me.
Or Brobot. One of you guys work it out amongst yourself, please. But one of you guys go, please.
Okay, right after me, Ibanez can go. But why you're subverting your own point? The capitalist notion is to have more laborers and cheaper labor.
Yeah.
So they want women to have all the kids necessary, and they still want them in the workforce. Like, just because you say women should just be at home, that's simply not going to happen. It didn't even happen in the 1950s.
Let's just say this, okay? I agree that is the capitalist. That would be what a capitalist wants, and I'm a capitalist, so you would think that that's what I want. But in this specific scenario, I would prefer women don't subject themselves to capitalism. I think they should stay home and parent.
No, you have it all wrong. Feminism didn't fight for us to just have the right to work. It fought for the right for us to get paid. Women have always worked. You think working in a household is not work? You think that raising kids, running a household, and it's work. It's work that never ends. It's work that doesn't come with
Parenting
a
at home is not participating in capitalism, is what I said.
It doesn't come with a retirement date. It doesn't come with a single day off. It doesn't come with sick leave. It doesn't come with any of that. We fought for the right to get paid for our labor, for any labor that we fucking do, right? So that we can have bank accounts, so that we can have credit cards. That's what that was about. The reason we have to participate in capitalism is because the system itself has now made it too expensive to have one income, right? Feminism and trad wives aren't trying to, like, the real thing they want is socialism, right? Because that would give you a base pay, that would give you a base system where you're actually taken care of, where maybe you can take time off of work, maybe you can actually stay home with your kids, because now you're not going to worry about those healthcare choices. You're not going to have to worry about feeding your kids and all of those things. The thing that we need, if you want women to have a better chance at going home, is socialist policies like paid for maternity and paternity leave, for men to step up and take their actual position in their household, raising their damn kids too.
Okay. So if the man and the woman are at home getting this income and getting their basic needs covered, who's out there generating the value and generating the income to pay for it?
That's not what I said. I said that women would be more likely to be able to stay home.
It's that you failed to say something. Can I respond? Fuck's sake. You talk for like 5 minutes and I say 5 words and I get fucking railroaded. Okay? So in your world where the man and the woman are staying home and parenting, that's great for parenting. I support that.
I didn't say man and woman.
You said that when their basic needs are met, right?
I said that women would be more likely to stay home if some of those needs had been met. That if they got paid maternity leave, because then a man can go out and you can have enough income for her to stay home.
In this scenario where women are allowed to stay home because they're getting their basic needs met, who's out there making the money, paying the taxes that funds all of that? Is it just men out there now in your scenario?
What did I just say?
You said women could stay home if somebody else paid for their basic needs. Who's out there paying for their basic needs? Yeah,
but that's the thing. You're more likely to stay. You're more likely to stay home.
Go out there and pay taxes.
You guys, hey, both of you guys, stop it.
She came up here all fucking turned up.
Shut up.
Let me make it ultimately clear to you. What this is about the fact that within capitalism, as it has continued, as we are in late stage capitalism, where there is an enormous amount of wealth available,
right? In order that we could actually cover more basic needs, it's not happening. Requiring you to have 2 incomes in order to meet your basic needs. If some of those needs could be met by the excess wealth that exists in late stage capitalism, then women could have the option, because it's always a choice, if whether or not they want to stay home for a certain period of time. And there are ways to make that economic system work. Mathematically, there are many ways to make that economic system work. And not to mention the fact that every country
don't even have to get into
that has given paid maternity leave, that has given more days off, that has created a more equal workforce, has never gone back. And all those countries are still doing just fucking fine.
Okay, so Elon Musk should pay for all the women to stay home. Got it.
Yeah, for sure. He should. 100%.
You're so reductive. You're so reductive in the way that you talk about this. Like there isn't an actual real problem going on with poverty and generational poverty. In fact, Diamond himself.
What does excess wealth mean?
It's buy, borrow, die, isn't it? You buy assets, you use that as collateral, and in my opinion, if your wealth is real enough to have collateral on it for a loan, it's real enough to be fucking taxed. Instead of using that as collateral, and then when you die, getting a step up in basis, and you get to use all of how that collateral has now increased in value to pay off those loans, and then you just get a step up in basis. That is what we are talking about. That's what needs to be changed. You can easily, if that wealth is real enough to be leveraged for collateral, it is real enough to be fucking taxed.
Okay, so by excess wealth, you just mean wealth that exceeds your opinion of how much wealth someone should have? Is that what you mean? Excess wealth? So you mean since somebody has a bunch of wealth, you have the right to go get it?
Works? You're an accountant.
So because you're rich, that is literally your argument for taxing someone. Let's tax them because they have a lot. That's literally what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're being reductive once again. What I actually
want can come up with a better opinion.
What I actually want is for people.
Stop! Come on, knock it off. Goodman, stop interrupting HR. If Goodman
it's her.
Please don't interrupt him. Hey,
no,
stop!
It's you,
both of you.
She's the king of rambling.
It's you. Stop it.
Stop. She's talking, and she got one sentence in, and you interrupted. So
yeah, Robin Hood's a children's book.
Go to the entire panel. Just please stop. HR was going. Sorry to interrupt your.
It's a children's book, not government policy.
Oh my God! Shut up.
Listen, it's super, super simple. What I would like is the people who are still exchanging their labor and their time for money. So the people who are paying the most amount of taxes in the system right now are people who are doctors, lawyers, small business owners, the ones who are still giving themselves income. Hold on.
Let her finish.
In terms of ratios, they're the ones paying the most amount of taxes. In terms of ratios, what people with enormous amounts of wealth are doing is they're not giving themselves an income. They just live off of loans that they get by leveraging their wealth, their assets, in order to get very, very cheap loans. And they keep using the interest on that wealth in order to continue to take out loans. And then when they die, the amount that those assets have gained in value and is given to whoever inherits it, they use that excess wealth to pay off the loan, and it still doesn't get fucking taxed. And if it is real enough to do that, it is real enough to be taxed.
Holy shit! Let me address the loan thing real quick. Okay, so let's do this, right? Okay, Elon Musk has $1 trillion, right? Okay, he instead of sitting on stagnant stocks, he borrows against it. And now holds a liquid asset that circulates through the economy and stimulates the economy. Instead, you want to penalize him for stimulating the economy by taxing him. So what's he going to do? He's just going to sit on the stock, right? He's not going to help the economy with it. Okay, so that's problem number one, okay? Problem number two is, okay, you're going to tax him for taking a loan out against his assets. Okay, when he pays the loan back, are you going to give him a refund? Because he's economically he's in the same situation. The rights to use the assets haven't exchanged hands. There is no economic effect of borrowing. And then thirdly, everybody can borrow against their stocks, not just rich people. So are you going to just discriminate against rich people? That's literally discrimination. I'm going to penalize you because of your wallet. Okay,
It's not
so
a penalization.
Debunked, completely debunked. You're
No,
completely
you
debunked in
didn't
3
do
different
anything.
ways. Okay, so and now
Wait,
you're
no,
acting like
you already finished. You already finished. You just
Okay.
said completely debunked. You don't need to continue talking.
Yeah, she's cooked.
No, because you didn't completely debunk anything. I'm saying that if you have that much wealth, there needs to be a way to tax it because you are still utilizing all of the services that you need to have your business. You're still utilizing roads. You're still utilizing gas stations. You're still utilizing all of the things that the federal government pays for. You still need water. You still need energy. You still need all of those things. So if that's the case, then you should also be taxed to the point in which you are creating and generating wealth for yourself. And just because that wealth, that currently we don't have it's not taxable income, I'm saying we need to change that and make it taxable because again, if it is real enough to be leveraged, it's real enough to be taxed.
Okay, so a loan is now income. A loan is income. That's what you said? A loan that you have to pay back is income.
You can tax the transaction.
Okay. Next.
Tax the
Now
transaction
let me go, just calm down. I've waited. Okay.
Okay, you can stop with the calm down bullshit.
But dude, help me out, Mojo.
Dude, I'm helping you out. Stop with the calm down.
You're letting her go on and on and on, and you give me 5
you
fucking
have plenty
words.
of time to talk too. I'm sorry that you haven't taken your time to talk.
Okay, so in heuristics world, a loan is now income, so let's tax it. Well, when you pay back the loan, are we going to give them a refund? Well, then if we do, then we're in the same economic position. Okay, that's ridiculous. Next, with his cash that he has
Explain
borrowed.
that. What do you
Hang on.
I don't understand. I want you to clarify something.
Hang on. No, I would love to interrupt you every time and ask you to clarify, but y'all don't let me. So calm down, okay? Loan is not income. Okay, next part. When Elon borrows against his stock and circulates that cash, what do you think he does? He generates income and pays massive tax. Okay, that covers your road argument, that you use the roads and infrastructure, okay? So
He
that's
doesn't
the bump.
generate an
Next.
income.
HR.
Calm down. I know it's hard sitting in a fryer. I know.
Shut up.
Okay, so.
Shut the fuck
okay.
up. Like,
Oh, Mojo, you can't say that shit, Mojo. Come on,
I
it's a
can
rule.
say that shit. I can say whatever.
God, I know the rules of the cult better than you.
Just shut up.
Okay. Lastly, okay, so a guy like Elon circulating money, generating income, paying taxes. Have you ever heard of the marginal tax bracket? Don't answer, I'll explain it. The marginal tax bracket means the more income you make, the higher tax rate you pay. That's why the top 1% pay 40% of all of our taxes in the economy. So that goes all the way back to where you said the middle class pay all the taxes. No, you're also debunked there. So just jump out of the fryer, please. I feel bad for you.
I already explained to you that he doesn't take an income. Like, he literally doesn't pay himself. He is the CEO of all of his companies. He does not give himself any income. Any, at all. Zero, zilch, no income. As in, nothing taxed.
Okay, look up the law.
Stop it.
Okay, the law is called reasonable salary. We have a law that forces these people to pay themselves a reasonable salary, a market determined rate of a salary, and anything after that is capital gains. So you pay capital gains tax after that, and then you also pay corporate taxes. So you get double tax. Instead of trashing, let me just close. Yeah. Instead of trashing Elon Musk, you guys should be thanking him. You should be hugging a millionaire because all you do is attack them and blame them for your problems and wait for them to improve your life. And it goes all the way back to what I'm saying about men and women. Their own decisions have the greatest effect by far on their happiness. Not the politicians, not the pills they take, not the media and everybody telling them that they should be sad and these poor men and poor
You don't have to
people.
fucking give 4 different examples for the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
The thing that you're still not understanding is, like, even if he gives him, like, I think what Jeff Bezos pays himself is $84,000, and I think that's what you're referring to. But in the grand scheme of things, that $84,000 is barely taxed. Again, like, they do pay capital gains tax, but only when there's a transaction, only when they pull out that money or when they cash out on something, right? And, like, it's very rare that they do so because they can use their assets as collateral. That's what you're not understanding. All I am saying is that instead of is like to create a tax that actually taxes that transaction so that we can actually use that money to better distribute wealth in this country, because we are experiencing massive inequality, which is eventually going to eat the economy alive. Like, you don't see it, but it's going to come. It is going to come to a place, because remember, this is like what America was in the 40s, 50s, 60s, when we had higher tax rates, all of those kinds of things. Like, this was the middle class is the exclusion, not the norm. Typically in most economies. All right, whatever.
Well, it's just a long time. You guys are talking, both of you guys are talking for a long time. I know.
Yeah, I mean...
But at least I make sense. At least what I'm talking about is real fucking information.
No, you're just emotional, and you're ignoring the other end.
You know why I'm
everything.
emotional? Because
You're ignoring that when
there are children in the wealthiest country in the world who are starving to death, dude.
This isn't how you debate. You don't just get to win the debate because you get more emotional, okay, and interrupt and all that. That's not winning.
I don't care if you call me emotional.
Okay.
This is emotional. People's right to existence and life, and to have a life where they can feed their children and work a normal job and live is important. It is in the wealthiest country in the world. We still have people who have food insecurity. That is despicable.
Okay, that's your opinion, and I agree we should feed poor people when we can. But the word,
it's a fact.
We have the richest poor people in the world in this country. We have the richest poor people in the world in this country. Okay, let me go back. Let me go back to heuristic. The key word you used, redistribution of wealth. You're not that complicated. You're very simple. You want to redistribute the wealth. Everything you say always comes back down to redistribute. Okay, then you mentioned rights, okay? Don't I have the right to accumulate wealth? Don't I have the right to protect the assets that I earned? You want to talk about rights? You want to redistribute my wealth? That's a violation of my rights.
Can I ask something? Yep. Can I please add something? Please let me jump in, please. So, I do believe in that, actually, White. Not you, because you're not wealthy. If you're up here on TikTok and you're not, out doing you're not wealthy, right? So it's not about you. It's about Elon Musk. Why the fuck does a South African get to come here, decide our governmental system and how our governmental system is run, have my tax dollars pay his subsidies so his fucking company doesn't drown when BYD makes a better electric car, set legislation where I can't have access to a $10,000 base model electric car to help the environment and my pocket? Why does he get to make those decisions, and yet I can't say, hey, I need you to make the decision to make sure that I have maternity leave? Because it feels like there is socialism in this country, and it's socialism for the wealthy. It's not socialism for people like you and me.
Boom.
What? Socialism for the rich? What is that? That makes zero sense.
Do you know what a governmental subsidy is? What is a governmental subsidy? We subsidize one third of Tesla's profits come from the American taxpayer. 1/3. That is huge. So why the fuck can't we tax them more?
Growth in the country. I don't get how that's socialism. That makes no sense.
You pay for it with your tax dollars.
Do you know what it's a socialistic policy? It's not socialism. What the fuck?
Yeah. Okay, we can call it that. That's tomato. I have no problem with that.
It's actually a form of capitalism.
We bail out companies all the time. We bailed out Boeing. We bailed out American Airlines. We bail out countries. We bail out companies all the time. We allow them to have deferred prosecutorial agreements so that when they screw people out of money, all they have to do is be good for a little while, and then they can just start doing it again. We give so much money back to corporations that fuck people over all the time, that don't improve labor conditions, that don't pay people enough, that don't allow for basic things at the workplace, things like like maternity and paternity leave specifically. And they will also lowball you on your health care so that you can't even choose a great program because you're stuck with whatever your employer gives you. It gives labor less movement. There's all sorts of reasons why this is like our system is heavily skewed towards corporations as opposed to people. And I just don't think that's right.
When are you done? Okay, so I agree with you that corporate welfare is kind of a problem. But I also agree that welfare for the poor people doing drugs is also a problem. The difference between me and you is I don't discriminate simply because of the amount of money in that person's wallet. I think welfare in general should be more efficient. And I think you can't discriminate, just take away the welfare of the rich while giving all the welfare to the poor people. You know that poor people don't pay tax, right? They literally don't even pay tax.
I have a question.
You can make $34,000 in this country without paying a single dime in tax. It's called the standard deduction.
I have a question for you.
So
all right,
if you want to talk about welfare,
right.
Don't discriminate.
You're not.
Don't discriminate, HR.
Oh my God!
You're the most discriminating person on here.
Oh my God.
Shut up.
Shut up for a second. I have a simple question for you. Why do you think people are poor?
Mr. Mojo, we can't hear you.
I think the majority of people are poor because they're making bad decisions. They have bad parents. They do drugs. They drop out of school. They come and anybody they want to, and they fucking blame the rest of the world for their problems. I think that's in general what makes you poor and homeless. But yes, there are
Have you ever
many
actually
people.
met poor people? Have you ever gone to like the poor areas of your neighborhood and talked to people as to why they're poor?
Against their own. There are many people who are poor, not resulting from their own decisions, and those people absolutely should benefit from social programs. Okay, good.
Yeah, I think people in general, like, I don't like this idea that like some South African dude can come over here and like completely control our auto market. So, you know, if you're doing this whole patriotism, nationalism, like many libertarians and right wingers do, this should be the most patriotic thing that you demand. That if a foreigner wants to come over to this country and be a trillionaire at this point, because he's a trillionaire now, I think actually that changed a couple days ago, but whatever, billionaire, trillionaire, he should have to pay for the Americans, the general Americans, especially women like you claim to, you know, hold into this high regard, you should pay for their paternity leave. Absolutely. If you want to sell to the American market and you want to be locked into the American market, you must pay for the American market. And he's not doing that. In fact, he's taking from the Americans.
So you want a wide open border for poor people, but you want to discourage rich people from entering. Okay, who's the fucking border Nazi now?
Just don't understand you. Why do you really think with your whole brain that rich people don't do fucking drugs? That they don't make poor decisions, that they are not protected because of their wealth from the fucking poor decisions that they make? Because I'll tell you what, as somebody who has been to 2 treatment centers, right, and have met rich fucking ass people doing crack in their goddamn mansions, right, who are just protected from not having to worry about being discriminated against because of their drug use, that it is a disease that does not discriminate of class, creed, sexual orientation, or anything like that. There are people who are doing drugs, making poor decisions, and who are traumatized, who are stuck in generations of poverty that you just simply don't understand. I think you need to go to the poorest neighborhood in your fucking city, and you need to talk to some real people and find out what is really going on, because you are completely detached from reality.
You're detached from reality, and you're failing to recognize the difference between a poor person doing drugs and a rich person doing drugs is the Johnny taxpayer paying for the person's life. The rich person's not getting Johnny taxpayer's money to live.
He is.
The poor person is. So Johnny taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for your drug decisions, and when you're rich, we don't have to pay for your drug decisions. So open your eyes.
You do, because again, one third of Tesla's profit. No, White, you're wrong. 1/3 of Tesla's profit comes actually out of your taxes.
White.
Yeah.
Chill.
You guys just.
White, again, subsidies for Tesla are very high. He gets our tax money. We have propped him up. 1/3 of the profits comes from the American taxpayer. So you are paying for his. You're paying for his.
Who pushed for those subsidies?
By the way, you're paying for him to be in a K-hole all day.
Democrats used to love Tesla.
Why is it that you guys can't have a conversation without talking?
I'm just responding. I'm
I
responding.
didn't even finish. Both of you guys jumped in. I wasn't even finished.
Yeah, this is.
Tesla,
I'll respond.
Tesla offers 16 weeks paid family leave when you're pregnant. After you're pregnant. SpaceX, okay, that's Tesla. Tesla offers 16 weeks. SpaceX, they offer 10 weeks of paid maternity leave. 10 weeks. 10 weeks. So is Elon really the bad guy? Is he really the bad guy here?
Thank you,
It
TikTok.
makes us laughable.
Or are you guys? Wait a minute. Are you guys just mad that he's a billionaire and you guys don't know how to fathom or wrap your head around
10
trying
weeks?
to be a millionaire?
10
You
weeks?
pop a baby out, you make a whole
16
entire
weeks.
life, and you get
16
weeks.
16 weeks? Do you know how long
it?
do you know
That's
do you know
cruel.
how long it takes to recover from giving birth?
That's
Do you
4
know how
months
long it
paid.
actually
That's
takes?
4 months
Do
paid
you know
leave.
Do you know how long it takes for a woman's body to fully recover, rebalance the hormones, come back to the normal homeostasis that it was? Do you know how long that takes? It takes about 8 months. It takes about 8 months. And don't forget, after she has that baby, she has to breastfeed. She's going to be on lack of sleep because of the newborn, right? You're talking about 16 weeks. A 16-week-old baby is going to have to go to daycare, or she's going to have to pay for a way to have childcare, because childcare is not something that is given to people having kids. Right? So 16 weeks is nothing. In Germany, you get a year and you get your job right back. Even the men get a year. In France, it's the same thing. And they have never gone back. Not one conservative in Europe would ever try to take that away from those people.
Take a fucking breath. Oh my god.
I know.
ladies.
She's like,
Relax.
Actually respond instead of. How about you actually respond?
Wild
Elon
beans in a cult.
Musk offers backup child care. 5 days of backup child care. You know what backup child care is? Family benefits. Tesla offers $40,000 of fertile services, up to $25,000 adopted and reproduction services. Okay, so he helps his employees pretty good. So I don't know what the bashing of this fucking Elon
Because
Musk
he has
thing is.
enough to basically give employees a year. I mean, he's a fucking trillionaire.
Yeah, I don't care about his employees. I care about him subsidizing the entire of American people. I don't care about him and his, like, what he does for his employees. He is a foreign adversary at this point, because he's keeping me from a very good car market. And he is,
You're a border Nazi.
Yeah, call me what you want. Let me finish. And he is a South African who has decided how our country gets to be run. And I would like him to pay for everybody's maternity leave, given that he is the richest man in the world, given that he has did nothing but leech off of our government and leech off of my taxes specifically. And I think he should pay. It's not unreasonable.
He doesn't have liquid assets.
China doesn't want his crappy cars. They have BYD. So he has no other market to sell to. So we have him in a chokehold, and we should utilize that chokehold.
Yeah, Elon Musk is basically the biggest welfare queen in the U.S. on the planet.
Yeah, you can blame the Democrats for that.
Yeah. B, please,
Richest man in the world. The richest man in the world, without any evidence, destroyed something that spent only 1% of our entire budget and allowed for 600,000 people to die. Yeah, he's a real fucking gem.
Hey B, please, or HR, you're smart, I guess. Please cite for me the government law that Elon put in place that governs our country. Please tell me, where's this Elon law? Please tell me.
Are we allowed to have Chinese vehicles sold in America?
I just really like how we've gotten to the point where we've already described that everybody from...
You guys are silly.
Right.
Okay, I'm just going to mute you. So I like how we've gotten to the point where we've already described how everybody in America, from the poorest person all the way up just to the richest 1%, they're not included here because we all pay taxes. When we get income, we pay tax. When we buy something, we pay tax. If we get a loan on a house or a car, we end up paying taxes on all of that shit. But White here basically just said, let them eat cake because they don't have to pay tax. He thinks he's one of them. And it's fucking wild. I guarantee you, White, if you really thought you were one of them, you'd be absolutely terrified to come on this panel with a whole bunch of people that have literally advocated for bringing out the guillotines. Like, I don't know why on fucking earth you would even argue from this point.
Yeah, so you guys are literally villainizing rich people just because they have money. That's discrimination.
You will never eat at the
You're
same
not
table
judging them on their character. You're not doing what Martin Luther King preached. You're literally judging them just because of their wallet. Okay? And Elon isn't coming here and changing laws. Yeah, fucking, you guys are wild animals.
I am going to boot you.
Listen, here's the thing. He changed the law. He stopped all of our aid for USAID. And what was the outcome of that? This is something about his character. Without any evidence, without bringing it to court, without actually showing where the fraud, waste, and abuse was happening, he discontinued it. Which, what did that allow for? It has allowed for a huge Ebola outbreak in the Congo. It has allowed for kids and all over the world to not have food, to not have access to medicines. Over 1.4 million people have already died. 650,000 of them being children. That to me is a judgment of his character. He is a bad man. The richest man in the world killing 1.4 of the poorest, I think is a pretty good element that this guy is a piece of fucking shit.
You have all of this. You have all of this. You have all of this. You have all of this energy. You have all of this energy for Elon when you didn't have any energy for someone who literally makes laws, Nancy Pelosi, and profits off of our laws and our systems. You didn't have any of that energy then, so don't act like you care. You only care when you can leverage it politically.
No, it's because she cannot feed all of the entire world 6 times over like Elon can. So wait, hold on. I'm in the middle of talking. I'm in the middle of talking right now. So it has to do with who has the access to the most resources that can make Americans' lives better.
No,
and it is that. No, let me finish, White. Let me finish, White. No, let me finish. It has to do with Nancy Pelosi. She doesn't have enough. She makes a lot. Yeah, I'll agree with you, but she does not have enough. Yeah, I'm addressing libtars now. She doesn't have enough. Elon Musk actually has enough for us to do this. So she is like chump change compared to whatever Elon Musk can do for the entire universe, honestly, at this point. He's a trillionaire.
He does not have liquid assets. You can sit here and whine and bitch and complain all you want. His money is not real money. It's in assets in the economy. So for you to say he can just take money out of the bank and fucking feed the poor, you're being irrational and illogical. You're just not being logical about your argument at all. You're just,
okay, liquefy them. I don't care. Liquefy them. You can liquefy them.
How?
That bitch in the liquid.
You're gonna force him to sell his company? Force him to sell his assets? That's actually called.
That's called what?
I don't understand. I don't understand your argument.
Yes,
really
so you can force him to do it. And by the way, we have the upper hand. China has already said they don't want. Let me finish. Let me finish. You're right. We can't force, but this is how I would do it. China has already said they don't give a shit about Tesla. They would like to utilize BYD as their main resource when it comes to having electric cars. And China is absolutely moving to an all-electric model. They have said this themselves. So that eliminates the second biggest car manufacturing market there is. Europe does not rely on cars for transportation, so they don't really care about Tesla either. They have them, but I mean, you know, for the most part, they have walkable cities. That means the American market currently has Elon Musk by the balls. And so they can force him to do whatever the hell they want him to do, or they will deny him access to that market. It's that simple. I don't give a shit about free trade or whatever, or free market. I don't give a shit. There are people who are hungry, and he has access to it, so he needs to liquefy.
All right, Kami, relax. Put your Stalin
I'm just being
hat down
honest.
for
What
once.
I'm actually talking about is business. This is how you do business. This is how Trump would do business if he was a commie. This is exactly what he would do. He would see that.
Their assets. Forcing people to liquidify is not how people do business in the real world.
No, it's seeing that you have power in the market. And right now, the Americans have the power in the Tesla market because China doesn't want it, and Europe has walkable cities. Europe has walkable cities.
Mostly had to do with electric cars and pushing for subsidies for electric cars so people can have an electric car. You could blame the fucking Democrats for that. That's how Elon got most of his.
Yeah, both parties kind of work under capitalism.
What?
Am I missing like Trump having a Tesla commercial in his front house lawn, White House lawn, saying "I love Tesla, computer everything"? Like, did I miss that part too?
Mojo, can you bring Paula up? She said there's breaking news.
Uh-oh. Did Joe Biden change his diaper? Breaking news.
I was just reading it.
How'd she get the breaking news before I did?
I don't know. No, wait. That was so fast. I hadn't read through the whole. Yeah, it's Iran. United
going
States. I just walked outside. I didn't expect to be brought up so quickly. I'm sorry.
Hurry up, Paul, hurry up. We
already
need to know.
brought
We
it
need to
up.
know.
I know I suck.
I already brought it up a couple hours ago.
See?
Trump
There you
blames
go.
Iran for violating the ceasefire.
Yeah,
How about
that's
that
right.
bridge in Baltimore now?
How was that breaking? Why was it breaking news then?
Wait, what was it?
It was breaking news a few hours ago.
Yeah,
When I first came up here,
Wait,
Trump.
wait. Just say it again, just in case people aren't nervous. Go ahead, Robot.
Oh, sorry. It sounds much better coming from you.
Well, the United States strikes Iran to respond to the drone attack that President Trump said violated the ceasefire.
Oh, we struck them again.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's news. That is new. I hadn't heard about that. Crazy.
I'm so sick of this Iran crap.
Me too. How do you
I think we can all agree on that.
How do you still?
I don't support. No, I don't support the Iran stuff. I think this is getting ridiculous.
How do you still support Trump?
Because he's the best president of all time.
Really? What makes him the best president? What has he done that makes him the best president?
He goes to football games and baseball games and stuff.
Oh yeah, he goes to football games.
Basketball
Nice,
games.
dude.
That makes him a good
Basketball
president.
games.
Obama
Yeah.
Fucking idiocracy, man.
Biden went too.
Obama went to a game in Cuba. He was awesome.
So going to
Uh,
games makes him a great president.
No, that was a non-answer. No.
Yeah.
I'm being facetious.
Right.
I like lower taxes. Those are fun.
Brondo, it's got what plants crave.
I don't know that we have lower taxes right now. Well, I think the increase in the cost of gas probably wiped out any significant savings for most people.
Nah.
I said for most
It's
people.
only temporary.
Maybe you're wealthy. Well,
Yeah, I make
For a lot of people.
That affects the prices of food as well. When those aren't going down, those will not be temporary. They will remain.
Yeah. Well, food hasn't really gone up much where I live now, so it's okay.
Bullshit.
I don't care about the rest of the country.
Obviously.
How
We don't
patriotic
care
of
about
you.
you, so what's the difference?
Well, I'm just going to tell you that food has gone up everywhere. Whether you want to admit it or not, you're spending more on groceries.
Do you actually grocery shop?
Yeah, I do the whole Walmart online ordering thing. It's fun.
How much is coffee? How much is a pound of coffee?
Coffee, I don't know. I haven't bought coffee, ground coffee in a while.
The price of it has quadrupled in the last 2 years.
Really?
Yes.
So, like a Dunkin' coffee that went from $2 to $3 is quadrupled in price?
No,
not-
a container
not a hot-
of Maxwell House coffee has gone from $6.99 on sale to $18.99.
Oh, that's triple, not quadruple.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, it's still acknowledging the increase. Thank you, LibTears. I appreciate it. And that's a significant
Yeah.
increase. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a lot. Coffee's gone up.
What type of coffee are you getting for that?
Beef has gone up.
What kind of coffee you get for
Yeah, it
13
has.
bucks?
Wait, thank God. Wait, beef should be going up. It should go up a lot. Like,
Oh, yeah.
No,
With the screw worm and all that, forget about it.
no. Mojo, are you a cattle farmer?
No.
no,
Okay.
no, I hope it goes up to $100 a pound.
Why, are you a vegan?
I don't eat meat.
You suck. I've lost about 50 pounds on the carnivore diet. I love it.
That'll kill your liver quicker than
So-
shit.
No,
Yeah.
my labs have been very good, actually.
Yeah, okay. Good luck. Good luck to you, sir.
Wouldn't that give you like
You're
King's
gonna
disease?
die young.
Wouldn't that give you like King's disease,
Only
like
good-
fucking gout or some shit?
Gout too.
No,
yeah.
gout is uric acid buildup.
Yeah, from
Doesn't
what?
really affect. It's
From
not
what?
necessarily from red meat. Alcohol, that's what it's from.
Pork. It's from pork too.
No, it's mostly from alcohol. Like 95% of the cases are from alcohol.
Do you have
alcohol
He is correct.
According
Red
to
meat
the New York Times, the strikes are still ongoing, Brobot.
Dietary intake. Why uric acid builds up? Dietary intake: consuming foods and drinks rich in purines, which the body breaks down into uric acid. Common culprits include red meat, organ
I know.
meats,
I didn't.
certain seafood, beer, and drinks sweetened with high fructose corn syrup.
How about
But it's
gummies? Are
mostly
gummies okay? Asking for a friend.
The actual top cause of gout is the eating of red meat.
I don't
According
understand
to
how
who?
when it's from concentrated corn syrup, which is in all of our fucking
It's
food.
not from It's not just from concentrated corn syrup. It is the highest culprit is red meat and organ meats.
I don't believe that. That study's false.
I think that's propaganda.
It's the Mayo Clinic. It's the Mayo Clinic. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Fuck the Mayo Clinic.
Hey, Brobot, I'm seeing that the strikes are ongoing right now.
Yes. So earlier, Donald Trump put out a press release on the White House lawn that Iran had struck several ships in the Strait of Hormuz with Shahed drones. And so a response was immediate. So we started strikes about 2.5 hours ago.
And I do have a follow-up question. How does this impact the War Powers Act? Is he just like resetting the clock? I mean, what happens now?
It negates it.
Well, no, if we're listening to
No, it's already negated. They voted yes initially, but that was because of like an attendance thing, and it was brought back to Senate. And one Democrat was absent, one Republican who was previously absent was there, and it changed the math. And now the War Powers Act is once again voted no. So the War Powers Act is not currently in play.
Correct. And if we believe in B's interpretation of the word terrorism, unfortunately,
Why is it
the
B's
war on
interpretation?
terror.
What the
Yes.
fuck? That is the exact
Because
definition of terrorism. She read it from the fucking dictionary.
Well, and also L. But if we believe their interpretation of it, we are still in the war on terrorism. That has not ended.
No, we are not, because that ended. And it
when
that ended.
So show me the congressional resolution.
Wait, hold on. Wait, it didn't have it had an end date built into it. Just so you know.
Oh, what was the sunset?
I don't know. You go look it up. I remember reading.
You're going to have me prove a negative.
Sunset. No, I'm telling you, it's in there. There's an end date. There's a sunset on it.
I'll go on the wild goose chase.
I will also tell you.
I'm looking it up too, buddy.
I will also tell you that GWAT only applies to countries that were involved in 9/11, and Iran was not one of them.
Well, we didn't go to war with those countries. We went to war with T, like Al Qaeda, that was in those countries.
Al Qaeda was not in Iran.
They can just say if somebody that we are fighting can go in.
They could just say.
Well, yeah, you know that we are not at war with Pakistan.
They don't need any justification. If they can just say, they can just do it.
Yeah, we just did it under Obama. We literally went into Pakistan, whom we would consider an ally at that particular point, with boots on the ground. Literal Halo insertion.
Oh, I have an answer. Who asked that question? Okay. Okay. Oh, it gets reset. What happens is there was a ceasefire, wasn't there?
They never. They had the MOU.
Yeah, and then they had a ceasefire, and what happened? Iran struck with the drones, right? So guess what? Clock now resets. It starts all over. 60-day clock starts all over again. I had to Google it. I had to fucking research it. Now I'm on the website, and I was like, "Yep, the clock resets for executive branch."
This is why
agrees with it because the ceasefire stopped. active combat. The initial 60-day unauthorized hostiles is reset or indefinitely frozen if the ceasefire collapse. This is from BBC News. Jazers, whatever. I never heard of that before.
JSOR?
JAZZERA +1. I guess that's a website, but BBC, BBC.com. They say it. They're saying it.
He's trying to say Al Jazeera.
What is it? Al Jazeera? Is that it?
Oh
Is that what
God.
it is?
Is that really what he's trying to say?
Look,
What the fuck?
HR.
Hold on a minute. Look, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a
What
minute.
the fuck? What the fuck?
Can you read that tiny fucking? Can you read that little tiny fucking thing right there? I can't read that motherfucker. Can you?
That is crazy.
Maybe you need bifocals.
I can't believe you caught that, HR. What the fuck?
That's fucking wild, right?
Dude, the hardest part of a 2-week operation is the first 10 years for somebody to say that.
Oh wait, I could have zoomed in. Shit, I could have zoomed in. That's dumbass.
I'm like, what is he talking about? Oh, that's Al Jazeera. What?
Al Jazeera. Yeah, Al Jazeera.
That is funny.
I don't know.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing here is the global war on terror is still going. There is no sunset clause. There is only a market end because we pulled out of Afghanistan. But that does not mean that bill and that congressionally mandated war has ended. It is still ongoing.
I don't think.
I'm
not
loud.
liking it up.
I think I'm just loud. I'm sorry.
But bro, there's no war in Basing Se.
That is true. There is no war in Basing Se.
So Congress, a couple of days ago, to Heuristic's point, they actually passed that resolution, and then Trump made the Senate walk it back. Do you think it was with regards to this particular action?
How does he make them walk it back?
Because they did. They had a yelling match. It was reported in the New York Times. He was very unhappy. He came in, screamed and yelled, said he wouldn't sign the 21st century home, whatever, house affordability thing.
Was that because of the SAVE Act?
Or I don't know. God, there's just so much. But he did get them to go back, and I don't know how they walked it back.
Hey, Paula, who was yelling?
Trump.
Trump was yelling. Okay, I'm going to research that.
Yeah, it's with respect to the Wars Power resolution that the House and the Senate passed just a couple days ago.
Did you guys see his little thing he put on the other day? He said there was 45,000 people there, and most of the people walked out before he even, was halfway done with his speech.
Yeah, there was a closed doors shouting match. It was massive.
Oh, yeah.
Closed doors shouting match. Senate Republicans over their efforts to restrict the military actions for Iran. The standoff, the shouting, the fallout, Senate backtrack, whatever. There's so much going on. Bill Cassidy, Rand Paul, Susan Collins, and Lisa Murkowski. Yeah, they were all in the room, and it was a standoff. Wild West and fucking the chambers.
Oh, I want to play that song. Wild
I mean,
West.
Donald Trump doesn't think that the War Powers Act even matters. He thinks that it doesn't matter because he's the commander in chief. Because, we have probably been in a constitutional crisis for a while now because the executive is supposed to be the enforcement arm of the republic, and he just does what he wants. I don't know what the answer is anymore, because if Congress really wanted to do something to him, we just don't have a choice but to wait until midterms. We just don't have another choice. And Mike Johnson came out and said it today. He said, if the Democrats take it, the Congress is going to turn into an investigative body. It is going to investigate Trump. It is going to investigate his family. It is going to investigate everything that happened. And he's right. That's exactly what's going to happen. And the Republicans are terrified because of that sweep in New York. it's clear that like what Trump is doing is pushing people more to the left. So
that's actually bad.
It's a good thing.
To the left.
Well, he's bombing most people to the left. Like literally, he's using violence not only outside of the country but in the country, and it is literally forcing people to the left.
Moderate Democrats don't like socialism, so good luck with that.
Yeah, well,
they don't like Trump.
No moderate Democrat.
So good luck with that.
No moderate Democrat's going to give a flying fuck.
Do you know what moderate Democrats hate more than what's happening on the left? They hate instability and insecurity and uncertainty, because what he's been doing is definitely having a reflection in the market. And everybody knows that there is going to be a reckoning with the market. Like we are currently like we're having 4 major things happen at the same time. And I've explained this on here before. The tariffs, which is not good for business. We have the overvaluation of AI, which is the same thing as like happening in the dot-com bubble. Every new big technology, railroads, the internet, it doesn't mean AI isn't an amazing technology. It just means that there is a bubble, right? We have the oil embargo, and we have over leverage of debt. Like he has and a lot of this has been done through fiscal policy. And the one thing neoliberals hate more than anything is uncertainty in the market. And we're seeing the VIX numbers. We're seeing investors demand more for bonds. We're already seeing it in the market. So eventually they're going to have to side with the team that actually knows how to keep the boat moving. And that is the Democrats.
How is spending tax money going to benefit the market?
They are also watching Mondani take care of New York and seeing what it can do.
I don't care about New York.
Yeah, but
it's still great, but I don't care about New York. It's 100% you're missing 2 bubbles here. There is currently a technology shortage in chips, transistors, and many other components. If y'all haven't taken notice, there have been price hikes across technology over this week.
Yeah.
That's a huge bubble, and y'all are about to really feel it come this fall. And then also the housing bubble.
Software market too.
You're also going to hit a housing bubble, because we are still seeing like there are more sellers in the market than buyers, and you're about to find price crashing. It's coming. Like that bubble is there. It's gonna fucking happen.
And I'm not saying that all of a sudden, like I'm saying that the thing that markets like more than anything is stability and certainty. And if they have to be taxed a little bit more for stability and certainty, for the government to function and run the way it's supposed to function and run, so that their transaction, their contracts, all those things can be actually enforced and all of that, where their companies aren't being like, I mean, if you're a fucking free market guy, 10% of Intel was taken over by the government. That's like a massive socialist movement, right? Like move right there. Like they would much rather have stability, because that is better for markets. That's what I'm talking about.
Sure, but then you're not understanding. Well, I mean, you kind of understand the economy from what you're saying. It sounds like you're well versed, but if you're taxing and regulating companies even more, they're going to produce less profits. So inherently, you're going to get less EPS, less profit for these big companies, and that's going to in turn dive the market a little bit too.
But it might be take a little dive, but over time, stability is just better, because if people have some of their basic needs met, they have more money to spend on other stuff, right? You have a bigger market, a bigger consumption market that'll eventually come. It's a long-term game. Right? Like if you're looking at stocks like 7 to 10 year or 10 to 7 or 7 to 5 to 7 year and 7 to 10 year, like taking that little hit from profits that are enormous, by the way, their margins are huge right now, right? Like that is, I think, something they would be willing to do in order to have a market that's just functioning, right? To have global supply chains working normally, to have tariffs taken away, to again, just have some stability and normalcy, which is what the market likes.
Well, what would explain the instability going on now and the markets being at all-time highs?
The markets are an all-time high because they're fucking delusional. Like, I can just tell you from my job, like, it's like we're seeing like very similar, like one of the things is that the market essentially believes it'll always be bailed out. Like, they have made mistakes before and they always get bailed out, right? They don't really see themselves as needing to be cautious or risk averse. And like, we're really seeing that like at the trading desk. And like, that's part of it. The other part of it is there is like the promise of AI has people really, really hyped up in the markets. And there are certain sectors that are taking big hits. Like the software sector is taking a big hit. And we are seeing like massive fluctuations day to day. Like, it's still remaining okay. But like, what I would have you look at is look at the fluctuations in bond markets. Look at how the 2-year note went past the 10-year bond, right? That, what does that tell you? What investors are demanding in order to keep money in treasuries versus putting it in equities is growing, right? So there's a problem there. And then also the repo market. If you're taking a look at anything that's going on in the repo market, you're seeing that like collateral is getting harder and harder. It's getting harder and harder to get cash in those markets, and the SOFI rates are through the roof. Right. So we're seeing cracks in markets, and that is a lot to do with uncertainty. And the VIX, right? The VIX is going all over the place. Some days they're very certain, some days they're not. So, I mean, there's a lot of things to look at to get a good picture of what's going on there.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, you're right. The market likes stability, but with that stability, there's less growth. So with a little bit of chaos, you incorporate a little bit of growth at the same time. And I think it's probably being somewhat manipulated, obviously, because it always is. But at the same time, like, because of all this excess growth, you know, if you start hitting different sectors, like let's say they start regulating AI, now you're going to see a drop in the market. You know what I mean? Like, over-regulating AI.
I also think like you have to look at how we're measuring growth too, right? Because like we can like GDP is like not a really good indicator of growth. I think you have to go sector by sector and look at how growth is being affected, because our agricultural sectors are seeing a massive slowdown in growth. So one thing that you can see there is like they lost a tremendous amount of their labor, and instead of them actually seeking out that labor, they're going to have to either decide to pay people a lot more money to have Americans fill those jobs. But what has actually happened is the labor market has contracted. So even though the labor market looks okay right now, the problem is that the demand for labor has actually decreased, which is a bigger problem in and of itself. We're also seeing like a lack of, we saw a spike right now because of the World Cup and like hospitality and things like that. So that's been good for us. The World Cup has been like kind of a weird little lifeline that's come in. But we also have seen like a contraction in healthcare. We've seen a contraction in apparel. We've seen a contraction in electronics. Like Robot was saying, prices have skyrocketed and we've seen a contraction in demand. So like we are seeing growth contractions throughout. And so again, like things like a more stable immigration policy is also good for growth. I don't think that the policies that Democrats have been putting in have necessarily been bad for growth. Right? Because like when you look at the Obama era, like we had massive growth in the Obama era. We had good growth in the Biden era too. If you correct for like trying to fix the COVID, like global supply chain problem. So like, I think you have to pay a little closer attention to sector by sector, industry by industry, and see what's really going on there. Cause there's big problems.
Yeah. Well, I mean, economically, there's a lot of things that need to change, but I think once they start over-regulating AI, things are going to get pretty chaotic. That's why they don't want to do it right now. That's my opinion.
Yeah, look, I'm not totally against like free markets. Like what I'm saying is we need better regulations. We need regulations that actually make sense, and we need regulations to keep up with health things, right? Like the taking away of the endangerment finding and allowing for like greenhouse gases to pollute. There's a long-term cost for that, right? More kids with lung problems, more kids with asthma, more adults with problems with movement and breathing, and more more COPD, more or earlier heart rate heart problems, right? Which is going to increase the amount of money we have to pay for healthcare, right? So you might see an increase in diesel cars, but then all that money is drained into the healthcare system, right? So I think some regulations are necessary and needed, and it's just the way we apply them, how we do them needs to be smart. And AI needs to be regulated.
That's why I argue against like socialism, because in a perfect world, free market capitalism with proper constructive regulations that help benefit businesses, consumers, and the public would be beneficial for everybody. And obviously, I think we can all agree crony capitalism's been a problem. Well, I'm saying
the democratic socialist way is the way to go, because they're not saying markets won't exist. They're not trying to nationalize major industries. What they're trying to do is to put those smart regulations on there and then have a more progressive tax system so that we can better make a healthier economy, have a growing economy, have people who are able to leave a job and start a business without worrying about healthcare, have the labor economy have better movement, give people the time scarcity, remove that time scarcity problem so that people can do things that they're better capable of doing because they're not tied to their job for their healthcare, for their family. Like, there are ways that these kinds of policies do stimulate growth.
Yeah, but DSAs don't believe in free market capitalism.
They do. They're not free markets. They don't believe in free markets. They don't believe in completely free markets. They believe in well-regulated markets. The DSA is really looking at a more progressive tax system. It's looking at creating more space for labor to have a little bit more power within economic decision making, and it's looking for smart regulation. That is really what the platform is. It's not looking to nationalize. It's not looking to stop markets.
Over-regulating creates stagnancy.
But they're not. But you have to give me an example of an over-regulation.
So, all right, man, off the top of my head, I can't think of something off the top of my head. I just think in general, when businesses have more of a block, let's just say from a healthcare standpoint, right? So there's the it's not really a regulation, but a law that, if you have over a certain amount of employees, you have to pay for healthcare, right? You have to enter the healthcare system. If you're on the edge of 49 employees, it's going to cause the employer, if they're a smaller employer, to say, hey, we can't hire, maybe from a budget standpoint or a profitability standpoint, they can't hire that one person because it'll just stagnate growth, because now they have to pay everybody health care and all this stuff. And we can argue health care.
That's the thing, though, right? If you gave people health care, then those small businesses no longer have to worry about that. They no longer have to worry about providing health care to people, right? Because larger corporations that have the money to have a little bit more tax on their books is allowing, or a single payer system where everybody is already taking out 5% of their check for it, that guy no longer has to worry about providing healthcare to those people, and everybody gets healthcare. They don't have to do it anymore. That gives them more room for growth and more room for expansion in their business.
Yeah, but they still have to pay into that fund somehow, some way.
Lip, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead. Sorry.
I just want to ask, because I am curious, actually, what libertarians and Republicans think. I think everyone kind of understands the writing on the wall right now. They know that the majority of the workforce will be automated. So what is from that perspective, essentially all of us getting priced out of the market because we all do labor, what do you think the solution to that problem is?
I don't believe that's going to happen. That's my opinion. You can laugh.
So you reject the notion that
I think what's going to happen is the same thing that happened when the internet first came out, right? People were afraid to lose their jobs because the internet was going to cause all these disruptions in the labor force and yada yada yada. That never happened. People just adapted to it, right? And I think I think AI hasn't been really looked at from a regulation standpoint yet. When that happens, let's be honest, right? People on both sides, Democrats and Republicans don't want to lose their voters. So
hold on. Let's take it one step at a time. Let's talk about the internet first. You brought up the internet as like this whole thing. We did lose a lot of jobs. Print media is almost essentially extinct. Bookstores went under. People who worked at bookstores lost their job. People who were journalists lost their job. People who worked at newspapers lost their job, magazines. So this idea that, of course, it didn't completely automate. If we look at, the movie industry and the way that went forward, yes, many people did lose their job because of the internet. So this is much broader than the internet, though. AI can do much more than what the internet could hope to do, especially with the, innovation of robotics happening.
There will always be an industry and a sector in the labor force that's going to get affected by any of these things. And you're absolutely correct about print media. I totally agree. But let's be honest, they were already kind of going in that direction to begin with, and that just kind of pushed them over the edge. My whole thing is AI has not been regulated yet. So I think what's going to happen is, because if AI completely took over people's jobs, the economy would fucking cease to exist, because people won't have money to do anything. So they have to regulate AI in order to induce growth. The whole point of AI to me is just to help facilitate growth. But also, yeah, there are going to be sectors that are going to get affected in the immediate term. But for the most part, I think the actual physical labor, like trades jobs and stuff that, not data, like data input, data entry, that kind of stuff, medical coding, things like that may go away. That's a lot. That's what I think.
There are a lot of jobs, and even like the AI, like Harvey, right? Like they're creating an AI that is like basically a narrow intelligence that is going to be trained on basically being a lawyer, right? There are some I do think that like what we're looking at is actually like high paid professionals that are going to lose jobs, or at least like their secondaries, like a paralegal is going to lose a job, right? Things that they can now outsource to an artificial narrow intelligence, right? I think those are the ones. Though. Yeah, but they're not at scale, right? And there's still problems.
They outsource to other countries.
We're paralegals?
Do they not like outsource to other countries when it comes to to legal? I'm not talking about
not in the legal, because you can't really outsource legal work because of licensure problems and because other countries don't know how our legal system works. So paralegals are still a thing right now, but Harvey is the worst it's going to be right at this moment, right? So I'm just giving an example. I do think it's true. It's an artificial narrow intelligence that is being basically trained how to be a lawyer. So lawyers might not get taken away, but their ancillaries might, right? So there are all these little jobs that are going to go away, and that's actually going to add up quite quickly. Now, here's the thing that I'm saying, I don't know what the answer is to regulating AI, but I think there are some other problems and significant obstacles that AI is going to face, which is that we don't have the transmission quality quite yet in the country. We don't have the infrastructure for it. We have tons of data centers right now that are literally working on diesel fuel and completely poisoning the people that are around them, their water and their air, because they don't have enough electricity coming to the data centers. And instead of trying to use different coolant systems, right? You don't have to use water. Water is just the cheapest option. You could use different chemicals to do it, but it's more expensive. There's other data centers like ocean versions that are really cool, but we're not putting money into making the infrastructure work with people. We're just bulldozing over the environment to do it. So I think
nobody wants them in their backyard either.
Yeah. And that's something we also have to take a look at. Like, we are, like, Jeff Bezos even came out and said it. He was like, people need too much water. We are like sacrificing AI for people's comfort. Like, human beings have to have water to survive. AI can use a different coolant system. That's an option. It's just more expensive.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I think the resource drain is going to be a huge problem, and that needs to be regulated. But I thought that part of the construction, like the regulation regarding construction around the data centers, like they had to be fucking self-sufficient when it came to like producing their own energy.
Yeah, but they're using diesel fuel generators that are poisoning the air in the communities that they're in. People in Memphis at the age of 35 are being diagnosed with COPD at 35. Because the air is so poisonous. People in Lowell, Massachusetts are turning on their taps and seeing brown water come out.
I'm in fucking South Coast, Massachusetts, and I'm already seeing brown water, but there's no data centers around me. That's just because the water fucking system sucks.
Well, I think it's also because you might be getting it from a similar reservoir. Like, the reservoirs are huge, and they maybe, I don't know, but like, I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stuff that needs to be looked at, and it needs to be done. It needs to be just done better. And like, you can put data centers, instead of putting them in a desert, put them in a cold climate where you will need less power in order to cool things, right? Like, work hard to do that. I think there are real solutions, but like the Trump administration is like not letting us give our money to things like green and renewable energy that could actually power those things. They're not giving money to states to help them make their infrastructure better. Like, there are things that democratic socialists want to do, not to stop growth, right? But to make sure that if we are going to grow, we're not going to kill a bunch of people in the process.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't disagree with a lot of your points. I just don't think like a total ideological shift is going to change anything. There needs to be
it's
a gradual
exactly what
shift.
needs to happen. It's exactly what needs to happen.
You can't put that type of shock in the system. Unless you want just total failure and collapse, then sure, if that's what you want, but I don't want that. I want common sense, gradual change.
But like, does anybody want total failure and collapse? Like, nobody wants that, right? We want balanced budgets. We want less debt, and we want a system that functions for the people in accordance with growth. And that might mean in the short term, there's some correction that happens. But if you think about all of these programs long term, they are better.
I know, but I don't think socialist policies are the answer. I think that just adds to the problem.
But have you noticed places in Scandinavia, right? Like, they have a massive growth, right? Like, they're the only places in Europe that are experiencing economic growth, and they have some of the
because we indirectly subsidize.
But they have some of
their economy.
How are we subsidizing Sweden?
We pay all the amount of money that we pay for NATO, okay? All the amount of money we pay for R&D research in other countries, we subsidize all that stuff. They don't have to front the cost. We do.
Yeah. It turns out that when you educate your populace, when you feed them, when you let them have access to health care, guess what happens to the GDP?
It grows.
Thank you, Heuristic.
Yes, but that's indirectly a proponent of what we're doing. We are subsidizing these other countries to encourage growth.
Here's the other thing. There are several.
We can sigh, but it's the truth.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. One of the socialist policies we do have in the United States is something like the NIH. It's the way that we fund our universities and give them grants for studying. But through Trump, we lost over 1,000 years of combined knowledge from PhDs who left the NIH, who have left the university system. And what did Europe do? They created a fund to bring all those people there to do that same R&D. The United States economy, one of the reasons it has been such a big boom for the economy is because we have always funded science and we have always had freedom of inquiry, and we no longer have that. They want to ideologically base our science and R&D and our studies, and that is going to significantly stop growth in the United States. All of the things that we have ever had that have pushed society forward have come from government funded programs from the military, from NIH, and from programs that feed people, because SNAP, if for every dollar we put into SNAP, we get $1.58 back in economic growth. For every dollar we put into the NIH, we get $2.67 back in growth. The NASA gave us telecommunications. It gave us satellites. It gave us the ability to actually track the weather, so companies could make sure that taking stuff out of the ground and being able to manage their businesses was something they could actually plan for. Like, all of these things came from publicly funded programs, aka socialist policy.
Hey, let me get on this. How is everyone doing?
Hi.
Good. Hey, heuristic. How are you?
God damn,
Mojo.
bless America. All this.
Mojo, I just want to get on. I just want to get on with historic, real quick. So again, like when it comes to innovation, innovation follows where there's capital to be invested. Okay, so all the stuff that you did listed. Some of it is true, I'm sure. I don't know about all of it, but some of it is true. Yeah. There's a large portion of capital investment done by the state and done by the government via the taxpayers' money, of course, right? But you're forgetting one huge aspect that is even greater than the state-run R&D stuff and investment is private capital. Everyone comes to the United States to bring forth their idea, their innovation,
Not anymore.
stuff to
Not
find
anymore.
funding. To find
Not
funding.
anymore.
Yes,
Not
they do.
anymore,
Yes,
because
yes, they do.
because there isn't free. No, even just at my university, 10 very promising programs got shut down, and all of those people who came here to bring that technology, they're going to Europe. They're going back to their country of origin, because they're offering, those countries are now saying, hey, if you can't do it in the United States, why don't we try it here? Like, that's what this administration is doing, though. And one more thing. Remember, when the government does it, it becomes public. That knowledge becomes something that private industry can take and run with it. Every single drug that the pharmaceutical companies that have used private capital to create a drug was first discovered through basic science research that did not have a monetary benefit to it. So remember that private capital is only as good as the basic science research that backs it. And that basic science research is all government funded.
Yeah, that's great, and that's again, those are all aspects of what as a whole what we're talking about. But that's not the majority of where innovation comes from.
That is the majority. That is the majority, actually. No, that's the majority.
I disagree. So,
I agree with.
Are you saying are you saying that only in the United States is there innovation? Are you saying that in other countries there's none?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Are you saying there's no innovation in China?
If you allow me to, no, China doesn't innovate. They just copy. So,
No. China has.
They make
Look,
copies.
listen. They did for a long time. All China did was copy.
No,
but in the last 10 years, in the last 10 years, not only have they taken innovations like thorium nuclear energy that we discovered here in the United States,
taking innovations and copying.
They have been able to scale it. Not to mention the amount of green technology that they have produced. They have produced turbines that are just floating in the air, that are held together with air, and that up in the air where there's more consistent winds, and they're using that for turbines to power farms in rural areas. They are innovating through the ass. BYD is creating so many different types of cars for a fraction of the cost. They have been able to automate manufacturing in ways that would make your fucking head spin, because they're actually solving realistic problems, whereas here we try to solve abstract problems. You can't say that other countries are not innovating, because they fucking are. And they are going to start leaving the US in the dust, especially because this administration does not allow for freedom of inquiry. And that is going to absolutely put a chokehold on the entire United States economy.
True.
Hold on just a moment.
Okay.
When we ask him a question, we have to let him finish. I'm sorry, Alst. I don't mean to interrupt you, but
I'm sorry, brother.
Just saying, let Alst finish his actual sentence before we go in with a response.
Wait,
okay?
That was Alst talking.
And
I just interrupted Alst to say Alst can talk.
It's all good. I'm sorry for interrupting as well. This is we got the all-star cast here, guys. Let's get it rolling. Top of the screen. Okay, so yeah, now I'm kind of lost on what we were arguing about again, but with China and things like that. Yeah, real quick, you said about China. You know, they're making all these, manufacturing these cars, and they're doing all these innovations and stuff like that. I need someone to go ahead and look up at how many car manufacturers have went under in the past year or two or so, because it's quite a lot in China. And then let's see. I never said that no countries don't innovate, right? I just said about the United States, like everyone wants to go to a place where there's plenty of capital for investment, and the United States is the top place for that. Europe is unfortunately falling. And China does not innovate. People, they make copies.
Al, I'd like to jump in for a second. I mean, we are actually competing with China for AI dominance. China is ahead of us in AI dominance, and that's what the administration is doing by trying to get the rare earth minerals and magnets, and we're going all over the world to secure it just for this one reason, for AI dominance, which we're losing against China.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I can't. My thing's lagging. I really apologize. I don't mean to be rude and interrupt.
It's okay. You're okay.
I know, but I need to state that. So thank you guys, and don't waste your time. Are you done, or is everyone done?
I was done. I was just saying that China is literally leading the world in AI.
Yeah. Well. Okay. Yes. I haven't heard that. I don't use AI or Chinese AI products or derived products. I've not seen Chinese AI tools in my industry or on my
right,
store
because
shelves.
you're in the United States.
Right.
You're in the United States, but here's the thing: Kimmy and DeepSeek. The reason we're saying there's AI dominance here is because they've been able to do what OpenAI and Claude and all of these other companies have been able to do with like a fraction of the money, like a fraction of it. Because the reality is that creativity isn't just bred by having free open range to do anything you want. It's actually bred from limits. Most of the time, you will find the most creative solutions in places that are severely limited. You can even see this in places like war zones, where doctors end up performing miraculous things or discovering new ways to do things because they are limited. And the thing is China has been limited by compute. And because they've been limited by compute, they have found better, more efficient ways to run the same kinds of efficient models on way, way, way less, and again, they're doing things narrowly. They find a problem. They see if AI can solve this actual solution, to find a solution for it. Here, we're like, AI is going to solve cancer, AI is going to solve climate change, but there's no real like pathway to understanding that or seeing that as progress. What they're doing is actually better for growth in their economy. I will say, China is struggling. Their economy is struggling. They're experiencing deflation, labor displacement. They're coming up on a population collapse unless they can do something about it. Like, there are problems in China. I'm not saying that there aren't. I'm just saying that you really have to look at how capitalism here, just throwing money at a problem, is not actually good for a lot of these companies. That some limits and restraints would actually breed better creativity.
But like you said, AI development here in America has been largely driven by the private sector, 100%. It really has, and I don't believe
where did the first neural high, what is it called? Neural link development come from, where they were able to put in a bunch of chips and connect them all together and see what that produced. Where is the first place that actually did that gave you the basic science research in order to have AI even begin? Where did that happen?
I'm sure that type of technology.
Where did it come from?
I'm answering.
It came DARPA. DARPA. It came from the government. AI is like I said, private sector would have not been able to scale that without that initial technology being discovered by the American military, which is again publicly funded.
So AI is made up of different type of technologies. It's not all one streamlined technology, and obviously it's owned. This certain technology is owned by. In America, at least, the technologies are separately owned, and that's one of the major battles we've been doing recently is consolidating all that kind of stuff and consolidating the technologies to streamline it, et cetera, et cetera. So again, yes, you're right. You took the words right out of my mouth. DARPA, the government funded that research that created one of the technologies that would help make AI a possibility, but it's not responsible for creating AI as it is today. It's part of it. I'm not arguing there. I'm not arguing there.
I'm saying, but what I'm saying is I'm not trying to take away. I'm not trying to take away the private sector from being able to scale something or to further develop something. I'm saying that the necessity for socialist programs that fund those basic science research things, which don't necessarily have a monetary value at the end of it until the thing is discovered, is necessary for a private market to function. And if they have to use publicly funded ingenuity and research in order to scale things and make money off of it, they have a duty to be taxed because they need publicly funded projects.
Oh no, I'm not arguing that. But on that note, though, the reason why private companies use government grants and get taxpayer money to fund their R&D is because that right then itself, they don't have to pay for it out of their own pocket. It's a business decision. It's a business decision and a business model, and that is exactly what corporations do, and it's corporatism. And right now, corporations, they get the brunt of the socialism.
No, you're all wrong. Listen, it happens at academia levels, right? So these big conglomerate universities let me finish.
Oh, sorry.
So these big conglomerate universities like MIT get government funding to do these things, right? And then a private company comes in and buys a patent to get access to that research. That's what usually happens. It's not the other way around where the private company says, ooh, we see that we can innovate, let's ask the government. It happens the other way, where the innovation is happening, funded by the government, and then private comes in and tries to get the patents to that technology.
That is a mechanism. Yes, I agree with that. What'd you say, Robot?
B has that high pitched noise in her background. You have an oxygen
something
around you.
Are you near a data center?
No, I'm welding.
No. Welding. That could be it too. It sounds like a tank.
One of the things that China is able to do, and it's something that our country does as well, but maybe we're not doing it as much, is the ability to link business and government and academia with industry, and able to streamline and get adoption and processes done. In our country, that's what we used to do, and we used to do very well. We still do it, but not to the degree to which we used to do it. It brought us the internet, which is why we have these phones right now.
Okay, hold on. The reason why I disagree is because number one, what groundbreaking technology that is changing humanity, that is now being adopted by everybody, but the U.S. is not willing to do so.
Solar panels, thorium nuclear energy.
All right, so in China right now, they have
a thorium nuclear reactor, a nuclear reactor they just turned it on, and it is working. I mean, look, it's coming from China, so I don't 100% you take it with a grain of salt, but that's what's being reported. And remember, thorium nuclear energy, you can get thorium from fucking desert sand. Right? And it's stable at liquid temperatures, which means thorium, if they can actually perfect how they built that, they can scale that to any country like Saudi Arabia, the Gulf states, all of these countries with massive amounts of capital. They can sell that to them because they don't need to have a huge abundance of water to keep things cool, because it is stable at liquid temperatures, and it is way, way, way less waste, and it's much easier to get thorium. But we developed that in 1967, and we didn't scale it. We didn't scale it because capitalism said no, because oil companies said no, because they were lobbying, because they lobbied and said no.
Or maybe
we could have been exporting all that green energy.
Or maybe because we had too many close calls with nuclear accidents in America that we created a policy to not redevelop.
So thorium was a solution to that, wasn't it? You're no longer using uranium. You no longer have to have those borium steel tubes. But you know why we didn't do it? It's because capitalism benefits more. It benefits more from squashing down new technologies that are going to take away their market advantage. And that's exactly what happened. That's exactly what the oil companies fucking did.
All right, well, hold on. I want to counter that because, again, like I said, when we're talking about the nuclear technology, right? So again, in America, and we had too many close calls, too close for comfort for the public, to where we stopped building nuclear reactors altogether, and then we pretty much stopped the research, except for probably the military for the military apparatus.
Who do you think put out that propaganda over and over and over again, and used all of their tons of money in their market, from their markets, to make sure people were good and fucking terrified? Because I can tell you who it was, because we saw it. We saw all of the papers that came out about that. We saw exactly who did that, and guess who it was? Exxon, Chevron, Shell. They're the ones who propagandized the entire fucking country to be afraid of nuclear energy, so that they could continue to have energy dominance and and have their market cornered. They have stifled more and more technology than you can fucking imagine, just to keep marginal market power.
Let me finish what I was going to say first before you go off on that again. Listen, I agree with everything you said right there, but let's go back to how they're able to do that. And they use the government to do exactly what you just you just said. 100%. I agree with that. Now back to the nuclear part. Who do you think was the apparatus that stifled that is in charge of building nuclear reactors for power generation in the domestic market? That is not a private company.
Right. It's the government. But the government is responsible to whom? The people. If the people have been propagandized by oil companies to be afraid of nuclear energy, right? If they are being told that their entire environment is going to be absolutely decimated, like Chernobyl, from one scare in 3 Mile Island, and they are told that even things like thorium nuclear energy, that was suppressed by oil companies. The oil companies bought that patent. That's the thing. But that's the thing, right? Like you have to the oil companies have to take responsibility for that, because the government is going to end up listening to the people because they need their vote. So they're going to take their fears and they're going to run with it because they need the vote. So again, if you were to actually have a government where there is more of a impetus to make sure that those kinds of companies aren't allowed to buy a patent and then crush it, right? A government that was willing to do those things. And again, what part of the government went to is supported by big oil? It's Republicans. It's not just the government as a whole. It's a specific part of the government.
All right. All right. Yeah, I got you. I hear you. I'm not arguing any of that, right? I wasn't arguing. I was agreeing with you on that one. It's kind of, we're kind of going in circles a little bit, but I just wanted to, I was actually waiting for you to explain where that is capitalism's fault, because what you explained what you explained very clearly is it's the government. It's the state's fault, not capitalism.
The fault is the oil companies that have such a hold on energy in the United States. And it was them that decided to propagandize the people using their excess cash that could have been taxed and gone to the government for them to build fucking solar panels and build fucking turbines. They used their excess cash from them using fucking loophole after loophole after loophole instead of paying taxes, and use that money to propagandize people. And that, my friend, is because of capitalism.
So what
are you?
Oh, go ahead, Big Bro. Go ahead. Or anyone else want to get on this? I don't want to hijack this whole thing.
I'm going to jump in. Heuristic, are you just dismissing the Peach Bottom thorium reactor in the United States? It ran from 1967 to 74.
Then why did it stop?
Because it's not as power dense as uranium.
What about our nuclear subs?
I mean, I feel like now it would be, because like China has been able to power like 1/4 of a manufacturing sector in like I think the Zhongzhou province or whatever with that thorium nuclear reactor.
Well, the Peach Bottom produced about 33 billion kilowatt hours over 1,349 equivalent full power days, with the capacity of the reactor at 74%. But that only comes out to about 170 gigawatts per ton.
Yeah.
On the
I feel
fuel.
like that could probably, like if we had kept it open and kept iterating on the technology, it probably would have gotten better over time, because technology does get better over time.
And
that's absolutely true, but uranium's output is like 600 gigawatts per ton.
And the new reactors they just came out with that are at Plant Vogel here in Georgia, the new style reactors are much safer, and they use less inputs, and they're producing way more, and that's all due to innovation, 100%. That obviously was stifled, right? That we're talking about.
But like whether it's thorium nuclear reactors or nuclear reactors in general, right? Like it was still stifled by those. And look, here's the other thing. Like burning fossil fuels has a direct health effect on people as well, right? We're really talking about multiple levels of things that have gone wrong. I mean, you can look at how like pharmaceuticals function, because they're able to exist in a capitalist system. People are paying $1,000 for insulin, when if it was run by the government, we could strong arm pharmaceuticals into having smaller prices, because it doesn't cost that much to make insulin. It's just because of the patent system and because it's allowed to be in a free market. Things like putting on a fucking cast end up costing Americans $15,000 when it only actually costs $1,500 to do something like that, including the cost of the doctor, right? Like, I mean, I can keep going.
I know. You're good. You provide a lot of information at a really great pace, and we all love it. But when we talk about healthcare industry, right, and whatnot, we're talking about the most regulated industry, government regulated industry, government involved industry and marketplace, next to say like finance. So again, how is government going to How is government going to make healthcare better and more affordable again?
You have to look at the stages at which it is regulated as well, right? Because you're right in the sense that there are a lot of regulations because there's a high safety concern. These are things people are putting in their bodies that have massive chemical effects onto their bodies, right? So the FDA is very stringent. The process for getting a drug into market is very highly regulated. What's not regulated is pricing. What is not regulating is the patents. What is not regulated is the amount of shell companies that pharmaceutical companies make in order to generate their own money through generics. Like there are a whole lot of things that are not regulated, right? Down the whole line of the supply chain and how it functions. And you have to understand that providing people with healthcare through a single payer system and by increasing taxes on corporations and people who are super wealthy will absolutely bring down the cost of healthcare. And you don't have to give me the excuse of like, oh, well, people in Canada have to wait. Yeah, but people in America also just don't go see a doctor because they can't afford it. 64,000 people a year die from just not going to a doctor and from something preventable. You might have to wait a little while in Canada, but if something happens, you still get a free ride to the hospital. You still get free healthcare there. There is plenty of ways that we could build our own system that it doesn't have to look like Canada's. It doesn't have to look like the UK's. It doesn't have to look like Germany's. We can do our own thing with it, and it will absolutely give growth to the system more than anything.
Yeah, but you die before you get healthcare, so what is it?
Yeah, and that again, we're subsidizing growth, so it's not.
Subsidize everything. Like, I mean, look, if you look at the government, there's not an industry that I can think of off the top of my head that is not subsidized by American taxpayers. Are you wanting the government to stop doing that?
I mean, to be honest with you, the more the government gets out of our marketplaces and stops enforcing the right kind of regulation for all the big players and the major corporations, the major market dominant players, I believe a lot of things good will come of it. 100%, right? Like everyone is.
Go ahead.
Okay. Like when we're talking about the stock market, right? Like everyone here earlier was arguing that, we want to have predictability and investors want predictability in the stock market. Well, no shit, they want predictability because that's how they stay in control. That's how they stay on top of things, right? But you can't have growth, right? Without change or volatility or the natural mechanisms of correction, right? In place, to keep things, not artificially, inflated or et cetera, if everyone understands that.
But stability doesn't imply that risk doesn't happen. Like there's always going to be some volatility, and you have to remember, like, look at the size of this economy.
If risk is at the I'm trying to think of what I'm trying to say here. The risk, obviously you're minimizing risk for the big guy, right? But again, that's controlling the marketplace, and that is not a free market, right? Volatility allows for the little guy to with a little bit less and a chance to jump in, right, in the marketplace, to buy low, get in there and participate. And that goes across any type of
So I have to go here in a second, but I will say this really quick to libtiers, right? Doctors are already leaving at remarkable pace because they don't want to deal with insurance companies anymore, because the amount of time that they have to spend just trying to convince an insurance company that the patient in front of them that they know that they have a relationship with needs a certain type of treatment, they are leaving from burnout because the insurance company, because it is private, makes them try 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 different types of treatments that are just cheaper, just to make sure that those won't work first, even though this doctor knows that with this specific patient, those probably won't work. Doctors are already leaving and people are already burning out of medical school for it. Those doctors would much, much rather be able to give a treatment and it just goes through because they don't have to now fight with an insurance system. That's another reason capitalism fucking sucks for a healthcare system. Doctors are already fucking burned the fuck out from the insurance system in the United States.
In a country this large, okay, I could understand in Switzerland, in Sweden, in Canada, in small populated countries. In a country this big, hold on.
This is the worst argument. This is the worst argument ever because of economies of scale. Economies of scale mean that we can do it cheaper.
Our per capita is lower than a few other countries, so I mean,
it would be if we had a single payer healthcare system. It would be much lower. Economies.
All right, guys, I have to go make dinner. Bye. This was fun.
Bye, heuristic. But that was actually making heuristic's point. You should just let him go.
And then, I was going to answer her just real quickly, guys, and we can move on if that's okay. Okay, cool. I'll be quick. So again, healthcare providers, they're the ones that set the prices in the marketplace, right? The doctors, the healthcare providers, right? Also,
no, the insurance companies.
Insurance companies, yes, sir, and the prescription companies.
Well, here, allow me to expand a little bit, okay? Healthcare providers are the ones that set the prices for the goods and services, right? The insurance company is a negotiator on behalf of their clients, which is going to be the ones that they insure. They negotiate with the healthcare providers, right? For certain prices.
Then the healthcare provider doesn't set the prices.
No, they do. They do set the prices.
They don't.
Setting a price and then negotiating a price is two different things.
They don't set the prices. The insurance companies will tell them to fuck off if they don't like what they're paying. If they're not making a large enough profit margin on it, they will tell them to fuck off, which means it's the insurance company setting the prices.
No, that means subsidized, dude.
That means the insurance company is not willing to pay that high of a price that the healthcare providers.
Exactly. So they are setting the price. They are telling the healthcare providers what they're willing to pay, and that's it. Nothing more.
Okay, they're not setting the price in the marketplace.
They are.
Man, I don't know how to explain this to anybody.
You can't because you're just wrong.
Okay. Anyone else want to get on this? It's okay.
Say that again. Say that again. No, say that again. I'm sorry.
Say what again? The
Yeah, say what
insurance
again?
companies set the price in the marketplace?
No, I didn't say
Is
that.
that what did you say? You said what about insurance companies?
I said insurance companies set the prices.
Yeah, and I disagreed.
70.
You didn't
What is
say
there
that.
to disagree about?
I just googled it. Yeah, 78% of U.S. doctors have become employees in large corporate entities such as hospitals, pharmacy chains, and private equity. These doctors are going to these fucking insurance companies, and they're setting they're dictating the prices of our pharmaceuticals and everything else. They're dictating it. They're leaving the industry because they get more money doing it from the insurance companies than they can from the private sector.
Yes, this was literally in the House Ways and Means Committee here in 2026. Happened in March, actually. All the big insurance companies not only own the pharmaceuticals, they own the pharmacy benefit managers, they own the doctors. Like, they are literally paying the doctors directly. They set the prices and they set the premiums and they set how much they're using your premium to pay their set prices from pharmacies and procedures. So yes, the insurance companies control it from start to finish.
Okay, so what the insurance companies do and the healthcare providers do, right? They've created their own networks, right? Everyone is familiar with your insurance company and like the concept of the network, which includes everything from you going to your provider, your general care, to your specialist, to your after treatment, your therapy, your meds at the pharmacy, right? That's all within your network, right? They have done that, right? In order to corner the market in wherever they are in the region, wherever they service, whatever company is in the country. You know what I'm saying? If that makes sense, right? Because exactly of regulations. Regulations allow them to do allow them to get that big, right? And there's no competition. But the point being is the healthcare providers still had to. They set the prices, and then the insurance companies negotiate. And then instead of them losing customers, this and that or whatever, they started creating networks and started hashing out deals together. Okay, does that kind of make sense?
No,
I can play the House Ways and Means for you, and 100% you are wrong. Once again, the insurance companies own the pharmacy benefit managers and the pharmaceuticals. So they are setting the prices and they are saying how much they will pay themselves from your premium for that particular pharmacy drug or for a procedure. They are setting all of that, and they are literally scalping every single American every time you go in for healthcare. But more or less the problem here is that you're trying to say like the networks and things like that. The network is simply built around the owners, which is the insurance company. That network is simply saying like if you have United Healthcare, your network is hospitals owned by United Healthcare, doctors paid by United Healthcare, pharmaceuticals paid for by United Healthcare, prices set by pharmaceuticals like United Healthcare. You are talking about a single entity still.
Again, so again, like I said,
Don't do it. Don't do it. Do not repeat yourself right now.
Yeah.
I know how it works.
Companies don't set healthcare costs.
We can't hear you. It sounds like you're in a microwave.
Yeah, I can't hear you at all.
I'm in a fryer.
Yes.
Okay.
Microwave fire.
Turn it up and get well done.
Doctors or health or insurance companies set healthcare costs. It's a negotiated contract between three parties, essentially.
We can't hear a word you're saying, bro. Microwaves like zapping your brain.
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better.
What are
you have to talk at that octone and volume the whole time, though.
Neither doctors or insurance companies set healthcare costs. That's just the facts. It's a negotiated contract between three parties. That's all it is.
Can I just play it's from C-SPAN, Mojo. I mean, it's literally the House Ways and Means Committee.
Yeah, I don't care. Yeah. Is this the one with AOC?
No.
Dang it. I love her. I love her.
Don't we all? speaking
Which
of that.
of your
Hi,
companies
Rosa.
own or control a health insurance division? Raise your hand. Please keep your hand up if you also employ healthcare providers or own clinics, specialty pharmacies, or any other kind of medical practice or pharmacy. Please keep your hand up if you also own or control a pharmacy benefit manager. And please keep your hand up if you lead a publicly traded company at which you have a legal responsibility to maximize shareholder value.
I remember watching this.
So we've established on the record that the largest health insurance companies are not just insurers. They are also medical providers and pharmacies, diagnosing and deciding treatment for patients. They are also PBMs, another form of middlemen managing drug benefits. They are increasingly controlling every aspect of our healthcare system.
There you go.
Yeah, I believe it, and the only way they can. But listen, they don't control the majority of the healthcare providers.
Oh my god!
Oh,
no, well, hold on. Well, no.
Oh my god! I got a violation. Wait, hold on. I get a violation for that robot.
For real?
What?
Wow.
For the video?
It's literally C-SPAN.
Because it contains unoriginal or reproduced content. As soon as you got done playing that, this thing popped up.
Oh, jeez.
It's certainly not original. Yes, it was aired because it's a congressional hearing.
Oh, that's crazy.
TikTok AI is so good, huh? Holy moly.
That's crazy.
You need to do
fine.
like
Go ahead.
does.
Sorry, you guys go ahead.
Anyway, I'll say this. I'll say this, and I have to go. I'll say this, and I have to go real quickly, guys. Either way, they're using the government as a tool to.
Oh darn!
He's got a stuttering problem. Be nice.
Shut up. No, that would be Mojo did that because if you're going to tell me you have to go, you don't get to say something and then leave.
Right.
If you're going to leave, just fucking leave. You don't give a parting fucking address to everybody.
I agree. It was just funny, like from my end, it just was like him going. He was about to say something like that seemed so profound, which I know it wasn't, but then he got like it was funny.
Yeah. Anyway, Leb, I wanted to tell you said something that these other countries that are getting subsidized by the United States. I Googled Finland because I'm Finnish. Finland is not subsidized by the United States whatsoever, and they are actually the happiest country in the world.
I just want to tell you that I'm just started. You're finished. I'm just started.
Party hard.
Silly. That's a dad joke.
I don't get it. It's over my head.
Yeah.
That's not saying.
I'm a dad and I don't get it.
So anyway, do you have any response to what I said though? I mean,
I didn't say. I didn't say every country. I mean, and there's also different aspects. Like we don't R&D in every country either.
Right.
So like we subsidize a lot of our R&D to India, to who else? Ukraine. We subsidize Ukraine. Fuck, I don't even remember who else was on that list.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying like we give them money for their healthcare system. It just reduces the proportion of their costs, like government costs for certain programs, because they don't have to pay for the things we do in our country. Whether that's good or bad, it's
bad. Our country is really it really showing its flaws. And
You want the list? We got
Yeah.
the list. Ukraine,
Yeah, what's the list?
Israel. Okay, Ukraine, Israel, Jordan, Egypt, Ethiopia, and the Domestic Republic of Congo. We subsidize. That's
for R&D.
We give Ireland money too.
Yep.
Is that the top R&D?
Yep.
Costs? Okay. Yeah, Israel makes sense because we R&D a lot of healthcare through them too.
I got my iPad going. I fact check everybody.
There's like 80% of adults that actually pay for private. Not to mention that they have to pay their what's it called when you go to the doctor? The co-pays and the medications they have to pay for those.
It's called an arm and a leg. That's it.
We shouldn't be funding anything for Israel. They should fund themselves.
We should not. I agree with you, Rosa.
I mean, you got to have trade. You got to have some back and forth.
Yeah, but we shouldn't be we shouldn't be supporting a Holocaust on the Palestinian people.
How are we giving them $3.8 billion, right? And then they buy military arms from us, but they're like giving us back our own money. Like, where's the sense in that?
Right.
It goes right back into the lobbyist pockets. That's where
Right.
it goes.
It doesn't. Yeah, 100%. It goes into politics. It lines the politicians' pockets, of course. But like, everybody knows that. Like, why are we still doing it? Like, why is this allowed?
I mean, they need to ban lobbying. That's good. I mean,
okay, you're gonna have to. I don't know if you want to have this conversation right now, but you don't even know what a lobbyist is. It's driving me crazy.
people that, I mean, lobbying is basically, it's a pretty simple concept. You have people that are going to the government to lobby on behalf of a corporation or an entity for different avenues of like things that they're interested in. Like oil companies go to, they get subsidized by government, right? So they go to the government and they argue, we would like R&D, we would like certain subsidies for certain types of research that we want to do ourselves or pay other people to do. So therefore, they go down that avenue. It's like offshore wind farms and shit like that. Chevron and Exxon have a whole bunch of internal, what do you call it? Fuck, there's a name for it. Because we were just dealing with this near where I live. Joe Biden actually came down to my city and gave a speech on it. Holy fuck, I totally forgot.
Anyway, a lobbyist can work for a small group of people too. It could be, like I decided I want to run a poker game in my town, but they have outlawed home poker games, and I want to try and get some rule passed or law passed that allows me to run a home poker game. So I get together all my poker buddies, and we decide to donate some money and talk to a local politician and see if we can get this law passed. That is lobbying.
Sure, but when we talk about lobbying, most of the time when we talk about it, it's in regards to big corporations.
Well, then
not
you're
the little
just
guy.
lying because it's not.
If you've ever-
Because it applies to Planned Parenthood, it applies to schools, it applies to
Yes,
people
those
that
are-
want new
yes.
roads. It applies to everything. I'm just telling you that you're wrong about what a lobbyist is. You don't want to ban lobbying because lobbying is a subject matter expert actually doing the job that needs to be done to make sure that things like roads get rebuilt and libraries get built and people get their rights protected and shit.
Well, if you're going to have freedom, you got to have lobbies. But if you've ever been to the Capitol in Washington, D.C., the hallways behind Congress are filled with lobbyists. And the congressmen come out and talk and blah, blah, blah with the lobbyists and then go back in and vote. So it is a real, extremely, in a way, corrupt system.
It's not corrupt. I've done this on a state level. So at the state level, they have a little glassed-in room outside the House of Representatives, and as a lobbyist, you sit in that little glassed-in room and you wait for a particular politician to come out to make sure that you can hand the piece of legislation that you want put on the floor to that person and talk to them about it. This is the little lobbying area, and because that's where everybody exits from, all the representatives, you just wait for the person that you will be beneficial to your cause. That's normal. You're working. I worked for the Colorado Coalition
Exactly.
for Homeless. I worked for the Colorado Coalition
Exactly.
for Homeless and did this.
By very
And
definition,
what
lobbying
is-
is just the people in the lobby.
So what's the answer to the corporate lobbying, the ones that are pushing the buttons essentially.
There is no answer. There's no answer. We could make people. We could get rid of dark money. I guess we could make 501c4s release all names and all amounts donated. But 501c4s don't contribute to campaigns at all. They're not allowed to.
The 501c3s do.
501c3s do, yes, and a campaign can actually start a 501c3. However, there's a limited amount of cooperation. There's a limited amount of cooperation between the organizations that they can have as well, and they can only donate a small portion of that money too. It's a little more than an individual, but it's not much. I mean, I think we're talking about $100,000 over an entire campaign cycle.
Well, is it possible for us to change the rules where the politicians that we elect have to live and vote in their district instead of flying to Washington, D.C. or flying to Sacramento, in my case, and spending their time surrounded by lobbyists instead of getting them away from the lobbyists? And the technology is here to do it now. We don't need to go to Washington, D.C. They need to be around their constituents.
Yeah, that's true. They could do it over Zoom calls or Skype or whatever the fuck they use nowadays. I don't know.
Oh, and it's secure.
Sure, they could do that. I don't see why we could do that.
I would like to do that. And I think I think that could be a movement that both the Republicans and Democrats agree on, bringing their politicians home. I'm not sure, but
we can pass a rule, regulation, law, or whatever you want to that fines them if they don't respond to constituents in some way, shape, or form.
Oh yeah, we could fine them for penalty of perjury and a whole bunch of things.
No, you're not going to put them in jail.
Oh yeah, they lie like crazy. Oh, I think politicians should be required to tell the truth when they're talking to constituents. They can lie to each other. I don't care about that.
Yeah, but they have alternative facts, so don't worry about it.
Okay. I mean, it's still something. But you're right, they'll get around it. But still be good to call them out in a legal way.
I don't think we can get rid of 501c4s either because Elon Musk didn't have to start a 501c4. He quite literally could have just spent $300 million of his own money to run campaign commercials or to run commercials around the country about trans people. He could have done that out of his own pocket. He didn't have to start a 501c4 to do it. So even getting rid of 501c4s doesn't stop the problem.
Well, I'm not in the business of telling Elon Musk what to do, so I wouldn't even know what. I don't have his phone number.
I don't. Anybody else? I don't want to.
On what, a lobbyist?
On anything, it doesn't matter. I just don't want to monopolize the conversation.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Any breaking news, Robot?
Are we still attacking Iran?
Oh, yes. I mean, there's a lot more stuff in here.
That's one thing we shouldn't have to change. My reading of the Constitution, it says Congress shall have the power to declare war. And the reason the founders did that, because they didn't want a king. They didn't want one person to be able to commit an entire country to war. And so it was thought that it would have to go through the representatives first, and then the Senate, and of course the representatives would have to appeal to the people. Now we've got a situation, there's some stupid law that I consider unconstitutional that lets a president go to war all on his own.
Well, it's like these TikTok arguments is exactly what happens. Define war, define aggression, define defending yourself.
Sending military or bombing another country. There you go. Just solved it.
The U.S. only attacked their drone storage locations and their missile locations. That's the only thing the U.S. military did. They didn't do anything else. They didn't really fucking attack the whole country per se. U.S. military actions came one-day attack drone launched in Iranian forces struck the commercial vessel. The Iranians struck the commercial vessel, and the U.S. said, "You know what, you suckers! Boom, boom! Their drone storage facilities and their missiles. You're not gonna do that no more. You guys gonna knock it off? Yes or no?" They're like a 2-year-old. Iran's like a 2-year-old. Well, they did it.
Wait a minute. Didn't we attack them first? I'm sorry, but you're talking about what, yesterday's news?
Yeah.
And why is our military over there in the first place?
Because of BB?
Yeah.
Yes, probably. Amongst other reasons, we just like to have military everywhere.
Yeah, they said that.
But I don't see how that's not an attack on us. That's a revolt against our intrusion, our interference.
No, because they went and they sent bombs to all of the military bases all around and all the states around. Like, what are you talking about? Our military bases.
Hi, GW.
Hey, how's it going? Good.
They started, but when was that? 1970? What was that, Mojo? 75, I think it was. They attacked the military bases, and that when
That was recently when we just started this. We sent something over there, and then they started bombing all the countries around them at our military bases.
Yeah, and you still don't know the full scale of it because the U.S. government was pretty good in using the satellite image providers from not being able to show the full extent of the damage. I mean, most of the bases over there are unusable. You have to rebuild them. In the Middle East, I mean.
Look at the dates.
But one of my point is, why do we have military bases over in the Mideast, which is just by its nature a very dangerous part of the world, and people, they don't just hate us, they hate each other.
Because there was an economic partner.
Why put a base?
Why do several countries have bases on our soil?
War zone.
They don't. They don't.
Why would we put a base in the middle of a war zone and not expect to get attacked?
Well, we've had bases there before it was a war zone. A lot of it was cooperative from an economic advantage.
They've been at war with each other for 1,500 years.
Okay.
No.
I don't really factor that in. I mean, you could say that humanity has been at war forever. I mean, whatever. That's not really relevant.
Ooh, good point.
The issue is before the Iranian war, before we went into them, there was America. I don't want to say controlled, but a heavy American influence. So there was a kind of a little bit of a dance that the leadership would have to do in certain countries, particularly like Saudi Arabia. Where the leadership that has energy interests and controls a lot of things, whatever. We have military cooperation with them. They get access to technology and weapons that we allow them to. We get beneficial status when it comes to like control of their oil markets, okay, or maybe like a lot of influence. What's going to happen after this now? Because this MOU is basically a memorandum of surrender. They should probably call it an MOS. Iran beat us in this war at a strategic level, okay? Because what Trump was faced with after this, like he was told, your reserves are going down. You've got 3 or 4 weeks left. There will be a complete Great Depression and economic collapse, and you'll be blamed for it. And so he didn't want to like go against or I'm sure it is a pain in his ass to have to do this, but he had no other choice. But right now he has the false choice of choosing between like separating from Israel and holding Israel accountable or letting the economy collapse. Neither one of those are attractive options for him. I mean, now for me, it's a very easy fucking decision. Okay. I think protect what American interests are, and we wouldn't have gotten in this debacle in the first place, but he is not able to hold Israel accountable. Because if you think about this from a standpoint of, we went into Iran, this was this existential threat to Israel and to everybody else, to civilization. Iran is terrible. The second we start getting involved, hang on, real quick. Israel goes and starts invading another country for territory expansion. How existential is Iran if Israel is able to divert resources away from Iran into attacking their neighbors to the north in pursuit of territory expansion? Whatever problem they have with Hezbollah has not increased at all. It's always been there. So they stuck us to go and deal with Iran, telling us we have to do it. They're going to get this BOMB. And then meanwhile, they're invading Beirut. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is so obvious and common sense to me. Like, there's no other opinion that's relevant.
Apparently, Israel and Lebanon signed their peace agreement today.
I didn't hear that. Is that right?
That's what was reported on Reuters.
So as part of that, does Israel leave? And do they rebuild all the civilian apartment buildings that they flattened? Or I mean, it's crazy. I'm just saying, like.
But again, here we are.
Okay.
This is Brer Rabbit goes into the bush, and then the fox follows him, and the fox gets hurt. We're the fox, and we're getting hurt, and it's costing us, I think I heard, $3 billion a day to be there. We can't afford it. We're broke. And we're supposed to be over defending other countries halfway around the world, and we're broke. I don't get it. That doesn't make sense to me. Did I finish? I mean, seriously, we stick our noses in everybody's business. The whole thing with Iran is they had a democratically elected president, Mogadishu, and we helped overthrow him, the British mostly, overthrow him and replace him with the Shah, who is a horrible killing machine for his people. So no wonder they hate us. We have messed around in their politics, and not just us. The British really started it. In fact, the British have carved up most of that world, and now we're paying the price. Why are we involved in this?
Because the dollar is the petrodollar, and it is the reserve currency of the world. That is why we're tied up in this.
No, that's a big factor.
Because they took us off a gold standard back in the 60s. We should be tied to gold and not the petrodollar, which is really kind of surrendering your currency to other countries.
Would have like 9 million fucking % inflation if we were still tied to the gold back currency.
Well, that's because of the financial. Because you are forced into a responsibility to where you wouldn't be able to make these like ridiculous choices.
I'm sorry.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, anybody that would advocate for that we should go to a gold standard now, I mean, there would be a rapid destructive adjustment into the standard of living for Americans. But the issue is that we will face that at some day, near day in the future, whether it's 5 years from now or 50 years from now. This whole like America sitting on top of the hill and nobody else reaches that summit. That no matter what we do, that's not going to stay forever. We've enjoyed that pole position for 80 years. It will become a multipolar world where we will lose that economic influence, and we won't be able to export our inflation through a lot of the ways that we do it. So we should probably take gradual steps to heal this thing before, like, you can't just switch into the gold standard now. And I'm not even advocating for the gold standard, but
well, I am.
If you flip the switch now, you would be living like Zimbabwe pretty fucking quickly. Okay, that's how bad of a position. Well, maybe not
for about 6 months, and then we'd be fine as we adjust. By the way, this whole idea that we got to gradually do it, that you have of gradually change, who's going to do that? And what people are you going to put in charge of this? They're all a bunch of scumbags. They can't be trusted, which is why you need sound money. The money needs to be backed by something real.
Sound
It'll
money.
never happen, man. We got off of the gold standard in Bretton Woods. It was all because of the fucking war. The currency was inflated. We needed a way out of it. That's why we fucking ditched the gold-backed currency.
Wait, we have something real. We have something sound. Babies.
No.
We can have a baby-backed currency.
Bitcoin.
Back ribs.
I don't know if you want to eat human children, but sure.
To each their own, I guess, right?
Isn't that what the Epstein people did?
Yes.
Yeah, who's
It's what
Epstein?
Christians
Epstein
do.
shit up here.
You know, that
Get out
whole
here.
ritualistic, cannibalistic kind of thing.
What is that? What are you talking about?
Body of Christ.
Oh, wow. That's really fucked up for you to say like that.
That's fake bread. That ain't real.
It's fake bread?
Yeah, that's just symbolic. It's not real.
It's weird as fuck.
It's ritualistic cannibalism.
It's such a stupid way to look at it, though. Like, wow.
It's symbolic.
It's weird as fuck.
Well, I mean, it depends. If you're a Lutheran, it would be symbolic. I would say that, like, for like Orthodox or Catholic, it isn't symbolic. It is. Like,
Okay.
You really do believe in transubstantiation, but to say that it's cannibalism is just fucking really stupid.
It's
Symbolic
ritualistic
cannibalism.
cannibalism.
I mean, I don't think symbolic cannibalism is all that much of a better argument. Am I crazy?
Well, then you would look at the Last Supper as Jesus saying that he supports cannibalism, which is an equally ridiculous argument. I mean,
I do
whatever.
look at it that way. Like, I do look at it that way, though.
Okay, well, I mean, that's weird. You're probably
He says drink
pro-AD
his
too.
blood. He says drink his blood.
It's literally no more weird than a whole bunch of men in dresses with wigs on and makeup pontificating about how they're going to consume the body and blood of Christ.
No, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust. We are all made up of the same thing.
Why is it cool when Jesus does it, but when fucking Dracula does it, it's scary?
Dracula was real.
That was.
And Jesus was real? What the fuck?
Jesus is the Lord and Savior of all beings.
You're not going to get anywhere with these people on that.
No,
so.
yeah.
Jesus
Save your tears, Lib.
Whoever said about Dracula, that's a good fucking point.
Wait, TW, do you believe that Christ rose from the grave?
Yes.
Zombie Jesus. Happy zombie Jesus.
Okay.
For real, seriously. This is what I mean by, like, World War Z.
Cool. Yeah.
Which, by the way, honestly, you should own that because that kind of makes the religion kind of cool in a way because honestly, think that, like, Christianity is just so boring. It needs some, like, spice, you know? A little cannibalism here, a little bloodsucking there.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we get the colloquial terms of, like, zombie. Somebody that rises from the grave, consumes the flesh of other people. I mean, literally just can't. It's Christianity in a modern form.
What do you not like about Christianity, B?
One, like, my biggest complaint is it's so boring. My God, go to church, snooze fest. Like, give me something else to do. Boring. Telling me what I can do, what I can't do. Boring. It's just boring. Like, I want to live a life of excitement.
You don't think objective morality is a good thing?
I can have morality without being tied to a zombie guy, like Brobot was saying, or like a cannibalist, right? Like, I can have objective morality without that person.
That would be subjective morality.
I mean, for you to say that Christianity is objectively correct is just bias. I mean, listen.
For you to say
like,
it's not as bias. Are you someone that thinks are you not subjected to bias? Do you not have any bias? Because you'd be
No, I'm a humanist. No, I'm just kidding. But really, like, at the end of the day, you know, studying evolution and studying biology, you realize that morality comes from desiring for your species to continue beyond your death. And so not hurting somebody is objectively biological.
It's needed for survival.
The Bolsheviks believed that too.
It's because you don't want to be hurt.
Yet they created very inventive ways of torture and like unaliving people. So that's interesting.
I don't know what the Bolsheviks have anything to do with this. They're not an organized religion.
By being anti-religious in many, or going after, targeting religious people to the tunes of tens of millions. So to say that, like, because someone is religious, the fact that you are in a position where you feel the need to mock and ridicule them, it's like an inferiority complex, you know?
I used to be religious, right? Like I used to be an evangelical Protestant fundamentalist Christian. That's a lot of things to swallow, but I think it definitely describes me pretty well of what I used to be. And so it's not mocking it. Like, I just think it's boring. That's not mocking it. If you're offended by that, then maybe you should have some, like, you think it's boring too then.
You don't think that calling Jesus a zombie and cannibal is mocking something? You could just say,
I think they're apt terms.
I don't agree with that.
That would just be a parallel.
That's just a description. Like Brobot just gave, exactly. Brobot just gave a description of what Christ is in modern day terms.
Well, you could just say, I don't believe in that, but you go to the mocking thing, which, like, to me, just like
still not mocking. It's simply a description. What is a zombie? A zombie rises from the grave and consumes the flesh of another person, another human.
Whose flesh did Jesus consume? Like maybe you're more.
I'm not saying that Jesus consumed any flesh. I am simply talking about the ritualistic cannibalism of the church. Body of Christ, blood of Christ. That is ritualistic cannibalism.
You are just way too low IQ for the conversations you choose to engage in. I'm convinced.
So that's all you've got in your pocket.
No, you're a moron, dude. Like you bite off way more than you can.
That's not an argument. No, that's not an argument. You haven't countered his argument at all. All you've said is that hurts my fifis. Don't talk about my religion. That's not a counter.
If somebody in a church that does, because there is a distinction, like where the Protestantism does not. To be clear, Protestantism does not believe in transubstantiation. So even if they're like a Lutheran church, if they're, if they are taking, I don't even think they'd call it the Eucharist, if they're taking communion, like they're taking a wafer or whatever, they will tell you that is symbolic. And that's why, like, it doesn't, like, there's no ceremony to, or anything like that. Okay. But if you're talking about the religions, which would be, in my mind, it's going to be Catholicism and Orthodoxy, that actually do believe that is, you're saying that that's engaging in cannibalism, because to them, they will believe that is the body and blood of Christ. But for you, someone that doesn't believe in that, you're saying that that's cannibalism? It's a wafer. To you, it's a wafer. So what the fuck do you care what somebody else believes that it is? They're obviously not unaliving human beings to create that wafer.
That would be your point of the term of ritualistic cannibalism. You're saying this is the body of another person, and you're engaging in that ritual. It is cannibalism.
No, it is not. And this is why your 80 IQ, your room temperature IQ, butts up against reality and doesn't make any sense.
I think your room temperature IQ butts up against Jesus, and that's why you're having an issue.
You don't believe in it, so to you, it doesn't matter. If somebody created a religion that, there's so many different paths you could go down with this, but like, there's no cannibalism there. Like there's no there. So the fact that you would even pick that out as a critique or an argument, to you, it's a cracker or whatever, right? So like for you to say,
that's kind of a slur, isn't it?
Well, just say it's a cracker. Like, why do you got to say it's the body of somebody or the blood of someone? Listen, let me say a story.
Why do you care what somebody?
I'll make it real quick.
Why do you care what?
I grew up in the church. Why do you care? I'll let you know why. I grew up in the church, and I went to church every Sunday, Monday, Wednesday. I went to Christian school, all the good stuff, right? I was a fundamental, all those things I said. I grew up in that, so I normalized that. I thought, oh, well, this is just normal. I heard those terms. I thought nothing of it. One day, my mom went against my wishes and took my son to church with her. He was about 10 years old at the time. And he came home, and he says, at church, I have to tell you something that really scared me. And I thought, oh, fuck. Somebody diddled him, right? Like, that's what I thought. I was about to like go rampage batshit crazy because I was so bad. My mom went against my wishes. And I said, go ahead and tell me, you can tell me anything. I'm all ears. My son says, I'm really afraid of church because they drink blood and they eat bodies. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, at Grandma Tina's church, That's a joke for my mom's name. At Grandma Tina's church, they eat bodies and drink blood. My son had no idea that what he was drinking and eating was not a body or blood, because no one explained that to him. So from the outside, someone who's never grown up in religion, because he didn't. I never let him go to church his whole entire life.
What church was he
had no
doing
idea
that
what
at?
this is. And he went there and he saw it for what it actually was, something fucking weird.
What church did he go to that he did that?
It was my mom, so evangelical, Protestant, fundamentalist Christian.
Okay, yeah. I mean, they wouldn't teach that that's what it is, though. So that's strange. But okay.
Why would they do that when it's so normalized? Are they going to go every church service? Just a PSA, everybody. This is not blood. This is not a cracker. This is a child who went to this service who had no idea what this was.
What I am telling you, and prove me wrong, but the only churches in Christianity that believe in the Eucharist as not being symbolic, that believe in the term is transubstantiation, one word, would be Orthodoxy and Catholicism. The other ones treat it purely symbolic, and you drop it on the floor, you spill it, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's not treated as being like sacred or anything else like that. So for your son to come back and have this trauma story, I mean, I don't know. That's odd to me.
Maybe if Grandma Tina just would have explained to him the symbolism of this situation.
But he's young. He's 10 years old, you guys. You're expecting that he's going to pipe up. Like, that's not his personality at all. My son is very, he's very introverted. That's not his personality. So he's not over here asking questions. He's a child, so he's following like a sheep. There's a reason why Christians say 4:14. You know what that term means? That means if we can get them between 4 and 14, they don't ask questions and they just fucking convert.
I've never heard that. I've never heard that in my life. And there's actually there's actually a ton of Christian converts in adulthood, just to be clear. So, whatever.
Okay, just because you never heard it, don't mean it don't exist.
I went to church when I was young, and I thought they were drinking wine and eating bread. So I don't know. I'm sorry, but your son
is a child,
could be a little
by the way,
stronger about this, or a little bit more.
A child, by the way, who is a child, by the way.
Yeah.
So this is somebody. It's not even necessarily so much about him. It's not necessarily about him, like, not knowing of this. It's that I normalized it and never thought it was a weird thing. And then he came out and he was the one who actually showed me, like, oh shit. That is fucking weird. You're eating somebody's body and drinking blood. I don't care if it's symbolic. It's fucking weird.
30 years ago, when I went to church, they literally told the kids that this is not really the blood of Christ and the body of Christ. They literally said this is symbolic. So
what church did you go to, though?
It's wine.
No,
it's an excuse for priests to drink wine.
It's weird. That's still no one is like going beyond this. Like, okay, let's all pretend and cosplay LARPing fucking vampires. That's weird.
Oh my goodness.
And it's boring too. Honestly, like, I don't even understand the point of the ritual at this point. I'm gonna give my blood and my body. Like, come on, dude. Just like tell me to believe in you, and I'll fucking do it.
But that's your personal choice to not like. Why do you feel it necessary to keep this part of your evangelical nature of proselytizing to what you think is like? Who gives a shit? How is that impacting you?
It's harmful because it's harmful to women particularly, and it's harmful to children.
How?
So for children, I would utilize the verse, do not spare the rod. Those who spare the rod spoil the child. And so that's one way it's harmful to children. It justifies child abuse, or at least Christians manipulate that verse to justify child abuse. That's exactly what they do. Yes. And it was done to me multiple times. But for women, I would say that what's harmful is definitely in the New Testament. Paul particularly was probably one of the most harmful figures ever to exist for women walking this earth. Telling a woman to be silent and not heard, telling her that she cannot work within the church. All of these things are extremely harmful to people. So yeah, my job is I'm going to use proselytization against proselytization and say you're fucking weird. And yeah, I'm going to use propaganda against propaganda and say don't fall for that shit. It's boring and weird.
Okay.
Sorry, what was that? What was that church again?
It didn't work.
I want to know what church that is so I can Google it.
You can go there? You could go there. I mean,
No, Google it. I wanted to research it.
the church that, well, okay, so here's a better way. I don't really want to give the actual church name, but if you know what a Foursquare ministry is, evangelical, Protestant, they all kind of believe the same thing. You can Google that. Fundamentalist Christian. But I don't feel comfortable giving like the church that it was.
No,
just because people on the internet are weird.
No, that's all I want. I didn't want to know location. I just want to know what the religion was.
ELDS?
In my church, or my faith is, they don't teach that about communion and all that until like junior high school. So when they're old enough to understand, 10 years old is pretty young to be given those facts.
Well, and listen, so that's why the guy in the top left with tears was saying something about how they,
right? Catholic student, second grade.
Yeah, but I find it hard to believe that a Catholic church or like CCD, like the class or whatever, would tell kids, "Oh, this isn't really what it is." One of the biggest, I mean, there's several things that differentiate Catholics and Protestants, for example, but one of the biggest ones is just that. It's the transubstantiation. So for a Catholic school or priest to say this really isn't what that is, and this probably gives more fuel to your guys' fire, which I don't really give a shit, to be honest, but a fundamental difference between a Protestant and a Catholic would be the Eucharist. And at every Mass, what happens before you take Eucharist, communion, would be like consecration. That's the name of like what that is. And so for like as a Catholic, you do believe that is the true body and blood of Christ. Now a lot of churches or parishes don't even do the wine anymore, mostly like logistics or something, but the priest always does. So anyways, for a Catholic to say that doesn't, they're teaching kids like, well, no, it actually isn't what it is. I mean, what I would say though is if your kid came home and was like shocked about it, like maybe have them talk to their dad or something. Hopefully he's around, because like this shouldn't be something that's that big of a fucking deal. Like, or just don't send your kid to church with somebody you don't know with.
Again, somebody who grew up and normalized and internalized this rhetoric, it's not a big deal to you because you have normalized exactly what Brobot said: zombieism and fucking cannibalism. You've normalized and vampirism. At this point, just put freaking Dracula on the cross and worship him. He was way cooler. He got to fuck whoever he wanted.
Super interesting talking point. But I actually want to hear GW now transition over to talking about people in drag reading storybooks to kids.
What about it? Other than I don't support it? What do you mean?
There you go.
So what?
I don't support your nonsense teaching Dracula and cannibalism to our children.
Why do you have to agree? Why do you believe that everybody should agree with you on things? Like it's fucking weird.
Because them dressing in drag is just symbolic. What's a big deal? It's symbolic. They're not really women. It's just symbolic.
I think the sexualization of kids in general is a bad thing. So whatever.
Is there anybody that's not here?
Oh wait, it's just symbolic. I don't get it. It's just symbolic. But you're saying that vampirism.
Mojo wants to say something.
I just asked if there was anybody that wasn't here. Anybody that's not here, please respond.
What does that mean?
How can they respond if they're not here?
I'm not here.
That's the whole point.
That's worth a shot.
I'm not here.
I got a cue. Oh, Rosa.
If you need space, I'm good to go.
Chris is.
Now, I want to know: did Jesus actually exist?
Yeah.
Was there really a Jesus?
Yes.
Who died on the cross?
Yes.
You don't believe that, Neutral?
I mean, we don't really know that.
There you go. I'll bring
That's what we've been told.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know what you had for. I mean, come on. You don't really know that. Well, I don't know that there was a war between. I mean, come on. So you have to see something with your own eyes? Like you don't trust history anymore?
Well, people.
What is that?
I mean, even people that are anti-religious
it's
will still
history
treat a
that
lot of the Bible as historical. Okay, I mean, it does talk about wars and a lot of
I'm
other
not
things.
anti-religious.
You mean the Old
I'm
Testament?
just asking a simple question: did Jesus really exist? And I don't think anybody can prove that. I think Paul didn't start writing about him until 180 years after his supposed death.
Yeah, but the
So
first
the first
gospel has been
mention of
written.
him there was no mention around. There's no text within the actual time that he lived about him. Zero. Nobody mentioned him while he was alive. There's zero
That's not true.
archaeology that shows that. That
Wait.
is true. Prove it. No,
There is
I'm telling you
archaeology
that
around
is true.
Not
the update. No one mentions him during the time he was alive.
He's mentioned in a Roman record.
Archaeological evidence.
He is mentioned in a Roman
He is
record.
not mentioned while he was alive. It wasn't mentioned, and Paul mentioned him something like 80 years after his death. He's not mentioned in the Roman record.
John the Apostle was alive when the first Gospels were written. I don't like having these kind of conversations because so much of this story could be pulled from many different older versions. But if we want to talk about Christianity and its foundation, I'm happy to do that.
I mean, I was just wondering, like, why GW like believes in God in the first place? Like, what's the?
Yeah.
Like, why is that?
By the way, just to change the subject a little bit, did you ever see the movie?
Whoa.
The Passover plot.
There's no reason to change the subject. What are you doing?
I don't need to justify my belief about that. What do you mean? Why are you so curious? Why would any? I mean, are you trying to make this into some like cultural
you're
influence?
justifying you're justifying children going to church and things, right? Because that's not something you think this is true. So I'm asking, why do you think this is true?
Because I have faith. I mean, I don't need to demonstrate something like.
Yeah, and I have a faith you've like raped 20 children. Okay.
What?
Wait,
Wait, what? What did you just say?
That's a little over the top. I'm sorry.
Did you just?
Well, I mean, like, I'm just pointing out how ridiculous it is to say I have faith.
Wait, hang on. You're comparing me. You're comparing me believing in God, and that somehow should be offensive to you, or I should be inquisitioned, and then you're going to say that you have faith that I am a child diddler. That's what you just. That's the fucking analogy.
I'm pointing out how ridiculous it is to like give a position and say for somebody to ask you why you believe in that position, then not to motivate or give like a justification for that position.
Why don't you? I don't need to justify my faith to you though. Like that is not. Now you would have to justify calling me something like that. So let's see your evidence.
Why would I? Okay, if you have to justify believing in God, a higher power,
that doesn't leave his mom's basement.
That position?
Tell me how you get to that fucking level.
Wait, if you don't have to justify a literal higher power, right?
No.
Something that controls all of reality. Why would I have to justify that position to you?
I don't.
Why can't I just have faith?
My faith is my faith. It has nothing to do with you. You have no right to tell me what I believe.
You didn't answer the question. Let's try. Wait, GW, you didn't answer the question. Let's try again.
Debate broing me
again. I'm not trying to debate bro you. I'm just asking you questions. If I don't have to justify if I don't have to justify my position about you, why don't you have to justify? Sorry, if I have to justify my position about you, why don't you have to just justify your position about God? Doesn't really make sense, does it?
Yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Okay, yeah.
My belief in God has nothing to do with like committing crimes or whatever else. And so I'd like to hear where you. I mean, I know you're trying to be like hyperbolic here, but
do you think you should have to justify your claims?
Not to you. I don't know you shit.
Yeah,
okay,
but TW, your religion is fine for you personally as long as it doesn't become in any way a foundation for a law that governs all.
But your lack of religion that becomes a foundation for law.
No, that's constitutional.
No, it's not. It is not inherently
Freedom
constitutional to be anti-religious.
religion.
That's a ridiculous argument.
Freedom
Listen, I can understand
our laws are designed without religion in mind.
Exactly.
and have been since our founding.
But our moral and values have always been, to a large degree, shaped and formed by religious values.
I disagree.
Oh, okay.
I'll let Mojo. I disagree with you.
I thought you'd come in and defend him.
No, when it comes to facts about the Roman Catholic Church, I pretty much have that. Having grown up next to a Franciscan monastery where I spent daily time with priests and brothers, and nothing bad happened to me as a kid. So my interaction with Roman Catholicism is really positive. But do I still believe it in the same way? No, I do not. But I do know a shit ton of my religion. But let's get back to GW and the law and Constitution.
But wait a minute. Something bad did happen to you, surrounded by those priests, and so they turned you into a believer.
No,
They turned you into a believer of something that is a myth.
No, they taught me that priests could also be human. They're not. I mean, supposedly. No. Supposedly, they taught me how to play guitar. They taught me how to manage a lot of things. So, as a kid who grew up without a dad, in some ways they were father figures to me, and it was a positive relationship. Now, once I went to university and took logic and reason and did a few philosophy classes, including the problem of evil, I started questioning. And when I got back, they didn't always like the answers because they still viewed me as a little kid. That doesn't mean I don't know my church.
There's your problem. You were indoctrinated by
college.
School, yeah.
No.
Those liberal colleges.
Oh, my goodness.
I mean, if we would like to get back to Christendom and law, how about this particular quote? No other people of the world has a statesman who is so serious about Christendom. When this person concluded his great speech on May 1st with a prayer, everybody could feel the wonderful candor there within. How do you feel about that?
What?
Shall I fill in the name?
Sounds like you
want. So this particular quote comes from Emanuel Heinrich. This was in 1931. No other people of the world has a statesman who is so serious about Christendom. When Adolf Hitler concluded his great speech on May 1st with a prayer, everybody could feel the wonderful candor therein.
This is how you've been indoctrinated.
So people loved Schmittler? Is that what you're saying?
Oh yes, a lot of people watched it.
Oh, I know.
Everybody felt he was such a great Christian. They even put him on murals next to Jesus in the churches.
Now do the Bolsheviks next. That was actually the Eastern Front. Tell me about what they did. Have you heard of Human Hands? Have you heard of that? Google that up.
About Stalin somewhere.
Google up placing charcoal in women's genitals. Pull up tying intestines to tree. Yeah, the amount of creative, disgusting ways to torture people to the tunes of tens of millions that was being fought on the Eastern Front. Look that up and look who ran that shit. Anti-religious Marxists.
Just started looking up to help you out. So in Mein Kampf, Hitler argues for true Christianity. Here's a quote: "We must declare ourselves to be the only true Christians." How do you feel about that?
Why would I say that represents my thought? That's so fucking stupid. But again, you are not prepared for this.
I'm not prepared. You're up here literally advocating that Christendom is part of our law and sect, and I am giving you somebody that used that law and sect in order to, I don't know, commit a genocide. Are you upset with that?
No, I'm not upset with that.
Are you upset that the church?
We are on different frequencies, Robot, because you are too stupid to engage in this conversation.
Too stupid, but you don't want to engage at all with the
because
church
it has nothing to do with any sort of concept of reality. That's why. So you're going to say
you're just saying that they weren't a Christian nation. You don't believe that they were Christians doing Christian things.
Yeah, I don't believe that that Schmittler was working on behalf of Christianity to do what he did. No, I don't believe that. If I had the position that if somebody identifies as Christian, that means anything they do or say is absolved or somehow holy, then you might have an argument. I was never anywhere near that. There will always be evil people, like no matter what they identify as, what religious sect they are, or a non-religious sect. So you're creating an argument that doesn't exist. You're not prepared to have this conversation. You should I don't know. Go read some fucking comic
Is that
books.
Jesus
Dude.
and Schmittler together?
That is literal Jesus Christ rebuking the Hebrews with Hitler right there. They put him in all the murals. This is in a church.
So
in
because
Hof,
somebody
Germany
paints a
right
picture,
now.
that means that Jesus supports it? What are you getting at here?
No, you're saying they weren't a Christian nation.
I didn't
It is
say
very
that.
clear they were very Christian.
I didn't say they weren't Christian. I also the vast majority of Germany, if you're a German citizen at that time, they didn't know what was going on in a lot of contexts at all. They did know, they did have a lot of different propaganda that works both ways, but there was a lot of propaganda of exterminating the Germans. And so if you were a German, what would be your response to outside forces being wanting to unalive you? I mean, this is clear. Like, look up.
You mean kind of like when a certain somebody gets on social media and says that the left is the enemy within. All the Democrats are the enemy within.
Who is that?
We should be a
talking about?
Christian nation.
Who are you talking
We
about?
should get rid of all the leftists. Well, I don't know.
Who has said that? I didn't.
I don't
so
know.
you're trying to make me to. So
Would it be
I'm
Donald
supposed to
Trump?
defend Schmittler, and I'm supposed to defend.
Would it be
Dude,
Donald Trump? Are you going to defend him?
I'm not pro Donald Trump. Like, what the fuck are you talking about right now?
Well, maybe you're not catching the links to Christendom.
So if I'm a Christian, I need to defend Adolf Schmittler. That's your position. Like, how fucking
absolutely.
stupid is it?
He was probably one of your best Christians.
Okay, so by your standard, I want you.
This is dumb. This is so silly, Robot.
Yeah, he's a moron.
Just stop rage baiting for right now.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Boy, even liberal tears up here agrees.
You're kind of killing the live too.
I mean, if they get hurt in their fifis, they
no
should
one's
make
feelings are hurt, Robot. No one's feelings are hurt. This is just an asinine conversation to be having. Anyway, I'm doing my continuing education for my job, and it's talking about AI, using it legally and ethically, and it just gave me a picture of Tom Cruise and Putin to decipher between being real pictures. It's odd choices. Anywho, everybody tap the screen, share the live, send your heart me, gift everyone but cringy.
Oh, you don't like him? What's going on there?
I'm kidding.
I know. He sucks.
That's cool. Glad you're back.
Yeah, he's kind of a dick. Cringy's kind of a dick, I guess.
I like his brother a lot better.
He's a young debate bro.
Are you at work?
What the fuck is that?
Are we in this? Are we inside a machine?
Are you in a server room?
I don't know, but I'm about to just drop you. I can't fucking deal with that.
It sounds like a server room, Lib Tears. It's bad.
Sounds like a vacuum cleaner.
That too. Hey, GW, check Discord.
Wait, is he in our Discord? Are you talking? Are you in his Discord?
No.
Damn,
I don't have a Discord. I'm not that big, Mojo. I'm a little guy. I'm a small fish in a big pond.
Yeah, you're small. I agree. You're a little small, little minnow.
Yeah,
little minnow swimming around, biting at ankles.
Yeah, you know it.
Or sucking on them, or something. I don't
Ew.
know. Haven't you ever seen those people? They do it on the street. They put a bunch of little fishies in a tank, and you walk by and you take your
It's
socks
like
out
Asian pedicure.
Exactly.
Mojo, you need to ban the word, Mojo, you need to ban the word debate, bro. The way to be using it against me, it might as well be a slur at this point, okay?
Yeah, because you are much worse than that.
Can we get back to the debate you almost had with Mojo?
Who?
About you almost had a freedom of religion discussion, Mojo.
With who?
Or freedom from religion.
With who?
With GW.
Oh, I did.
Mm.
Oh, earlier. Well, yeah, because I just
3 minutes ago.
I just said that our morality, our laws are not based on religion.
Correct.
I mean, you could say that like you got off the train now, but if you were to argue that like Western civilization was not like hand in hand with Christianity, then you'd be just wrong. I mean, it was
except the founding fathers. Hence the reason they left Europe and came.
It's not because they were anti-Christian. That's ridiculous. That's not true at all.
That's because they couldn't practice their religions. The Huguenots came from France. The
Jefferson was a
Puritans came
deist,
from the
not a
UK.
Christian.
There are so many different people that came in order to practice their religion.
Yeah, but the
or get freedom of religion, so they knew they did not want a state religion.
Because
the whole point about Western civilization was that they had state religions, and anything in opposition to that led you to being persecuted. That's just a fact.
Well,
which is why the founding fathers were like, "We will have no state religion."
Well, saying that you don't want to have a state-sanctioned religion and have freedom of religion so that there isn't like, so like King Louis divorces his wife and says, well, I don't agree with what the church says anymore, so I'm going to create the Church of England. That's a different proposition of getting away from that persecution versus saying that means I'm inherently anti-religious. It means that it would respect people's like freedom of choice when it came to religion. That is by nature or by default like not anti-religious. It's just saying separation. No, well, yeah, for the state that doesn't mean that the state should say that you are not allowed to have a religion. Those are two different fucking arguments. Okay,
there is no official state religion,
and nor should there be. I don't advocate.
And we have freedom of religion or from religion.
Listen, I'm as a Catholic in America that like I have a lot of like more Protestant values that I don't believe in Protestantism. So like,
I don't care.
Well,
I'm talking about the state, not your denomination of religion. It should not have no impact on our government.
It would if the constituency is made up of people with that belief system, and not everything. And certainly we've become more secularized, even with people that identify as being Christian. I would argue that the majority of people that say I am a quote unquote Christian, I would say the majority of those people, like that's because they get a Christmas tree, okay, and they exchange gifts in December. Like they're really not Christian. The majority of Christians that identify as Christian, I would say aren't really Christian, other than like culturally. I mean, a lot of people in China get Christmas trees. They're not like any less Christian than a very good percentage of Americans that identify as such. I don't believe that being a Christian means that you go to church necessarily. I think if you don't like live the values of it or take it seriously,
or don't
you
follow the rules,
yeah, or you follow someone like Paula White or something like that, is to me like you might as well be following Satan versus.
So great, we can call ourselves. So under your world, we can just call ourselves whatever we want to. But my point to you, GW, was that all of that belief wrapped up has no place in government at any point in time.
Well, I think the founders' freedom of religion was, yes, to avoid persecution. So you did have persecution, whether it could have been countries where you had predominantly Catholic, where the government was Catholic. I mean, the Empire of Rome, Roman Catholic, it was, yeah. Maryland?
Yes. Okay. What's Maryland named after? And who was it populated by? Roman Catholics. I don't think you know your own history when it comes to the founding of our country.
It was populated by
Wait,
Marys.
you didn't even give me a chance to answer. Are you saying Maryland was named after the Virgin Mary? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay,
by
and so
founding Catholics. That was a Catholic colony at the very beginning.
Okay, at the very beginning. But for a very long time, until you had bigger migration from particularly or predominantly Irish and Italian Americans, there wasn't as much of a Catholic versus Protestant infighting in America. Okay, that's just true. So
that only happened culturally. Again, thankfully, our founding fathers made sure we did not have an established state. You still can't move away from this. You can have every single religion in this country or no single religion in this country and still be treated equally, supposedly under the law and under the protection of the Constitution. I don't know why you're fighting.
I don't know what we're arguing about, to be honest with you.
I just said that. So I don't want your Christian values polluting our Constitution or our laws. You should not be able, on a religious foundation, to justify to me what I do with my body when you have complete control of your own.
Okay, so
well, then you should be against taxation then, because that requires you to take money that you use to get with your body. So if we get rid of the IRS, I'll agree with you.
The issue is that
and it's a constitutional amendment.
I don't want to pay this price.
When you had voting
I don't want to pay
established,
that price.
saying that you want a separation between church and state did not mean that you need to suspend all of your values, which you may or may have not gotten from your religious beliefs, at the ballot box. That is not what that meant at all. I would argue that if I were on your side, if I were in the progressive left, I'd be doing everything to just watch Christianity is I think there's been a little bit of a bump up in it, I do feel like, but the secularists and the anti-Christians and everything else, they've done a really good job when it comes to numbers wise about destroying Christianity. I mean, I would argue good luck for what comes next, because but
science?
Christianity supported science throughout history. What are you talking about?
No, how come we don't have as many miracles anymore, GW? How come it's really hard well, the church has a whole process about how they determine who's a saint and who isn't. Do they not?
Sure, yeah.
Sure. And so since, let's say, the last 80 years, there are very few miracles anymore.
Well, haven't exorcisms been on the rise, though?
No. I mean, do they still happen occasionally with parents that are probably for children, which is sad. They shouldn't happen. And the church is definitely, I don't think they've gone up. Not in this country, for sure.
A lot of times sainthood is going to be, because a lot of the prerequisite, and I'm not an expert on this, but my understanding at least, not necessarily. A lot of times sainthood is from, but a miracle can be from having the resolve to go through ritual torture and not denouncing your faith or something. So if you have a situation, okay, but you can get the sainthood, though, has been given to people, and really what sainthood is just the people on earth's best estimate that they go straight to heaven, sort of a thing. Okay. But but if you are not in times of mass casualties or persecution, there by nature is going to be less people nominated for sainthood. One person that I know in the Catholic Church that received sainthood, or at least is up for nomination for it, was a kid that he had unalived from cancer or something like that, but he had done a lot of cool stuff online to promote the church or something like that. Not from America. I forget the kid's name.
He's from Italy.
Okay. So you're familiar with that one. Yeah.
I am.
Okay, but when you have a situation where when the Bolsheviks were burning people alive for being Christian, you're going to have more people nominated for that.
No offense. I'm going to say it again because you haven't answered the question. Why are there so few miracles anymore?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked into that. What? Tell me why.
Because they were never miracles to begin with. I mean, science has really started, and medicine in particular has solved a lot of the questions. So people miraculously healing, it's now through medicine.
Uh-huh.
So I don't want this live to go down anymore, but I would like to get politically. I find it dangerous when someone's values impedes, someone's religion impedes someone else's ability to live their life. At that point, I think, and please don't bring up when I'm talking about the rights conferred in our Constitution, friend below, who doesn't like paying taxes.
Well, the whole country was founded on a tax revolt, by the way, which was violent.
Okay. But January 6th
I mean,
wasn't
you want to
violent,
deny
right?
what happened. January 6th was violent, yeah.
It was
But so was the founding of this country.
It was actually a tariff. It was actually a tariff revolt. It wasn't a tax revolt. And the majority of the country didn't fight the fucking Revolutionary War for that reason. The majority of the country fought the Revolutionary War because their neighbors were fighting the Revolutionary War.
Oh, the majority
of the country was actually pro-Britain still.
And farming and shit like that. I agree. Yeah, that's true.
Rule number 1. Don't talk over the host. That's rule number 1.
I wasn't talking over him.
Wasn't talking to you, my favorite lullaby lobbing libertarian. Was talking to the new guy.
I'm not a libertarian. Holy fuck. This is crazy.
You sure do lob lullabies, though, don't you, DW?
What does that mean? Lullaby?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I think libertarians want liberty. What's wrong with that?
Making fun of his style. He gilds the lily.
Less government. One of the problems we haven't talked about.
What do I do? What do I do, Donovan?
Is we have a government that spends.
Wow, look at that. He just fell asleep mid-sentence.
We have a government that spends $7 trillion a year.
He would laugh at your joke.
What's wrong with spending $7 trillion a year?
Fucking hell.
What's wrong with spending $7 trillion a year?
Because we got to come up with it's a tax on our labor.
Do you know what our GDP is?
I think that's a bad thing. I don't know. You could think it's a good thing. That's fine.
Do you know what our
You can give as much money of your own as you want.
Do you know what our GDP is? Do you know what our GDP is?
It doesn't matter what the GDP is.
It does matter.
I don't know, like 35 trillion.
If you make 500, don't wait a minute.
Because you can give as much of your own money.
Stop talking. Jesus fucking Christ! He just goes off. If you make $500,000 a year and you can buy a house for $50,000, then you should probably buy the fucking house for $50,000.
You buying houses for $50,000?
It was just
not in Colorado, that's for sure. Fuck.
Detroit?
It was a hypothetical. Fuck.
It was just an example, but probably Alabama.
Maybe Gary, Indiana. We got a real estate agent that's not too far that could hook you up.
I don't go to Gary anymore after my last experience.
What was your last experience in Gary? Because it would have never been a good one in the last 60 years, I would imagine.
I went to college there, but as far as working,
they have a college in Gary?
Yeah, IUN.
Oh, wow.
Right off at 8094.
There was a good movie on Netflix called Gary.
Yeah?
Oh, there was also The Music Man, which is really fucking weird because that musical, I still have that fucking song memorized in my head from probably second grade.
There's also The Deliverance about the
Gary, Indiana, not Louisiana, Paris, France, New York, or Rome.
Okay, stop
What are you doing?
Stop.
What the fuck? That's not funny.
My experience with Gary, Indiana was on the way for
why
vacation.
Are we talking about Gary, Indiana? What the
because it's a total shithole that everybody.
Houses, Mojo.
Because it's a total shithole that every liberal should go and see. And like stopping there off of like on the way from Chicago to go up to Michigan to get Subway or something as a kid, and just seeing that the Subway food sandwiches, it's protected like Fort Knox,
bars on
you got to put your money in the turnstile and hand rotate the thing around.
This is what you do, GW. It's called gilding the lily. You use 25 words where only 5 are necessary.
Oh, okay. No, you don't stop at stoplights in Gary. You don't stop at stop signs.
Who the fuck cares?
Nobody.
Speaking of Fort Knox, remember Trump said he was going to open Fort Knox?
Bro, what are we doing?
I just had somebody mentioned Fort Knox.
I'm blaming you, Mojo, at this point.
I'm saying if you go to a
He said he was
Subway,
going to open it. That was.
if you go to a sandwich shop and they got 3-inch glass between you and like the people that are working there, like
Oh my
you're in
god,
a
he's
bad
talking
area.
about fucking Subway in Gary, Indiana again. What the fuck is wrong with you, GW?
That's funny.
Jared, is that you?
Hey, didn't he get busted for like CP or something?
Yeah, he did.
Yep.
Yes, Jared did, yeah. Ugh.
I only meant it in the sense as he was the spokesman of Subway.
Yeah.
He was talking about Subway.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not the same denomination as him. You should look that up sometime. Anyways, moving on.
What denomination is he?
Gary, Indiana. I hate all of you.
Yeah.
And this live is now dead because of all of you.
What is it? What
That's
is
my
Jerry's
job.
denomination?
Take a fucking wild guess, okay?
You Jewish?
Hey, we make Gary, Indiana sound interesting. Come on.
Stop with the Gary, Indiana. The fuck? There
What do
was,
you want to talk
there
about,
was an
Donovan?
earthquake in Venezuela. Did y'all hear that?
You beacon of interestingness. Donovan, what would you like to discuss? Go for it.
Has SCOTUS dropped the decision yet, Mojo? That should be today. isn't it?
Not yet.
No.
I've been watching for it.
It won't be until next week.
It'll be probably on Tuesday.
Though
No,
you
it'll
may
be
like,
Thursday.
Donovan, that they reaffirmed gun rights. They did do that decision today, 6-3.
I do like that. Oh,
Wait, what'd they do?
I wonder which 3 justices dissented.
What was
Is
it?
that the
We
whole
can't, we can't
Megan-
continue this much longer with the
Is that the
6-3
Hawaii?
nonsense.
Mojo's trying to
Is that
talk.
Is that the Hawaii
Why?
thing? Holy fuck.
Yes. Yes, Mojo. It's the Hawaii thing.
What Hawaii?
What was the decision
Hawaii.
today, bro?
Today has been the worst day
Oh,
ever,
yes.
I swear to God.
Oh, it'll get worse, Mojo. Don't worry.
All day long, everybody, 5 people talking at the exact same time. I gotta fucking yell all fucking day long.
Yeah, they're really
I got-
angry.
Somebody came by.
I got somebody calling Paula to see you next Tuesday. and then
Dirty. A dirty one.
That was wrong. Oof, that was bad.
That was Galt, by the way.
Libertarians are going to do it, though.
Wait, Galt said that to Paula?
He did.
Yep.
did.
In a very
Ooh.
angry tone.
Now I have another reason to despise Galt. Like I needed more reasons to not like Galt.
Because you're just a real leftist.
I was so surprised.
Another
I'm like,
win
what the
for
fuck?
the liberals.
Did that really just happen? I'm like, Jesus Christ, I can't believe that just happened.
It wasn't.
Wow.
I'm sure it wasn't the first time.
I don't hear Galt like throwing out insults to people too often, but like that anyways. It's usually backhanded or something. But
What did she say to him? I came in like seconds before he dropped that.
Don't blame the victim.
I'm not blaming the victim.
I don't even remember what she said to him, honestly. I just remember him saying that.
They were definitely-
Me thinking, what the?
Oh,
Did I just hear
remember.
that?
I remember. Hold on. Let me hush. The
It wasn't
dog.
bad, though.
No,
I mean,
it was
like, what was
about
the
the fact that what
conversation?
is a libertarian's solution to when
Oh, that's right.
kids can't afford health insurance? They just die. Or if they can't afford to eat, they just die.
Oh.
And yeah, Galt did not like that black and white answer. I mean, that was the truth. But she cornered him and he got really angry.
That is true. That is exactly what it was.
Did that
That's
just
all it
pop
was.
in
It
your
was
head?
actually a political point, and he just freaked the fuck out.
Was talking, well, they kept combining economic system with political government, but the whole point was under his world viewpoint, she got him and he got pissed.
I'm sorry, but the 47 people in this room need to start using your fingers on the screen and not other places, please. And thank you. Use all 3 fingers. It's far more efficient. Tap the damn screen.
What other place?
Where else would you use your fingers?
I don't even want to think about it. What she's doing with her fingers. I'm good with that.
Well, in
You
funny news,
asked. Wait, you asked. What the hell's wrong with you?
in fun news, I managed to piss off like Messi and GW, all with my argument against Hale. This is great.
Are you
talking what? Against Hale?
What are you
My
talking
argument
about?
against Hale? Well, yeah, he does that same thing where he starts with our laws and systems are all based on Christian values and all that bullshit.
Yeah, all that bullshit's called just commonly understood history, but whatever you want to call it is
Mojo,
fine.
reset your gift roll.
He doesn't pontificate away from the 1930s Germany being a Christian nation and literally doing it in the name of Jesus Christ himself.
I mean, did I say that, or did I just say that it's not my responsibility to defend Schmittler? Like, that's not the position I'm approaching. So, whatever.
But Hale does
I don't remember
defend
being
Schmittler.
upset. So
No, I don't think he does. No, he's.
Yeah, he does. Oh, yeah. He's a Fuentes supporter. He thinks that Schmittler was a, quote, great guy, unquote.
Oh, that's Haley. Okay.
Yeah, Haley.
Well, I do think that. I think your history knowledge on that topic is surface level. I wouldn't want to talk about it on TikTok. I'll put it that way. I think the Bolsheviks get a really strong pass, and they were far exponentially worse, or at least multiples worse of what that was. So,
Well, then you missed B today. So we've had the run of the gambit today between having to argue against Stalin and apparently now Schmittler. So we can move on to the most recent, century, millennium.
sounds good to me. I wasn't bringing it up. Brobot was.
Oh, I was just talking about that was my argument. I was building against him on that particular talking point, and it seems to have worked. But anyways, yes, we already talked about the earthquake in Venezuela.
There were 2 earthquakes in Venezuela.
Yes, we reduced restrictions and the embargo.
And no other, it's crazy how no other countries felt the.
Oh my God. How did I forget? John Bolton pled guilty today.
Yes, he did.
To what?
He's going to get 3 to 10 years, I think was the sentence.
Stop. Is that for real? Seriously?
Yeah, it's for real.
For real.
What, to what, though?
Douche canoe.
Being a dumbass.
Secret
That's, he's actually going to get sentenced?
Yeah, besides that.
I'm surprised I haven't heard about this. That's that's a really big story.
Yeah, he took classified. Yeah, it's classified stuff he took home.
Yep.
And he deserves to go. If anybody deserves
I don't like that. Any neocon, they can go to prison, but that's fine with me.
He put like some shit in his book about classified stuff too, from what I remember.
So much more than that. Turns out he was putting classified documents, like he was getting classified documents and then emailing them to, I think, his sister for the purposes of, I guess, archiving for his book. But here's the problem. He was using his personal server, and someone in the, wait for it, IRGC hacked his email and had access to all these classified documents.
Why isn't Hillary in a jail cell if we're using this as a standard of...
That's a wonderful question.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Because
No, it's
they
not.
scrubbed
No, it is
it's
not.
absolutely ridiculous.
No, it's the same shit, honestly.
No, it's because you don't understand cyber and information security. And that
Actually, that was my specialty in the military, now that you mention it. That's
and I turned down a job at the NSA, but that doesn't make
Me
us
too.
equal.
I did too. That's
Good.
funny as shit.
I'm thrilled for you.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
Cool. That's we have so much in common. You never would have
I
imagined
fund
it.
the NSA.
So the suspect in the Palisades fire from last year, there was declared a mistrial. That's actually kind of wild.
What were they? I thought it was all conspiracy theories about why that was. I mean, we know that, overweight. Well, never mind. I'm not even going to go there because it'll be clipped or something. But we know that the fire force was probably not optimally staffed. I'll just put it that way. And the mayor's a moron. But what was other than that? What was the problem with the Palisades fire?
It was arson. Looks like it was set deliberately by Jonathan Reinderton.
Oh, I wonder who's on the same Discord as the dude that unalived Charlie Kirk.
What?
Neocons stick together, right? But anyways, yeah, they declared a mistrial due to procedural
They don't
error.
have any real evidence that he did it.
Well, you may say that, but the
The
prosecution
only evidence
think
they
they're going
have
to
is
try
they
again.
tracked his phone. He was in the area.
Neutral party. Are you a leftist? Who did you vote for?
It depends on which direction. I voted for Dave Smith.
Who the fuck is Dave Smith?
Dave Smith, he's a comedian, libertarian.
And I'm going to vote for him. Hopefully, I'll vote for him.
He's not running for office, so you're doing like a protest or throwaway vote. He's not running for office. He's a comedian podcaster.
Yes, and he is.
He's a libertarian, though. Yes.
Yes, and he is. I think he's going to run next time.
No, he is not. No, he's not.
You mean like Trump or Biden?
He has never listen, I do like.
I could have
Dave
voted
Smith.
for them, huh?
I do like Dave Smith, but he has never.
Or Kamala.
He has never said that he's going to run for office. The dude's a comedian. You're voting for a comedian.
He talks about it all the time.
Yeah,
and he
so
talks
there is
about why he
evidence.
didn't
There
run
is
last
evidence. The
time.
reason I asked you, sir, the reason I asked you is because there is evidence. This individual that is on trial was near the Palisades, I guess, was a transient and started a fire. Now, whether or not that fire that he started grew into what became the Palisades fire is what is in question. And if anyone has watched the news feeds from this particular trial, one juror came out and talked to the press, and she was a leftist Karen. One other thing I would call your attention to is the court artist's rendition of this individual. They made him look like a fucking superhero. It's hilarious. If you get a moment to look at the news feeds,
Okay, but they didn't find it. But you can. I mean, that's where we have juries, because some of them will be leftist, some of them will be right wingers, some of them will be in the center, some of them won't have any political dealings at all, and that's why we have jury trials. It's a good thing. I'd rather see rather see a bunch of innocent people guilty people go free than seeing innocent people convicted. And I stand by
unfortunately,
that.
political polarization.
You can say he was a bad. He doesn't. And by the way, they don't know that he lit a fire.
Okay.
No, I think juries are able, Donovan, to sit and listen to the evidence. I've been on a jury, sadly, a triple homicide. I promised I would never sit on a jury again. And the result of after 3-week trial, I don't even know why the prosecution had prosecuted them. We were so angry in the jury room. Those two men one of whom was arrested at 17 and sat in jail for 2 years because his family couldn't afford bail. And not guilty at all. And I had one of those stupid trials where the guy came over, like the lunged at an attorney who was in prison and handcuffed as one of the witnesses. And lunged. It was weird. But the whole point is the system works when people understand what the criteria is for law and how to judge whether or not someone is guilty or innocent.
What is jury nullification?
Jury nullification, well, for what reasons? So jury nullification, do you mean the entire jury, or when you're going through the
for instance,
selection?
For instance, during the 1800s, when they had slaves, jurors who didn't believe in slavery, even though the person had violated the law by letting a slave go free, the jury would nullify that law, even not just in the hands of one jury. But so that was jury nullification. If the people in the jury didn't agree with the law, they could simply nullify it.
Yeah, that's always going to be a case. So if I were on a jury, for example, where somebody was charged with unaliving
nullification.
Right. No, so I'm just saying, like, if somebody was to unalive someone because the victim of that crime that was unalived molested their child, I would automatically say not guilty. I don't care. Like, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. You can unalive somebody for molesting your child because I don't agree with what the law is. right? So, and you have like right now, modern, like the most recent topic that you see all over TikTok. You have a lot of people from a certain demographic that are saying like Carmelo Anthony, regardless, because he is black, he should be let off, right? So you have that is jury nullification. Now, I don't agree with the latter case, but yeah, if I was on a jury where it was a father that unalived a diddler of his kid, I don't care if he did it or not. I'm going to say you're free. I think that absolutely should be acceptable. So yeah, I'm not going to support the system as it exists.
I second that emotion.
Mojo, you were going to say something?
Correct.
I got a violation for harassment bullying.
Again?
You didn't even launch into me yet, Mojo. You didn't even call me any names yet. This is weird.
I didn't even say anything. I wasn't even talking.
I'm telling you, the left is being suppressed.
No. Hey, welcome to the club.
Right.
So what do you want to do?
Well, what we
in a rare triple whammy case,
live, gift your friends. Make sure you send your daily heart me's, and we love the TikTok show.
The Supreme Court has ruled that asylum seekers may be turned away at the border. The Supreme Court also is ending the deportation protections for Haitians and Syrians.
Yes.
And the Supreme Court ruled that the restrictive immigration agenda is A-OK. All 6-3 decisions.
When are they going to do? I think Monday, Brobot. Is it Monday that they're the big one is going to be the birthright citizenship, right?
Tuesday. Mm-hmm. It'll come out Tuesday. It's the last day of the court until October.
And that's expected to not be in Trump's favor, I believe.
Correct.
What I've read.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's going to be an 8-1 to uphold the 14th.
Well, the thing is you got like Amy Coney Barrett. Well, Amy Coney Barrett is like she's conservative. She's Catholic. She's conservative on like what Catholics would be, but then when it comes to the other stuff, like she's going to be like against Trump on this, right? I think that's pretty much a given. I think it's going to be a swing decision, and she's probably going to come out on having it, but we'll see.
I can't wait for these opinions. It should be 9-0. I mean, the first sentence of the 14th Amendment, it does not use crazy language. It's very simple.
Well, I personally...
I mean, I hope that you're
strict
wrong,
constitutionalists, it should stand.
Yeah.
Well, yes, that's why I feel Alito will vote to uphold, because he's a strict constitutionalist, and all of his dicta goes by the wording of the Constitution rather than some kind of underlying meaning. But Thomas, on the other hand, I feel he's fucking bought and paid for. Like, this dude's dicta is wild. He will jump.
Somewhat of a coward.
Why are you such a racist, though? I don't get it.
He's somewhat of a coward, Bobot.
Would you please?
Why would you target the one black man?
Mouth, please.
Why would you target the one black man on the Supreme Court? I don't.
Because I think that Thomas will absolutely vote to repeal the 14th.
Jesus.
So that justifies your racism?
There's a black woman on the Supreme Court. Don't forget.
Yeah, unfortunately, like for that.
Do you guys know? Do you guys know exactly what the case is?
Unfortunately, wow.
What
the fuck?
Jackson is not qualified. Sorry, she's not.
Wait, and ABC is?
Didn't you just give somebody shit for being racist? And you just said
I was joking around with him. Obviously, I mean,
he is.
Oh my god!
But no, Jackson is not. She is not. To me, like she should not be on the Supreme Court. It's a joke. Come on.
Support your claim. I dare you.
Support that.
I'm not on my computer right now, but I mean, just look up her opinions.
I know.
Yeah, she's just clearly just not like up to snuff, like intellectually with the rest of them. She's just not.
No way you're getting away with that, GW. Listen, you're going to have some pre-formulated opinions in your head before something like that comes flying out of your mouth. So you don't need a computer. I want you to just tell us what's on the top of your mind in order to say something like that.
No, it's not an indictment against any sort of. This is it's a pure statement about her as an individual. I don't think she's a qualified Supreme Court justice. That's all.
You have to base that on something. She didn't go to law school. She didn't sit on the lower court. She hasn't. How many of her rulings have been overturned?
Well, obviously
vetted by the Senate. What the fuck?
Not by the Senate. Wait.
Who's the leftist there, Donovan? Okay. No, I just don't think that. I think she's her opinions, like the questions that she asks. I think she's out of the league.
Let's start somewhere.
Wait,
are you
literally attacking Donovan?
Yay, being
Are you literally attacking Donovan on being a leftist? You tell me how you feel about
Wait a
Israel.
minute. I want to stay on this subject, please. Do not let Katanji.
My views on Israel are well known. I'm sure. I don't need to reiterate them.
I would be more interested in how you could call her unqualified when we have the other individuals on that same court.
Yeah, Sotomayor. Yeah, definitely. I agree.
Yeah, Kagan, she sucks. Kagan blows.
No, it's just the three quote unquote liberals on the court you have an issue with, but none of the conservatives.
No.
Wow.
Well, listen, I'm gonna be biased, of course, but no.
You're just gonna be racist. You're just gonna be racist and sexist.
All three of the women.
What's racist? Can you read the definition for me?
B, meet GW, GW, meet B.
Amy Coney Barrett's a
Can
woman.
you define?
Clarence is black.
You said define the word racism for you. You define the word the first, and then we can go from there.
You think I'm stupid? Is that what that was supposed to mean? Okay, all right, that's fine if you think.
No, I just want to establish concrete definitions of every word we say.
Well, racism to me means that you believe that somebody, because they are this race, that they inherently are less than. So you can automatically judge because someone is of that race that they are inherently inferior, and there's no other escape from that, or whatever. Okay. Well, what's your definition?
Liberals have a different definition of racism. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so I don't believe that because someone is this skin color or because they are this racial demographic that inherently means that they are less than or anything else. I don't believe that. So I don't consider myself to be a racist. If I
you don't get to make that decision, by the way.
Well,
yeah, you don't.
The leftists have a formula. You get to make that decision.
Well, the rest of the world gets to make the decision on whether you're a racist or
well,
not.
But if you have a different definition,
you can say that you have a bunch of black friends. You can say that, but that doesn't mean that
I didn't say that. That wasn't my justification. But what I'm saying is that if you reach a different conclusion about what that means, then it's not significant to me, and I don't care. And I don't care if you call me that. It doesn't matter to me. I think that there are clear demonstrations of racism throughout society, and it very much is not all white people being racist. Okay, I think there's a lot of circumstances and a lot of examples in our current climate that would point to the exact opposite of that. I don't believe that white people are inherently better than other people. So
what's the difference?
Who are you arguing with right now? Wait, hold on.
Damn it, B.
I'm not arguing with
What's the
anybody.
difference?
Who are you arguing with right now?
I'm not.
B. What is the difference between white supremacy and racism?
Well, if you are a true white supremacist, that would be a form of racism. You can also be a black supremacist, and that's also racism. So what's
Not in this country.
What's the definition?
Oh, yeah, it is in this country. You can absolutely.
What's your definition of white supremacy?
Believing that other people, because they are not white, are inherently inferior to you and don't deserve equal rights or treatment.
So now, what's your definition of racism?
That remove the white part, and if you believe that your people deserve better treatment under the law, or that you are inherently better than them, then that's racism. It doesn't matter. Remove the operative word.
You're just saying they're
white.
synonymous. You're just saying they're synonymous.
Again, you need to just go read a comic book and get a juice box, dude. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Just use the leftist definition The leftist definition is power plus prejudice. Just use that. It's much easier.
Okay, thanks, Donovan. And I don't disagree.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what GW was up here saying about like, oh, all white people aren't racist. I don't know who you were arguing with in that, but you obviously didn't need any of us for that conversation because no one made that claim.
I didn't even
If you
say
would have
that.
listened to why I thought you're racist, is because the Supreme Court justice that you're talking about was clearly qualified. There was nothing. She had a background similar to the other Supreme Court justices, and so I asked you for specific things that you found abhorrent, and you just kept saying everything she thinks is awful, everything that she says is awful. Like you haven't given like an actual reason why you think she wasn't qualified for the job. So I can deduce that it's probably because you're racist, and I could be wrong. I'm open to that. So why don't you give me reasons why you think she's not qualified?
I don't have it in front of me. I've read several different questions that she has asked, and her line of reasoning. I don't think she's a constitutionalist of any sort. Okay, and I think that from what I have read, it doesn't seem like I don't think that she's going to take an objective or impartial approach. I think that she's going to. So
what have you read?
I don't, dude. I'm not in front of my computer. These are articles that I've read.
No. You don't need to research GW. All you need to do is repeat.
Problems are your own, old man.
But there have been many instances where she takes things into a different line of reasoning or thought.
Many, then give one.
I don't have this stuff in front of me. Google it. Like, what do you mean?
I don't. So what she says for me, I might think that's good, but I want to know what you think that she has said. If you said there's so many, like, are you just doing trust me bro politics? Because I don't do trust me bro politics on the internet. You got to bring me something.
Then I will redact my statement if it makes you feel better. But
no, this is way too much fun. GW, have you read the allegations that Ketanji has some of her decisions? That she uses AI and LLMs to render some of her decisions. Is that what you're talking about, GW?
I think I have read something.
Oh, you have?
He just said he's going to redact.
Think they write them.
Was I the only one that caught that? He just said he's going to redact. That means his statement still stands. He's just going to hide it from you.
All right, retract. Excuse me.
Retract. There you go.
Oh God. What's more interesting is how do you think they write their decisions, Donovan?
Do I think they write their decisions?
Yeah, do you think the actual 9 justices sit there and write them?
Well, they have teams of clerks. So
they have absolute teams of clerks and historians. Hello, I used to be one of them. They use research, and the clerks will often take the first shot at it, with them acting as editor. Some, like, I think Ketanji Brown actually may write some of hers, but I would have to talk to her clerks to know that. But it's the clerks that write a lot of it and do the research and present it. They work on it together. The justices will get together and work on their versions, especially if they want a 9-0 decision. Sometimes they'll have conversations in the room with each other, take their notes. Their clerks take their notes and they go from there until they
you can tell when she writes them because that's all about her dissenting opinions are all about fifis all the time.
Okay, then give me one. Everyone can say you guys keep saying like you can always tell. Give me one example. You can't even give one.
They also cannot give how a decision was actually written. Donovan came up and said, well, I heard she uses AI to write her decisions, not knowing that the whole writing of the decisions is
she's
process.
Well, what Supreme Court justice were you a clerk for? That's a really impressive resume. Which one was it?
I worked in their history department. The Supreme Court has a history. The Supreme Court has a history department.
And what does that entail exactly?
It depends on what our projects were. So in some cases, if there is a request for files or older decisions or what they might not have access to that we might have access to, we gave them. It might be that we were doing projects, doing research, because at one point they wanted to start pulling statistics.
What did you study? What did you study?
Political science.
And how did you get that job?
Well, she got her big girl pants on and she fucking applied.
Did your parents make some political donations or something, or
God. Damn.
What are you doing?
Wow.
You're racist and misogynist. You're racist.
He's white. How am I racist against a white person?
That's an awfully big boy pull up your pants type of position for a guy with no fucking hair.
I mean, it's an awfully big
if I had to
position
choose between my hairstyle and yours, I would
literally
choose
talk
mine
about
100
crony
times over 100,
capitalism.
just to be clear.
Like,
I don't know what you're
crony
flexing on.
capitalism a favorable light. That's fucking wild.
That was insane.
Was it Thurgood Marshall? I bet it was Thurgood Marshall.
No, he had just passed. I was meant to do. The Thurgood Marshall Center is where I worked, which is right by the court. But I was going to be interviewing Sandra Day O'Connor. And unfortunately, I decided to get married and go to Saudi Arabia with my husband.
Was he was in the military, I assume, then?
No, private contractor to their Ministry of Defense, but that doesn't matter.
Oh, so, okay. Sound like a connected family. That's all I'm saying.
We were not.
Did you take the LSAT? Or did you go to law school?
Why are you interviewing me?
Because we're talking about your resume now. I mean, you're the one bragging about it. I mean,
She already made it further than you, GW. Just fucking eat it up.
I explained the whole process on how they write opinions. I don't need to go and produce my bona fides. It was great. It was a great job. I got married and I went to Saudi. They gave me a great send off. It was awesome. What's the issue?
No, I'm just saying. Like,
He's
I'm just
super
curious.
salty. You worked for the Supreme Court of the United States, and he did not. Let's move the fuck on.
No, I'm just saying. Like, you, generally speaking, there's a lot of patronage and nepotism in our government structure. If you want to fucking believe otherwise,
she's smart. She made it on her own. Stop trying to hammer away that everyone who's not a white man had to get some fucking leg up on you. You're just a loser, and she's smart. That's it at the end of the day.
I'm a loser. Okay.
Well, it's not because she's freaking a woman and she had family connections.
I'm just asking
It's because she's intelligent. No, but you did this with the other Supreme Court justices. You said they're not intelligent. You're making hints that they were, what is that, affirmative action hires, when in reality, no, they're just intelligent. And the people who competed for those jobs were just not.
That's subjective.
Simple.
That's smart.
Why would you go to
exactly.
Dubai?
Like, it won't work
Clarence
both ways.
Thomas just as smart?
Yes, Clarence Thomas was smart.
Saudi Arabia.
Oh, interesting how that works, huh?
No, he's an intelligent man, right? I bet you he can dog walk me when it came to like constitutional law, America. Like, I'm not so delusioned that I think I'm smarter than Justice Clarence Thomas. That's a wild thing to claim when I'm not even in law and I'm not in the Supreme Court. He's intelligent. I just think that he's biased.
So you got a political science degree. I mean, well, never mind. I'm not even gonna.
What part of all of this is so offensive to you? The
It's not
fact that you
offensive
don't
at all.
know how an opinion was
I'm not
written
offended.
before
Why would I
you,
be
Donovan,
offended?
Hold on.
accuse someone of using AI?
Hold on. Just tell him to fuck off, and it's none of their goddamn business.
All the way off.
And I did not accuse Ketanji Brown Jackson of doing it. I simply stated that there was an allegation. That is all, Fee. I don't believe that happened.
You don't know how they come to opinions. So I just walked you through the whole process, dude.
I'm aware.
You did not know it.
No, I suspected it. But again, I did not affirm that baseless allegation. I simply brought it up.
And all I said is I heard that.
I think what was happening is that is what GW had in mind, but he was reluctant to bring it up because it wasn't confirmed, which was wise. Saying what he said in the first place was unwise. That's why I highlighted it, because I thought it was fucking funny. And it would be funny to watch GW squirm for the 20 minutes that he'd been squirming.
Oh my God. You were funny.
I mean, this idea that you have that you're much smarter than a Supreme Court justice like Ketanji Brown Jackson,
Who
it's
said
just
that?
so delusional. Like,
I don't think I should be a
precedent.
Supreme Court justice. What are you talking about? I never said that.
That's good.
That's good.
Bagging groceries might work.
Yeah, I'm a grocery bagger. You got
That's justifiable. That requires some sort of intelligence. I like that job.
Well, at least some spatial awareness. That I
What's
would
wrong?
not be
What's
able to
wrong with
pick
the
it up.
grocery
Bread on the
bagger? By the
bottom.
way,
I'm gonna fucking lose it.
Sorry, I'm just pissed right now.
Why? Why?
Because
Well, I think I should
I
definitely
expect
be on the
men, if you're
Supreme
going to be
Court.
so vociferous about somebody being unqualified for a job and then say, I heard that XYZ, and I school them on the process, they come back to me, well, that's something to brag about. And then it's just exhausting to have men constantly asking you to justify your experiences. That's all.
Well, then
That's all,
don't.
Mojo.
Then don't put your experiences out there.
Girl, same, honestly.
Why shouldn't I, Mojo? I'm pretty
Well,
damn
because
proud of
if
what
you-
I've been able to accomplish.
Well, then tell them what
And
the
if those
fuck, who
two
you work for and
wahoos had
shit.
been able to walk through
Then
the
tell
process,
them.
maybe they wouldn't have
Then
made the
tell them how
comment.
you got the. If you're proud of them, tell them how you got the job. If you're not proud of it and you don't want to talk about it, then don't fucking talk about
yeah,
it.
then don't bring it up. Exactly.
I applied. I did the job. My family wasn't connected.
Why would
was,
anybody go on
that's it.
TikTok and expect not to be criticized? You're on TikTok.
I personally
This
think
is the
that's
place where
cool
you
that
come
had
to
that
get
job.
criticized. This is it.
That is a pretty cool job.
It was.
Just saying. And it's interesting to know, because what if one of us want to pursue that in life? You never know.
No, you're not allowed. Don't worry.
What?
That is fascinating. Do you believe in the white replacement theory, GW?
Do you not understand sarcasm? Holy shit.
Okay. I mean,
But
that was very boisterous.
It was
then.
half sarcasm. But yeah, no, I don't think they're looking for people like lib tears up there, or me for that matter. But it is what it is.
You guys aren't smart enough. That's just simply.
Yeah, I'm an idiot. I know for sure.
Dude, I'm fucking pretty highly intellectually able, dude. Come on.
I'm pretty fucking highly intellectually capable. Is that what you said?
Okay, I can write stuff, dude.
I can write stuff, he says. That's his fucking resume. I can write shit.
I can Google shit, I can AI shit, and I can write shit, alright? I can do it.
This is the part of the Barbie movie.
You can plagiarize.
This is the part of the Barbie movie where Ken goes around and just like gets jobs because he can write shit and quote.
Listen, I will say that I have a bit of recency bias going on because I've spent most of my time in free Carmelo lives over the past week or two because I just got to keep the flame going. It's been fucking fun.
Think we should be freed?
Do you? No, I mean I think you got off light. What do you mean?
Off lights for 35-year sentence?
Yeah, out at before 35. I'm surprised that I don't see a lot of the leftists in a certain demographic hosting those lives. It's only certain ones, but
demographic.
Okay.
GW.
Should have kept his hands to himself.
Yeah, so should have Austin.
No, that's what I'm talking about. Austin should have kept his hands to himself.
So should have Charlie Kirk.
Austin fucked around and found out. And Charlie Kirk was leaning to the left last time I saw him.
Gross.
That's getting old. Shut up.
You shut up.
No, you do not get to say shut up on my panel. That's your one and only chance.
Be quiet.
Say it again, I'll drop you.
That's better. Yeah, only Mojo's allowed to do that.
Mojo and the mod. Whoever's modding.
And dipshit. That is a term of high endearment that only Mojo is allowed to spell out into the panel. Okay? I'm still waiting for mine. I'm still waiting for mine.
I give everybody else a hard time, and then I turn around and say it myself. I got shit for that yesterday.
Yeah, for a supporter of classlessism, you sure don't do a good job when it comes to the pejorative hierarchical structure of throwing out insults.
Yeah, I'm pretty low level when it comes to throwing out insults.
This is the inherent problem when it comes to Marxism, bro. Like, seriously, it's like for thee, not for me. It's unfortunate. It's just human nature, though. I don't blame you as an individual, just so you know.
Human nature.
Yeah, human nature has hierarchy.
Well, you got every
Stepped
fucking
on a
theory in the
landmine.
book.
You're gonna trigger Mojo now, GW.
Yeah.
I'm trying to. I'm trying to. I'm poking him with a stick right now. I'm just waiting until he bites.
You're not gonna like it if I bite.
No, he's scary. Like the first time I came up here, man, they ripped me a new one, dude.
Oh, I'm a
fucking
veteran.
bad.
Okay, I've been here a while.
Honestly, he's been meaner to me than he's ever been to you, and I'm a libtard, so.
I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't think it's true either. You are absolutely not a liberal.
Mojo has made me cry more than once. Okay. GW has never made me cry. Donovan has never made me cry. Brobot.
That's because I'm a nice guy.
No.
Why.
You've said some horrific shit.
Oh, bullshit.
No, it's just because she cares. It's just because she doesn't care what you guys think.
That part.
Oh, whatever. Yeah. Okay. I doubt that.
Date night?
Well, if you pass, she's not going to be at your funeral, so that probably tells you enough right there.
It's TikTok. If you're expecting your TikTok friends to come to your funeral, then I don't know.
TikTok
I'd tell you
friends
to
have
go
gone to
outside
friends'
and
funerals.
touch some
Wait,
grass.
we already have living wills. What are you talking about?
Oh, wow.
I would have gone to Pierre's funeral.
Even Raz gets like a sweet e-bike from Paula.
What I'm saying is that I have diverted recently over the general political conversation to go into the Free Carmelo panels because it's been very enlightening and interesting.
Yeah, that's low hanging fruit. GW. Did you just say that Paula gave Raz an e-bike?
I did.
That's cool.
What the fuck is what is an e-bike?
It's like a bicycle, but it also has an electric motor, so you can either supplement your work or you can run it all on electric power. It's pretty cool.
Damn things are expensive.
Mm-hmm. Fucking dope. W. Paula, she's in the blue.
Frugal did suggest I get an e-bike to take my kids to and from practice since my insurance went up 300%, but he didn't get me one. Damn.
Would you just have like a carriage in the back?
Frugal has suggested a lot, and I wouldn't repeat half of it.
I have a picture of that somewhere.
I know.
Messy riding her kids on her fucking bike in baskets and shit.
With like a side part. Oh, good times.
Good time.
Messy, are you going on a date?
No.
You're just doing your hair for you?
No, I'm going to hang out with a friend.
Oh, there you go. Enjoy.
He just hasn't committed yet. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just kidding.
She doesn't want to let it out that she's still patronizing the patriarchy.
By what? Going on a date?
No, actually, he broke up with me.
Really? Oh.
All right, Brobot. Fake news. Paula said you're full of shit.
No, I see her down there. Like, this is the whole conversation. Oh, he gets 1%, but that's enough for a sweet e-bike. I think that's how the conversation went.
Oh, this is a living will. Wait, this is a living will thing, is what you're saying. Like if she
yes, that's what we were talking about, was the will passing, going to funeral.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys are going to do living wills with each other. Like, I promise you this share of the pie that is worth nothing. Okay, congratulations.
I have a party planned out for CS already.
Oh my God. And I thought I was morbid. For when she departs this earth?
It was her idea. She's got a whole plan. She's got a bottle of wine, a very expensive bottle of wine that she wants us to share.
Hope it's not American.
And then put her ashes in it and drop it off a mountain.
A mountain?
A mountain. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I guess it's no different than me wanting to be in the Hudson River. So
just flush me down the toilet, honestly. I don't even give a shit.
I threaten to do that to my husband every time he pisses me off.
And I said if they'll let you cremate me and then mix me in with black ink and get tattoos.
I'd so get a Mojo tattoo.
Oof.
You should. You should do a live video stream of it. That'd be hilarious.
Did I just hear that you're suggesting that your mortal remains should be incorporated into the flesh of other individuals? Is that what I just heard you say?
Like
you did.
Donovan.
You absolutely.
Yeah, I get one.
Yeah, you.
Like you and Brobot and, B, probably.
I do have tattoos.
Yes, and Messi.
You don't have tattoos, Mojo?
No, I'm good.
I have,
no xenophobes on my body.
No, I'm good.
I have no tattoos.
I have one.
You can't call Mojo serious.
I actually respect that, honestly.
A xenophobe.
Can you see it?
Robot I got, but not
Nobody can see
Mojo.
Nobody can see your tattoo.
Is that microscopic?
It's a fucking mole.
What is it, a mole?
It's a heart.
I don't believe you. That needs a magnifying glass.
I was 38 when I got it. First one.
My first tattoos I hid so nobody at work would know. Now I don't give a shit.
Mojo, did CS share with you the picture that I shared with her?
Oh gosh.
I don't think so.
I hope not.
Wait, I don't want to see it. I don't think I want to see it.
The meta tag is from 2016. It's almost a decade before I met any of you. And it's a woman that looks strikingly like CS kissing the nose of a very angry tiger.
For a second there, I was about to say it was a side of Donovan I didn't want to see.
How did you just come across that?
I was going through my phone for memes.
No, she didn't share that
just
with
makes
me.
it worse.
I'm upset. Is she in here? I'm going to yell at her.
I haven't seen her all day.
Yes, I haven't seen her.
She was on the panel earlier.
Oh, I think I fell asleep earlier on the panel.
I took a break to watch the soccer game.
You definitely did something on the panel earlier because we were trying to talk to you and you weren't talking back.
I think I was.
Yakety yak.
I have fucking all these T's to do, and they on my computer, and it puts me to sleep.
Who won the America-Turkey game?
Turkey.
Stop it. No, they didn't, did they?
Yes, they did.
Fuck.
We're already into the next round, dude.
Yeah, we were fine. And Turkey gets to go home with some clout because they were facing some serious. I asked all my girls online, and the response from my Italian girls is, "We do not discuss the World Cup right now. We didn't make it in." So I got a lot of funny responses. Anyway.
So will there be like a big game? I don't watch.
Yeah, next Wednesday it'll be the U.S. against Bosnia Herzegovina. What do you mean? Will you get it?
It's like a bracket.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's the knockout round, so you'll go from 32 to 16 to 8 to finally not far from me, where the final will be held.
I am thoroughly enjoying all the viral videos of Europeans and people from all over the world appreciating America and lamenting the fact that the media has been lying to them all this time. I think that the World Cup.
You act like they've never been here before. Like no European or anybody from any other country has ever been here before. Like this was their first time ever.
Right. The World Cup is America's Tinder profile.
What?
Wow. Uncle Sam's really upset about that, by the way. All these fucking countries we're supposed to be hating coming here and having a good time.
Oh, yeah. And spending their money and just being joyful. It's been a lot of fun. The Norwegians have been fun. The French game today in Norway was okay. France is fast as fuck.
Wow, you said that in a very interesting way.
They just were really impressive today.
Yeah, aren't Iran and who's Iran playing in Seattle?
Yep. Was it last night? No, Iraq played last night. I don't know if Iran is still in it. They're playing their final games within the next couple of days.
All I know is that those players are fucking
right.
fine as hell. That's the only reason I'm
100%, absolutely.
They're fucking gorgeous. Tall, dark, and handsome, and abs. Oh my god.
Who was
in that spirit of cooperation? Hell, you know that most of the Democratic states, like California, Colorado, etc., are all sending National Guard to the DC 250 parade on J4.
Who?
I'm going to be having a
You got any
picnic at my
pictures?
house.
In the spirit of this cooperation, especially since the World Cup, most of the Democratic states like California, Colorado, Oregon, they're all sending National Guard as security to Washington, D.C. for the 250th celebration.
Because they're not needed in their own states?
Well, yeah, but I mean, Democratic states this entire time have not acquiesced to any requests from this administration.
Boo, that's rude.
We reject this administration.
I can't wait. 2 years, it's over.
Well, hopefully.
Oh, you hope it's over in 2 years?
Oh, you don't think there are going to be any more erections?
That's me poking you, leftist. That.
Please keep your pokes to yourself.
Yeah, that was a non-consensual poking.
They say it all the time, right? Trump's a fascist. Trump's a fascist. If he was a fascist, he wouldn't leave
We'll
office.
see if November is allowed to go forward and not at all interrupted or impeded with by the federal government, and if he's willing to accept the results. We know he will if the Republicans win. We know that. But if the Democrats win, it was cheating.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if there's another big sick. But look, it's probably going to be one of the Trump kids, and he's got to get in the primaries. He's got to do the debates, all that kind of stuff.
Have you ever heard your kids speak?
So you're voting, or you're hoping, maybe voting on hereditary line of succession. Thanks, Helio. Like,
no, that's not how it would work.
Just be a monarchist, dude.
No, a hereditary line of succession doesn't equivocate. It's going to go from this person to this person. What I am suggesting is that because he was in the orbit of his father, and they are the kind of people that they are, that they'll be successful in the debates, and the American people will warm to them enough to have them win primaries and eventually the election. Same thing that happened with Trump.
Have you seen his two sons and the idiots that they are?
Have you seen the United States?
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I think we're all trumped out. Really, the grift has been so skivats.
Nice little hat reference. But, I mean, look, let me put it to you this way. Do you suppose that Trump's kids are more sophisticated than Trump himself?
No.
Not at all.
No, they can't sell themselves. No. Maybe Ivanka, but her husband is just, no.
Imagine Ivanka Trump, the U.S.'s first woman president.
It will never happen. After I don't think she wants to do it after seeing what her father went through.
I don't know if she wants to do it or not, but that's kind of a scary thought, actually. I mean, I think she'd probably.
It's terrifying.
No, it's not that bad. Ivanka's nothing like that.
Then I'm moving. I'm done.
I think she would do very well. You guys missed that part. I think.
No, I heard you. Well. I'm done.
I don't think she's like
I'd
Donald
vote for
at all.
her.
But
I'd vote for her.
She would have to beat somebody like Tulsi, which I am almost sure that Tulsi's going to run on the Republican ticket.
Do you not hear about Tulsi being in that cult where she had to eat that man's toenails?
Or where, like, they have
Is that any different from communion?
Oh
the
my
body
God.
of Christ. Just say the body of Christ compelled you to do it.
Dude,
wasn't she a member of the Democratic Party? Isn't that a cult?
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude.
The Democratic Party is a cult?
Democratic Party is a cult.
Really? How?
Who's our leader?
Hang on 1 second, guys. 1 second.
Yes,
1
absolutely.
second.
What do they believe in?
I said 1 second. Fuck. Mojo, someone in the chat said that Tumblr's streaming and fact checking you. What is he fact checking?
Just live right now?
Are you get out?
But we're not. We haven't even literally spoke on fact in like 45 fucking minutes.
No, we're just BSing. What the fuck? Wait, Tumblr loves me.
As long as we're
that
just
much?
BSing. Go ahead, Mojo. Sorry.
Tumblr loves me. I don't even have.
Tumblr loves you.
He is absolutely fact checking. He is watching us. Fact checking MAGA lives. MAGA lives.
What?
MAGA lives?
He's calling you MAGA. That's hilarious.
That's funny.
MAGA Mojo.
Burn.
Well,
That
I mean, if
Tumblr
they're
hilarious. Hi,
Tumblr
Tumblr.
blocked me, right, Mojo?
if they're fact checking, just say the Fed is evil.
The
They're
Fed is
gonna agree with
evil.
you, and they
Repeal the
can't prove it.
Fed. Repeal the Fed.
Tumblr, you're soft as baby shit.
They also can't fact check that.
Talking about
Tumblr is an absolute moron. Fact check that shit.
Do I know who Tumblr is? I don't think
He's one of
so.
the fucking. He's one of the dipshit libertarians.
he was MAGA, and then when Trump started not following anything that he campaigned on, I'll give him credit for that he doesn't simp for Trump still, but he definitely now maybe a libertarian. He follows Galt around, and Galt follows him around, and Slayer and Sunni.
Got it. Then
It is a very beautiful rainbow relationship between those two. That's how I put it.
No, I have no problem with Tumblr. I have no problem with any of them, but I don't know what they're fact checking.
He's got twice as many viewers as I do.
Fact checking us.
That's fucking hilarious.
I don't even have to look at them up.
Mojo.
I don't even have to go to their live or anything to look at it. I know 100% they all sat around and went, the Fed is evil. We don't have to fact check that.
It's just him and Sunni. That's it.
Oh, I wish I could check it out. That's hilarious.
Now they're watching. Now they're watching Montana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That makes more sense if you're fact checking. Rawr. If you've seen that video.
Yeah, there's 55 people in here. Mojo only has 38K taps. You need to tap it up, y'all. Tapping's clapping. Make sure you
said
send
that a long
daily
time
heart
ago.
me. Don't forget that. That's the easiest fucking thing to do. It's like a fraction of a penny. There's a gift goal up there, obviously. And if you haven't already gotten to the YouTube, Mojo streams this on YouTube for fact checking at posterity. What the fuck? You guys need to be on there. You need to like, share, and subscribe. And throw gifts to the panelists, except for me. I don't want your fucking gifts. And yeah, let's do that. Get on the FYP, share it to all your friends. And now shut the fuck up.
Jesus Christ, Donner, you can't. If you do this too many more times, I'm gonna have to make you a mod. And I don't want to do that.
We'll have to
make him a mod.
Make you a mod, and I don't want to do that. I don't know.
Too much work.
That's probably true.
That does not have the proper disclosures.
There we go. Here's somebody you can make a mod.
He is.
What's up, y'all? I heard there was some chatter out there.
Yeah, we want to make you a mod, or at least I'm advocating for you to be a mod.
I'm a mod on a few different places, and I never use it. I tend to let people talk when I'm not the host, But yeah, I'll be a mod.
Didn't you say you'd never come back to my panel again?
No, that wasn't me.
It was you.
No, I said I lost some respect for you, but that's okay.
He was talking about you yesterday.
When is your device going to be ready for use, American?
My device?
The device you had in your live the other day, where you were able to track how much
thing that vibrates. That thing that vibrates.
Yeah, no. I'm working on that right now. I've been able to separate the individual audio streams. Hold on, I have to take this off. So I'm hosting and participating at the same time here. I gotta mute this there. No, I have created a thing that can monitor the audio of the guest, and I just improved it so I can monitor the audio of each guest individually, which allows me to disambiguate the transcript. And I can tell how long people have talked, and I can show it so that people can kind of self-moderate themselves. They can see I've been taking all the air in the room here, as well as it measures sentiment to give a chill meter for the whole room as well as individuals to moderate yourself as well.
It's brilliant. When it's done, I will set up a collection to get it in Mojo's live. It's fucking dope.
Honestly,
I'll use the studio. I'm probably going to release it open source. So Messi said she could make this, but Messi, I've been working for about 2.
I did not say I could make that. I have no idea how to fucking.
Oh, CS. I'm sorry, it was CS. CS said she could make it, but it's been hard. It's been hard, but I'm there.
That's what she said.
Yeah. So, yeah. Why you're looking for some MAGA moderators?
Oh, no, he's not.
Oh, okay.
Are you live on Imperial Apostle right now?
I sure am. Yeah, because my program is currently still working a little bit. So, yeah. My AI is still programming.
We were talking about when you just came in that Tumblr was actually watching Mojo's live and doing live fact check. It was pretty funny.
Oh, okay. He was doing that to my live too. That's why you were mentioned. Okay. Yeah.
He's a creeper.
Tumblr, Suni wasn't happy that I said the strait wasn't closed due to the fact that 70 ships went through it the other day. So she was taking issue with that.
Okay, I have now seen the picture.
Yes. Isn't that amazing? That was from 2016, Mojo.
That is awesome. I like it.
All right. Well, hey, you all take care. God bless. I'm going to join Navra's panel. But have a nice night.
Have fun.
Have fun. I think that's also a problem. All the MAGA that you normally talk with seem to be running their own panels and around the same time.
Yeah, there are. I was just scrolling through all the panels that are running right now, and I follow. What do I follow? Like, I don't know. I follow a bunch of people in my account where I check this on. I can't remember even which account it is. But anyway, I follow a bunch of people so I can see how many people are in each live. There are shit tons of fucking lives going right now, and none of them have like anybody in them.
Yeah, I'm looking at them right now. There's 5, 18, 56, 30, which is you. 35. Yeah. Montana's got 110, but fucking she pays for that shit.
That's low for her too.
I know.
That's pretty fucking low for her.
I know. Black Conservative has 92, which is low for him. Also, Jazz has 6 people. Yeah, I mean, usually when I'm on my computer and I pull up the lives, like it scrolls for like 2 seconds, and I'm still scrolling.
Yeah, there are tons of lives. Just all very small lives. It's so weird. Like everybody just decided to start their own lives now. I don't know why.
It's just shy of the election season, though, Mojo. You're going to see it blow up here in a few months, especially like 3 months shy of the election.
Well, this might be fun. I see that Kmart is live. He's got 7.
Oh yeah, and he's still fucking using our picture and our "You're in a Cult" shirts. Like if you go walk on the side, yes. So weird.
Longevity is a thing, Mojo. The Mojo verse is a thing. It just has to swing back.
I'm like an inherent blue pill.
With Mojo, there will always be a record. Oh fuck!
Some of these people have to go to the hospital already. For Christ's sake, it's getting pretty bad.
So I should probably apologize for beating up your friend last night, Mojo. I'm sorry.
Who was your friend?
CT and Vex. Vex was on for a little while. Took his medicine and dipped.
He came on Mojo's?
No, he was on CT's last night.
Oh, it was insane.
Yeah, I called him.
You beat up on him?
Yeah, a little bit.
How so?
Was I there? I don't think I was there.
I thought you were there. I don't know. It's hard to tell. You'll just like say one sentence in 30 minutes and then dip.
I did. I did. I do remember you being on panel with them. Bex got all pissed off.
He did. I called him performative. He threw a tantrum and dipped.
Last time I talked to Bex, I also
damn it, Ryan.
I freaked out on him.
I was on that panel too, and no offense, Donovan, but I don't think it went the way you said it did.
Oh, you don't?
Not at all.
How can you hear anything? With that kid screaming like that all the time, I don't understand how you haven't just lost all of your hearing.
Okay, so this is where
stop. Hang on,
Mojo does not want kids.
Stop. Mojo, I enjoy hearing her children in the background. They sound like extremely happy kids running around having a great time.
They sound mad to me. Like
no, I've only ever heard her youngest throw a fit once. I think the rest of the time they're just playing and having a good time, beating shit.
That's what I hear. Beating shit. That's what freaks me out.
We don't do TV. That's the reason.
See, I love that. See, if her kids were face down in a fucking iPad, we wouldn't hear a peep out of them. But they're not.
That's probably true.
They're playing.
Make me go over this again. They brought up the 14 tenets of fascism. They asked specifically, I acquiesced. I read off the 14 portions of fascism, explained to them that it's a political horoscope, presented and supported my positions. They threw various tantrums and left intermittently, and then CS crashed and pulled the plug on the whole live.
CT.
That is what happened.
Not CS.
Not CS.
Sorry, CT. I apologize. You're right.
Yeah.
Zach is in a request, and I cannot bring myself to hit accept.
Did I say CS?
Someone else is going to have to do that.
You said C. Yeah, you said CS.
You said
I meant CT. I apologize. Yeah. It's hard to keep the C straight.
People in the chat said you got dog walked.
Well, who is saying it, Messy? Like, I would be surprised that you said it.
I didn't say it. I wasn't there. I've been sleeping.
I bring it up is because B was there, and she was actually honest in a couple instances, and I appreciated that, though I didn't say it at the time.
That's because B is MAGA.
She is not.
B is communist MAGA. That's how fucking wild this has gotten.
Yeah.
No, that actually exists, and no, I am not that.
You are absolutely that.
I am whatever B is.
That's an actual faction, though. Like, it's called the ACP, American Communist Party, and they're like, they believe in MAGA communism. That's not me. I'm not in that.
Actually,
well, you sure sound like it.
There are two different ACPs. There's the MAGA communist ACP, and then there's just like ACP. I don't subscribe to currently any American communist organization.
Yeah, that's what everybody was saying that Red Banner was, that he was a red that they were calling him MAGA. And someone brought it up.
Red Banner? Oh.
Yeah.
Corey.
Yeah. Anyway, Zach is in a request. He wants to come up. I won't do it.
And I put him right next to you.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Guys, don't you want to just talk about how we fix this whole shit?
Fix what whole shit?
Please elaborate.
Your solution is Boom.
No. I have long and drawn out solutions to just about everything that we need to do.
Yeah. Like he does. Because with the Palestinian people, he just wants to make sure they kill all the children.
Yeesh.
Did you read that report yet, Zachary? Did you read that report?
I don't want to get into this conversation. I want to talk about America. I want to talk about how we fix America.
You don't like America, though.
I love America and like James Baldwin said, and I love America, and for that reason, I reserve the right to criticize
America.
Trump. Let's criticize Trump, Zach.
I have no problem criticizing Trump.
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Give me all your qualms about Trump.
Well, I think he's the worst orator I've ever had to deal with as president. I wish he would shut his mouth half the time. I think that, I wouldn't do things the way, if I had his power, I wouldn't do it the way he's doing it. But,
Truth up, Mojo, that you had this morning about communism. That was from him yesterday.
He says some crazy out of pocket shit. That's his thing. That's how he creates chaos.
Y'all didn't catch it? He said that he loved America so he can criticize it. Does that mean like you fucking hate Israel? You sure don't criticize him.
I have plenty to criticize about Israel.
Oh, let's hear that then. I'd rather hear that.
I think that they have run. I think that they have their arrogance is believing that they are right, which they are, and then believing that because they're right, and then believing because they're right, they can deal with the PR element of this fight in any way that they feel like it. They're failing at that. As well as they're doing militarily, they're failing that badly at the PR war, and there's a lot to criticize there.
But they don't do better propaganda? What the hell?
They have the eighth front, Zach. The eighth front.
They're just not doing propaganda good enough. That's
billions of dollars on. Do you not know about the eighth front?
It's like if I it's like if I have a really good restaurant, it doesn't matter how good my food is. Like if I don't get to the customers and the customers don't know why my food is good and why they should eat my restaurant, it really doesn't matter how good the food is.
If they were just better at selling themselves while they kill children.
But they're not. And the reason you believe that is because they've failed to sell themselves correctly.
I think so many Hamas members have learned the utility of moonlighting as journalists. This is why. This is also why you see the numbers of journalists are up with regards to unalivings of journalists in Palestine and Gaza, because so many Hamas members have realized that journalism is a good idea.
Still not a critique. It's still not a criticism. What is going on?
A critique of Israel?
No, you don't.
Do you have a criticism? I mean, I think that they're pushy sons of bitches. That's why I don't like the desert really, which is why I've never lived there. But like, it's an amazing place, and it's far more liberal and sort of.
Oh my God, not this again. I don't like the desert. What the fuck?
I don't really particularly like it's, people are always like, a lot of of Jews go on birthright, or they go for their first trip to Israel, and they're like, I have to return. This is it. It feels so, and it does. It feels great.
This is like that question when you get interviewed where they say, can you just name something that you've done wrong and what you did to fix it? And he says, well, I worked too hard, so I stopped working so hard.
Exactly.
That's what he's doing right now.
I've heard like Abby Martin.
Guys,
Abby Martin.
I have been to this place.
Who's the other one?
Has anyone in this room been to Israel?
You just
hate Israel. Hold on. You talked to HR yesterday.
This is just a crazy thing.
Actually, I'm sorry.
That was
You've never been to.
I'm sorry. You talked to HR earlier today, and you told her she was a liar when she told you about her experiences in Israel.
Yeah.
Because she's lying.
No, she's not. How are you to say that? Who are you to say that, Zachary?
Because I've talked to enough people over the 2 years that I've been doing this to know like which ones are lying.
The 2 years. The 2 years.
Well, I have my whole life of deciding I know how to like suss out liars, but in this particular arena, on this particular incident, with particularly people trying to pretend like they have had, real life, experiences with or around Israel. Like I now I can.
What about Norm Finkelstein? What about Norm Finkelstein and Abby Martin? I've watched a whole bunch of Abby Martin documentaries.
He's obviously been there.
Yeah, Abby Martin has been there too. I watched a whole bunch of documentaries where she's in Tel Aviv or whatever the fuck you guys call it. And she's interviewing a whole bunch of just like sadistic citizens. That's on the ground news reporting where we get to hear exactly how the citizens feel about the Palestinian people. Also, Ben Gvir is a pretty good representation.
By the way, here's what I want you to do.
Hold on. Is Ben Gvir a good representation of the average Israeli mind?
No, I don't think so.
Are you sure
I think
about that?
There's elements of it, but he's super far right. He's about as far right as you get.
So Abby Martin interviewing those people on the ground, they didn't say anything that Ben Gvir hasn't already said.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you this. If you went to Harlem and you asked people how they feel about the KKK, how would they react? What do you think they'd say?
I think it's apt that you compared the IDF unironically to the KKK. Do you realize what you just did right now?
I'm comparing Hamas to the KKK, which is what they are.
That's not what Abby Martin went around and asked.
We're not talking about Hamas. Earlier, you did this with her. Every time she brought up the IDF, you pivoted to fucking Hamas. We're not talking about Hamas. We're talking about the ID fucking F.
Okay,
the terrorist army that's genociding babies by fucking sniping them in the head. Yeah, it did just happen. There was a 7-month-old in Hebron that literally was sniped in the fucking head when they shot into their car.
So they were shooting into a car. So they weren't shooting the baby. They were shooting a car.
This just happened. Would you like all the other fucking instances?
No, I just want to be clear.
We read the 100-page report last night. And what did you say you found? Evidence that they sniped a baby in the fucking head while they were breastfeeding? And then let's not talk about what was her name? Hines? The little 6-year-old that was in the fucking car with her dead family. And then when the EMTs and the ambulances showed up, they started firing at them too. Come the fuck on, dude. No one believes you. You have lost most of the fucking support in this country, much less every fucking other country. Didn't they just like kidnap Ireland's like somebody from their government or their whatever? Like, people have turned away from you. No one fucking likes Israel. Fuck Israel.
The reason Israel exists is because no one likes the Jews, right? And this is all threat history. So I'm not surprised that you have
It has nothing to do with the Jews, Zachary.
Sure.
Not a
It's
damn
just the
fucking
one
thing
Jewish
to do.
country on earth. It just so happens to be the worst country.
They just so happen to be the nastiest fucking people on the planet. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That just
again,
happed to be their religion. I have
This said
no
from a
qualms
bunch of
with
people who
most
have
Jewish
never been
people.
there.
But I will tell you this, Zach. You are one of them, and there are a few others on this app that just happen to be disgusting, gross fucking individuals, and they so happen to be fucking Jewish. You know what? I'm sorry. That's not my fault. Don't be fucking gross.
It's okay. You can just be a Jew hater. You guys are a very old, you're a very old thing. So like, I'm not surprised that you exist. You should just hold it, own it.
You can just.
It's just
you
funny
can just
that when
be a
you hear
bigot.
people,
You can just be a bigot against everybody except for Jews. I don't know. You can do that.
Or a
too.
G-sider.
How have I been a
G-sider? Yeah, you
bigot?
you could defend. Yeah, you could defend G-side. I mean, you guys have been doing that forever.
How long have we been doing it?
I don't know.
1948, my friend.
It's crazy. It's crazy that
Tantora,
after.
does Tantora ring a bell? Or let's talk about the
let's talk
the babies.
about Tantura. You want to talk about
hang on.
Tantura?
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can talk
Let's
about
talk
Tantura.
about Tantura or Deir Yassin. Do you want to talk about any of those things? We can talk about them.
Why don't we talk about why the heck is I get taxed and my money gets sent overseas to anybody? That's, to me, would be treason. And I think most of our politicians should be tried for treason.
Wow.
My tax money, if they're going to tax me, spend it here. Don't give it away. I don't care. Israel, Ireland, I don't care. Just don't do it. If you want to give your own money to Israel, that's fine. Or if you want to volunteer in the military, that's fine too. But
if I told you that the $3.8 billion that we give to Israel every year buys us $10 billion worth of stuff, would you still feel like that?
I don't believe that for a second. Plus the fact that we don't just give them cash, we give them all kinds of other support, including military, including satellites.
We are the worst thing that has happened to Israel in their 80 years of existence.
The Rabbi Maya Kahana. Maya Kahana would have
It's
agreed
Mayor
with you.
Kahani, and I can tell you anything about you that you'd like to know.
Mayor Kahani. You sound like you're a New Yorker, because that's where I got his name.
I am in New York. And I lived in New York City for 16 years. So you're correct, sir.
So I want to say this. As much as I like to call everybody else anti-Jew or anti-Semitic, you are the biggest anti-Semite on this panel. Because anything that happens with whatever Israel does, you excuse, and they use Judaism as a shield against, as a deflection against any kind of criticism towards the state of Israel. You're basically using Israelis or Jews as a human shield, right? You're not really in it for the Jews. You're just basically trying to. You're basically. It's ironic. You're using that as a fucking deflection against atrocities.
He's just a
the only atrocities that were actually committed were everything that happened on October 7th. Everything that's happened since October 7th was the response to atrocities committed.
He's literally
the responsibility for every death that has happened since October 7th is Hamas's.
When are you gonna let those bodies?
Nobody cares about, here's the thing, what Abinaz is saying, what he's getting at, you being the biggest anti-Semite, is that nobody cares about it anymore. And this rhetoric that you guys have going around it is making people not care about it anymore. People are just I'm seeing people in America who are just regular Christian going people who've never had this rhetoric before start being full-blown skinheads, dude. Because of what they have viewed.
Jew hatred is a latent violence.
No, because of what their ideology of
because
Israel.
Of stimuli. You guys have
You cheapen the
you guys
deaths
are like
of people in
seeing
October.
yourselves.
No. Don't say you guys. You're talking to Christians now. The
I'm talking.
Christians
I
hate
love,
you. That's it.
I love the way
First
their
off,
big attack is you're a Jew hater. You're anti-Semitic. That's it. That's their whole game.
yeah, you are
and
you are
you're
bigot.
supposed to be
You are bigots.
pigeonholed.
You
And
are
you know what? I'm
empty-headed bigots.
anti-Iberian too.
And you know
I don't care
the
if you
Israeli
are. I don't
settlers?
know who the fuck Iberians are, but if you are anti them for no reason other than stupid things you heard off,
Well,
of
I'm
them,
an anti-Nazi.
that makes you equally stupid and
Hey,
equally
There you go.
bigoted.
Anti-Nazi. That's it.
You know the Israeli settlers? The Israeli settlers that
I
push
mean,
Palestinians
isn't
out of
that
their
I
homes?
have
equally as
stayed. I have
harmful?
stayed in an Israeli settlement. Do you
Yeah,
know
the
anything
Israeli
about Israeli
settlers. Those are
settlements?
basically
Do you know anything about
triple K.
settlements? Do you
The
know what
settlers are
settlements
basically triple K members just with a star.
Are they basically? So wait, so Hamas is not triple K, but the settlers, those are triple K.
Yeah, they're triple K members. They're basically
1,101
they're
trillion
essentially colonizers.
And again,
Right.
I can't.
They represent.
It is only because I
they're
actually know
they're to
the
Jewish
things
supremacy
that I'm
what the
talking
KKK was
about
white supremacy.
that I can so confidently tell you how stupid you are. Like
You got
how,
fucking
how
settlers
much
on hills
propaganda you
throwing
have
rocks
swallowed
at
from the most
Palestinians.
evil people on the
You
planet.
got settlers on hills acting bigoted,
Here he goes
treating
again with the
Palestinians like
personal
shit.
They got.
attacks.
Do you know what
He
kind of
can't
hills? Have you ever
defend
been
it,
to those hills?
so
I've been
he's
to
got
those
to
hills.
attack you personally. That's just beneath contempt. Just make your case.
Literally-
Don't attack people.
Literally what
In making my
GW
case,
just
you guys
did
haven't
up
heard a
here,
word that I've said.
defending
You haven't heard a word
Christianity,
I've
and
said.
now Zach's doing it with fucking Judaism. It's no different.
right.
It's just the same shit.
I'll be back maybe later, but I have no interest in entertaining this fucking cuck. Bye.
Did Missy get upset?
Bye.
Sorry.
No,
Very
it's kind of
messy.
insufferable.
Imagine if I'm right and you are wrong.
You're not.
You guys are
But anyways,
simping for the most evil people on the planet.
we don't have to imagine. We have what's in front of us right now. There is
I
no
know.
imagining. This
I
is
know.
all you do.
One
Let me
second.
finish.
Can you
Let me,
imagine
no,
how sure you
You
are
were done
about a
talking.
place you've
No.
never been?
Zach.
No. There is no imagine. We don't have to imagine. There are literal atrocities happening right now. And I reject this ideology that Israel as a whole, as the people walking around every day in the streets, don't completely represent what Ben Gvir has put forward. When Abby Martin's, interviewing random people in the streets, that is exactly how most Israelis feel. A vast majority, I would say the majority of Israelis feel. Actually, I have a statistic in front of me right now. 80% of Israelis feel.
Can you tell me what actually you mean by they feel? Like, can you give me a quote?
They have been polled on this exact issue. They said, what do you think the IDF's reaction to Gazans are? 39% say been about right. 34% say it's not gone far enough. So the majority of them agree with the IDF's sadistic actions.
No, again, you say sadistic actions. They think heroic defensive actions against a
Real
openly
heroes,
violent.
sniping an infant, real good. Big hero, big hero.
The same objections over
Imagine
and
how
over
stupid
and over.
you would feel to find out that the infant actually got sniped by his
Was
own
actually
people.
a terrorist?
So to make
How
you
stupid
say
would I
that,
feel if it was
one
actually
second,
a
to make
terrorist?
you say that,
Oh my
to
gosh.
make you blame it on Jews, they would literally
No,
unalive
it's
a
the
baby.
IDF. No, it's the
Yeah.
IDF. It's
No,
the IDF.
that's how much
it.
Hamas is devoted to their cause of
No,
killing all the
it's
Jews,
the
is
IDF
that they
that did
will
it.
literally put a bullet in a baby so that you will say that the Jews
Just
did it.
fabricating shit.
Nah, IDF did it. It's in the UN report. Sorry, don't trust some random dude on TikTok, and I don't trust this a bad Hezbollah. Like, come on, this is horrible Hezbollah. Not even bad Hezbollah. Horrible
Imagine if you're
Hezbollah.
wrong. Imagine if you're wrong.
I don't have to imagine.
I mean, you're
read the
100%
UN
wrong.
report.
So just
I'm not.
you should just
You have
just
nothing
try
to back up that you're right. Give me some. I give you a UN report. Now you give me an alternate report. That's not fucking Israeli. It's not fucking Jerusalem Times.
Do you understand how propaganda works? You're telling me that a
Don't care.
report-
Give me the source.
You're telling
Give
me
the
that
source.
that's your source
Give me
is
a report.
I'm
Give
giving
me
you
a
logic.
report.
1 second, I'm giving you
No,
logic.
you're not. No,
Yeah, I am.
give me a report.
One
No, give me a
side
report.
martyrs children and women.
Don't
as a
care. Give me
matter
the
of
report.
course. 1 second.
Don't believe you.
One side literally has their people sacrificing their life for the cause. That's a thing they do. Do we agree?
Okay, prove it now. No, prove it
Hold
now.
on. You don't agree on that?
No, you need to give me the proof.
So suicide.
I gave you the
bombings,
report.
That's not a
You give
thing
me the
that they've
report.
been doing for decades.
don't believe it. Give me the report. Give me the proof.
I'm asking,
right now.
is that a
That was a
thing?
kid that did it. Come on.
It is a
No,
thing.
I don't
It's an
believe it.
objective thing.
You can't
No.
prove any of this. It can't be
Yes,
objective
it's
if
a
you can't
thing.
prove it.
Yeah, go
Okay,
ahead.
it's a thing. Cool. Okay,
Wait.
it's a thing. So we know
If
that
you can't,
one
no,
side.
if you can't prove it, it's not a thing.
Okay, there's
You're just
a
making shit up.
million very famous suicide bombings.
There's a million,
where
then
they,
give me one. If
Oh,
there's a million,
sure.
then give me one.
Sure.
Give me one.
In
And it has
in
to be a kid,
19
because originally this was about a kid.
Okay, I mean, do you want me to, so if I go and look this up and we find
No,
out that
just find me
Hamas is
one.
in fact,
Just find me one.
okay, give me a second.
That was a kid, by the way. It has to be a kid, and it also cannot be the Jerusalem fucking Times. It's got to be a UN report.
You know what's frustrating about this is I was waiting for, because all the allegations are coming out against the IDF, I was waiting for Zach to say, okay, cite your source. And now you've turned it around on him and you're demanding that he cite his source.
Yeah, that's my thing on this panel now. Everyone's like demands so
It's
much
not
from
a
me,
bad
so now I'm
move,
doing it.
dude. It's a good move. I mean, I don't know why Zach just, I mean, he could have said that. I tried to say that, Messi left, but it's the easiest way to do this.
It is proven that the UN sent supplies and water and medical supplies to Gaza Strip, and the Israelis blocked it and didn't let it go in, thereby starving those people.
No, there's no way
denying them
that can
water.
There's no way that.
Yeah, there's no way that.
No, the Israelis are great people. What are you talking about? They could never get.
There's also been
But
allegations
they,
that Hamas has intercepted aid.
They both, yes, they basically would not let it go in to Gaza, and people were starving. If you look at the pictures of the Gazan children, and I can't prove it, these might be fake photos, but they're starving to death. And,
All right, let me help. Yeah, let me help Zach out here real quick. Mojo, is Hamas the authoritarian leadership and de facto military of the Palestinians? Yes or no?
The government. They're the absolute government.
There you go. Perfect. So does it stand to reason that if large amounts of food came in, that the ruling party of Palestine and the military would get to decide where and when and if even that aid was disseminated? Yes or no?
No.
That's not what happened.
Oh, okay.
UNRWA,
So it's
which
just a
is everyone
free-for-all.
calls it. No, UNRWA has reported that and these are unbiased, unbiased agencies, right? The UN is an unbiased agency. Actually, it's probably
Did you just say
pro.
UNRWA is
Let me
unbiased?
finish.
Okay.
More pro-American than any other agency on this planet. We have the Human Rights Watch. All this stuff has been backed by American tax-paying dollars. And the people who come and deliver aid have been reported that they are not allowed through by the Israelis. It has nothing to do with Hamas. It has to do with the Israelis preventing it. So I trust them over trust me, it was Hamas, or let's think hypothetically it was Hamas.
All right.
So I just want to, so between 2002 and 2006, 67 women were caught in the process of trying to unalive themselves.
Is a woman a child? I know y'all are pedophiles. Is a woman a child?
Wait. Eight of them actually did it. They unalived themselves. So that's the suicide bombing that we were talking about. Not to mention the 67 that tried. One second. 30% of the total women were under 18.
Okay, so it's weird that you call women children. That's fucking weird, bro. This is why you guys will never escape the PDF
Hold on,
file.
if they're under 18, I'm calling all of them women. And if they're under 18, they're children, right? Is that correct? And I'm pretty sure that I just gave the source. So let's go back to the point.
No, what was the source? No, what was the source? What was the source again? What was the source, Zach?
Can we just nip that at the bud? What's happening right now is a G-side. Anybody who claims that it's not happening is ridiculous.
Oh my God, don't do this.
But
Give the source,
he's
Zach.
doing the tit for tat thing. Why are we doing the tit for tat things? That doesn't have sources.
Logic, Fed.
He's a Russian bot.
Logic. Okay. Oh, he's a Russian bot now. Oh my God. You should let B do
one
this.
second. So the point that I was the point that you called for sources on, and we're just going to move past this, is that
no, we're not. You're going to give me the
Hamas
source,
uses-
and it's going to be the fucking Haaretz.
Hold on.
Isn't it?
So I just have to question. If I find out a source that is undisputable for you, and it is that Hamas has used in the past many times suicide bombers from old women to under 18 women, would that satisfy you? And then what happens if I find that?
Again,
what are you going to
stop
change? One second.
floundering
What are you
like a
going to
fish.
change
Give me the
about
source.
your beliefs when you find that?
Again,
Okay,
stop
I'm going to
floundering
step
like a
in
fish
now.
and give me the source.
Hold on, both of you. I'm going to
Don't
step in
release
now
him from
because this has been 5 minutes of this back and forth for a source. B, can you simply tell me what the claim is? Nothing more, just the claim.
A claim is that Palestinians or Gazans or Hamas utilizes literal children as terrorists. Therefore, that gives the Israeli military rights to unalive them.
That's
You say human shield.
There you go. Wait, no, Donovan, there's the claim that you made. Do you agree or disagree that that was the claim that you made?
It was me, first off, and that wasn't the claim that I made. The claim that I made was that Hamas uses women and children to do suicide bombings. And so the idea that they would, with the same respect for life, unalive a child to create moral outrage, which benefits them, that's the claim.
Okay, do you have proof for that claim?
No.
There you go, B.
My
He doesn't have the
God.
proof.
What
But
the
you
hell?
don't have proof either, by the way.
Damn.
I have the UN.
No,
I just
the
have the
UN
UN.
report has no proof.
Yeah, it does have proof.
Never.
No, it doesn't. It literally just has bodies.
So, but that okay.
You don't have anything to support that? Did you really just say
What about the grapes that they have done, which is an actual war crime? Like you're picking like little ticks off of like Hamas, quote unquote, when you're like failing to neglect the whole history of this whole entire situation, right? Israel has been violent and murderous since the very, very beginning. And the fact that you can sit here and say, well, it's because of this, that, and this. No. Like, it's very clear. The international community agrees. Everybody agrees. This is a genocide. This is ridiculous. Israel has not only committed war crimes against Palestinians, they've done it against other countries. Multiple countries. In fact, that whole flotilla situation, are you effing kidding me? Defend that, Zach. Defend grape. Defend grape over people who are literally just bringing supplies to Palestinians. How do you defend that?
What grape? Oh, did someone
Half of
say?
those members
Did
on the
someone say
flotilla
something?
were S-aid.
No.
And one came out in Australia about her violent grape. Defend that, Zachary.
It didn't happen.
Defend it.
They're just lying.
Defend it. Okay, there you
they're
go.
just lying.
And you know what? I will give this to you. The Russians and who you worship and the Israelis who you also worship by proxy are masters at propaganda. In fact, I took a whole college course. I wrote a full fucking dissertation on how brilliant their propaganda is and how flawless and how unrelenting that they are at this. And it's really disgusting. And I wonder, like, is this how you're making your living? Like, is this how you quote unquote flash your new money around? No one gives a fuck about you, Zach. You're ridiculous. And it sucks that you would sell your soul for money. It just says everything about you. You're just disgusting.
First off, if any Israelis would like to sponsor me for what I do on this app, they are welcome to. But as of yet, I'm just an unpaid
just an
person.
asshole by proxy. You just choose to be this violent and disgusting.
I'm deeply disgusted. I'm deeply disgusted by how stupid people are.
That was the message.
Who's talking?
Holy crap! Are we just like yelling at Zach? You guys just got me a fucking violation.
Me.
Peg. Yes, you're the problem, Peg.
Well, we were just going to move on to L. I believe that would be your QL. Please go ahead.
L, you might want to be a little bit nicer since somebody just got removed.
Well, it's Zach.
I know.
I don't know.
I know.
I might.
I know. Well,
hey, Zach.
I don't know.
We'll see. Hey, Zach. How's your art collection going? Anything new to add to it? Bud?
No.
No.
Nothing.
What else is going on with you besides not providing, again, a source, which is standard operating procedure? What's going on, Bud?
I did. Nothing. I just got back from North Carolina.
Oh, I hope you had a lovely time. What have you been talking about with these fine people today and not providing sources for?
I mean, I was trying to talk about how we fix America, but they insisted on repeating the same lies and bullshit that they've been given.
So you know how we fix America respectfully? We send people
propaganda campaigns.
We send people like you to Israel where they belong to live in perpetuity.
Is that why Israel is sort of like, I don't know, also really successful? Is because a lot of people like me
successful at what? It's spending our tax dollars, spending our money.
Flirting?
Do you know they make?
No, I'm definitely not flirting with him.
They have a $525 billion a year economy. We give them 3.
Okay. So real quick,
and that's like a real economy, by the way.
So how are you, like, clearly Bibi is the president right now. Do you plan to write him in for 2028? Because he is the most powerful U.S. president to never be elected, right? I mean, we can agree, right, Zach? I know your feces hurt.
Don't let her beat you up.
He likes it.
I didn't catch that.
Glutton for punishment. Zach, engage with my
I was
question.
getting something out of the oven. What was that last bit?
I just want to know how you plan to get Bibi installed for 2028.
How I intend to get Bibi
installed as president, continuing president. Yeah, he's running things now. Yeah.
In Israel, you mean?
No, he's Zach. Everything with you is whoosh, it like goes right over. All right.
I guess I don't live in your weird fantasy world where.
Oh, you certainly do not. That is true. You certainly do not. Anyways.
She's leading you around by the nose. Can I support Zach's position if he's not gonna?
Sure. I mean, I guess, yeah. I mean, I really just want to. I really like emasculating Zach. That's my favorite.
I can tell.
I really enjoy it. But yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
All right, real quick. I just asked Google the simple question, does Hamas use women and children in T attacks? And Google said, yes, Hamas has repeatedly used women and children in T attacks, both as direct operatives and as human shields. This includes utilizing minors as suicide bombers, couriers, and weapon smugglers, as well as intentionally operating densely populated civilian areas. Direct participation, Hamas has historically employed minors and women and children in suicide bombings and
Donovan. Can we use anything other than AI overview? Like,
I'll get to that. Yeah, I'm getting to that. I'm almost there.
Thanks,
Human Shields, the group regularly embeds military operations in residential areas, schools, and mosques. They intentionally use women and children to shield their fighters, delay military responses, and manipulate public opinion by putting civilians in line of fire. I'm going to skip indoctrination and go down to the citing of the source. For further details on how militant groups in the region exploit minors, you can review the Human Rights Watch report regarding childhood suicide schmammers. Comprehensive analysis on the group's urban combat methods is also documented in the NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence study on the Hamas's use of human shields. You're welcome. Zach.
Okay, so again, where? Okay,
need a source, like an actual. What's the name
I need a source to be able to look at that.
I just did the Human Rights Watch report regarding childhood suicide bombers and the NATO.
What's the report?
What's the opinion piece?
Right.
It's an opinion piece.
It's not an opinion piece. The NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence study on Hamas and their use of human shields. There is your source. You're welcome. You're welcome, Zach.
It's not a source.
Wait,
how is that not a source?
Human Rights Watch would be a reputable source.
It's an opinion piece.
He just said it was a study.
Yeah, I'm going to help both of y'all out. Well, everybody involved, I guess. So this is the United Nations question of Palestine, Palestinian exploitation of children as weapons of war. This is what they are talking about when they're saying using children as war fighters, essentially.
I'm confused. Can we use the UN or we can't use the UN? So we use the UN when we like it, and we use the UN when we don't like it?
I'm not that. I bring up UN sources.
No, you should understand that if the UN itself is so, like, they can't say any, like, they can't deny that it's happening, then you know that it's so.
Okay, so for you, we could use it. All right. Yeah, just say yes. Just say yes. It was that simple. You wasted so much words.
Wasn't the UN report about the Israeli essaying prisoners, wasn't that also a UN report?
Was.
Point is what Zach is saying is true. And you guys are going to have to, at some point, come to grips with the fact that this is a very nasty war on both sides. So it's hard for you to say that Israel is engaging in a G-side when everyone knows that if they really wanted to wipe them all out, they could in an afternoon.
No, they couldn't wipe them all out in an afternoon because they have Iran. And that is why it is so essential that we go to war with Iran, because Iran has a standing military that is relatively strong. I believe it's like number 16 in the world. That's pretty high up there given the amount of countries that there are.
Man,
so no,
Israel
they
was
could not
flying
just
fighter jets.
Zach, why are you interrupting me right
they
now?
were
Why are you interrupting me
unaliving
right
people
now?
in their own apartments.
Zach, why are you interrupting me right now, my friend? It's not worth it.
Why are you interrupting? That's crazy.
I do it all the time, so I'm not. But let me just get my thought out. I'll be quick, and then you can go. So they have Iran next door, and so if they do this, if they go full scale, because they have been holding back, I'll agree with you. They have been. They go full scale. Iran will be on their ass like white on rice.
Wait. Did you just say Iran was next door to Israel?
No, I'm saying that Iran is in, obviously, the accounts of Iran, funding the Houthis, funding Hamas, funding Hezbollah. Those are true. I believe those claims. Those claims are correct, right? And so they have these proxies.
Okay.
And Iran has a population of 90 million. 90 million, don't care if everyone in Israel joins the IDF. They would not even have a close number to what Iran could do to them with a ground invasion of the region. It would be a slaughtering.
Interesting. That's an interesting position. Are you saying that even just one of the Islamofascist countries that surround Israel could wipe them out if they really wanted to? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying specifically Iran. Yemen is very different than Iran. I know for you, all brown people are the same, but Yemen is structurally different than Iran. And it's also a country, I name Yemen because they have the Houthis, right? Which, however you feel about them, that's who they have. And so Yemen is the poorest country in the world. So they don't necessarily have the resources the way Iran has the resources.
I'm aware Iran has resources, thank you. And I think that was very inappropriate to say that. I think all brown people are the same.
Well, I mean, you're saying that you said all Islamofascists in the region.
I mean, yeah, disprove that.
Islamofascists in the region.
I'd
Yes.
love to hear
How many Islamofascist countries, or really, how many Islamofascist countries are there? B? I mean, should we list them? You've got.
I mean, what I define as fascist is different than what you define as fascist.
Right? You've got Afghanistan.
Afghanistan is not in the region. Afghanistan's not in the Middle East. Do you know that? I know it's a stand, so you might be having a hard time with this, but Afghanistan's not in the Middle East.
Afghanistan is the Middle East, huh? What do you call Afghanistan if they're not in the Middle East?
East Asia. They're not in the Middle East.
Oh, okay.
So again, I know you think of all the stands and all the brown people as all being the same, but they're just not.
B, we should stick to this for a second. You do know that Afghanistan is in Asia, right? Like you fully, do you understand that? You know that Israel's in Asia? You know, like all this. You know the Middle East is not a continent. I hope. My hopes and dreams are that you know that.
You talking to me?
Yes.
Yeah, to say Afghanistan is in the Middle East is a hilarious cope.
No, that's not what I just said. That's not what I said. I said you know that it is in Asia, that in the Middle East is not a continent. Those two things are fact.
I'm aware. Thanks. I appreciate you clearing that up.
I wasn't sure that you were. Okay.
So yeah, there's lots of Islamofascists.
One second, but it is when he says Islamofascism, right? That has Arab nowhere in the word. It's Islamic fascists, and I think you would agree that Afghanistan not allowing women to talk that qualifies, right?
Bro, your country is booming women. I don't give a fuck.
Did you just literally go from a government that has mandated that women cannot speak to being like, oh no, but they're fighting a war? That's the same.
No, I went to your country booming women. So like you sitting here and saying that you care about women is
but
wild.
we also just found out that those same women are the same women that'll get on a bus full of children with a bomb strapped to their back. So,
bro, you think everybody in Palestine is theist? Like I don't know how to help you. I don't know.
And you know why that happened is because every once in a while, some woman looking like a normal woman would get on a bus, and then a bunch of children wouldn't come home. And
well, you know what? Every time an Israeli is around me and they look normal, but they could obviously be killing me because at the end of the day, the Israelis have a history of unaliving people. So I can't let an Israeli near me without thinking they're a theist, and I have to unalive them.
They have a history of unaliving? We're talking about the history of unaliving that you keep completely ignoring, but it is in fact a history of unaliving, like people stabbing people on the streets, people sneaking into bedrooms at night and slitting
you might have
throats.
to mod me because they don't listen.
Like, I'm just confused. How can you even with a straight face be like,
I don't know. I say kill. I don't know if that's.
Yeah, no, that's not the problem. It's Zach. You need to actually let other people finish their sentence. You have been talking over everybody.
If I can jump in, Donovan, you were not quite correct when you were trying to cite a source and you didn't do it very effectively. Proper sources would be like Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, that kind of thing. So they do find some evidence of women being used to gather intelligence, smuggling, and the like. There are like summer camp type things where kids learn to be little soldiers, that kind of thing.
Terrorist training camps.
Okay. I would call it resistance, not terrorist. But anyway, yeah, tomato. But then lastly, the only thing that they have found, the only thing in your points that they have found substantial evidence for, and let me say it again, the only thing in your argument that they found substantial evidence for or of is using civilian areas from which to launch rockets or indiscriminately launching rockets, putting some military stuff in civilian areas. That is all that they found substantial evidence of. Yeah.
In late 2004, Human Rights Watch claimed that at least 10 boomers were